Tom Marvolo Riddle, adept in the dark arts and fervently pursuing immortality, skillfully wielded the 108 spells of the Avada Curse. Yet, he met his demise at the hands of a mere underage Hogwarts dropout's disarming charm. However, all was not lost. With a wealth of deathly experience, he was reborn. A mysterious entity, self-identified as a system, claimed it could assist him in realizing his ambitions. He, the true child of destiny, would now turn the tides and reign supreme. Naturally, every endeavor demands a price. The system presented a modest requirement. He must successfully woo a woman. He scoffed at the notion, dismissively questioning a woman. After several attempts at rewinding time, he negotiated with the system, suggesting, perhaps a man would suffice. The system retorted, do not indulge in fantasies, focus on your strategy notes. Tom Marvolo Riddle once contemplated renaming himself Voldemort, desiring to be revered as the Dark Lord. Ultimately, he became Voldemort Stegor, known to others as the devoted husband. Chapter 1. The first step of conquest, opening the door to warmth. Summer of 1938, London. In a stark, dimly lit room, a tall boy sat upright on a rickety wooden chair, a tattered book resting on his lap, though his gaze was fixed vacantly on a window caked with years of dust and grime. As if pondering an intricate riddle, the room's soundproofing was poor. The creaking wooden door allowed the distant sounds of footsteps and the laughter of children to seep in. Yet, as those footsteps approached the room, they slowed and conversations dwindled to whispers. The space felt as though it had been severed from reality, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the boy's placid demeanor. At that moment, a timid knock echoed, and a gaunt, weary woman entered, her expression tinged with discomfort as she announced, "Tom? Someone has come to see you." She stepped aside, revealing a man beside her. The man, likely in his 40s, bore auburn hair and a neatly trimmed beard, his features once handsome, now marred by a crooked nose. His demeanor exuded a gentle charm, and he wore a deep crimson velvet suit, which, while elegant, seemed rather peculiar for a summer's day. As the boy turned to face the doorway, his tranquil expression morphed swiftly into one of perfect curiosity and caution, akin to any ordinary child encountering a stranger. The woman closed the door behind her, leaving only the two of them in the room. The man approached the still boy, offering a warm smile. His blue eyes radiated kindness. "Hello, Tom. I am Dumbledore. You may call me Professor Dumbledore." After a brief hesitation, the boy slowly extended his hand and replied, Tom Riddle." With the lone chair occupied, Dumbledore settled onto the single wooden bed, which creaked ominously under his weight. He regarded the boy with a scrutinizing gaze cloaked in affability. This child was strikingly out of place in his surroundings. As Dumbledore traversed the orphanage, he sensed the poverty and oppression that pervaded the institution. Despite the staff's earnest attempts to provide care, every child he encountered appeared disheveled, timid, and rough around the edges. Riddle, however, was different. His slightly curled black hair shimmered like satin, his complexion pale yet vibrant, and his features were exquisitely chiseled. From mere appearance, he stood in stark contrast to the gaunt children around him. The standardized gray robes they wore hung on him like an elegant gown. His steady gaze, calm amidst the anxiety, and his poised demeanor rendered him exceptional, not only among the orphans but also when compared to his peers, even those older than he. Perhaps his origins were remarkable, possibly stemming from a pure-blood lineage. Dumbledore speculated based on prior inquiries, yet the surname Riddle did not correlate with any renowned families or wizards he was aware of. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore?" Riddle inquired, a hint of confusion and wariness in his voice. "Are you a doctor from some asylum?" Dumbledore understood the boy's apprehension. Muggles often harbored hostility toward young wizards displaying magical talent, a fear born from such environments. With a gentle smile he clarified, "No, I am a professor at a school." "A school?" "A magical school where we teach young wizards like you to wield their magic." Riddle's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of youthful innocence finally breaking through. Leaning forward eagerly, he exclaimed, "So I'm not a freak, am I? There are many others like me, right? My abilities, which erupt uncontrollably whenever I'm bullied, they aren't a curse from a demon." Dumbledore reassuringly patted his shoulder, softening his tone, "Of course not. That is your gift, a unique talent among wizards." He paused, locking eyes with Riddle, smiling. "However, until you learn to control it, they may act a bit unruly." Riddle met Dumbledore's gaze unwaveringly, seemingly oblivious to the underlying probing, nodding vigorously as he spoke rapidly, "Yes, even though Billy always snatches my bread, I swear I only wanted to teach him a lesson. His pet rabbit ended up on the roof. Mrs. Cole always accuses me of cursing Amy and Dennis, but we just encountered danger while exploring a cave. I was the one who brought them out." A faint blush crept onto his pale cheeks, and his long fingers fidgeted nervously, revealing his unease and guilt over the peculiar events he had caused. Dumbledore's voice grew even gentler. "It's all right. Some young wizards can cause more serious consequences when their powers flare. What you've experienced are merely minor troubles. Once you attend Hogwarts, everything will improve." The optimistic portrayal ignited a spark of hope within Riddle, who murmured dreamily, "That would be wonderful. I can hardly wait." Dumbledore then elaborated on how to procure supplies in Diagon Alley and the schedule for arriving at King's Cross for enrollment. When he offered to accompany Riddle to Diagon Alley, the boy hesitated. Nervously, he replied, "No thank you sir, I prefer to go alone. I'm accustomed to solitude, it allows me to feel at ease." Dumbledore nodded in understanding, his tone accommodating as he advised, "Do be cautious, not all wizards are amiable, though I trust your cleverness will guide you away from trouble." Complimented, Riddle offered a restrained smile, a flicker of delight crossing his features. As their conversation drew to a close, the two men shook hands in farewell. Riddle stood at the doorway, watching as Dumbledore turned back momentarily at the corner, offering him a smile and a silent gesture before his figure vanished behind the wall, the sound of his descent echoing down the corridor, unhurried yet steady with the footsteps fading gradually. The smile on Riddle's face also diminished, akin to ink being delicately wiped away by an invisible hand, leaving behind a blank canvas. It was as if he had returned to the moment before Dumbledore's arrival. Casting a detached glance towards the end of the corridor, Riddle turned and closed the door. He returned to the rigid wooden chair, nostalgically caressing the envelope in his hand, and as he closed his eyes to reflect on his initial encounter with Dumbledore, ensuring he had overlooked nothing, a clear ding resonated in his mind. "Good morning, Mr. Riddle. Hey race, the first greeting of the day to uplift your spirits, the first blessing sent your way. Wishing you a smooth day ahead and the first wish bestowed upon you, may you forever bask in happiness and warmth, Riddle." Despite the gender-neutral mechanical voice, it was imbued with a melodic cadence and a wealth of emotion, as though it carried boundless sincerity and aspiration. Yet, the moment Riddle heard that voice, an uncontrollable irritation welled within him. Has Dumbledore already paid you a visit? The peculiar blend of a flat, robotic tone with a lively inflection spoke directly into Riddle's consciousness. What a pity to have missed such a historic meeting. Riddle replied calmly, "It is no longer morning. The task has not officially commenced. Tardiness or early departure does not constitute absence." The voice responded nonchalantly. Riddle inquired sharply, "Is someone paying you?" "Yes." Having spent decades as the Dark Lord, Riddle was unaccustomed to such a reverence directed at him. Remaining composed, he was gradually learning to adapt. As the Dark Lord, following his defeat at the hands of a savior he had deemed insignificant, his shattered soul endured a purgatorial torment at the boundary of life and death. He felt no passage of time, no awareness of his thoughts or existence, only the relentless grip of suffering. It was akin to being frozen and then cast into flames, to being struck and then repeatedly ground down, pieced together only to be shattered once more. This agony afflicted each fragment of his divided soul, which remained independent yet interconnected, as if gathering the world's malevolence to trample upon him, to ravage him, to violate him, and yet he was rendered incapable of even a mournful cry. Amidst the haze, a monotonous, expressionless voice resonated through the ethereal void. "Tom Marvolo Riddle, I offer you a chance for a fresh start, at the cost of completing a task. Do you accept?" In that moment, Riddle possessed no capacity for rational thought, yet even had he been capable, he would have made the same choice. He consented thus. After a fleeting darkness akin to merely closing and opening his eyes, he found himself in the orphanage room where he had lived for over a decade, endowed with a complete and healthy soul bearing all the memories from birth to death. He suspected this was a mere illusion, a delusion born of despair, but the sound of a ding in his mind jolted him into clarity. System binding successful. Host confirmed. Tom Marvolo Riddle unscathed. Objective confirmed. Promotion, salary increase, marriage, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Open the door, spread warmth. Task confirmed. Win over Fiona Shafik, achieving a favorability rating of 100. An extravagant gift from fate. Task failure penalty. Die once more. After all, you have grown accustomed to it, haven't you? Riddle. He suspected some peculiar element had infiltrated his soul's restoration process. The system urged, "Mr. Riddle, please confirm within 1 minute." Riddle cautiously queried, "What does that entail? What happens if I do not confirm?" The system replied gleefully, "The contract would be invalid if not signed, hence I would not need to work." "I meant, what will happen to me?" Riddle inquired while mentally calculating the time. "Death," the system stated with nonchalance and an air of indifference. Death, a word far too simplistic. It seemed more forgiving than enduring that kind of torment once again. Yet he would prefer his soul be ground to dust rather than dissolve into nothingness. "Confirm," Riddle uttered softly in the final 5 seconds of the countdown. Chapter 2, Strategy Step 2. Farewell. Until we meet again. Fiona Shafik. Riddle was quite familiar with that surname. Upon entering Slytherin, in a bid to integrate into the collective and unearth his own identity, he had meticulously researched the genealogies of all families within the magical realm. He recalled that it belonged to one of the 28 pureblood families, and that his classmate, Adley Lestrange's mother, bore the maiden name of Shafik. As for Fiona Shafik, Riddle strained his memory, yet could only dredge up fragmented recollections. He vaguely remembered her as a girl from his year in house, the sole descendant of the Shafik lineage. However, After the summer break of their 5th year, it seemed she had withdrawn from school. At that time, he was wholly engrossed in his heritage and the creation of Horcruxes, paying little heed to trivial matters, and thus did not inquire into the reasons behind her departure. When he returned to England after his travels, intending to gather followers, he discovered that the Fanfic family had long since ceased to exist. A few inquiries revealed that this surname had become extinct even before his graduation. Such occurrences were commonplace within the magical community. Among the 28 pureblood families, many had gradually faded into obscurity, and Riddle had initially seized this opportunity to win the loyalty of those pureblood families. Their self-proclaimed noble titles and social standings were like a sunken ship, gradually descending into the depths, while the planks he cast to them, fraught with peril, were their only means of survival. They had no choice but to either resign themselves to their fate or gamble on the chance to rise again. Merely a pack of hyenas, Riddle thought disdainfully. The meager offerings at Dumbledore's table were unsatisfactory to them, while the scraps he casually tossed their way provoked their fervent pursuit. Mr. Riddle, the system's tone remained monotonous, a friendly reminder. Your line of thought is straying off course. It would be prudent to revisit the prompt and focus on the main topic. Riddle, momentarily disrupted in his thoughts, furrowed his brow before relaxing it. He gently addressed the system in his mind. Dear system, please refrain from gender bias. System lady? Must you humans be so narrow-minded? Does the system truly need to possess a gender? Riddle paused, exhaling slowly, and recentered his mindset. So system, why is it a prerequisite for my rebirth and fulfillment of objectives to conquer a woman's heart? This struck him as somewhat absurd. Even a task that required him to sacrifice his soul, or persuade Dumbledore to switch allegiances would be more comprehensible than this farcical mission. Mr. Riddle, do you explain the rationale behind each of your commands to your subordinates? Subordinates? Riddle's fingers twitched slightly. The system, seemingly oblivious, continued in its monotonous voice. Do not question the system's motives. Instead, contemplate what you can do for the system. This is my second thoughtful suggestion for you. Riddle lightly ground his molars. I understand you might feel the urge to end my existence. Considering your mental and physical well-being, you need not endure it. After all, any abusive remarks will be automatically filtered here. Riddle took a deep breath. He compared his frustrations, finding it hard to determine whether he was more enraged by Potter's repeated escapes or the system's dismissive attitude. Yet the integrity of his soul afforded him ample self-control over his emotions, and as the system had pointed out, he currently possessed no means of dealing with this incomprehensible entity. Do not squander energy on futile outbursts, Riddle advised himself. Resolute in maintaining his composure against the system's disruptions, he calmly inquired, does the system possess the authority to interfere with how I accomplish my tasks? No. Then might I request that you remain silent when I do not require your presence? The system responded in a peculiar tone. Of course, as you wish, Mr. Riddle. The incessant, bothersome voice vanished, restoring privacy and tranquility to his mental realm. A faint smile of satisfaction graced Riddle's lips as he resumed his interrupted train of thought. Returning to Fiona Fanfic, although they had shared 5 years as classmates in Slytherin, Riddle found little clarity in his memories of her. He vaguely recalled her as an inconspicuous girl, ordinary in every aspect. Any hint of distinction would have surely prompted him to engage with her. Their interactions were minimal. Indeed, after much contemplation, he could not recall a single conversation or any significant moments they had shared. All of this suggested that Fiona Fanfic was an introverted and quiet young woman, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Riddle frowned. He remembered the system's assessment of this task, an expensive gift from fate, and did not harbor illusions of receiving a free lunch. Thus, he surmised that this undertaking would not be easily accomplished. However, given his confidence in his own appearance and methods, he found it difficult to believe that winning the affection of such a girl would prove to be a formidable challenge. There had to be something peculiar at play. Did she already have someone she favored? Did she harbor an aversion to men? Did she support Dumbledore and reject pureblood ideals? After pondering for a while, Riddle relaxed once more. Regardless of the traps concealed within this task, he believed that his capabilities would enable him to navigate them effortlessly. It was not arrogance, rather. Throughout his past experiences, he had never encountered a failure in gaining someone's favor and trust, save for Dumbledore. Dumbledore's unexpected appearance had led him to inadvertently reveal too much of his true thoughts without any defenses. This time, however, he was thoroughly prepared. Dumbledore would harbor no doubts or suspicions towards him. Would he? The satisfaction and delight derived from having deceived Dumbledore compelled Riddle to chuckle with joy. He was genuinely, fervently eager to witness the expression on Dumbledore's face when he eventually discovered the truth of Riddle's identity. Before the start of term, Riddle ventured to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary items for school. Contrary to Dumbledore's advice to purchase second-hand items, he managed to acquire brand new goods at the price of used ones. He had mentioned before that when he sought to be likable, success followed him unfailingly. When selecting a wand, he chose the purplewood wand once more. Observing the wand radiating joy in his palm, Riddle scoffed internally. After some time, he would procure the other twin wand, eliminating any lingering threats. On September 1st, Riddle, impeccably dressed, arrived early at the station with his suitcase in hand, resembling a young wizard emerging from the magical realm. He boarded the train with composure and settled into a compartment midway down the carriage. He cast the disillusionment charm on the compartment door, not to shield anyone, but to signal to certain individuals that this first-year student had already mastered advanced spells. Opening a book before him, Riddle began to contemplate whether to engage with Fiona upon entering Hogwarts or to make her acquaintance on the train. Before he could arrive at a conclusion, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Target character has appeared. The favorability system has been automatically activated. Since the day Riddle had prohibited the system from speaking without permission, it had remained silent for quite some time, as if it had never existed. Its sudden serious tone startled him, prompting an instinctive glance toward the compartment door. Several students jostled their way down the corridor. The system continued to announce, "Current affection level is 0. Please elevate it by at least 1 point within 10 minutes, or the mission will be deemed a failure." The countdown commenced. 599, 598, 597. Riddle abruptly stood up. What does this mean? He questioned in a commanding tone, a habit of his. However, the system paid him no heed, continuing its countdown. 565, 564, 563. The urgency of the ticking clock heightened Riddle's anxiety, prompting him to fling open the compartment door and glance around. A passerby, startled by his sudden appearance, turned out to be Adelbert Waffling, but Riddle had no time to engage in pleasantries. Scanning the area, he saw no one resembling Fiona. He assumed she had already walked past the compartment. He hastily retraced his steps, peering into the adjacent compartments, yet he could not recall Fiona's appearance, relying solely on the process of elimination. System. Could you not inform me of Fiona's whereabouts? Riddle pondered internally. 432, 431, 430. Riddle cursed silently. Discovering that sensitive words were blocked, the countdown reduced by 20 seconds. 399. 398. Riddle exclaimed incredulously. Didn't you say I could curse freely? With no time to argue with the system, Riddle scoured the train's rear without finding her, ultimately deciding to head forward again. As he hurried past one of the train's entrances, he collided with someone boarding the train. The individual, petite in stature, staggered backward upon impact with the considerably taller Riddle, teetering dangerously close to the steps behind. Initially indifferent, Riddle's gaze caught sight of that distinctive ash-gray hair, and an instinctive spark compelled him to reach out, grasping the stranger's arm and pulling them towards him. The light, almost feather-like body tumbled into Riddle's embrace, evoking a fleeting suspicion that he was holding a mere puppet. However, the suitcase released from the individual's grip plummeted to the ground, landing squarely on Riddle's foot. Riddle winced. It became evident that even the illustrious Dark Lord could experience pain when struck on the toes. Nevertheless, having once been the Dark Lord, Riddle managed to suppress any overt display of discomfort, merely furrowing his brow slightly to convey a hint of pain before carefully stabilizing the individual and stepping back to create some distance. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, offering a gentle and apologetic, "I'm sorry, that was my oversight. Are you all right?" Before him stood a girl with strikingly gray, softly wavy hair, her cerulean eyes lacking luster, her complexion pale, and her lips devoid of color. Although she bore a certain beauty, her frail demeanor rendered her akin to a candle nearing its extinguishment. She was Fiona Shafik. It appeared that when the system had just alerted him to the target's presence, she was not on the train but rather on the platform. Riddle couldn't help but question his own memory. How could he have overlooked such a distinctive hair color? Yet now, as memories surged, he recalled Adelbert mentioning in a casual conversation that Fiona, once a blonde, had been nearly claimed by a magical incident in her youth, and upon her survival, her hair had faded to a light gray. Seemingly pained by the collision, Fiona furrowed her delicate brows and glanced up at Riddle. He awaited her customary expression of astonishment. As anticipated, her gaze lingered on his face for a moment. In the next instant, the system's countdown halted at 98. Ding. Affection level increased by 2. Current affection level is 1. Riddle exhaled in relief, then curiously inquired, "System, are your mathematical skills lacking? If the affection increased by 2 points, how is the current level only 1? The system replied, insulting the system, this question will not be addressed. Riddle remained speechless. Meanwhile, Fiona, despite the affection increase, wore no extraordinary expression. She merely offered a faint smile. It's all right, she said softly, her voice faint and airy, perfectly in keeping with her frail appearance. Noticing her intent to retrieve the fallen suitcase, Riddle quickly bent down and picked it up first. Allow me to carry this back to your compartment as a means of compensating for my clumsy collision, he offered with a smile. Riddle waited with bated breath for the system to announce another increase in affection. As he had anticipated, the system chimed once more. Indeed, this poses no challenge, he mused. However, the announcement soon followed. Affection level decreased by 5. Current affection level is -4. Negative values are not counted. Affection resets to 0. Mission failed. What? Riddle stared incredulously at Fiona, the scene before him frozen in time, her smiling face and those brilliantly blue eyes seemingly filled with gratitude. Then darkness enveloped the world. Chapter 3. The third step of the strategy: fear not, you are still alive. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself once more in that familiar room. Riddle shot upright, the narrow wooden bed creaking ominously beneath him. He drew in rapid breaths, his heart pounding fiercely like a thunderclap, causing tremors throughout his body, and his eardrums pulsing painfully from the rush of blood. In that moment, his emotions were far more tumultuous than when he had cast a deadly curse, witnessing his own body disintegrate into dust. For a fleeting instant, he genuinely believed he was on the brink of death once more, an absurd and ironic demise. The familiar chime reverberated in his mind. He opened his sleepy eyes, adjusted his attire, and stood tall, stepping forward with renewed vigor. The morning light was blinding, illuminating the young man, resolute in his ideals, with his heart set towards the azure sky. He displayed a smile, embracing the dawn of a new day. Good morning, Mr. Riddle. We meet again. Riddle struck a fist against the nearby wall in frustration. The system, with a tone both morose and delightfully sardonic, remarked, Are you angry, Mr. Riddle? Shouldn't you be grateful? If it were a singular opportunity, I would be merrily clocking out. However, for you, it would merely dissipate into thin air. Riddle longed to silence the system, but the dire consequences of his previous attempt to do so loomed large in his mind. He retracted his now bloody hand from his eyes, inhaling deeply. After a moment, he finally regained his composure. Riddle swung his legs over the side of the bed, elegantly assuming a dignified posture in the stiff wooden chair, his gaze fixed on the window opposite. Despite the earlier embarrassing incident being laid bare before the system, he refused to allow himself to lose his poise or dignity. Dear system, might I trouble you to elucidate the current situation? Riddle inquired politely, his tone devoid of any irritation. The system responded with satisfaction. Now you are behaving appropriately. Mr. Riddle, although your excessive politeness often suggests a desire to eliminate the other party, as you cannot do so with me, I would appreciate a touch of courtesy. Riddle maintained a smile, attentively listening. The system continued at a leisurely pace. Since courting Fiona Shafik is considered a high-difficulty task, the system generously provides multiple opportunities. Of course, these are not infinite, as I am not here for charitable purposes. It seems you have a particular fondness for the number 7, Mr. Riddle. Thus, you are fortunate to have 7 chances, of which 6 remain. Riddle did not inquire about the consequences of exhausting his 6 opportunities. Instead, he meticulously scrutinized the system's words, savoring each syllable before asking, Why was I not informed of this from the outset? You did not ask, Mr. Riddle, the system replied. Allow me to offer you one final piece of heartfelt advice. Pride is the foremost of the 7 deadly sins, and all your transgressions stem from it. Riddle's pupils constricted. A tempest of emotions swirled within him. He yearned to scoff, to deride, to interrogate, but ultimately he swallowed them all, feigning ignorance as he probed. What exactly is the favorability system? The system elucidated. The favorability system will automatically activate when your target, Fiona Shafik, enters your line of sight, accurately documenting fluctuations in her favorability towards you. Should her favorability reach 100, the task is deemed complete. Conversely, should it plummet to 0, the task fails, deducting 1 opportunity and returning you to the starting point. Given that the initial favorability is set at 0, you must augment it by at least a fraction within 10 minutes, or else it will also be considered a failure. Riddle pondered each word, suddenly recalling a previous question. Why had she awarded him 2 points of favorability at first, yet ultimately only credited him with 1? Wait, if negative values are disregarded, could it be that her initial favorability towards me was, in fact, -1? The system interjected. It appears your intellect is finally being put to use beyond merely propping up your ostentatious visage. Riddle chose to ignore the system's jibe and perplexed asked why? I have had no interaction with her. How could she harbor negative sentiments towards me? The system was equally astonished. You are asking me? Do you consider me merely the answer key at the back of a textbook? Riddle remained silent. The system continued. You are already over 60, Mr. Riddle. It is imperative that you learn to solve your own problems rather than constantly seek assistance from others. His previously calmed emotions began to roil once more, prompting Riddle to rub his twitching temple and shift his line of questioning. Why did I fail last time? With my gentlemanly demeanor and graceful conduct. Surely I should not have lost 5 points of favorability. The system retorted coldly. I have stated before, this is your issue, not mine. Riddle grasped that any matters concerning favorability fell squarely within his purview, requiring him to decipher them independently, as the system would provide no elucidation or aid. He ceased his probing and closed his eyes, descending into contemplation. Before entering Hogwarts, he had lived in the Muggle world, while Fiona descended from a pureblood lineage. Their paths should never have crossed. Therefore, why might one harbor aversion towards a stranger? Riddle ruminated deeply until a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. Was it not entirely natural to feel disdain for someone one had never encountered? He himself held no fondness for Muggles or non-human beings. Thus, Fiona's animosity might not be directed at him personally, but rather at the collective to which he belonged. Was it possible that she was a staunch purist, abhorred by half-bloods? Yet, during their initial encounter, she could not have known his lineage. Or did her ignorance still factor into the objective favorability assessment? Or perhaps it was not the half-blood status, but something entirely different? What group did he belong to? Male. Surely she could not genuinely dislike men. Riddle contemplated querying the system, but soon dismissed the notion, surmising it would offer no insight, and thus shifted his focus to another question. What had he done wrong at that moment to cause Fiona's favorability to decline? Had he been overly attentive? Had she perceived his ulterior motives? Though Riddle wished to assert confidently that it was impossible, the sting of such a humiliating failure compelled him to consider all possibilities. Perhaps he had not requested her permission before handling her suitcase? Young ladies from noble families often harbored peculiarities. It was even conceivable that his attire did not meet her approval. Riddle exhaled deeply. He realized he still lacked crucial information, rendering accurate judgment impossible. He turned his thoughts to how he might gather intelligence about Fiona. Given the current circumstances, contemplating interactions with her on the train or at school seemed impractical. His appearance had only garnered a meager 2 points in her eyes, and with a favorability of merely 1. It was all too easy for it to plummet to 0 without discernible cause. Thus, how could he enhance her favorability within their initial 10 minutes together, while avoiding any missteps that might result in a deduction? Riddle mulled over various strategies for 2 days before finally formulating a plan. On the day Dumbledore came to deliver the acceptance letters, he donned a flawless disguise and, having dealt with the past, promptly made his way to Diagon Alley, heading straight for Ollivander's wand shop. The young Ollivander had recently taken over the wand shop, brimming with youthful ambition. Upon Riddle's entrance, he greeted him warmly. Good afternoon, young wizard. You appear to be a new student this year. Are you here alone to purchase your wand? Riddle nodded, smiling as he replied, Indeed, Mr. Ollivander. I find the process of selecting a wand to be both wondrous and intriguing. It is best suited for solitary exploration, lest the incessant chatter of an adult dampen the experience. Riddle's words evidently struck a chord with Ollivander, who raised his voice in agreement. I must say, you are the wisest young wizard I have encountered. Most people possess only a rudimentary understanding of wands. They regard them merely as cleaning tools, cooking implements, or playthings for pranks. Yet they do not realize that a wand perfectly attuned to them can profoundly influence and alter their destiny. Riddle thought of his own wand made of yew and the old wand that had never belonged to him. He scoffed inwardly. Resignation? He was determined to discover whether, this time, the old wand would still elude him. Outwardly, Riddle feigned being moved by Ollivander's words, his expression one of longing and fascination. Certainly, but I believe that the ability to craft a wand uniquely suited to a wizard, intertwined with their fate, is far more extraordinary and enigmatic, is it not? It is as if every wizard, be they mediocre or exceptional, has a wand maker lurking in the shadows of their life. How utterly captivating! With a soft chuckle, Riddle, much like the serpent tempting Eve in Eden to take a bite of the forbidden fruit, seductively suggested. Imagine if one could forge the most unique wand and find a worthy master among the strongest of the age, creating a legendary tale that would resound through history. What unparalleled glory that would entail! As Riddle's persuasive whispers enveloped the dimly lit, dust-laden shop, Ollivander's pale eyes sparkled with fervor. Ultimately, after Riddle acquired his wand without spending a single canute, He accepted Ollivander's invitation to become an apprentice at the wand shop. During the time leading up to the school year, he could remain at the shop, learning the art of wand making from Ollivander. For Riddle, while this was not his primary objective, the unexpected outcome was indeed a delightful surprise. In the days that followed, Riddle traversed much of London, arriving early at Ollivander's shop each day to assist him in attending to customers seeking wands. He had casually probed whether any other wizards from his cohort had come to select wands prior to his arrival, to which Ollivander responded. Acceptance letters are sent out collectively in early July. While young wizards from the magical realm are often aware of their magical talents, most will wait until they receive their letters before purchasing. You are certainly the quickest among them. With his concerns alleviated, Riddle began to patiently await the unfolding of events. At this juncture, Ollivander inquired about his parents, but Riddle evaded the subject, cunningly retorting, "If you can deduce my parents' wands from my own, Mr. Ollivander, I shall be thoroughly impressed." Ollivander, unfazed, dismissed him with ease. Riddle did not have to wait long. On the 5th day of his visit to the wand shop, he encountered the very individual he had been anticipating. Not Fiona Shafik, but Adley Lestrange, whose mother was Fiona's paternal aunt, making them cousins. Without direct contact with Fiona, Adley was his most reliable source of information. Even the Riddle, who had just emerged from the orphanage, found it easy to cultivate a rapport with an 11-year-old boy raised in the wizarding world. Now, he effortlessly endeared himself to Adley within minutes of trying out wands, transforming into a kindred spirit in Adley's eyes. Truth be told, regardless of Josie Liddell's record as the highest scorer in the British Quidditch League over recent years, it was Roddy who truly excelled as a Quidditch player, having led the Tornadoes to 5 League Cup championships. His self-invented rebounding technique was simply remarkable. Riddle listened intently as Adley animatedly shared his opinions, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the seeker was the soul of a team, far more significant than the chaser. What better way to bridge the gap with a young wizard than to support the same Quidditch team and admire the same player? Riddle's disinterest in Quidditch did not stem from a lack of athleticism. On the contrary, he had once participated in his school's Quidditch team as a seeker, contributing to Slytherin's victories in several interschool tournaments. However, he loathed the game's reliance on teamwork for success, and the cumbersome rules that accompanied it, which led him to concoct an excuse to withdraw from the Quidditch team after becoming a prefect. He desired victory on his own terms, requiring no one else. After a couple of days of camaraderie, with Adley considering him a lifelong friend, Riddle seamlessly steered the conversation towards familial ties. "I have no siblings. While it's not an unpleasant experience, I sometimes find myself curious. What about you, Adley?" They sat in an ice cream parlor as Riddle casually inquired. Adley took a sip of soda and replied, "Me? I'm also an only child, but I have a cousin. He's a bit of a bookworm, and we have nothing in common. I also have a female cousin, she." Adley hesitated, his expression twisting into one of disdain tinged with a hint of fear. He gulped down more soda, producing a loud belch. "She's a weirdo." Chapter 4, Strategy Step 4. Windy, coming quickly. A weirdo. Riddle's fingers traced the condensation on the glass cup. That term was all too familiar from his days in the orphanage. Initially, they brazenly hurled it at him, attempting to ostracize and humiliate him. Eventually, they whispered it in hushed tones, avoiding his gaze like frightened birds. Riddle did not harbor any aversion to the term. For them, weirdo not only symbolized disdain, but also embodied their fear. He relished the power of instilling fear far more than the bitterness of being derided. With a smile, Riddle inquired with curiosity, "What do you mean? Does she not enjoy Quidditch and prefer Muggle football instead?" His nonchalant jest further relaxed the already defenseless Adley, prompting him to vent. "That would be madness, not weirdness. Fiona, well, she's my sister, actually just 2 months younger than me. She'll be joining us at Hogwarts this year. I wonder which house she will be sorted into. I'm definitely Slytherin. What about you, Tom?" "Slytherin, without a doubt." Riddle responded with a smile and a knowing glance, though internally he felt impatience. This fellow still spoke in circles, lacking focus, while his 2 sons displayed far more maturity. Riddle had to redirect the conversation. "If Fiona truly is as peculiar as you claim, perhaps she will end up in Ravenclaw? That's where oddities tend to congregate." This was not a malicious slander, but rather a fact based on proportionality. Adley chuckled, considering she was fine as a child, just a bit introverted, reluctant to speak with others. Back then my uncle, Ethelred, and Aunt Cordelia would often bring her over to play. She would sneak away with me to the study to read books, most of which I couldn't even name. Or she would spend entire days playing with my mom's pet cat, which was old, thin, and shedding fur, while she cradled it and murmured incomprehensible words. Feigning disappointment, Riddle remarked, "Is that all? I expected to hear something far more captivating." He adopted a tone that suggested Adley was overreacting. Adley, determined not to be outdone, retorted, "I haven't finished yet." When she was 6, her magic surged uncontrollably, and she had to be rushed to St. Mungo's, where she was unconscious for 3 days. Aunt Cordelia wasn't so fortunate. She was in a coma for a full fortnight. According to my mom, her face had been submerged in boiling water. She almost resembled a medium-rare steak. Ooh, so gross. Riddle's eyes flickered with interest. Instead of displaying the same revulsion as Adley, he calmly sipped his chilled lemon iced tea, savoring the sickly sweet flavor as he licked his back molars. "That sounds rather fascinating," he remarked nonchalantly. Adley, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Riddle's composed demeanor, was compelled to divulge more in an attempt to elicit shock from his newfound friend. While it was not uncommon for underage wizards to cause magical disturbances affecting their families, my aunt erupted in a fit upon waking, claiming she would send Fiona to Azkaban. Asserting that it was not an accident, but Adley lowered his voice ominously, Fiona intended to kill her. Intriguing, Riddle silently applauded in his mind. However, he maintained an outward appearance of skepticism. How could that be possible? They are mother and daughter. How could a daughter harbor such murderous intent towards her own mother? Of course it is possible. Hatred can be more unyielding than blood ties. Adley hesitated, as if contemplating his next words. Aunt Cordelia has a rather stern demeanor. While she dotes on Fiona, she can be tempestuous if Fiona fails to meet her expectations, often resulting in punishment. But as you said, even if Fiona despises her, she wouldn't wish her dead. My uncle also claimed she was overstimulated and had lost her mind, hence her wild accusations. After stating this, he added a cautionary note. "This is our family secret. I'm only sharing it with you because of our newfound friendship, so please do not let it slip." Riddle understood that Adley had yet to reveal something more crucial, but it evidently touched upon their family's reputation, making it unwise to pry further. He considered employing legilimency, yet found himself unable to do so. He could only utilize the spells he had previously mastered at this stage, such as the Obliviation Charm, which he had self-taught before his last entrance to Hogwarts and could now perform. Legilimency, as the system informed him, would not be unlocked until the summer before his second year. "You have already received ample benefits, Mr. Riddle. Do not attempt to seize the entirety of the world unless you wish to adopt the surname Potter," the system admonished in response to Riddle's dissatisfaction. Riddle found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. After all, there was no reasoning with the system. He was astonished to discover that he had reached a day where he hoped for others to engage in rational discourse. Those Death Eaters who had felt the sting of his curses and avadas would undoubtedly be moved to tears upon learning of this development. Razamin probas futila. Riddle finds himself compelled to relinquish brute force in favor of intellect. "You ought to express gratitude, Mr. Riddle, for you nearly forgot you possessed this asset," the system commented. Riddle feigned indifference. "Family secrets?" he scoffed. "Without scandals or hidden truths, can one truly call it a family?" He continued with a smirk. "Do not wear that expression. Dear Adley, I am far more intrigued by what dessert awaits us after dinner than by this." Adley promptly cast aside any regret or worry about contravening his parents' admonitions, and leaned in with palpable curiosity. "What amusing tales do you have to share, Tom? What else is there?" Riddle replied nonchalantly. "Merely tales of squibs, half-bloods, elopements, infidelities, illegitimate offspring, and inheritance disputes. Honestly, is there anything fresh under the sun?" Though he appeared disinterested, he was acutely aware of Adley's expressions, and upon noticing a subtle change in his demeanor regarding a particular term, he inwardly smiled. "Ah. It seems we have touched upon the subject of illegitimate children." He continued, "Do you wish to hear these tiresome anecdotes? I would rather you share something that genuinely fits the description of freakish, at least to inject some excitement into this otherwise mundane afternoon I've taken off from Mr. Ollivander." Naturally, Adley did not wish to be perceived as dull in the eyes of his new acquaintance, completely forgetting his earlier resolution to refrain from speaking out of turn, and readily followed Riddle's lead. "Well, if I must confess where the peculiarity lies, I am at a loss. Ever since that surge of magical energy, their family has scarcely ventured out." Aunt Cordelia's face was too severely injured to heal completely, leaving her looking quite frightful. My uncle even resigned from his position at the ministry to care for her. I never realized he possessed such depth of affection and patience. As for Fiona, Adley's voice unconsciously softened. She has become far more amiable and cheerful than before. When we visited their family, she even stepped in to entertain us in place of Aunt Cordelia, who remained hidden away in her room. My uncle's demeanor towards her has also warmed considerably. They appear to be a more harmonious family than ever. "So, where does her fault lie?" Riddle inquired, his impatience evident as he tapped his fingers against the glass cup. producing a crisp sound. Adley swallowed hard. Last year, after an argument with my parents, I ran away with nowhere to go and thought to spend the night at my uncle's. He welcomed me with open arms, and I ended up staying. In the middle of the night, I awoke to use the bathroom and, passing Fiona's room, heard soft humming coming from within. I opened the door, intending to ask her what could possibly be so delightful at such an hour. I know I should have knocked, but I was accustomed to entering doors in my own home. What I saw was her sitting in an armchair, head bowed, mending something. What was she mending? Riddle inquired softly. Adley gasped, terror evident in his eyes, as if that scene had left him with a profound psychological scar. He gulped down his soda and, in a hushed tone, vented, she was stitching the neck back onto a decapitated house elf. Riddle understood that some families would decapitate their house elves when they aged beyond usefulness, hanging their heads on the wall as decorations, a practice pioneered by the blacks. He envisioned the scene as described by Adley, in the dim light of midnight. A 10-year-old girl hummed softly, cradling an old, hideous wrinkled house elf, as she merrily stitched its severed head back onto its body. Perhaps she even glanced up at Adley standing in the doorway, and offered a slight smile. Riddle reluctantly admitted that his index finger tingled slightly. He had always instilled fear in others through bloody violence. Yet Fiona seemed imbued with an unsettling, eerie quality. Placed within the context of a Muggle novel, or even a wizard's fairy tale, such a scene could easily frighten children into sleepless nights haunted by nightmares. System. Does Fiona Shafik perhaps suffer from some mental affliction? Riddle queried. If this were the case, it would explain the inexplicable decline in her favorability. The system responded, astonished, Mr. Riddle. How dare you presume to judge another's mental state? Riddle retorted, what repercussions might there be for uttering a curse? You could always try, the system replied. Riddle inhaled deeply. Adley misinterpreted his reaction, and, finally invigorated, exclaimed, you find it frightening too, don't you? He was so terrified he had a month of nightmares. He hasn't dared return to their home since. Riddle nodded with a smile. Indeed, she was peculiar. He remained at Ollivander's wand shop until the final day before the school year commenced. It was a twilight beset by impending rain, where the dim rays of sunlight struggled to fend off the encroaching darkness. Riddle illuminated a small lamp within the shop, and was about to replace the lampshade when the door swung open. A chilling gust of wind surged in, extinguishing the candlelight. Riddle looked up to see the last flickers of light vanish, enveloping the world in an oppressive darkness that made breathing feel laborious. A slender silhouette stood at the entrance, appearing as though it might be swept away by the wind, its long hair dancing wildly. Hello, a delicate voice, fragile and ethereal, floated into Riddle's ears. Are you still open? Riddle instinctively stiffened, gripping the lamp base tightly. He reignited the candle and, within the narrow space illuminated by its glow, beheld the unexpected pale visage, meeting her half-squinted blue eyes. Welcome, Riddle said with a slow smile. It's quite windy outside, do come in. Chapter 5. Strategy Step 5. Hello, Mavilo. Ding. The target has appeared, and the favorability system has automatically activated. Current favorability is at 0. Please enhance it by at least 1 point within 10 minutes, or the mission will be deemed a failure. Ding. Favorability increased by 1. Current favorability remains at 0. Please enhance it by at least 1 point within 10 minutes, or the mission will be deemed a failure. Countdown begins. 599, 598, 597. The system dutifully reported. Riddle. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions, even suspecting the system was deliberately complicating matters for him. System PA. 565, 564. Riddle. Why was the last increase 2 points, but this time only 1? System. You had a beef pie for lunch and now desire another for dinner? 532, 531. Riddle did not wish to engage in a debate about the comparability of beef pies. He wondered if perhaps the dim lighting obscured his appearance and demeanor. Was her standard not excessively stringent? He felt an impulsive urge to conjure a mirror and inspect his reflection. Despite the pressing countdown, Riddle resisted the urge to recklessly approach and instead called for Ollivander, retreating to the back room of the shop. He heard Ollivander's surprised voice, at this hour. Are you alone? Fiona's voice was barely audible. My father passed by the leaky cauldron and decided to stop in for a drink. Though her tone gave nothing away, Riddle instinctively sensed it was a lie. Oh, what a careless father, he thought. Well, poor little girl, extend your dominant hand. Let me take your measurements. Riddle emerged from the inner room to find Fiona standing with her arms raised, allowing the silver-marked tape measure to glide across her form. She had shed her black cloak, revealing a black silk turtleneck shirt and a long black skirt beneath. An ensemble that would not be out of place at a funeral. Or perhaps it was as if she lay there, awaiting others to recite elegies on her behalf. Her gray hair cascaded haphazardly over her shoulders. Her lips appeared somewhat pale, and her expression bore a calmness tinged with a hint of indifferent languor. Her gaze fixated on the measuring tape draped across her form, betraying no discernible emotion. Riddle placed the cup of hot tea he had just poured on the shelf beside her, adopting a tone that was slightly concerned yet not overly familiar. I don't know if you require it, but if you feel cold, you may take a sip to warm yourself. Fiona turned her head to glance at him. Riddle nodded with a smile. No one could discern his inner turmoil, taut as a tightrope walker suspended over a perilous abyss. Who knew if, in the next moment, he would retreat to the orphanage room, lying on the bed and staring at the cobwebs on the ceiling? Thank you, Fiona said softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ding. Affection level increased by 2, current affection level at 2. It seemed that this time, her gratitude carried a semblance of sincerity. Taking a small step away from the brink of life and death, Riddle knew when to withdraw, promptly moving to assist Ollivander, who was busily sifting through the shelves, stacking the chosen long boxes neatly. All right, Ollivander and Riddle approached Fiona, each bearing a pile of boxes. The measuring tape flew back into Ollivander's hand. Here you go, miss. Give this one a try, made from hazel and unicorn tail hair. 8 inches long, quite inflexible. See how it feels. During his time beside Ollivander, Riddle had nearly mastered the properties represented by the materials of the wands. Hazel was suited for helpful, considerate, and likable wizards, while unicorn tail hair produced the most stable magic. Perhaps in Ollivander's eyes, this young girl, with her gentle and charming appearance, was indeed a sweet child. Yet, the reality was far from it. Oh, this doesn't suit me. Let us try another, she said. Beechwood and phoenix feather, 7 inches long, rather supple. No, that won't do at all. If a young wizard were to be matched with a beechwood wand, it would signify wisdom beyond their years. However, it could not be wielded by those who were narrow-minded and obstinate. What about this one? Chestnut and unicorn tail hair, 9 inches long. Oh, dreadful. Concern for justice? This wand seemed to yearn to leap from her grasp. Riddle mused that if Ollivander continued along this line, Fiona might flail her arms in frustration, unable to find a wand suited to her. Fiona had tried over 10 wands, each utterly incompatible. Yet Ollivander grew increasingly excited, muttering about the finicky young lady while rummaging through the shelves. Riddle observed her standing quietly, devoid of any impatience, appearing quite docile and good-natured. However, recalling the last time she had expressed gratitude while increasing his favorability, he had ample reason to speculate that if Ollivander possessed a favorability system, it would likely be in the negative hundreds by now. Out of a sense of vindictiveness, Riddle relished the thought of her enduring this ordeal for an entire evening. But for the sake of the task, he pondered for a moment before voicing his suggestion. Mr. Ollivander, perhaps we could try Blackthorn? Blackthorn was a rather unusual wandwood, often wielded by aurors, Death Eaters, and those incarcerated in Azkaban. Ollivander paused, then scrutinized Fiona anew, murmuring, very well, perhaps I should indeed shift my focus. He then returned with a selection of wands crafted from blackthorn, walnut, and hawthorn, woods with more complex attributes. It was evident that these wands produced a more satisfactory effect than those previously tried, yet they still fell short of perfection. Ollivander sank into contemplation. At that moment, Fiona finally directed her wandering gaze toward Riddle. He felt, for a fleeting instant, as though he had transformed into a frog. Her gaze akin to a delicate yet sharp blade, cold and adeptly slicing through his spine, seemingly intent on peeling away his skin and probing his very essence. Riddle maintained his smile unperturbed. Ding. Affection level increased by 5, current affection level at 7. Riddle nearly faltered in his grin. Such a sudden surge in favorability was certainly cause for joy, yet he yearned to discern the precise basis for Fiona's shifting sentiments. He did not wish to gamble on her moods indefinitely. He could not abide being swayed by another's emotions. His desire was to stand as the ultimate orchestrator. Fiona lifted the now lukewarm tea to her lips, taking a sip before looking up at Riddle with a smile. Thank you for the tea. I feel much better. You are Mr. Ollivanders. Just a half-student, Riddle replied gently. I discovered my interest in this field when I came to purchase a wand, and Mr. Ollivander seemed to think we shared a common language, generously allowing me to study with him for a time, though I feel I am more at play. Fiona responded with a soft, oh, indicating that he too was a new student this year? Indeed, I am Tom Riddle. Perhaps we will be sorted into the same house. Fiona hesitated, and Riddle recognized the weight of that pause. She was contemplating whether there existed a Riddle in the wizarding world. Almost all born into pureblood families instinctively reacted to a stranger revealing their name in such a manner. Clearly, she had not found a match. Yet, Rather than dismissing the topic politely or bluntly inquiring about his parents' wizarding status, she asked, "May I know your middle name?" If he declined, would it diminish or augment her favorability? Riddle deliberated, ultimately deciding against a bold challenge before fully grasping her character. And with a hint of surprise he replied, "Of course. It is Marvolo. My full name is Tom Marvolo Riddle." Fiona paused once more. Then Riddle noticed a cryptic smile slowly unfurling on her previously pale visage, infusing it with a sudden vitality. The languor in her eyes transformed into an intriguing depth, akin to a cat that had captured a mouse. "Marvolo," she said languidly. "Marvolo Gaunt?" Riddle could not suppress the instant sharpness in his gaze. Ding. Affection level increased by 2, current affection level at 9. The finicky young lady, come now? Try this wand. A dusty Ollivander emerged with an aged box that seemed to hold a story of its own. "This is a wand made by my father. He favored using peculiar creatures for the core. Yet since I took over the shop, I have yet to find a worthy owner for it. Perhaps, though the chances are slim, it could be you?" Fiona smiled, averting her gaze from Riddle as she retrieved the wand from the box, jet black, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of jagged bones. With a casual flick, a jet black mist, akin to ink, erupted from the wand's tip, dispersing like a black veil or ominous clouds, enveloping Fiona in a shroud that obscured her entirely. All that remained visible was a dark silhouette exuding a damp chill, radiating an aura of danger and foreboding. Riddle almost believed she had conjured a bat. Ollivander, spellbound, clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Indeed it is this one. Ebony, with the tail hair of a nightmare, a truly wondrous combination. 13.5 inches long, remarkably sturdy. It is hard to imagine such a small girl wielding it." Ebony wood, remembered Riddle, was described by Ollivander as a wand exceptionally suited for casting all manner of aggressive spells and transfigurations. Its owners are typically unconventional, possessing a distinct personality or a penchant for being outsiders. The tail hair of the nightmare presents an even more intricate and complex core, challenging to integrate with wood for wand crafting. However, Riddle knew of another wand that incorporated such a core. The Elder Wand. Shadows swiftly dissipated and Fiona, under the dim light, gazed contemplatively at the wand in her hand, betraying neither surprise nor joy as she carelessly returned it to its box. She did not glance at Riddle again. "Mr. Ollivander, let us proceed with the payment." 7 galleons, although the wand's worth far exceeded this figure. Yet all wands were priced uniformly. After settling the payment, Fiona donned her cloak, grasped the neatly wrapped wand, and prepared to depart. Riddle's thoughts raced, and he took 2 steps forward. "It's too late. Allow me to escort you to your father." Ollivander wore an ambiguous expression, winking at the boy he rather fancied, and chimed in, "Indeed, a delicate young lady such as yourself should not venture alone on a night like this." Fiona turned back, the hood of her cloak obscuring half her face, revealing only the faintest upward curve of her lips. "It is my honor, Mr. Riddle." Ding, affection points increased by 1. Current affection level is 10. Chapter 6, Strategy Step 6. Thank you, no need for pretense. As the door swung open, a gust of cold wind, laced with raindrops, rushed in. Riddle requested 2 umbrellas from Ollivander, leading the way while shielding Fiona from the wind, allowing her to unfurl her umbrella as she stepped outside. Regrettably, this considerate gesture did not enhance his affection points. The two walked side by side along the damp road, the rain beating down heavily upon the black umbrella, producing a dull patter. Illuminated by the streetlights and the glow from the storefronts, Riddle cast a glance at Fiona, who stood a head shorter than him, slender and frail, struggling against the fierce wind to maintain her grip on the umbrella. Even so, she appeared as though she might be swept away, umbrella and all, at any moment. Yet Riddle was now acutely aware that this 11-year-old girl was far from the delicate creature her appearance suggested. "You are Riddle," she spoke. "Fiona Shafik." Her voice was nearly drowned out by the rain. Should he mention Adley to strengthen their connection? Riddle pondered but hesitated, uncertain of Fiona's feelings towards her cousin, fearing it might backfire. "Miss Shafik," he addressed her politely, refraining from using her first name. "Who is Maripy Gaunt?" He feigned ignorance. The Gaunt family was reclusive, shunning social interaction with other wizards and families, and it had been a long time since a child from their lineage attended Hogwarts. He had only discovered this family, long believed to be extinct, in his 5th year. How could she know? And how could she make the leap from the name Maripy to Gaunt so effortlessly? On September 15, 1925, the Daily Prophet published a report stating that Morphin Gaunt was sentenced to 3 years in Azkaban for attacking Muggles and injuring ministry officials, while Maripy Gaunt received a 6-month prison term for her involvement in harming ministry personnel. Fiona's voice was soft and measured, tinged with an uncomfortable dampness as if soaked by the rain. Riddle was taken aback. He had uncovered the Gaunt family through genealogical connections among wizarding families. Unaware of the information she had just revealed, a new question arose. Fiona should not have been born at that time. How could she possibly know of this report? Before Riddle could voice his query, Fiona continued, Tom Marvolo Riddle, there is no Riddle family among the wizarding clans in Britain, unless you hail from abroad, given your distinctly London accent, which seems unlikely. A more probable scenario is that your father is not a wizard. You appear quite familiar with the wizarding world, suggesting your mother is likely a witch. Of course, there are numerous other possibilities, such as being born into a wizarding family, but raised by muggles due to various circumstances, or your father being a wizard who passed away, leaving your mother to remarry a muggle named Riddle. Or perhaps you are an illegitimate child, and cannot bear your father's surname. Riddle's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Fiona. He had once employed the very possibilities she articulated to hint at his identity to inquisitive classmates. Often he needed only a resigned smile or a subtle glance, and they would weave elaborate tales that they wholeheartedly believed, which would then circulate embellished through the school. However, as a personal interest, I enjoy unearthing the lesser-known stories of wizarding families, which is why I happen to know some tidbits that others do not. Fiona kept her gaze fixed ahead, and from Riddle's vantage point he could only see a small portion of her pointed chin beneath the hood. As she spoke, a slight smile graced her lips, the delicate curve of her jaw lifting slightly. While Gaunt and his son were imprisoned, Gaunt's daughter eloped with a muggle named Tom Riddle. She spoke slowly, with an odd sense of wonder. Isn't it a remarkable coincidence that Tom Marvolo Riddle shares no greater twist of fate than this? If not for the system restricting his abilities, the current Fiona Shafik would already be a lifeless corpse lying in a puddle, Riddle lamented. Yet in truth, one need not employ the killing curse to commit murder. A simple leglocker curse coupled with a binding spell could send her tumbling into the water, and within mere minutes, she would cease to struggle. Alas, this was Diagon Alley, not Nocturne Alley. Visions of various potential demises for Fiona flashed through Riddle's mind, compelling him to suppress his murderous intent, and instead contemplate how she had come to know such clandestine details. Uncovering the lesser-known narratives of wizarding families? The tale of Merope could hardly be documented in any records or publications. How could a girl who had yet to enter Hogwarts possess such knowledge? Suddenly Riddle jolted. If Fiona was aware of this matter now, it implied that she must have known about it during his previous life as well. In other words, while he was at Hogwarts, garnering support and forming alliances under the pretense of being a descendant of Slytherin, there had been someone unbeknownst to him, quietly observing his folly from the shadows. Despite being a past occurrence with no other witnesses, a wave of embarrassment and humiliation washed over Riddle. The murderous intent he had barely managed to suppress intensified. Yet on the surface he maintained an expression of astonishment, saying, "Is that truly the case? Thank you for revealing this to me. Honestly, I have long sought the truth of my heritage. While this news may not be particularly exhilarating, discovering one's identity is indeed a cause for celebration." With a melancholic sigh he added, "After all, one cannot choose their origins. No matter how unsavory the truth may be, one must learn to accept it." Ding. Affection points decreased by 5. Current affection level is 5. Riddle. No, although he himself feigned a bit of disgust. Should he not feel a surge of sympathy for the broodingly handsome figure revealing sincere feelings amidst such a wretched storm, thus increasing his affection to offer comfort? What does it mean to lose so many affection points? Does he not like this type? Ding. Affection points decreased by 1. Current affection level is 4. Ding. Affection points decreased by 1. Current affection level is 3. Ding. Affection points decreased by 1. Current affection level is 2. Riddle. What on earth is happening? Is Fiona Shafik truly devoid of sense? The description of her as an oddity by Adley comes to mind, prompting Riddle to decisively change his course. Would this not align more closely with the public's expectations of a young man of complex heritage, imbued with tragedy? At this moment on stage, he should elicit applause from gentlemen and tears from ladies. Yet he transforms his dismay into a cynical smirk. The incessant announcements finally ceased, leaving his favorability teetering at a mere 2. His heart raced violently, colliding against his throat, and a thin sheen of sweat formed on his back. The cold air swept through him, sending shivers coursing across his entire being. Accompanying this was a fury that nearly shattered his remaining sanity. He would rather confront Dumbledore head-on, prefer to face the world's onslaught in utter isolation, or even choose to become a being weaker than a ghost, wandering the desolate streets of Albania day and night, then tremble at the whims of a mere girl. It felt as though he had become a ferocious beast trapped in a cage, with a noose around his neck. While the sheep outside merely had to tug the rope to render him powerless, choking him to death. Losing his strength was one thing. He could still seek opportunities to rise again. However, having his claws removed and being forced to grovel with raw meat dangled before him was a humiliation that made him feel nauseated. You have a choice, Mr. Riddle. The system interjected at an inopportune moment. If you cannot endure what you perceive as a violation of your dignity, you may opt to abandon the task. Riddle scoffed. To either succumb to degradation or to end it all. The system coldly remarked, to live or to perish, that is a question worth contemplating. Mr. Riddle, I have told you before, you are perpetually too greedy, always feeling that the world has given you too little of what you possess. Even when granted the chance to be reborn, you take it for granted, resenting even the slightest cost. I shall refrain from further commentary on your character. I merely wish to inform you that while you toy with others as if they were mere ants, you must be prepared to be treated as one yourself. His nails dug deeply into his palm as Riddle clenched his fists tightly. After the system fell silent, Fiona's light voice followed. What if we were on stage? She laughed softly. I believe, Mr. Riddle, that you have always stood upon the stage. Riddle froze. Fiona halted her steps, finally tilting her head upward, her hood slipping slightly to reveal her complete visage. Riddle too came to a standstill, looking down upon her. The neon lights of the shop cast reflections upon the damp ground, spreading into muddy, murky hues that danced across their pallid faces. Rainwater cascaded from their umbrellas, forming two transparent curtains of water. Through the veil, Fiona's face, tinted with strange shades, remained elusive. Riddle could not discern her subtle expressions, only noting the slight upward curve of her lips, resembling an ancient rune symbolizing malevolence. While I enjoy being an audience member, I prefer to observe the genuine drama from backstage. Naturally, I am more discerning when it comes to scripts crafted solely for my amusement. Mr. Riddle, your performance was commendable. Yet your emotional investment was rather coarse, and while it added a touch of color to your persona, such a degree is insufficient to elicit my applause. Fiona critiqued with the tone of one selecting merchandise. Riddle ceased his fade of goodwill, the false mask peeling away to reveal his cold demeanor. Ding. Favorability increased by 1, current favorability at 3. He ignored the system's notification, his voice chillingly inquired, how did you discover the secrets of the Gaunt family? Fiona patiently reiterated, as I mentioned, your performance was too lackluster, as though someone were forcing you with a knife from behind. Your expressions and emotions were entirely disjointed, making it exceedingly difficult for me to feign appreciation. Riddle narrowed his eyes, raising his wand, which he had been clutching tightly, to her throat. He understood that this might diminish his favorability, yet he could no longer bear her condescending demeanor. He desired to witness her face pale with fear, to see her beg for mercy. To his disappointment, Fiona merely pouted, her expression tinged with disdain as she remarked, it seems you possess a character incapable of accepting failure? How unfortunate, for that is precisely the hallmark of a typical loser. Ding. Favorability decreased by 2, current favorability at 1. Apologies, I acted impulsively, unable to employ lethal spells. Threats proved futile, and Riddle could only retract his wand, adjusting his tone to a more neutral pitch. Miss Shafiq, might I request that you enlighten me on how you came to know of the Gaunt family? Given the current circumstances, he had abandoned any hope of improving his favorability. With the opportunity slipping away, he sought to extract as much information as possible. You wish to know? Fiona pondered for a moment, then cheerfully nodded. Well, considering you have entertained me throughout the evening, I shall divulge it. She leaned closer to Riddle, standing on her tiptoes as if to whisper a secret. Instinctively, Riddle lowered his body. Her delicate face filled his vision, and he gazed into her unusually blue eyes, as though peering deep into the heart of 2 cornflowers. I simply, she whispered, her breath, mingled with the cool moisture, brushing against his chin. In that instant, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 7. The 7th step of the strategy. Alright, let's get serious. Ding. Each morning, it is not the chime of bells that awakens one, but dreams. Not everyone is destined for success. Belief is the conviction that even when the future is obscured and hope appears dim, one must still trust in oneself. That the life chosen is indeed the right one. With dreams, one can glimpse the future. Good morning, Mr. Riddle. As usual, the system extended its heartfelt greetings when the sun reached its zenith, addressing Riddle, who remained motionless by the window. Is today another day of isolation, Mr. Riddle? Riddle feigned ignorance. The system sighed sympathetically. I understand your feelings, Mr. Riddle. Should your favorability return to 0, you might comfort yourself by thinking I am merely tormenting you. However, to fall to the hands of a genuine 11-year-old girl is, indeed, a considerable blow to the dignity of the Dark Lord. Be silent, Riddle said calmly. Yet, The system selectively chose to ignore his words, continuing to needle him. Do you recall what the task objective stated? The unwillingness to acknowledge one's failures is precisely the most characteristic trait of a loser. It has been 3 days, and you are still unable to accept reality? Please be quiet, System Riddle reiterated. Tiny cracks began to appear on the window, and the bed in the room trembled slightly, emitting a disconcerting sound. At over 60 years of age, still engaging in magical tantrums, the system muttered. Uncertain if it wished to prevent Riddle from failing before even encountering the task objective, or if it had already achieved its aim of striking a nerve. It quietly withdrew its presence. The room and the realm of consciousness returned to tranquility. Riddle's gaze remained fixed on the window, now marred with spiderweb-like fissures. His emotions far from the calm facade he presented. The system's mocking words echoed in his ears. Once more, the image of those blue eyes, infused with a mysterious smile, resurfaced. As the system had remarked, he could not come to terms with the notion that he would perish at the hands of a girl yet to enter Hogwarts. Indeed, he had not heard the system's announcement. After losing consciousness, he had returned directly to this room. Riddle had yet to comprehend the manner of her demise. Her wand remained ensconced within its case, untouched. What profound magic could a child, still uninitiated into Hogwarts, possibly wield? He had inquired of the system, which merely retorted, "That is your concern, not mine." Cursing his own predicament, Riddle involuntarily upended the sole chair in the room. Ever since he had discovered his identity as a wizard, he had never resorted to physical violence as an outlet for his emotions, deeming it a behavior beneath the dignity of a wizard, belonging instead to muggles. Yet, at that moment, he yearned to extract the system from his mind and strangle it with his bare hands. This nearly maddening fury had consumed him for 3 days, leaving him with a smoldering unrest that clung to his heart like a persistent shadow. The term loser, which he desperately sought to disregard, became increasingly pronounced, relentlessly piercing the defenses of his psyche and forcing him to confront a stark reality. He was indeed a failure. Since the day of his rebirth, Riddle had subconsciously evaded the inevitable conclusion that loomed before him. He had lost. He had been bested by Harry Potter, vanquished by the so-called magic of love embodied in Potter. His initial defeat as an infant could be attributed to mere oversight. Yet the catastrophic failure in their confrontation afforded him no excuses for denial. The same held true for Fiona Shafiq. Riddle had always perceived his adversary as the system itself, a mysterious entity that transcended the rules he understood, while the seemingly inconsequential girl had merely been a hurdle orchestrated by the system, one he believed he could effortlessly surpass. However, the girl he had underestimated delivered a painful lesson, mocking and warning him that if he continued to deceive himself, he would inevitably repeat his past mistakes. Riddle closed his eyes, remaining motionless on the hard wooden chair until deep into the night, when the fierce struggle within his mind finally subsided. What was it that he truly sought? He pondered, answering without hesitation, to live, to attain immortality. Thus, what was he willing to sacrifice to achieve this goal? In comparison to the tangible act of living, the trivialities of pride, fleeting dignity, and superficial reputation were entirely dispensable. He firmly believed that after securing ultimate victory, he would reclaim all that he was compelled to relinquish in the present. Opening his eyes, Riddle stared intensely at the mottled moonlight on the floor, devoid of emotion, and began to meticulously envision Fiona Shafiq, placing her on equal footing with himself to scrutinize and contemplate her character. According to the information provided by Adley, Fiona had always exhibited an eccentric disposition, likely a product of her status as an illegitimate child, subjected to harsh treatment by her mother. Uncertain of the role her father played, whether as a protector or an enabler, understanding her familial dynamics would be a crucial key to mastering her temperament. Fiona had a penchant for reading books that Adley could not comprehend, which seemed to correlate with her professed fascination for unearthing the obscure narratives of wizarding families. However, this could not be conclusively ascertained, as the veracity of her claims remained uncertain. If true, this unusual hobby must have stemmed from some special motivation. What could compel a child to seek out the sordid secrets of wizarding families? Riddle immediately drew a parallel to himself. He had delved into the genealogies of wizarding families to explore his own heritage. Might she not share a similar motive? This speculation elicited an inexplicable sensation within Riddle, prompting him to furrow his brow and delve deeper into thought. What was the peculiar ability she had employed against him that night? It required no wand, nor incantation. And at her age, even if she were a prodigy surpassing him, such exaggerated power seemed implausible. Was it some magical artifact? Or perhaps an ancient dark magic she had gleaned from her readings? This was a matter that demanded clarification. Based on the fluctuations in their rapport since that night, Fiona appeared to have little fondness for the amiable, refined persona he had meticulously constructed. Rather, she seemed intrigued by glimpses of his genuine self and emotions. Riddle had never encountered someone with such a distinctly peculiar disposition. Throughout his early years, he had cultivated an image of humility, diligence, and gentleness to win the favor of others. Gentleness implied harmlessness, while goodness represented purity. Most individuals preferred to associate with those who posed no threat. Even the deranged Bellatrix admired him for his formidable prowess and guiding principles, rather than his ruthless nature. Yet, even if Fiona was undeniably complex and enigmatic, she remained merely an 11-year-old child. Might her affections and perceptions differ fundamentally from what he understood? Riddle finally came to a realization. He had been employing tactics suited for seducing women to entice a young girl, which naturally yielded no desired results. What mattered more to children than handsome appearances and suave demeanor? Novelty, intrigue, uniqueness, and excitement. Instead of attempting to captivate her, he ought to engage her interests, create common ground, and showcase superior abilities in her favored domains, all while infusing a touch of mystery to ensnare her attention. He needed to offer her an endless supply of sweets and mischief, compelling her to pursue him. With a new strategy in mind, the remaining question was how to unravel the mysteries surrounding Fiona. Given the constraints on his abilities, his options were limited. After careful consideration, Riddle resolved to first establish a baseline rapport before plotting further once he entered the school. Pondering this, he queried the system. Is there a time limit on this task? The system replied none. Riddle raised an eyebrow. If there were no time constraints, did that not imply that as long as he maintained her favor within a safe margin, he could act freely? The difficulty of this should be less than that of maximizing her affection, should it not? By the time he reached his second year, and unlocked the ability to extract thoughts, or as he matured and regained more power, he could then employ other methods to contend with her. Having meticulously finalized his strategy and tactics for dealing with Fiona, Riddle adeptly navigated his third conversation with Dumbledore, nearly memorizing their dialogue. Subsequently, he ventured to Diagon Alley, where he pinpointed the timing of Adley's appearance, opting against waiting idly at Ollivander's, and instead orchestrating a serendipitous encounter at the precise moment. His skills in initiating conversation grew increasingly polished, and by the start of the term, he had nearly maximized Adley's favor. Contemplating how much easier it would be if Fiona was merely a fraction as manageable as her cousin. On the 1st of September, he and Adley met on the platform as agreed and boarded the train together. Upon witnessing Riddle employ the ignoring charm on the compartment door, Adley marveled. You're truly impressive. After receiving my textbooks, my father forced me to study daily. That is how I learned the clear water charm. Riddle replied nonchalantly. Perhaps I possess a particular aptitude in this area. Adley shrugged. Well, I've yet to discover anything you're not good at. Maybe having children? Riddle merely offered a perfunctory smile at Adley's poor attempt at humor. In the past, he would have wholeheartedly accepted Adley's flattery, but now he recognizes his own shortcomings. He is not adept at enhancing Fiona Shafik's favorability. Ah, Fiona. Adley gestured out the window for Riddle to look. There, do you see her? The one with gray hair. She is my cousin whom I mentioned before. Why can't she just dye her hair back to gold? It looks too peculiar. Ding. The target has appeared. The favorability system has automatically activated. Current favorability is 0. Please increase it by at least 1 point within 10 minutes, or the mission will be deemed a failure. The system's voice intertwined with Adley's as Riddle followed the direction of his gesture. On the bustling platform, Fiona's petite figure was nearly swallowed by the throngs of rolling suitcases. With only a wisp of gray visible, beside her stood a tall, slightly stooped elderly man, his hair a mix of white and brown, clad in a gray-green robe, resembling a frail old toad. Is that her father? Riddle inquired. Yes, my uncle Ezreid. Doesn't he look like Fiona's grandfather? He has aged quite rapidly over the years, but he was already quite late in having Fiona. To be honest, my mother always believed he and my aunt would never have children. Otherwise, the Shafik lineage would have faced extinction, and my mother would have surely wept inconsolably. Riddle disregarded Adley's meandering thoughts and focused intently on the two individuals. Ezreid was speaking kindly to Fiona, his lips forming words of caution regarding her school life, much like any concerned father would on a platform. A father who cares so deeply for his daughter would not force her to the brink of a magical crisis. Would he? Reflecting on Adley's earlier words about their family dynamics becoming harmonious only after Fiona's magical outburst, Riddle mentally questioned this detail. Are you certain your relationship with your cousin is good? As he observed Fiona struggling to lift her suitcase onto the train, Riddle sought clarification once more. At least from my perspective, it is. Adley seemed puzzled. What's the matter? Why are you so concerned about our sibling relationship? Merely worried about losing points due to your influence, Riddle chuckled. If it's good, let us invite her to our compartment. I'm quite curious about her. Upon seeing Adley's reluctant expression, Riddle offered a languid smile. I just want to see if you concocted a story to deceive me. Perhaps she is merely a pitiable girl used by her brother to frighten friends? Adley, feeling competitive, brushed aside his apprehensions and promptly exited the compartment to fetch Fiona, eager to prove his integrity. With a hand propped on the windowsill, Riddle leaned his head down to read, patiently listening to the system's countdown until the last 30 seconds. When Adley finally appeared at the compartment door, suitcase in hand, he entered, revealing Fiona, who still bore her pale, slender, and gentle demeanor. As their eyes met, the system chimed, ding. Favorability increased by 3. Current favorability is 2. Riddle felt satisfied. His practice in front of the mirror over the past few days had been worthwhile. Seizing the opportunity, while Adley turned his back to place the suitcase on the rack, Riddle deliberately appraised Fiona, offering a knowing smile. Hello, kindred spirit, he silently mouthed. Fiona narrowed her eyes slightly. Chapter 8. The 8th step of the strategy. At last, the day of enrollment had arrived. Ding. Favorability increased by 5. Current favorability is 7. The system's announcement confirmed Riddle's suspicions. Fiona Shafik indeed favored a more assertive persona. It remained uncertain how far she could tolerate, necessitating a gradual exploration. Adley placed the luggage and turned back, ceding his seat to Fiona, while he settled beside Riddle. This is my cousin Fiona Shafik, and this is my friend, Tom Riddle. Adley introduced them to each other. Riddle noted Fiona blink, revealing the same subtle expression she had displayed in the wand shop. He felt as though he were a well-prepared student finally privy to her thoughts. Fiona regarded Riddle thoughtfully, her gaze light yet seemingly serrated, skimming over him and briefly lingering on the open pages of his History of Magic textbook, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. To be honest, Riddle felt a reflexive jolt in his heart at the sight of her smile. He restrained himself from glancing down to check for any oversight, perhaps due to Adley's presence. Fiona refrained from inquiring about his middle name, instead directing her question to Adley. Did you meet while shopping for school supplies in Diagon Alley? Adley was taken aback. How do you know? Riddle remained composed, silently awaiting her response. Fiona did not answer but instead lifted her gaze. Following her line of sight, Riddle noticed the luggage rack above his seat, where his suitcase rested. What is it? Riddle thought his preparatory knowledge might be insufficient, as every inquiry from her seemed to exceed his expectations. Your pet? Fiona asked softly. Riddle paused, realizing he had placed a snake in his suitcase, intending to later demonstrate his Parseltongue and showcase his Slytherin lineage. Before boarding, he had commanded the snake to remain quiet, hence it had made no sound. How had she noticed? Fiona lowered her gaze. It seems unwell. Ding. Favorability decreased by 2. Current favorability is 5. Ding. Favorability decreased by 1. Current favorability is 4. Ding. Favorability decreased by 1. Current favorability is 3. Riddle thought, here we go again? He barely had time to ponder how she could discern whether a snake was comfortable, forcing a calm smile as he nonchalantly waved his wand. The suitcase floated down from the rack and opened automatically, revealing a small green snake, roughly the thickness of a pinky finger, curled in the corner. Adley gasped, leaping from his seat and rushing to the compartment door, ready to flee. You didn't mention you brought a snake? He exclaimed in terror. The acceptance letter stated only owls, cats, or toads are permitted. However, the two individuals seated opposite him paid him no heed. Come here, Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. The green snake slithered slowly from the suitcase, wrapping around Riddle's outstretched finger, coiling twice before lifting its head and flicking its red tongue at Fiona. Unlike Nagini, this small snake lacked any cognitive abilities. Thus Riddle could only issue simple commands without engaging in complex conversation. Adley stared in disbelief. Tom, you're a parcel mouth? I'm merely concerned it might frighten others. Riddle replied dismissively, gently stroking the triangular head of the snake while addressing Fiona. Most people are not particularly fond of them, are they? He refrained from asking Fiona how she had known of its existence, as that would undermine the air of mystery he had just crafted and relinquish the conversational advantage. Fiona did not express surprise at Riddle's Parseltongue, and instead focused intently on the snake. It's quite adorable. Does it have a name? A name? Why would a snake need a name? Ding. Favorability increased by 5. Current favorability is 8. Lilith, Riddle replied with unfathomable ease. Ding. The target's affinity increased by 2, bringing the current affinity to 10. Riddle. He couldn't help but question whether this affinity was intended for the serpent or for the human. Perhaps. You might wish to engage with it? He extended his hand towards Fiona. Without hesitation, she raised her hand to meet his, their overly pale hands almost touching. In the past, Riddle hissed an order. He initially contemplated adding a command to avoid harming her. Yet he was curious to see if she possessed the ability to tame the serpent. Thus he merely observed her reaction with a cold gaze. Adley watched in astonishment as the distinctly venomous little snake emerged from Riddle's fingertip, languidly draping itself over Fiona's fingertip, sinuously gliding as if a delicate thread connected the two, reminiscent of an ancient dark magic imbued with a sense of unspeakable perilous intimacy. Fiona gazed at the green serpent on the back of her hand, her fingers casually entwining around its tail, as if playing with her own hair. The green serpent reacted with indifference, comfortably resting its head upon her hand, flicking its tongue. Riddle heard it utter a single word, "Friend." Fiona, however, showed no reaction to its words, merely playing with it for a while, before returning it. Riddle felt the serpent on his wrist imbued with a warmth that did not belong to him. Although Fiona likely did not speak the serpent's tongue, he found himself harboring a subtle sense of affinity towards her. Fiona appeared to feel the same. She looked at Riddle and softly spoke. "Tom Riddle?" Riddle nodded, gazing intently into her eyes, articulating clearly, "Tom Marvolo Riddle." Since she would inevitably discover his identity, he deemed it wiser to present this name as an olive branch of sincerity, making her a shared keeper of his secret. Then, he witnessed her break into a knowing smile, not the awkwardly forced curve that resembled a hook lifting the corners of her mouth, but a genuinely pleasant expression that she directed towards him. "What a pleasure," she said. Ding. The target's affinity increased by 5, bringing the current affinity to 15. Accompanying the system's notification was Adley's exasperated complaint, "I say, could you not act as though I am invisible?" From then on, the two refrained from further conversation. Fiona spent the entire journey nestled in the angle between the seat and the window, her face buried in her long, gray hair. Resembling a pigeon tucking its head under its wing, soft and harmless, Riddle pretended to read. And whenever Adley could no longer contain his curiosity, he revealed Lilith from within his sleeve as a means to earn a generous affinity boost, for she deserved a name. Adley feared snakes and Fiona alike. He considered requesting a change of compartment, yet worried that he would miss any further exchanges between Riddle and Fiona, though he had not comprehended their prior conversation. His instincts told him that something significant was destined to unfold between them. As Riddle's friend and Fiona's cousin, he refused to allow himself to be deprived of first-hand information. As night fell, the train began to slow, and Fiona sat up at the sound of a notification echoing through the carriage, sweeping her hair behind her ear. Her blue eyes devoid of the remnants of sleep. The three of them had donned their school robes before boarding, silently waiting for the crowd in the corridor to disembark before leisurely following at the rear of the line onto the platform. Awaiting the new students was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a towering, muscular man with 3 deep scars resembling claw marks across his face, his gaze fierce and his tone unyielding. "Keep up, or you'll spend the night in the woods. Don't expect anyone to come looking for you." The new students shivered, and Adley felt a surge of anxiety. However, upon glancing at Riddle, whose expression remained calm, and Fiona, whose demeanor was composed, he appeared particularly timid by comparison. Just as he began to feel embarrassed, he quickly reassured himself that he was merely a normal person. Why should he compare himself to two extraordinary individuals? Thus he embraced his composure. Following the throng along the once familiar steep path, Riddle felt a stirring in his heart. If there existed anything in the world that could instill a modicum of goodwill within him, it would likely be Hogwarts. Out of place in the Muggle world, he found his rightful community at Hogwarts, where he learned how to empower himself, practiced the art of leadership, crafted the rules he desired, and compelled the weak to submit. In the subsequent years at Hogwarts, he became an unacknowledged king in the shadows, revered and obeyed by countless, who reveled in the sunlight with the carefree exuberance of ordinary youth. Yet beneath the shadows, they tore away their aides, extending their claws, heeding his every signal, reveling in bullying and oppression, vying for dominance under the twisted hierarchy he had established. Those were the most exhilarating and pleasurable times of his life. However, this blissful reminiscence quickly soured upon noticing the girl beside him beginning to struggle for breath. Riddle recalled that during his triumphant moments, there had been someone playing the role of an observer within the game he believed he had complete control over, or perhaps another identity he remained unaware of. That delightful enjoyment began to lose its sweetness. His glorious achievements abruptly transformed into a tarnished history, compelling him to exert effort to maintain the precarious equilibrium he had painstakingly established. Observing Fiona's faltering steps, Riddle retrieved his wand, waved it, transforming a fallen branch into a cane which he offered to her. Under normal circumstances he would have reached out to assist her. Yet he sensed that this approach might not suit Fiona. Transfiguration can resolve 80% of a wizard's troubles, Riddle whispered. Fiona glanced at him, accepting the cane in silence. Her affinity unchanged. Riddle felt little disappointment. He considered the fact that he had not lost any affinity to be a success in itself. Adley muttered beside him. I could use one too. Riddle feigned ignorance. After a long walk along the narrow path, they finally emerged into a clearing, where the Black Lake and the majestic castle nestled between two towering mountains dazzled before them. Under the starlit sky, countless glass windows sparkled like diamonds, dazzling and disorienting. Once they boarded a small boat, another figure joined them. Riddle cast a glance at the newcomer, a boy shrouded in silence, his identity indiscernible in the night. As the boat glided across the Black Lake, it docked at an underground port, and the group continued their ascent along a passageway. Guided by Hagrid's lantern, Riddle finally discerned the face of the boy accompanying them. Alpheus Black. Riddle frowned slightly, only to relax again, redirecting his focus to Fiona. The path became increasingly treacherous. Her body was evidently on the verge of collapse. Just when he contemplated offering assistance, Alpheus was the first to extend a hand to support Fiona. I can't keep my balance either. Let us lean on each other, he said, breathing heavily. Fiona replied softly, thank you. Riddle mused. If only he could discern her changing affinity towards others, it would serve as a valuable reference. After climbing for a while, the new students eventually arrived at a damp and level patch of grass beneath the castle, panting as they gazed up at the splendid structure looming above them. Ding! The system suddenly chimed, indicating that the scene had updated, and the checkpoint was overwritten. Checkpoint? What does that mean? Riddle inquired. It means that if you fail this time, when you restart, you will find yourself here again. After the system concluded its explanation, it remarked with a hint of exasperation. It was quite a challenge. It took 3 attempts to gain admission. I thought you would never escape that orphanage. Riddle replied, there won't be a next time. The system responded, I believe you. In Chapter 9, Step 9, Redirecting Anger. What right do they have? Ignoring the system's sardonic undertones, Riddle observed as Og knocked upon the grand oak door. Dumbledore's visage emerged from behind it, expressing his gratitude to Og before ushering the new students inside. This prompted Riddle to reminisce about his initial experience entering the castle. At that moment, he had been blissfully unaware that the world harbored anything beyond the confines of his dreary, dilapidated existence. He was utterly overwhelmed and captivated by the castle's grandeur and enigmatic charm. Consequently, an insatiable ambition burgeoned within him, a desire to possess it, to claim it as his own. He inherently believed that if beauty existed in the world, it ought to belong to him, or be obliterated. In a waiting chamber, Dumbledore briefly introduced the school and the forthcoming sorting ceremony, before excusing himself to ensure the Great Hall was prepared. I truly hope this happens soon. I am both fatigued and famished, sighed Adley. Turning his head, he finally recognized a fellow boat passenger and greeted him. Alfred, it's you. How are you? Riddle stole a glance from the corner of his eye. The bright lights revealed Alfred's striking features, his wavy chestnut hair, gray eyes, and slightly darker lips contrasting against his pale complexion, imparting an unexpected vibrancy. He smiled gently at Adley, exuding an air of sophistication and nobility. Hello, Adley. I'm quite well. Thank you for your concern. His voice was soft and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Riddle internally scoffed. What a charade. A mocking chuckle from the system echoed in his mind. Isn't this a coincidence? You've hit the character archetype. Riddle coldly retorted, a sickly wretch. And he dares to compare himself to me? He is ill in body, while you are ill in mind. Indeed, it is an unworthy comparison. Silence, the system replied. Falling into silence, Riddle's gaze shifted to Fiona. A few strands of damp hair clung to her forehead, perhaps due to the cool breeze or the exertion from their journey. Her pale cheeks tinged with a faint blush, yet her lips remained ghostly white. Although her face bore signs of fatigue, it lacked any semblance of distress, portraying a hauntingly beautiful pallor. Another sickly one. Ill in both body and mind, Riddle mused, contemplating whether to cast a warming charm upon her. However, Alfred beat him to it, producing a clean handkerchief and offering it to Fiona. Would you like to wipe away the sweat? I haven't used it yet, he inquired softly, lightly tapping his wand. Riddle reminisced about the sharp, piercing sound of magic. Fiona shook her head. No thank you, I have one. Riddle felt a slight sense of relief, particularly as she chose not to retrieve her own handkerchief after her response. Had she been susceptible to such gestures, would he have had to wait until the 3rd attempt to behold Hogwarts Castle? Ding. Affection points increased by 1, current affection level, 16. Riddle raised an eyebrow. He glanced back at Fiona, who was engrossed in studying a portrait on the wall, seemingly oblivious to his presence. What could this inexplicable increment possibly signify? It wasn't until Dumbledore returned to guide them before the sorting hat in the Great Hall that Riddle pondered this further. The arbitrary point increase did not bring him joy. Rather, it heightened his wariness. Who could say whether her capricious affection might leap dramatically at any moment? During the sorting, Alfred and Adley, with their surnames early in the alphabet, were promptly assigned to Slytherin. Alfred took his seat at the spot reserved for him by Walburga, who joyfully embraced him. Adley settled at the forefront of the new students' table, shaking hands with the prefect Abraxas Malfoy beside him. As the remaining students dwindled, Riddle turned to Fiona, offering a smile before he was called. Slytherin, see you soon. Fiona, pulling her gaze from the drifting ghosts in the hall, met Riddle's dark eyes with an expression devoid of warmth. Ding. Affection points decreased by 1. Current affection level, 15. Riddle mused. Well, it seems I was right to refrain from speaking with her. He approached the stool, and as Dumbledore placed the sorting hat upon his head, it immediately declared Slytherin. He rose and exchanged a smile with the beaming Dumbledore, feigning excitement while calmly proceeding to the Slytherin table, settling beside Adley, who gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Eyes from all 4 long tables, some bright, others dim, were cast upon him, yet he remained unperturbed. Fiona followed closely behind, and upon her name being called, she too was sorted into Slytherin before she had fully settled on the stool. Riddle joined in the gentle applause as she approached, lowering her head to sit across from him, appearing sullen and withdrawn. Those beside her attempted to engage her in conversation, but she merely nodded or shook her head, quickly leading them to lose interest. She then faded into the background, her striking hair failing to draw anyone's attention. Riddle suddenly realized he had overlooked something crucial. He had forgotten that Fiona's character differed from his own. She yearned to remain inconspicuous, a silent observer in the shadows. Could her recent decline in affection have stemmed from his public acknowledgement of her, drawing unwanted attention? He instantly averted his gaze, resolving to conceal his interest in her. Reflecting on this, he recognized that while Fiona's thought processes were not akin to others, he ought not to perceive her as a capricious madwoman. At times, her fluctuating affection levels bewildered him, but this was merely a reflection of his own inability to fathom her character. He should regard her as an intricate, esoteric tome, and once he comprehended it fully, he would no longer lament how to leverage her disposition. After Headmaster Dippet delivered a brief address, an opulent feast materialized upon the table. Riddle elegantly selected a steak to savor. Regardless of his origins from the orphanage, he presented himself with impeccable poise. Even in his previous life, he had never exhibited any signs of discomfort. Now he was faultlessly composed. Dumbledore might harbor doubts, but Adley, whom he had befriended prior to the term, could serve as an effective shield. Seated beside the versatile Adley, Abraxas observed him for a moment before finally addressing him in a tone that dripped with condescension. Adley. Who is this? Adley swallowed a mouthful of roast chicken and replied, Tom Riddle. Tom, this is Abraxas Malfoy, our 5th-year prefect. Riddle nodded toward Abraxas across Adley, responding with a balanced demeanor. Greetings, Prefect Malfoy. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfamiliar face. Riddle offered a subtle smile, remaining silent. Adley exchanged a knowing glance with Abraxas, chuckling, new faces can become old friends. Receiving the hint, Abraxas discreetly scrutinized Riddle once more, raising his cup. I look forward to it. Riddle lifted his own cup in return, with a weighty implication, in witness of the great Salazar Slytherin. Ding. Affection points decreased by 1. Current affection level, 14. Riddle noticed a brief pause in Abraxas's hand. Riddle took a sip of pumpkin juice, feigning nonchalance as he cast a glance towards Fiona, who was languidly savoring her carrot and meat stew, her delicate brows knitted in concentration. Before her sat merely a bowl of soup, and yet she had consumed only about half. Was the food unpalatable to her? What did that have to do with her feelings towards him? Or had one of his recent comments or gestures inadvertently crossed her boundaries? Riddle, having resolved to adopt a more earnest approach, found himself questioning the complexity of this rather convoluted text. Fortunately, throughout the ensuing dinner, Fiona's sentiments towards him remained unchanged, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful meal. He concluded that it would be prudent to avoid sitting too close to her during meals in the future, as it might adversely affect his appetite and potentially lead to indigestion. After finishing the last course and enduring the torturous school anthem, Riddle followed Abraxas toward the Slytherin dormitory. The staircases and portraits along the way felt familiar, as if reliving a scene from yesterday. He even recalled the knight in the dungeon corridor, who preferred to position his sword on the left and his shield against his right breast. Indeed, this memory lingered more vividly than the impressions Fiona had left on him. Abraxas uttered the password at the stone door, and Riddle followed him into the Slytherin common room. Feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him, he realized that he was more attached to this place than he had anticipated. Abraxas instructed the first years to stand quietly and address the figure seated in the ornate armchair by the fireplace. Igneous, the first years have arrived. The individual merely grunted in acknowledgement, continuing to peruse his book without so much as lifting his gaze. Igneous Taffet, the seventh-year head of Slytherin, displayed little intellect yet maintained an ostentatious demeanor. A fool. Riddle privately mused. He later exerted considerable effort to elevate Igneous to the position of Minister for Magic, only for him to be disgracefully ousted within a couple of years. Truly a liability. He noticed a slight grimace from Abraxas, indicating his disdain for Igneous' deliberate posturing before the newcomers. Ding. Target's favorability decreased by 1. Current favorability, 13. Riddle what? He had merely stood there, said nothing, and maintained a neutral expression. How could his favorability drop? He quickly glanced at Fiona, who stood at the end of the line, leaning against the rough stone wall. Her head bowed, obscuring her expression. However, her fingers were tapping impatiently against the wall behind her. Clearly, Igneous' delay had soured her mood. Was she perhaps redirecting her frustration towards him? Riddle found it hard to believe. Could the slight decrease during dinner also be a manifestation of her displeasure with the food, unfairly transferred to him? If it were indeed his fault, it would be one thing. But why should he lose the favor he had worked so hard to cultivate due to the actions of others? As Riddle's indignation began to flare, Fiona seemed to sense it and lifted her gaze, glancing in his direction. He instinctively softened his expression, offering her a smile and rolling his eyes dismissively towards Igneous. The corners of Fiona's mouth lifted slightly. Ding. Target's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 15. His anger gradually dissipated. Perhaps it was best not to quarrel with a mere 11-year-old. Riddle thought generously. How amusing, echoed the system in a monotone voice in his mind. Chapter 10. Strategy Step 10 Realization Something is amiss. Riddle hesitated for but a moment before deciding to shatter the stagnant atmosphere. Offending a seventh-year head would undoubtedly bring minor troubles, but he could not allow that to deter him. Fiona's favorability was evidently far more significant than the resentment of a fool. He moved his lips, and Lilith, his serpent, obediently descended to the ground, selecting the nearest girl to slither up her calf. Ah, a snake. It was only when the unfortunate girl emitted a scream potent enough to shatter the common room windows that Riddle realized the hapless victim was Tiffany Welford, and he felt quite pleased with Lilith's choice. This girl, a peer of his, had shamelessly pursued him during their school days. Exhibiting an unawareness of her own lack of subtlety in expressing her affections, Bella was positively restrained in comparison. Riddle had been thoroughly vexed by her harassment. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Myrtle, he might have considered allowing the basilisk to swallow her whole. Of course, under his influence, she ultimately did not enjoy a favorable outcome. Riddle could not help but compare Fiona and Tiffany, finding Tiffany decidedly more irksome. At least Fiona possessed some degree of capability, rendering her a worthy rival. Tiffany, on the other hand, was merely a repulsive toad, too unappealing to even consider engaging with. At that moment, Tiffany was screeching like a hen with a blocked throat while frantically retreating, knocking several first years to the ground in her wake. Some, frightened by her cries, leapt onto the sofas, searching their robes for any concealed snakes. Riddle noticed that Fiona had quietly retreated to the entrance of the common room, evading the chaos, her figure completely shrouded in shadow. Yet her gaze was brightened with a flicker of anticipation. Riddle. Her expression resembled that of a child eagerly awaiting a circus performance. Her delight almost excessively pure. Had she once observed him with such unabashed joy? Igneous could no longer remain seated, cautiously rising to survey his surroundings with suspicion. A snake? Where did that snake come from? He demanded curtly. Riddle stepped forward, unperturbed, and replied, I apologize. It is my pet, perhaps a bit irritable after a long day. With that, he hissed softly twice, and Lilith emerged from beneath Tiffany's robe, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Ugh. Tiffany fainted, her breath caught halfway. Riddle bent down, allowing Lilith to slither back onto his wrist. Considering the presence of a fellow serpent enthusiast, he affectionately stroked Lilith's head to soothe her. Do not worry. She will not bite without my permission, he assured gently. Yet, should he grant permission, that would be an entirely different matter. Adelaide, who had also inadvertently stepped outside, cautiously approached, weighing the strength of their friendship before hesitantly suggesting, should I bear witness? Abraxas's gaze lingered on Riddle's wrist for 2 seconds before he interjected with a broad smile, preempting Igneous' response. I understand. The journey to school can indeed be exhausting. However, You must learn to properly manage your pet, Tom. Igneous' expression darkened. Abraxas's comment left Igneous with little room to chastise him, as they could not afford to appear weak in front of the first years, regardless of their private relations. Moreover, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Riddle's semi-revealed status. The atmosphere he had meticulously crafted to establish authority and intimidate the newcomers was shattered. Left with no choice, Igneous begrudgingly recited a few reminders before dismissing them to their dormitories. The unconscious Tiffany was levitated away by the female head, sending her to the infirmary. Slytherin could not afford to become the laughingstock of the first day of school. As Riddle approached the curtained entrance to the boys' dormitory, he heard the system's announcement. Ding. Target's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 20. The system encouraged him. Congratulations, Mr. Riddle. Your progress has reached 1/5 of the goal. Riddle let out a scoff. Do you truly believe there exists a matter in this world that I cannot resolve? System. Then can you arrange for me to leave work early? Riddle. System T. With a stoic expression, Riddle slammed the door to his dormitory. The following day, as the freshmen made their way from the common room to the great hall for breakfast, Riddle discovered that Fiona's roommate was none other than Tiffany. This revelation surprised him slightly. Living in the same room with that arrogant heiress, how was it that she had not taken out her frustrations on Fiona, thereby diminishing her favorability? Could it be that Tiffany was incapacitated from her fainting spell, rendering her unable to cause trouble? Riddle couldn't help but feel relieved by Lilith's precise strike, and pondered whether he should orchestrate an unforeseen event to send Tiffany to meet Merlin a tad earlier. Given his understanding of Tiffany's character, he suspected that his current favorability rating of 20 points might not withstand her antics for long. The mere thought of being forced to don the sorting hat again within mere days of entering Hogwarts due to Tiffany's influence was enough to make him envision the system's relentless mockery. To his dismay, breakfast lacked roasted tomatoes. Tiffany poked at the fried eggs on her plate with her fork, grumbling in dissatisfaction. I have this every morning at home, along with mushroom soup. Ugh, this toast is burnt to a crisp, lacking the softness that my house elf achieves. Despite the distance of several seats between them, Riddle regretted not having asked Lilith to take a bite out of her the previous night. After Tiffany finished her complaints about breakfast, she began to provoke the girl sitting next to her. Bristol, what kind of perfume are you using? The smell is overpowering, making it even harder for me to eat. Kriana Bristol, clearly harboring a grudge against her since before their enrollment, rolled her eyes and retorted sarcastically, well, that might help you trim an inch or two off your waist. The last dress you wore should fit you much better. Tiffany's face flushed crimson. Riddle unconsciously tightened his grip on his knife and fork. Surely she wasn't contemplating creating trouble for Fiona, who appeared quite easily intimidated. However, Tiffany directed her ire not at the seemingly submissive Fiona, but instead turned her gaze toward Riddle, who sat at a considerable distance. Riddle, is that you? Tiffany's eyes held both admiration and dissatisfaction, as she sought his attention while feigning restraint, saying, It seems you haven't yet apologized to me? There was no immediate need to unleash the basilisk. He pondered if there were alternative methods to ensure her demise without raising suspicion. Riddle smiled and replied yes. I sincerely apologize you. He turned to Adley, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Adley cleared his throat and said Miss Tiffany. Riddle nodded and continued Miss Tiffany. Tiffany's intellect and emotional acuity were insufficient to perceive the insincerity in Riddle's nonchalant tone, prompting her to blush and smile coyly. All right, I forgive you, Tom. You may call me Tiffany. Adley stifled a laugh. Riddle forced a slight smile. Perhaps it would be prudent to devise some mischief during flying lessons? Ding. Favorability increased by 1, current favorability at 21. Riddle. Glancing in Tiffany's direction, he caught sight of Fiona stirring her barely touched pumpkin porridge with a spoon. A subtle smile gracing her lips. Was she finding amusement in his predicament? Could merely observing him raise her favorability? Riddle nearly contemplated the possibility of inadvertently presenting himself to Tiffany's relentless pursuits, but reason swiftly quelled that ludicrous and repulsive notion. Instead, he resolved that it might be best to allow Tiffany to torment Fiona for a few more days. After all, he could afford to lose a point or two in favorability. To Riddle's surprise, Fiona's favorability remained relatively unchanged for an extended period. Occasionally, it would rise by a couple of points due to her witnessing Tiffany's increasingly bold advances, only to plummet when her mood soured during mealtimes. He genuinely suspected that she was not entirely human. Her dietary habits seemed so divergent from those of a typical person. Otherwise, why would her mood deteriorate whenever food was involved? If the weather affected her spirits, he could only blame England's wretched climate. As for her menstrual cycle affecting her mood, That was a conclusion he had drawn after eliminating various possibilities. Regardless, any time she was in a foul mood, her favorability would decrease by a point or two. In summary, her favorability fluctuated around 20, never exceeding 25 nor dropping below 20. This was partly due to her desire to avoid any association with him in public, while he, too, found it inconvenient to act under the watchful eyes of so many onlookers. For the first time, Riddle experienced the discomfort of being too scrutinized. However, he remained unperturbed. As long as his favorability did not plummet to zero, it would not affect him. This afforded him the opportunity to observe Fiona's typical behavior and preferences more closely. Through this scrutiny, he discerned a peculiar anomaly. It seemed that she and Tiffany had grown uncomfortably close. They shared a dormitory, sat together in class, and were nearly inseparable outside of lessons. Whenever he spotted Fiona, Tiffany was invariably by her side, whether at meals or in the library. Riddle finally comprehended why he had previously registered no impression of Fiona. She had found an ideal light source and concealed herself in the shadows. Whenever she appeared, all attention naturally gravitated toward the boisterous and irksome Tiffany, leading to the quiet Fiona being effortlessly overlooked. Additionally, due to Tiffany's father's position as the Minister of Magic and her inherently troublesome demeanor, people tended to avoid her, consequently leaving her shadow, Fiona, untouched. The pressing question remained: how had she managed to evade Tiffany's wrath entirely? Others may not have noticed, but to Riddle, Fiona was akin to possessing Vila blood. Even in a crowd of hundreds, he could spot her at a glance, consistently dividing his attention to monitor her situation. He observed that although they were inseparable, their interactions were almost non-existent. Tiffany seemed to regard Fiona merely as her shadow, neither issuing commands nor engaging in casual banter as one might expect of close friends. It was as if Tiffany had crafted her into a mere tool, requiring only that she provide amusement and chaos without causing any discomfort or trouble. This contradicted Tiffany's character in a manner that was entirely illogical. Had Fiona intimidated her? Yet, Riddle saw no signs of fear in Tiffany's demeanor towards Fiona. What then could be the cause? Riddle recalled the abruptness of his previous demise, forming a vague hypothesis. Chapter 11. The 10th step of the strategy. Unexpectedly, the familiar sensation returned. The hypothesis had formed, but proving it would be another arduous task, one he had no desire to experience firsthand again. Riddle had also sought confirmation from the system, only to be met with the expected retort: "I am not your correction quill, Mr. Riddle. Have you paid me for my services?" As if the system would desire anything he could offer. Riddle had grown accustomed to filtering out the system's nonsensical banter. After careful consideration, he resolved to remain inactive, not out of cowardice but because the current situation was stable, and there was no need to provoke events that could lead to unpredictable consequences. With this decision made, Riddle temporarily set Fiona aside, as his scrutiny had become less intense of late. He intended to find an opportunity to access the Chamber of Secrets and engage with the basilisk. During his youth, shortly after discovering the creature, he had been interrupted by a chance encounter with Myrtle, her death preventing him from entering the chamber freely under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Consequently, he had been unable to converse extensively with the basilisk. This time, he intended to thoroughly inquire with the basilisk regarding the exploits of Salazar Slytherin. As Salazar's pet, endowed with a degree of intelligence, it should possess a wealth of valuable information. Since Horcruxes were not the correct choice for immortality, perhaps Salazar had other clues that could assist him. To prevent a recurrence of the Myrtles incident, Riddle made ample preparations. He acquired an invisibility cloak and spent several evenings hunting small creatures such as rabbits, wild chickens, and foxes in the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, confining them in the room of requirement in batches. He also tampered with the drainage system in the girls' lavatory on the second floor, ensuring it sporadically spewed water, inciting Peeves to frequently cause mischief there, which dissuaded the girls from visiting that floor's restroom. In truth, he had previously set up measures to render the restroom abandoned. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly summoned the basilisk without conducting any inspections. However, he had not considered, nor could he have anticipated, that the girls would seek refuge in the lavatory to vent their inexplicable emotions when distressed. After a period of quiet waiting, confirming that no one had noticed the anomalies there, especially ensuring that Fiona had not, Riddle donned his invisibility cloak one fateful night and made his way to the lavatory. Upon entering, he cast the disillusionment charm at the door and inspected each stall before finally approaching the last cubicle's sink, where he hissed at the small serpentine carving beside the brass tap. Open. In an instant, the faucet was enveloped in a brilliant white light and began to rotate, followed by the sink itself sinking down to reveal a tunnel wide enough for a single person. Clutching the two unconscious creatures in his hands, Riddle slipped into the pipe. The process was as he had experienced before. After a short while, he successfully entered the stone chamber and located the slumbering basilisk. Slowly, he approached the massive serpentine head coiled around its body, gazing into the pair of amber eyes that remained open even in slumber, unafraid of being petrified. The blood of Salazar Slytherin coursing through his veins endowed him with a natural immunity to the basilisk's gaze. Riddle could not help but recall Nagini. He had now relinquished the notion of splitting his soul, and thus had no need for Nagini as a Horcrux. Yet he still wished to reclaim her along with other unique items he had crafted into Horcruxes. In his view, those objects were rightfully his, imbued with special significance and value. He could not bear to see them fall into the hands of others. Take it slow. He meticulously arranged his plans in his mind. The basilisk sensed the presence of a living being and began to stir, gradually regaining consciousness. Its slit pupils flickered, locking onto Riddle, and a frigid murderous intent radiated from its feral gaze. Yet, in the next moment, as it flicked its tongue, it detected a familiar scent. The scent of Salazar. It murmured, "You are Salazar's descendant." With that, it lowered its head towards Riddle, its crimson tongue nearly brushing against his nose, an overwhelming stench wafting towards him. Riddle maintained his composure, gazing into its eyes, relishing the tranquility that only he could embody. "Indeed, and I am also your new master." The basilisk raised its head defiantly. "My master is only Salazar. He is dead," Riddle replied indifferently. With a resounding thud, the basilisk lashed its tail against a nearby stone pillar, causing a slight tremor. And dust fell from above as it circled Riddle in agitation. "Dead. Yes, I have slept for too long. Human lives are far too brief." Riddle arched an eyebrow. Perhaps because they had never contemplated challenging death. "I do not understand." "You need not understand." Riddle carelessly tossed the creatures at the basilisk's feet, stating, "You only need to know that Salazar is dead, and I am his sole surviving heir. Your loyalty can only be pledged to me. Or do you intend to betray Salazar?" Though the basilisk had lived for millennia, it was still merely a serpent, lacking complex cognitive abilities and capable only of simple judgments and choices. After circling Riddle twice more, it lowered its head and rubbed against his palm, recalling that this was an intimate gesture shared with Salazar. "Master, I heed your command." Riddle stroked its cold scales with satisfaction, and then recalled the presence of Lilith, whose wrist appeared as if it had been petrified. The basilisk's head immediately shot up, emitting a displeased hiss, while Lilith continued to feign the guise of a lifeless serpent under the immense pressure. "Master, she is too weak. Let me consume her." The basilisk possessed a strong territorial instinct. Riddle was indifferent to the fate of a mere serpent. Yet this one had garnered Fiona's favor and brought him considerable goodwill. Had it not been for Fiona's refusal, he had intended to present it to her as a gift. It was evidently out of the question to casually offer it to the basilisk as a snack. One could not help but ponder how a small serpent could elevate her favor so significantly. Would her affection not soar by 20 or 30 points if she were to see the basilisk? Riddle found himself somewhat tempted. However, the thought that she might inadvertently meet the basilisk's gaze and perish was equally tantalizing. Yet regrettably, he could only entertain the notion without acting upon it. He did not wish to squander an opportunity in a fit of pique. Blocking the basilisk's mouth with several other creatures, Riddle commanded it to await his summons near the sink's pipe, and then retraced his steps. This proved far more laborious than sliding down the pipe. By the time he tidied up in the lavatory and returned to the dormitory, dawn was breaking. The dormitory, devoid of sunlight, rendered the question of daybreak moot. However, as it neared wake-up time, Adley's sleep became lighter. Hearing Riddle's return, he groggily opened his eyes. "Where have you been?" "Could not sleep. Went to the common room to read for a while." Riddle replied without much thought to his excuse. Adley, with an exclamation of realization, suddenly sat up. His eyes wide in disbelief. "You didn't go on a date with Fiona, did you?" he inquired skeptically. Riddle replied, "Are you dreaming?" He certainly wished for it. Adley scrutinized him closely, but found nothing amiss and promptly lay back down, pulling the covers over himself. He muttered softly, "Don't think I don't know you two are always exchanging glances. It's merely an occasional shared understanding when our gazes meet," Riddle retorted, casting a glance at Adley's now sleeping face, reflecting on how this seemingly foolish individual was, in fact, quite perceptive. Otherwise, he would not have been his most reliable follower during their student years. Days passed, and seeing no signs of unrest within the school, with Dumbledore remaining amiable and concerned, and Fiona's favor fluctuating, Riddle once again ventured to summon the basilisk in the dead of night. He watched as it devoured the animals he had brought, emitting a satisfied sigh, before finally inquiring whether it remembered the tales of Salazar. The basilisk, upon hearing Salazar's name, became even more animated than when consuming its meal, eagerly stating, "Salazar favored me. He would bring me the tenderest fawns and allowed me to rest my head on his lap while he told me stories." Riddle, uninterested in the affectionate memories shared between master and pet, interrupted impatiently after only a couple of sentences. Did he not have any magical research he was focused on? Or where did he hide any treasures? At Hogwarts, where was his most frequented location? What was the last place he visited before leaving Hogwarts? Not expecting the basilisk to provide any valuable information, Riddle could only rephrase his inquiries to pose questions it could comprehend and answer. Under his carefully guided questioning, the creature spoke in fragmented sentences. Although much of what it uttered was mere drivel, some fragments contained noteworthy insights. Just as Riddle delved deeper into his line of questioning, a drunken voice suddenly echoed from outside the lavatory. "Who's in there?" It was the caretaker, Apollyon Pringle. Riddle felt a surge of alarm and disbelief. He had employed the ignoring charm. Pringle, with his average abilities and penchant for drinking while on night patrol, should not have noticed any subtle movements within the lavatory. Receiving no response, Pringle chuckled. "I'm curious to see which little brat is sneaking about at this hour." His unsteady footsteps approached. And even if Riddle commanded the basilisk to retreat, the open pipe would not close immediately. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision. He softly hissed, instructing the basilisk to withdraw into the pipe, donned his invisibility cloak, and calmly observed the intoxicated Pringle stagger into the room. Their relationship had been amicable, especially after Riddle gifted Pringle several bottles of fine wine, which led Pringle to regard him as his favorite student, frequently offering him his own cured ham, which Riddle, of course, discarded for Adley. Pringle noticed the open pipe over the sink and approached with curiosity, his inebriation rendering him oblivious to any danger as he leaned in to peer inside, directly encountering the cold, yellow, serpentine gaze hidden within. Stiffening, he collapsed to the ground, his unfocused eyes meeting another pair of icy black orbs peering from beneath the cloak. Riddle glanced at the fallen man with mild disinterest, commanding the basilisk to consume him and obliterate any evidence, then instructed it to return to the Chamber of Secrets to rest, forbidding it from making any noise unless summoned again. After sealing the sink's entrance, he meticulously inspected the area, ensuring no trace was left behind, before tightening the cloak around himself and departing the lavatory silently. As he retraced his steps to the dungeon, Riddle repeatedly contrasted the two unexpected encounters. If it had occurred only once, he might have attributed it to chance, but he found it implausible that two such coincidences could befall him. Could it be that he was simply that unfortunate? In truth, no one is more unfortunate than you, the system remarked. Silence, he retorted. This is no mere coincidence. Riddle concluded. The following day, news of Pringle's disappearance circulated among the students, and Riddle heard the system's announcement. Ding. Target favorability increased by 20. Current favorability is 44. He did not search for Pringle but instead turned his gaze toward Fiona's direction. The petite girl with gray hair stood among the crowd, her complexion pale and ghostly, gazing at him from a distance. Their eyes locked for a moment, and a faint smile curved her lips, gradually expanding into a joyful arc. Brilliant, she silently mouthed. Chapter 12. The 12th step. Thank you, please applaud. Ding. CG animation triggered. The puppeteer behind the curtain. Would you like to view it? Before Riddle could process his emotions, the system's words diverted his attention. CG animation? He analyzed the term but could not deduce its significance from the wording alone. The system replied coldly, "You wouldn't understand the explanation, so I ask if you wish to watch." Riddle ground his teeth. Yes. No sooner had he spoken than he felt as though someone had slapped the back of his head and pressed it downward. The ground beneath him vanished, and he plummeted headfirst into the void. However, in the blink of an eye, he landed smoothly, the corridor transforming into the Slytherin common room. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted another version of himself seated on a single sofa. That was a 15 or 16-year-old Tom Riddle, clad in a shirt and waistcoat, without his school robe, reclining casually with his legs crossed, a cup of red tea in hand. Through the swirling steam, a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his lips, exuding an air of relaxed elegance, subtly revealing a concealed sense of triumph. A pensive? Riddle speculated. The system replied, "You could interpret it that way. Essentially, it is a re-emergence of a past memory." Riddle grasped the situation and continued to observe. Surrounding his younger self were several others. He noticed Walburga and her cousin Lucretia intimately conversing, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at the other Riddle. Opposite them sat Adley and Filch, engaged in a heated argument. Tiffany was half-sitting, half-standing, leaning against the armrest of the sofa, her waist curving alluringly as she gazed at him with rapt attention. Each time she attempted to inch closer, a fleeting glint of coldness in her glance would cause her to retreat. At that moment, Walburga and her companion would stifle laughter. Tiffany shot them a glare, but remained reluctant to shift her position. Others present included Antonin Dolohov, Orion Black, Havelock Mulciber, and Balfour Knott, who being younger were scattered about, either sitting or standing, engaged in small talk or solitary silence. Riddle paid them no mind, focusing solely on Fiona. She sat alone on a stone bench by the window, her stature noticeably taller than in her first year, yet still too slender and petite. One could easily mistake her for a second or third-year student. Outside the window, the lake shimmered with a chilling blue luminescence, casting a misty, ethereal glow over her pale visage, rendering her enigmatic and otherworldly. Riddle approached her side, emboldened by her inability to see him, allowing himself to observe her without restraint. She cradled a book in her hands, seemingly engrossed in reading. Yet as she turned the pages, she would occasionally tilt her head, as if brushing back stray strands of hair that had fallen across her cheek, secretly casting furtive glances at the individual at the center of the gathering. Although her gaze did not land on his present self, Riddle felt as though a feather had brushed lightly against his back, sending a subtle shiver from his spine to the crown of his head. Following Fiona's line of sight, Riddle looked at the youthful version of himself, who was mediating between Adley and Filch's dispute, confidently pointing and directing, entirely oblivious to the shadowy figure observing him with keen interest and calculation, weaving around him like delicate spider silk. After a moment, he set his teacup down and stood, announcing, "I'll be stepping out for a moment." Adley, momentarily disengaging from the argument, inquired, "Where are you going?" "To the prefect's lavatory for a bath." Tom Riddle replied lazily, "If one does not indulge in privileges, what is the point of having them?" Adley muttered, "Isn't it cold to walk back to the dungeon after your bath?" Tiffany dutifully handed him the robe that hung nearby, which he accepted without a word of thanks, donning it before departing. Behind him, Walburga let out a loud laugh, taunting, "Tiffany, do you want to tag along and fetch a towel?" Laughter erupted among the others. Tiffany retorted indignantly, "Keep an eye on your little brother and fiancé, don't meddle." Riddle observed as the younger version of himself smirked, relishing the easily provoked conflict, and strode past Fiona without a sideways glance, opening the door to the common room, and stepping outside. With the central figure's departure, the remaining occupants of the common room lost interest in conversation, dispersing in small groups back to their dormitories. Remaining at the end, Tiffany stood quietly beside Tom Riddle's former position, her head bowed, devoid of the earlier ferocity, resembling a lifeless puppet stripped of vitality. Riddle did not perceive her as disheartened due to frustration, nor did he allocate any considerable attention to her, his gaze fixed intently on Fiona. After a while, seemingly convinced that no one else would arrive, Tiffany slowly approached Fiona's side. Fiona closed her book, lifted her gaze, and with her cerulean eyes fixed on Tiffany's vacant stare, softly remarked, "You long to find another opportunity to approach Tom Riddle." Tiffany obediently replied, "Yes, I do. You believe tempting him in the restroom would be a commendable approach." "Indeed, I think so. Hurry, pursue him, and express to him the sincerity of your affections. He will be moved by you." Upon hearing this, Riddle grimaced in distaste. "Very well." Tiffany blinked, her unresponsive visage suddenly regained its vitality, and she resumed her customary haughty demeanor, hastily departing the lounge. Indeed, it was a form of the imperious curse. Unlike the typical command-oriented imperius, her version leaned more towards inducement and suggestion. From Tiffany's demeanor, it appeared she did not usually feel or remember being controlled, and exhibited no resistance when receiving commands. However, even in the future, the Dark Lord would not be capable of manipulating someone's actions while allowing them to retain their autonomy. Why did she possess such an ability? Riddle could not help but inquire of the system. Did she possess some special lineage? If all abilities stemmed from bloodlines, then what was he? The system retorted, "You are a beep." Riddle thought. Detected a censored term, no penalties applied, retribution deferred. Riddle. Ignoring the system, he cast a cold gaze upon Fiona, who turned her head to ponder the serene depths of the lake for a moment, before also rising to leave the lounge. He followed her like a specter from the basement to the second floor, observing as she purposefully entered the girls' restroom, where she circled around, finding nothing amiss. She closed her eyes, seemingly attuning to something, then opened them, tracing her gaze along the overhead pipes, eventually pinpointing the very basin that could unlock the secret chamber, identifying the serpentine carving beside the faucet. Clearly, although she could not speak Parseltongue, she had discerned the basilisk's location through some unique sensory ability. Reflecting on her ability to sense Lilith's presence and its state on the train, Riddle hypothesized that she could sense the emotions of serpents, as Adley had mentioned. She had a fondness for spending time with cats in her youth. Perhaps she could also perceive the emotions of other animals. He stood beside Fiona, clearly witnessing her expression soften as she murmured with a light laugh, "Are you back there? You must be feeling quite hungry, poor dear." Her tone carried an inexplicable complexity, her expression inscrutable as she contemplated for a moment before leaving the restroom, and confidently walking to an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, where she found moaning Myrtle, who was weeping. The room was devoid of light, illuminated only by the dim glow seeping in from the corridor and the windows. Fiona stepped softly into the narrow beam of light cutting through the doorway, seamlessly merging into the shadows, much like Riddle beside her, merely a wraith. "Myrtle," Fiona approached her, whispering softly. "Who?" Myrtle raised her tear-streaked face. "Whoever you are, please do not disturb me, just let me." Her voice faltered upon meeting Fiona's gaze, her expression becoming vacant. Removing Myrtle's glasses, Fiona leaned in closer, nearly pressing her forehead against Myrtle's. The observing Riddle could not help but reminisce about that night when he had lowered his head to approach Fiona, and those cerulean eyes magnified before him like cornflowers. "Myrtle, you have been humiliated once again, and you feel profoundly sorrowful," Fiona intoned softly. Myrtle dazedly echoed, "Yes, I am very sad. You find this room too vast and devoid of security, yearning for a more confined, intimate space to quietly dwell. Yes, it is too dark here. The broken girls' restroom on the 2nd floor seems a suitable choice. No one will venture there now, and once you've finished weeping, you can wash your face. Yes, it is perfectly appropriate. Go, hide in the last stall. No one will discover or disturb you, and you shall possess your own space." "All right." Much like Tiffany, Myrtle was effortlessly brainwashed by Fiona, and upon regaining her senses, she completely disregarded Fiona before seamlessly continuing her previous emotional state, sobbing as she rushed toward the 2nd floor. Fiona watched Myrtle's departing figure, a smile gradually blooming on her face, reminiscent of the expression she wore while witnessing that commotion on the night of her enrollment. Filled with childlike innocence and joy, to observe Fiona, Riddle intentionally drew closer, meticulously capturing every change in her expression. At that moment, he collided head-on with her smile, discovering that her typically somewhat bland visage radiated an enchanting, eerie allure, the sharp curve of her chin taut and defined, her bloodless lips curling into a haunting arc, momentarily revealing breathtaking beauty. After a brief pause, Riddle felt that same hand that had previously yanked him down once more seize his neck, rudely dragging him away. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself back in the corridor where he had just been, gazing across the throng of passing students at Fiona, whose lips curled into a crescent moon. Riddle fixed his gaze upon her for a moment, then, with the calmness of a curtain call performer, inclined his head in a silent acknowledgement, mouthing the words, "Thank you for your attention." Chapter 13. Strategy Step 13. Here is your green hat. Before watching the cutscene as described by the system, Riddle's emotions once again teetered on the brink of chaos. Being regarded as a jester in a performance was a reality he had only barely come to accept. Yet being manipulated like a cat playing with a mouse while remaining utterly oblivious was an even greater blow. And it was a little girl. This sense of defeat surpassed even the humiliation of being vanquished by Harry Potter. He believed that Potter could defeat him only due to the multitude of supporters behind the so-called savior. A mere ungraduated young wizard would never escape from his grasp. Fiona was different. Although she faced the youthful version of himself, Riddle felt an acute sense of humiliation. During his school years, he had always prided himself on his cunning, far surpassing those around him, particularly after the Chamber of Secrets incident, having killed Myrtle, framed Hagrid, and received a special contribution award. He began to feel a natural superiority over ordinary individuals. Given his extraordinary nature, why not strive to achieve even more astonishing feats? Yet now he was informed that he was the one truly being toyed with, the one reduced to a pawn in someone else's game? This was tantamount to negating the very foundation of all his glory, dragging him down from his exalted throne and casting him into the mire, where he was thoroughly trampled. Most infuriatingly, the system lingered nearby, adding fuel to the fire with its sardonic remarks. "Mr. Riddle, your flustered demeanor is quite a sight to behold." Riddle felt that the fact he did not immediately rush over to strangle Fiona was a testament to his remarkable composure. However, after reliving that segment of memory, he oddly found himself restored to tranquility. As Fiona previously articulated, an unwillingness to accept failure is a characteristic of the defeated. He has engaged in self-reflection, and will not permit himself to repeat such errors. Moreover, Fiona's formidable nature is not without its merits. Although it heightens the difficulty of his tasks, conquering an equally matched adversary is far more dignified than pandering to a capricious lunatic, who has only escaped his wrath due to the protection of the system. At the very least, she is worthy of the effort he invests. However, Mr. Riddle, it appears you have overlooked a critical inquiry. The system reminded him. Do you truly deserve her? Riddle. He could scarcely muster the energy to retort. By the way, aside from Tiffany and the Chamber of Secrets, what other matters has she inadvertently influenced? Riddle inquired. He suspected Fiona might have had a hand in the incident with Hagrid, and as for earlier events, they were trivial. After 5th year, she would have withdrawn from school, and would presumably have no further opportunity to impact him. Are you certain you wish to know? Never mind. Perhaps it is best to preserve some semblance of dignity. While Riddle has set this matter aside, the disappearance of a faculty member has not only sparked a flurry of discussions among the students, but has also stirred considerable unrest among the professors. Headmaster Dippet and Dumbledore scoured every corner of Hogwarts, even venturing into the Forbidden Forest and beneath the Black Lake, as well as searching Hogsmeade, but to no avail. They subsequently sought assistance from the Ministry of Magic, issuing a missing persons notice. Yet, as Christmas approached, no news or clues regarding Pringle had surfaced. The ministry hastily closed the case, concluding that Pringle had drunkenly wandered into the Forbidden Forest, where he was devoured by its beasts, leaving no trace. Alternatively, he may have committed some transgression, fled in fear of exposure, and gone into hiding. Dippet and Dumbledore rejected this conclusion, but were left with no choice but to accept reality and hastily seek a new castle caretaker. Riddle cautiously probed Dumbledore, while inquiring about Transfiguration homework, confirming that Dumbledore had no suspicions regarding him this time, which undoubtedly elevated his spirits. He had long asserted that had he not been caught off guard by Dumbledore during their initial meeting, his abilities would have aroused no suspicion. Except in Fiona's case. The other students were indifferent to the fate of an uncharismatic old man. They eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Christmas holiday. In the years preceding his rebirth, Riddle had always applied to remain at school during the Christmas and Easter breaks. This time, he chose to accept Adderley's invitation to visit the Lestrange residence and partake in their grand festivities. This would provide him with an opportunity to glean information about Fiona, while also laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. Fiona would also be returning home, yet Adderley mentioned she might not attend the soiree, as her family had gradually withdrawn from social engagements in recent years, which was another reason for her obscurity at school. Following the chamber incident, Riddle and Fiona's relationship had grown somewhat more intimate. In the secrecy of their interactions, they began to engage in superficial exchanges. After all, a goodwill score exceeding 40 was not easily attained. Are you going to the Christmas Eve banquet at the Adderleys? Riddle inquired, feigning casualness as he shared a favored spot in the room of requirement, thus earning 5 additional points of goodwill. Fiona was engrossed in studying the book Riddle had retrieved from the restricted section and succinctly replied, no. Riddle, with a hint of regret, remarked, without you, the soiree will be devoid of interest. For me, whether you are present or not, the occasion remains tedious, Fiona retorted, adding besides, are you not adept at finding pleasure in such monotonous affairs? Riddle began to comprehend Fiona's reluctance to engage with others. Her manner of speaking could easily breed animosity with anyone. Riddle swallowed his irritation and smiled. Would you accept a rather uninspiring Christmas gift from my uninspiring self? Fiona pondered for a moment. If you do not expect a return gift, then I have no objections. Riddle felt a measure of solace. At least she did not outright refuse, which he considered a step forward. By the way, could you please ensure that Welford ceases to pester me? Riddle half-jokingly complained. As the incessant presence was quite detrimental to his mood, Fiona, unwilling to relinquish this daily amusement, coldly rejected his request. If you find it bothersome, you might as well send him to your pet as a treat. This was a light-hearted provocation from Fiona, and Riddle was certainly not gullible enough to fall into her trap. The disappearance of a drunken man could be brushed aside, but the vanishing of a pureblood student, particularly the daughter of a high-ranking ministry official, would likely lead to Hogwarts facing closure once more. Riddle noticed Fiona's indifference towards Hogwarts. Despite her consistent display of disinterest in anything that did not entertain her, even he, who prided himself on his cold-heartedness, harbored a modicum of affection for his alma mater. In Fiona's eyes, the castle's only merit was its provision of a theatrical stage, satisfying her penchant for quiet observation. Should this stage collapse, she would feel regret. Yet she would harbor no lingering attachment. As Riddle sensed this, he felt an overwhelming pressure mounting. He harbored a nagging intuition that the forthcoming 50 points of goodwill might pose a challenge far more formidable than mastering the magical realm. Riddle yearned to uncover the roots of Fiona's character, but feared it might be a perilous territory, akin to the gaze of the basilisk, fatal to those who dared to trespass. No, he could withstand the basilisk's gaze, but he was utterly defenseless against Fiona's fluctuating goodwill. Hence, he refrained from broaching this treacherous subject. At long last, the Christmas holidays arrived. On the return train, Riddle was invited by Abraxas to the prefect's compartment, though there were no indications that he was responsible for Pringle's disappearance. Abraxas's demeanor had subtly shifted to one of greater attentiveness towards him in the aftermath of that incident. One cannot deny the Malfoy family's acute sensitivity to wealth and power is a primary reason for their enduring prominence in the magical world. This could even be regarded as a hereditary talent coursing through their veins. Amidst their jovial banter, Riddle suddenly received a notification that his goodwill had increased slightly, prompting him to lose patience with the childish games being played by the younger students. He concocted an excuse to leave the compartment in search of Fiona. Even the slightest insight into her emotional shifts was worth pursuing. Upon reaching the rear of the train, Riddle spotted Fiona's figure. However, the compartment housed not only Tiffany, who was acting as a mere tool, but also another individual, Alfred Black. Riddle narrowed his eyes slightly. Tiffany was slumped with her head tilted, undoubtedly at Fiona's behest, indicating that she did not wish for Tiffany to interrupt her conversation with Alfred. What could they possibly be discussing? Furthermore, what sort of influence did Alfred wield to elevate Fiona's spirits to such an extent? Just as Riddle prepared to eavesdrop by reading their lips, Fiona caught sight of him outside the compartment. She cast him a fleeting glance, feigning ignorance, and continued her dialogue with Alfred. Riddle, although he understood her nature, he could not suppress his irritation. As for the reason for his vexation, he could not quite articulate it. After all, the Dark Lord had never needed to ponder why he was displeased. His sole responsibility had been to ensure others felt discomfort. The irony was that he now found himself endeavoring to appease those who caused him discontent. Thus, Riddle smiled at Fiona through the glass sliding door of the booth, casting her a playful glance, before turning away just in time to avoid being seen by Alfaldo. "Mr. Riddle," the system interjected. "If I were to command you to be silent now, would you refrain from speaking further?" Riddle was well aware that the system had little kindness to offer. In terms of irksomeness, it was on par with Fiona. The system disregarded Riddle's words and continued, "How about I gift you something for Christmas?" "What?" Riddle was incredulous that it could possess such benevolence. A bright green hat, perhaps? Although he was unsure of the system's intentions, Riddle firmly declined, saying thank you. "But you may wear it yourself." After the train arrived at the station, Riddle noticed that it was indeed Fiona's father who had come to collect her. He appeared even more haggard than the last time he had come to fetch Fiona, his gray-green robe bearing evident creases, his gaze vacant and dazed. Yet upon seeing Fiona, he immediately forced a warm smile and hurried towards her. The platform was bustling with people, and Riddle could not discern whether the slight discord emanating from Essayard Shafik was a result of his own emotions, or if it was influenced by Fiona's control. It was only when Fiona's silver hair vanished from sight that Riddle redirected his attention to the Lestrange couple, who were listening to Adelie introduce him. Adelie's father was a stern and rigid man, his demeanor resembling that of a marble statue from the previous century. However, had one been privy to his dissolute private life, his upright facade would seem utterly ludicrous. His wife was the epitome of a traditional pureblood matron, exuding a pretentious elegance, with an air of haughtiness that concealed a calculating and critical friendliness, as dull as the cheap perfume she wore. Nevertheless, owing to her maiden name being Shafik, Riddle was inclined to exert additional effort to flatter her with compliments. Soon enough, after he candidly praised the opulence and brilliance of the ruby necklace adorning her neck, the exquisite delicacy of the lace ribbons on her dress, and the beauty of her youthful visage, Mrs. Lestrange regarded this handsome young boy with more warmth than she did for her own son. She enthusiastically urged Adelie to take him around the estate, assuring him to voice any needs he might have. Adelie muttered, "Merlin's rag, is there any woman in the world who wouldn't fall for you?" "Your sister," Riddle smiled inwardly. Chapter 14. Strategy Step 14. Holiday Discounts. The Lestrange estate, while grand, was somewhat smaller than the Malfoy manor, and bore a rather rustic and unrefined decor, evidently long overdue for renovation. This was to be expected. If every pureblood family possessed wealth akin to the Malfoys, they would not feel compelled to toil in servitude. Yet Riddle found himself genuinely complimenting the place, without a hint of insincerity. Particularly, the raven emblem on the gilded copper gate prompted him to reflect on the rich history it represented, leading him to naturally engage Mr. Lestrange in conversation about their branch in France, recounting genealogical figures and tales with such fluency in French that it left Adelie astounded. Consequently, after Mrs. Lestrange, Mr. Lestrange began to regard Riddle with newfound respect. Adelie mused that if Riddle were to adopt the Lestrange surname, he might very well be cast out of the family. After spending a week at the Lestrange residence with remarkable ease, the evening of the Christmas Eve banquet arrived. A couple of days prior, Riddle had commissioned a complete outfit from the bespoke clothing shop, and Mrs. Lestrange eagerly offered to pay for it, even gifting him matching accessories. Before the banquet commenced, the impeccably dressed and poised Riddle was introduced as a guest by the Lestrange couple, appearing more like the young master of the estate than Adelie himself. Some even speculated whether he might be Mr. Lestrange's illegitimate son. However, such doubts were swiftly dispelled. If Lestrange had produced such a son, one middle-aged man sarcastically remarked, it would surely imply his lover found him lacking in vigor. The insinuation hinted at another illicit liaison. A nearby guest jested, I dare say you're envious of his son Oplinton. Oplinton, who had only recently become a father, scoffed, if I had a son like that, I doubt I could sleep soundly. Riddle vaguely overheard some of the words. Glancing over to discover a few families who had previously defied him, casually passing by without acknowledgement. In truth, few within the gathering would survive unscathed. Thus, there was no need for concern. Once the banquet officially commenced, the still youthful Riddle and Adelie found themselves no longer suitable to remain present, prompting Riddle to encourage Adelie to sneak out and seek Fiona. Unfortunately, this time he was unsuccessful in enticing him. Adelie repeatedly shook his head, insisting, not a chance. You go on your own. The shadow of their previous escapade to her home lingered in his mind. Honestly, I'd accept Tiffany. Why are you so interested in Fiona? Adelie questioned, perplexed. Even if he considered Riddle a fool, he could still sense the latter's infatuation with Fiona. Riddle no longer concealed his feelings, shrugging. You cannot deny that she is the most extraordinary girl at school, can you? If being peculiar counts as extraordinary, then indeed. Adelie believed Riddle to be flawless in every regard, save for his somewhat unconventional taste. Perhaps this was the minor flaw that genius must bear. Riddle, unaware of Adelie's silent critique, asked, so, is there anything else about her you haven't shared with me? Given our camaraderie, there should be no secrets between us. Adelie scratched his head, pondering, what else is there to say? You probably have a good idea of her background. She's my uncle's illegitimate daughter, brought home when my aunt couldn't bear children. Yet my aunt has steadfastly refused to acknowledge this, maintaining a facade in front of outsiders. At times, she disciplines Fiona sternly. But most of the time, she is as loving as a biological mother. He continued, I've mentioned the magical outburst incident, but oh, there's one thing I haven't disclosed. He hesitated, weighing the depth of their friendship, ultimately deciding to proceed. After being sent to St. Mungo's, during a thorough examination of Fiona, the healers discovered numerous fresh wounds on her body. She was also severely malnourished, suffering from stomach ailments or digestive issues, due to the prolonged neglect. Even if potions healed her body, she remained frail. The healers indicated that she had endured prolonged and severe abuse, nearly leading to a report to the Ministry of Magic. Yet my uncle and my family used various means to suppress it. Riddle raised an eyebrow. No wonder she appeared so frail and sickly, each meal seeming like an arduous task to swallow. In the orphanage, supplies were scarce, and even a meager piece of dry black bread could incite violent competition. However, deliberate abuse was non-existent. Moreover, even if someone wished to bully him, he could seize opportunities to retaliate tenfold, for his adversaries were inept muggles. Fiona, on the other hand, likely lacked the capacity to resist parents who were also wizards. Additionally, he added, her magical outburst was delayed for a long time before she was sent to St. Mungo's. The healers mentioned that her body bore many insidious repercussions that would be difficult to eradicate. My mother hasn't provided me with specifics, as her words are mostly devoted to cursing my aunt. Pausing, Adelie gently advised Riddle, so if you truly have feelings for her, you ought to consider it carefully. Riddle comprehended Adelie's insinuation that Fiona had likely experienced considerable repercussions regarding her lifespan and fertility. Contemplating Fiona's withdrawal from school after 5th grade, could it be that her physical condition had deteriorated? Might this be connected to her unique ability to wield the soul-snatching curse, and her heightened perception of animals? No wonder the system indicated there was no time limit. It was laying in wait for him here. If Fiona were to perish before his favorability rating reached its zenith, would the task be deemed a failure? Riddle inquired. What else could it be? The system retorted, do you wish to paint her a portrait? To engage in a tragic tale of lingering affections between the living and the dead? Are you feeling unwell? Why does it seem that its tone is rather irritable? System. I am perfectly fine. Riddle. Ignoring the inexplicably neurotic system, he felt a sudden sense of urgency to complete the task before 6th grade. He pressed Adelie further. Is there anything else? Think again. Nothing more, truly. If you must know, go ask my mother. Riddle had the same intention, and planned to broach a topic with Mrs. Lestrange in a few days that wouldn't seem too abrupt. Did you deliver her a Christmas gift? Riddle utilized the Lestrange family owl. Thus Adley was aware, and he inquired with a hint of curiosity. What was it? A trinket salvaged from Borgin and Burke's, of no particular utility, merely capable of evoking one's happiest memories. Perhaps it would uplift her spirits, granting him a few additional points of favorability. Just as Riddle was indulging in this delightful notion, he was abruptly met with the system's cold and unanticipated voice. Ding. Target favorability decreased by 20. Current favorability stands at 30. Riddle. 20? Decreased? Is there a Christmas sale on favorability? A thunderbolt from the blue, but that was not all. A more terrifying nightmare soon followed. Ding. Target favorability decreased by 1. Current favorability stands at 29. Ding. Target favorability decreased by 1. Current favorability stands at 28. Ding. Target favorability decreased by 1. Current favorability stands at 27. Riddle once again experienced the dread brought forth by the incessant dinging. He could no longer conceal his distorted expression and anxiously asked, System, what on earth is happening? Whether it was preoccupied with announcing the plummeting favorability, or simply unwilling to respond to Riddle, the system remained silent. Only the relentless dinging echoed in his mind like funeral bells. Meanwhile, favorability had already dwindled to a precarious 20. Riddle grasped Adley's hand and, speaking rapidly, commanded, Summon your house elf at once and have it apparate me to Fiona's residence. Adley was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Hurry. Oh, all right. Adley. With a bewildered shout of Is my friend going mad? Summoned the house elf, as Fiona's favorability had now sunk to 12. Riddle felt as though he were racing against death itself. Sensing the sharp scythe drawing ever closer to his neck, the chill of impending doom raising the hairs on his arms. Grasping the elf's slender, twig-like arm, Riddle apparat alongside it, and upon materializing at the Shafik residence, his favorability plummeted to a precarious 6. Fortunately, the Shafik home was not a grand estate, but rather a modest 3-story gray-white house, surrounded by Muggle dwellings, appearing somewhat impressive yet unremarkable. From the outside, most of the rooms were dark, save for 1 or 2 round windows on the second floor, curtained yet flickering with dim candlelight. There was not a hint of laughter or conversation within, casting a stark contrast to the brightly lit, festive Muggle homes nearby, rendering it eerily desolate, akin to a lurking beast poised to strike. Riddle pounded on the iron knocker shaped like a wolf's head, producing a sharp, urgent noise. Perhaps due to the interruption of his knocking, Fiona's favorability stagnated at 4. Yet, no one came to answer the door. He drew out his wand and uttered the unlocking charm. Could he not use magic during the holidays? At this moment, he could hardly concern himself with such regulations. With a faint creaking sound, the door swung open, and a gust of cold air, laden with an unpleasant dampness, rushed forth. The entrance hall was cloaked in darkness, devoid of light. Riddle illuminated his wand, casting a faint green glow as he entered cautiously. Upon stepping into a spacious, square hall, a house elf appeared before him with a soft pop. Who are you? You have not been granted permission to enter the Shafik residence. Kindly vacate the premises immediately. The aged elf spoke in a gruff voice, displaying a surprisingly neat and respectable appearance for a house elf. Yet its enormous, murky eyes brimmed with a wariness and malice not commonly found among its kin, as if poised to unleash a curse upon the intruder at any moment. Riddle raised his hands in a gesture of peace, speaking gently. I am Tom Riddle, Fiona's classmate. I was just with Adley. This is his family's house elf, whom I believe you should recognize. The elf cast a cold glance at Riddle, and then at the other elf beside him, yet did not soften its stance. So, what brings you here, intruder? It growled softly, like a snarling guard dog, ready to pounce and tear apart its foe. It was Riddle's first encounter with such an aggressively defensive house elf. He could only think that Fiona truly possessed a remarkable one. It is Adley. He misses Fiona, and wishes to invite her to the Lestrange residence to spend this Christmas Eve with us. Since Fiona and I share a somewhat unique bond, I took it upon myself to come. Riddle deftly deflected the issue of his uninvited entrance, apologizing for his impudence, claiming that the lack of response had caused him concern about an unforeseen incident inside, prompting his reckless intrusion. Observing the fierce elf's expression soften slightly, Riddle quickly inquired, Is Fiona well? May I see her? The elf hesitated momentarily, then darkly replied, Wait here, and do not move until I return. With that, it vanished with a crack. Riddle had always harbored a disdain for house elves, finding them dirty, ugly, and disgustingly servile. Now, receiving such an impolite command from one left him feeling as though a toad had crawled onto his foot. Nonetheless, he had to endure it. After about a minute, the fearsome elf reappeared, perhaps having received a signal from its master, though its demeanor remained unchanged. "Follow me," it snorted coldly. Riddle followed it through a door in the hall, ascending the staircase until they turned into a long corridor leading to several bedrooms. With no lights lit, the corridor's end was engulfed in darkness, and as he approached, it felt akin to walking toward a sinister tomb. Such a terrifying and bizarre atmosphere, of course, did not intimidate the Dark Lord. He calmly trailed behind the house elf until they halted before a wooden door from which a beam of light escaped through the crack. The house elf knocked, and within, Fiona's delicate voice floated out. "Come in." The door opened, and the light that spilled out was not blinding, yet Riddle, accustomed to darkness, squinted slightly, seeing Fiona standing with her back to him at the round window. He quickly surveyed the room. It was a library, with all the books locked behind glass cabinets, and a piano covered with a crimson velvet cloth. The walls were adorned with several portraits, all of which had their eyes tightly shut, appearing less like they were asleep and more like they were dead. "Fiona," Riddle began. Fiona interrupted him, reiterating her intent with a chilling tone unlike any she had ever employed before, akin to the fog that blankets a wintry night. Riddle momentarily faltered, contemplating the emotions laced within Fiona's words. He had to concede that he was truly inept at empathizing with others. After a brief moment of reflection, he spoke with utmost sincerity. "I simply felt an overwhelming premonition that I had to seek you out, lest I perish in a most visceral manner." Fiona let out a short, derisive laugh. She turned, gazing at Riddle with a mixture of astonishment and mockery. "Do not tell me this is your confession of love." Another wave of laughter followed, causing a faint blush to bloom upon her pale visage, reminiscent of a splatter of sanguine against the pristine snow. "Is this the sentiment you harbor when faced with welfare? If this is your form of retribution, congratulations, you have succeeded. It is indeed quite nauseating." Ding. Objective. A familiar conclusion loomed, and perhaps the abruptness of the situation was too jarring, for Riddle found his emotions surprisingly tranquil. Seizing the fleeting moment before the system's announcement concluded, he inquired, "What transpired tonight?" It could not possibly be the gift he had bestowed that incited such a vehement reaction. Just as Fiona was about to respond, a piercing, ghastly wail erupted from the adjacent room. A woman screamed frantically, "Bastard! Beast! You wicked devil! You have slain your father! I curse you, may you meet a wretched end." Simultaneously, the system coldly announced its final word. Affection level reduced to 0, mission failed. As he lost consciousness, Riddle beheld Fiona's downcast gaze, which seemed tinged with solitude, as though steeped in profound fatigue. She exhaled a long, soft sigh. Humanity is truly grotesque. Chapter 15. Strategy Step 15, A New Approach. The shroud of darkness was lifted, revealing the majestic Hogwarts castle, its lights illuminating the starry expanse, momentarily stinging his eyes. The labored breaths of the first years echoed around him, further exacerbating his already discontented mood. Undoubtedly, the most irksome presence was that of the system's voice. Someone had once remarked that the reason for not uttering names was that even if mentioned, one would remain unknown. Life is not a pleasure, but a burdensome endeavor. "Good evening, Mr. Riddle. Time to work hard again tonight." Riddle met this with indifference. The system, undeterred, continued, "Mr. Riddle, do you recall the vow you made here last time? You have truly betrayed my trust in you. However, do not feel embarrassed. While I claim to believe, I was merely pretending." Riddle inhaled deeply. "You find it beautiful as well?" The nearby Adley misconstrued his action. "It is the finest castle I have ever seen." Riddle offered him a perfunctory smile before turning his attention back to Fiona. Ding. The target has appeared, and the affection system has been activated. The current affection level is 15. At long last, the initial affection level was not 0, which brought a modicum of relief to Riddle. At the very least, there was no longer a need for a frantic race against time. Yet, with no buffer from the orphanage, transitioning directly from his previous failure to this moment left him momentarily disoriented in both state and emotion. Fiona, perceptive to Riddle's gaze, slightly tilted her head in his direction. With a heart burdened by countless unsaid insults and inquiries, he swallowed each word back, enduring the pangs of anxiety, and offered her a discreet, solicitous look, inquiring about her well-being. Fiona nodded gently, indicating her endurance. Riddle averted his gaze, seizing the opportunity to reflect on the causes of his previous failure, while awaiting sorting. He did not believe his gift had been the issue, even if it had indeed elicited a visceral reaction from her, based on his understanding of her character. Such a profound emotional upheaval seemed unlikely. Although his understanding remained rather superficial, Riddle found the final cry of that woman to be particularly thought-provoking. "You have slain your father?" As the head of the household, It was indeed peculiar that Fiona's father had not made an appearance in the presence of an intruder. Riddle had assumed he was absent from home. Had he already perished at that moment? Had Fiona been the one to strike the fatal blow? Or was it that woman, whose tone was clearly frenzied, spiraling into madness? Riddle's emotions swirled in a complex and enigmatic manner. If it were true that Fiona had killed her father, he could begin to comprehend why the system had chosen her as his target for conquest. It was not merely her elusive nature and capricious temperament that heightened the challenge. It was also the myriad similarities they shared, both concealed behind masks, deriving amusement from manipulating others, and both burdened by unhappy childhoods, having committed the heinous crime of patricide. The only distinction lay in his overt ambition and flamboyance, while she reveled in the shadows, savoring the thrill of control. Fiona Shafik resembled nothing short of another Tom Riddle. Inwardly questioning, if someone else were to pursue him, would they succeed? After much contemplation, Riddle began to feel a twinge of despair, fervently wishing that Fiona's character would not mirror his own. Incredible, you have actually attained an accurate understanding of your own disposition. The system's incisive commentary arrived promptly as always. Riddle, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, I hope you come to such a realization as well. Of course, my personality is akin to Mr. Riddle's, relishing in aggravating others. Clearly, the system had succeeded in that regard. Riddle found himself unable to utilize the mental barriers to clear his thoughts, and could only strive to prevent his negativity from overshadowing his emotions, focusing instead on contemplation. What had he been pondering? Ah yes, what did Fiona mean by her remark that humanity is truly grotesque? A sudden epiphany struck him. During his initial attempts at conquest, he had wondered why Fiona's affection level had registered as -1. He speculated it was due to his belonging to a group she despised. Could it be that this group encompassed all of humanity? Not merely muggles, not just half-bloods, not only males but all humans, including wizards? Riddle could not suppress a click of his tongue. The breadth of this attack was broader than he himself. Who among them was truly the Dark Lord? A question arose from the depths of his soul. Riddle realized that with each deepening understanding of Fiona, he became increasingly aware of the formidable challenges posed by this young woman, like a ball of prickly hedgehog quills, rendering him at a loss as to how to approach her. Thus, following his previous failure, what strategy should he employ this time? Riddle Tom Riddle. It was only when Dumbledore repeated his name that Riddle, lost in thought, recognized that it was his turn for sorting. He hastily approached, donned the hat, and heard the swift, familiar declaration of Slytherin. He rose to meet Dumbledore's kindly smile, surprisingly finding that the once irksome visage now appeared rather agreeable. Riddle sincerely hoped Dumbledore could sway Fiona to embrace his theories on love. He would prefer her to join the Order of the Phoenix than to be a kindred spirit steeped in the futility of true love. Following sorting, the developments remained largely unchanged. Riddle replicated his previous actions in the common room, successfully raising Fiona's affection level to 20. After several days of deep contemplation, he devised a new strategy for his plan. On a starless and shadowy night, Riddle, cloaked in invisibility, departed from his dormitory, and stood before the window of the common room, awaiting a moment. Upon hearing a faint rustling behind him, he turned to find Fiona parting the curtain, slowly emerging from the doorway of the girls' dormitory. As her gaze fell upon him, he received a system notification indicating a slight increase in affinity. Pondering the reason for this increment, he momentarily dismissed it and walked toward her, halting a couple of steps away to gaze down at her. I am pleased you could accept the invitation, he murmured softly, a hint of a delicate smile gracing his lips. Fiona's voice was even softer and more ethereal. Your note mentioned showing me something interesting? Riddle nodded, assuring her that he would not squander the sleep she had sacrificed. Fiona scrutinized him intently. Her deep blue eyes, akin to the tranquil waters outside, concealed perilous undercurrents beneath their calm facade. Under her gaze, Riddle felt an unexpected prickling at the nape of his neck, as if a spider had swiftly scuttled across his skin, its bristly legs invoking a fleeting itch. However, this sensation dissipated quickly, leading him to believe it was merely an illusion. Paying it little heed, he unfurled the invisibility cloak and donned it. Fiona, too, concealed herself beneath the cloak. At that moment, they both realized an issue. In their hidden state, they could not see one another, making it impossible for Fiona to follow him. Sharing a cloak was indeed a clever solution, yet their relationship was evidently unsuitable for such intimacy. After a moment's thought, Riddle extended his wand from beneath the cloak, allowing Fiona to grasp the other end. He adjusted the cloak to ensure the wand was also adequately concealed. Thus, Riddle guided Fiona away from the common room, holding her close with the wand. Fiona's footsteps were so light that even in the silent corridor, Riddle, merely inches apart, could scarcely hear a sound. Yet the subtle pull of the wand in his palm assured him that he was not accompanied by mere air or a specter. This sensation was intriguingly novel. Riddle was no stranger to physical intimacy. In his youth he had not shunned the pleasures offered by such encounters. However, the shallow joys had never captivated him. Nor had they ever stirred his emotions. Yet now the wand, his most trusted and lethal instrument, which had never been touched by another, was held delicately by Fiona, serving as a connection between them, guiding her to follow in his footsteps toward a shared destination. This unfamiliar and delicate feeling stirred an unusual tumult within him. Riddle noted that his profound animosity towards Fiona seemed to be gradually dissipating, compared to his initial desire to unleash a full suite of curses upon her. He now regarded her with significantly less murderous intent, replaced instead by a sense of helplessness and irritation at her presence. Strangely, he had even crossed her off his death list, which was itself a curious and bizarre development. However, he quickly rationalized this peculiar shift within himself. After all, they were so alike, gazing at another version of himself. Even if she was detestable, it appeared less intolerable, as if her very unpleasantness was in accordance with his preferences. As they navigated through the corridors, Riddle evaded patrolling professors and avoided Pringle, whom he had previously eliminated. He also steered clear of the house elves who emerged at night to tidy up. Being mindful of Fiona, he slowed his pace, and it took them a considerable amount of time to reach the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Upon arrival, Riddle removed the invisibility cloak, turning to face Fiona, who also revealed her form. She glanced around, yet did not express any skepticism about the inappropriate nature of their surroundings, quietly awaiting his next move. Approaching the sink, Riddle spoke in Parseltongue. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets slowly opened in a radiant white light, and as he turned he noticed Fiona's intrigued eyebrows raise slightly, her demeanor polite as she gestured invitingly. "Welcome to the Chamber of Salazar Slytherin. You shall be the first to tread here who is not of Slytherin blood." No. The system reminded him, there were also Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley and Ginny. Silence. Riddle decided to channel the murderous intent he had reclaimed from Fiona toward the system. Chapter 16. The 16th Step, Invitation Accepted. The pipes were excessively dirty, so Riddle removed his jacket and laid it down for Fiona to sit upon. He did not expect this gesture to earn him any favor. Rather, he was merely cautious of her potential disdain for the unclean environment, fearing she might unjustly penalize him for it. He had already experienced her unreasonable capacity for misplaced grievances. Surprisingly, Fiona's affinity increased slightly. Why was it that sometimes she remained indifferent to his considerate actions, while at other times, she unexpectedly accepted them? What peculiar itch lay in her strange disposition? Riddle was utterly baffled by his inability to discern Fiona's elusive preferences. Leading the way, Riddle descended the pipe with Fiona following closely behind, and they tumbled into a broad tunnel damp with mud. When Fiona hit the ground, she inevitably became smeared with muck. Yet she displayed no signs of discontent, raising her wand to conjure light, squinting to examine the dark, damp stone walls surrounding them. "Is this beneath the Black Lake?" she questioned, her tone speculative, but her expression resolute. Riddle appreciated conversing with intelligent individuals. It spared him the need to elaborate excessively. "Indeed," he replied, leading the way with his wand raised. He observed their shadows on the wall, elongated and entwined like aquatic plants, and continued, "It's not too far from our dormitory." Fiona fell silent for a moment, and when she spoke again, her thoughts had crystallized into a clear hypothesis. During the era of the Four Founders, Hogwarts Castle had no lavatories, nor any plumbing. Thus, this passage to Salazar Slytherin's chamber could not have been constructed by him. It must have been altered by Slytherin's descendants, who upon discovering the chamber, transformed its entrance into the girls' lavatory. But why the lavatory? Wouldn't it be quite inconvenient for male descendants like you to enter? Where lies the necessity? Could it be the pipes? The pipes aren't intended for people but for other beings? Such large creatures, dwelling in the damp, dark depths of the lake, and connected to Salazar Slytherin. The key to entering the chamber is Parseltongue. Fiona's soliloquy ceased as they reached the end of the tunnel. She tilted her head to observe the two entwined snakes sculpted on the wall, her gaze landing on the green gem that served as their eyes. Riddle witnessed a sudden smile blossom on her pale face, outshining the sparkling green gem in the dark tunnel. "It's a basilisk," Fiona whispered, articulating her conclusion. Riddle felt compelled to applaud her remarkable observational skills and extensive knowledge. He had been outmatched by her on several occasions. Maintaining his composure, Riddle nodded indifferently. Evidently, the answer was not difficult to ascertain. The system interjected unexpectedly. You've only been searching for 5 years, haven to you? Riddle found himself exasperated. Ever since the system's existence, even boasting had lost its luster. In Parseltongue, Riddle commanded the wall to open, and the entwined snakes parted, the stone wall splitting down the middle to reveal the vast space beyond. The verdant, ethereal glow permeated the expansive chamber, where countless stone columns, intricately engraved with serpentine patterns, resembled the colossal arms of giants, supporting the ceiling that vanished into the shadows. In the dim green light, these columns cast distorted and eerie silhouettes. Fiona, far from being daunted by this ominous scene, approached one of the pillars and gazed upwards, scrutinizing the great serpent coiled around it. It appeared somewhat different from the serpent depicted in the house crest. Could it be a basilisk? Her curiosity prompted her to inquire. Riddle, who had previously paid little attention, cast a fleeting glance upon her question. Perhaps he hesitated, his gaze suddenly fixating. Among the intertwined serpents upon the pillar, one bore a diminutive crown atop its head. He had noticed this detail upon his initial entry, interpreting it as a symbol of the noble status and esteemed position attributed to Slytherin House by Salazar Slytherin. However, he had not contemplated it further until now, when he realized that the crown atop the serpent's head seemed to resemble the diadem of Ravenclaw. What could this signify? Riddle furrowed his brow in contemplation. Fiona, following Riddle's line of sight, examined the somewhat inconspicuous crown overshadowed by the serpent's massive head. As if she had tapped into his thoughts, she remarked, "Is that the diadem of Ravenclaw?" Riddle was entirely unperturbed by Fiona's knowledge of Ravenclaw's diadem. He mused that had it not been for Fiona's ferocious disposition, which dominated her presence and obscured the Sorting Hat's judgment, her intellect and wisdom could indeed have warranted her placement in Ravenclaw. He tilted his head to gaze at her and queried, "What leads you to such a conclusion?" "Merely a speculation," Fiona replied nonchalantly. "What significance lies in placing a muggle's crown upon a basilisk's head? Unless Salazar Slytherin possesses such an ostentatious character." Upon finishing her statement, she observed the colossal statue of Salazar, towering above them with an elderly countenance reminiscent of a monkey. "I take back what I just said," she added. Riddle noted her disdainful expression, which slightly diminished his fondness for her. Why had this ancestor not been of assistance and instead hindered him? He silently cursed, then gazed up at the stone visage shrouded in darkness above, hissing, "Speak to me, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Slytherin." The statue of Salazar Slytherin opened its mouth, its jaw expanding infinitely like a serpent to form a vast black void, as if to consume all. Fiona pondered aloud. Could it be that Salazar mastered the animagus transformation, with a serpent as his animal form? The texts state that wizards embody the traits and characteristics of their animagus forms. I wonder if the statue is alluding to this. Riddle paused, having never considered this angle, and marveled at Fiona's astute and rapid intellect. "By the way, what did you say to him earlier?" she inquired. Instinct warned him that uttering that overly grandiose statement might cause him to lose favor again. So Riddle maintained his composure and twisted the original meaning, conveying, "I implore you to speak to me, Slytherin. I seek your generous endowment." Fiona remained non-committal regarding this remark. She blinked, tilting her head as she regarded Riddle. Although Parseltongue was the innate language of Slytherin descendants, it could also be mastered through study. Could a non-Slytherin descendant utilize Parseltongue to access this chamber? Indeed, that was plausible. Riddle, slightly displeased, nodded with a smile. Thus, a second door is required. With a flick of his wand, a staircase materialized, connecting the ground to the entrance of the statue. "Come, Miss Shafik," Riddle beckoned, leading the way up the steps. Upon reaching the final step, Riddle turned to Fiona, who was visibly fatigued, her pallid complexion flushing anew. He gently advised, "The basilisk's gaze possesses lethal power. Before I command it to avert its gaze from you, it would be prudent for you to close your eyes and avoid looking at it." With that, he extended his hand. Fiona cast her gaze downward at the open palm before her, falling into silence. It was evident that she resisted such intimate contact. Riddle's heart raced, prepared to pivot to an alternative approach should the situation turn unfavorable. Fortunately, her curiosity regarding the basilisk seemed to overshadow her reluctance, as she gradually raised her hand, delicately placing her fingers atop Riddle's palm. After casting one last glance at him, she quietly shut her eyes. Her cool hand, as light as a snowflake, rested gently within his, soft and yielding, akin to a scoop of melting cream ice cream. With her eyes closed, Fiona appeared almost kitten-like in her docility, the stark contrast prompting Riddle to unveil a smirk of triumph. "You possess a rather unsettling smile," the system remarked. "Might you exercise some self-control, Mr. Riddle, in your 60s? Displaying such predatory expressions towards an 11-year-old girl is truly disquieting." His earlier good humor evaporated instantly, and Riddle replied with a stoic demeanor. Was it not you who assigned me such a beastly task? The system retorted. I did not anticipate you would exhibit such depraved behavior so vividly. Silence, Riddle commanded. The first step in bridging the gap and drawing closer had been successfully achieved, instilling him with greater confidence in his forthcoming plans. He tightened his grip gently, meticulously holding Fiona's slender fingertips, guiding her slowly into the basilisk's resting chamber. As before, upon successfully communicating with the basilisk, Riddle gestured towards Fiona, commanding it to turn its head away, to avoid meeting her gaze. Who else could she be if not a descendant of Salazar? Compared to ordinary snakes, the basilisk possessed a more human-like intellect and curiosity. Riddle hesitated, uncertain how to define his relationship with Fiona. Friend he finally settled on, a term he viewed as little more than a tool. The basilisk, like snakes, had poor vision. It slithered beside Fiona, flicking its tongue to memorize her form and scent. A friend, I understand, is akin to the most significant individuals, like Salazar and Godric. Riddle raised an eyebrow in confusion, but now was not the time for inquiry. He directed the basilisk to turn its head in the opposite direction, and subsequently released Fiona's hand. You may open your eyes now, he said with a hint of amusement. Upon opening her eyes, Fiona first glanced at Riddle. Ding. Favorability increased by 2. Current favorability stands at 28. Before Riddle could discern the emotions reflected in her gaze, it had already shifted to the basilisk. Its massive form coiled upon the floor, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, its sharp scales shimmering with a jewel-like emerald luster, presenting a peculiar beauty. Although its flat head faced away from her, she could faintly discern the yellow serpentine pupils on either side. Its tail swept slowly across the ground, stirring up centuries of accumulated dust. Yet amidst the swirling particles, Fiona's eyes sparkled with excitement. She widened her gaze, fixated on the basilisk's form, her body instinctively leaning forward. Can I go over and touch it? She turned to Riddle, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Feel free, Riddle replied. In light of her actions and words, Riddle no longer viewed her as merely an 11-year-old child, but as an adversary of comparable strength. Yet, the childlike expression she now wore, imbued with a hint of playfulness, caused a subtle tremor in his previously steadfast perceptions of her. The system remarked. The manner in which you entice her with the basilisk is akin to the perverse act of luring a young girl with sweets. Riddle was nearly compelled to introspect due to the system's words, yet he swiftly regained his composure. What sort of normal young girl could possibly be drawn to a basilisk? Fiona, after all, is known for capturing individuals to feed to the beast. Though Riddle was reluctant to concede, even he, at 11 years of age, lacked such audacity. He observed Fiona, the slender girl, as she delicately caressed the shimmering scales of the basilisk, her lips curling into a smile of pure delight and affection. Were the basilisk replaced by flowers, it would create a scene worthy of a world-renowned painting, albeit somewhat mundane and uninspired. However, the juxtaposition of the seemingly gentle and innocent girl intimately snuggling with the malevolent and terrifying basilisk rendered a strikingly bizarre and distorted tableau, brimming with a taboo-like exhilaration that quickened the heart and held one's gaze captive. The system interjected. I understand now, you are not a beast but rather, you are beneath one. Riddle replied indifferently. Thank you for the compliment, it is the highest praise I could receive. The system, momentarily at a loss for words, sulkily fell silent. At last Fiona, having sufficiently indulged in her fascination with the basilisk, turned her contented gaze towards Riddle. What did you say to it? I sense it likes me, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. How should he respond? Should he be bold or exercise caution? The atmosphere was too perfect to squander. Riddle resolved to take a gamble. He smiled at her, his voice gentle. I told it that the one standing beside me is someone of great importance, and that it should not harm her. Fiona's smile faltered, her lively and endearing expression fading into a mask of her usual cold indifference. Her gaze, devoid of warmth, roamed over Riddle, constricting around him like the tail of the basilisk tightening around his neck. Unperturbed, Riddle continued. We are the last of our kind in this absurd and dreary world, are we not? Fiona softly echoed, our kind? Riddle nodded with a smile, however. Rather than being mere kin, I would prefer you to be my accomplice. The audience grows weary with time. Why not join me on stage and explore some new ventures together? Fiona gazed deeply into the obsidian depths of Riddle's eyes, her cerulean orb seemingly engulfed by the dark fog emanating from his pupils. The prolonged silence made the basilisk impatient, causing it to shake its head. Fiona blinked, severing their intertwined gaze, and her lips curled into a smile. It appears your invitation does not disappoint, she murmured. Perhaps I could accept once more. Ding. Favorability increased by 30. Current favorability, 58. Riddle finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. As he attempted to extend a friendly handshake, he realized his palms had grown clammy with anxiety. He was compelled to present a brighter smile, sincerely stating, "Welcome, my soul companion." Chapter 17. The 17th step: ridiculous, unnecessary. After revealing the existence of the basilisk to Fiona, Riddle was not interrupted by anyone else intruding upon his secret chamber. Thus, all notions of bad luck were rendered false. It was she who had ensnared him without his awareness, while he bore the brunt of the blame with unwarranted pride. This dark history was best left unexamined. The mere thought of it ignited within Riddle an urge to silence witnesses, yet he found himself unable to do so. Fiona remained indifferent to his feelings, preoccupied instead with the basilisk's dietary needs. The creature, being of considerable size, could not be sustained solely by the small animals Riddle delivered every few days. While it could enter a low-energy hibernation state during its slumber, the intense and persistent hunger it experienced upon awakening rendered it increasingly agitated. Fiona, who could directly sense the basilisk's emotions, found herself in a foul mood, and as her spirits waned, Riddle's favorability teetered precariously. He was left with no choice but to contemplate how to manage this troublesome basilisk. It was impossible to release it into the forbidden forest, where centaurs and other creatures dwelled. Should the basilisk's presence be discovered, even its formidable lethality would not suffice to withstand the combined might of several professors, including Dumbledore. Moreover, the basilisk's aversion to the crowing of a rooster would make capturing it a trivial task for skilled wizards. Young Riddle, with a limited worldview, believed that possessing a basilisk would enable him to execute a blood purity plan. In truth, as a pet left behind by Salazar Slytherin, its seemingly fearsome capabilities were only suited for ambush and instilling panic. Once its existence was revealed, it would be challenging to achieve any significant outcome. Riddle now perceived that Salazar had no genuine expectation of using the basilisk to eradicate muggles and mudbloods. Rather, it seemed more like a spiteful act, leaving behind a ticking time bomb to disrupt Hogwarts. As one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, he had never contemplated truly destroying the castle that embodied his aspirations and labor, just as he, during the final war, aimed to avoid damaging Hogwarts. Anyone wishing to expel an unwelcome guest would not desire to collapse their own home. They were not worth such a sacrifice. Why not invite someone in? Fiona suggested, her seemingly innocent face uttering a chilling proposal. The caretaker, Hagrid, was quite large. Surely he could suffice as a meal. Riddle, is it not somewhat amiss to describe a human's physique with the tone reserved for discussing a large apple? The Dark Lord, who had ruled the magical world through terror for over a decade, believed himself to possess a ruthless disposition. Yet, in his complete state of being, he did not consider it normal for a wizard to regard another as food for a basilisk. Such thoughts could only serve as methods for attacking foes or punishing subordinates. Surely, the system interjected, with all due respect, do not criticize the pot for its color. You are not a normal person, Mr. Riddle. Riddle retorted, nothing could be better. To me, normalcy and mediocrity are synonymous. However, madness and greatness are certainly not. Silence. Let us change the word. I am weary of this one. Begone. After each exchange of barbs with the system, Riddle found that Fiona was, in fact, quite endearing. He patiently articulated, your suggestion is not unfeasible. However, such measures can only be employed once. Should a second incident occur within the school, it would be closed, and we would have to leave as well. Fiona's expression soured. Riddle suspected that her irritability stemmed not solely from concern for the basilisk. Despite her far greater affinity for non-human entities than for humans, she did not possess an abundance of maternal instincts. He speculated that the basilisk's hunger might resonate with her own experiences, given her tendency to eat like a bird. Unless her stomach were truly the size of a mere egg, she had likely never felt satiated. If he could remedy her gastrointestinal issues, would her favorability surge dramatically? Regrettably, his research had always focused on methods of causing death. Healing potions and magic were not his forte. Riddle could not help but think of Severus Snape, who had made significant contributions in potion-making. Although he would later discover that this once trusted subordinate was a traitor, he had never placed any trust in those he did not possess, nor had he harbored foolish expectations of their loyalty. Thus, neither the betrayal of the Malfoy family, nor Snape's treachery had delivered an unbearable blow to him. It was entirely natural for a hyena, lured by meat, to abandon its master when food grew scarce. He must learn his lesson. The stakes must be raised a notch, and the collars around their necks tightened further. Only when the cost of betrayal becomes exorbitantly high will loyalty become a matter of necessity. As this thought circled in his mind, Riddle contemplated the prospect of engaging with Snape's mother upon her enrollment, curious to discover whether the Prince family possessed any treasured secrets. Meanwhile, he smiled gently at Fiona, advising her to be patient. He would take her away from the school during the Christmas holidays. Oh. Fiona raised an intrigued eyebrow. Where will you take it? Riddle replied with a grin. To a place where we won't be disturbed, the Gunther Manor. It has ample provisions, and they are quite abundant. Fiona blinked at him, her silence speaking volumes. As their interactions increased, Riddle, adept at reading subtle cues, finally deciphered the meanings behind her fleeting expressions. At this moment, she was likely analyzing the motivations and intentions behind his actions. She delighted in stripping away the layers of both the ragged and the polished facades of those around her, exposing their bare souls. Like a child unwrapping gifts, she reveled in the process, eager to discover what lay within each box. Yet, whether the contents were diamonds or mere pebbles seemed to evoke no emotion in her. She simply relished the act of unwrapping, or rather, the fleeting joy of unveiling. Subsequently, she would lose interest, casting aside the half-licked candy in search of her next target. Riddle's intention was to keep her perpetually intrigued and attentive towards him until her fondness reached its zenith. Having unwound much of his enigma, Fiona inquired, "Are you familiar with Oedipus?" "Who?" Riddle replied, intrigued to know what conclusion she had drawn. "Oh, then may I be so bold as to ask, is your mother still alive?" Riddle retorted, "Your tone hardly conveys boldness. One might think you were insulting me." However, in an effort to maintain his composure, he refrained from countering with a question about her own mother, responding in a measured tone, "If you truly wish to know, she passed away at my birth." Really? Most would express apologies and sympathy at such a revelation. Yet Fiona merely emitted a sound of mild surprise. She gazed at Riddle, her expression momentarily betraying confusion, before she fell into contemplation. Riddle suddenly comprehended what she found perplexing. Perhaps she had assumed that his ability to uncover the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets so soon after the school year began, and his profound knowledge of the magical world, stemmed from his mother's tutelage. As a member of the Gaunt family, it was not surprising for Mellop to possess such capabilities. Fiona's awareness of his lineage would inevitably breed skepticism. If Mellop had indeed passed away, then all of Riddle's peculiarities warranted scrutiny. Riddle relished in cultivating this air of mystery and deftly shifted the topic. "Would you care to join me when the time comes?" Fiona pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The two reached a light-hearted and amicable consensus regarding their holiday plans, as casually as if they were merely preparing to attend a Christmas feast rather than plotting the demise of certain individuals. Before Christmas, Hogwarts first welcomed Halloween. Adley misinterpreted Riddle's recent buoyancy as enthusiasm for the Halloween feast, exclaiming, "I never would have guessed you were the type to enjoy such festivities." Riddle, disinterested in explaining himself, merely smiled, fiddling with his broomstick while his peripheral vision remained fixed on Fiona. As anticipated, she was woefully unskilled at Quidditch. Indeed, one could say she was quite dreadful. With the semester nearly half over, she had yet to master the simple act of summoning her broomstick from the ground at will. Perhaps her prior insinuations to Professor Burns about her flying lessons had led him to forego teaching her this essential wizarding skill, leaving her complacent in her lack of effort. While Riddle had little regard for such a retreatist disposition, he considered that with Fiona's constitution, even if she managed to ascend, a mere gust of wind could easily topple her, broom and all. Better she remain quietly in a corner, lost in thought. The weather had turned chilly, and Fiona's face was pale from the cold, her nose tinged with a conspicuous red. Her gray hair was wrapped in a scarf, puffing out at the sides of her face, giving her the appearance of a rabbit with drooping ears. Though her waning demeanor was undeniably captivating, she was no ordinary rabbit to be ensnared. Rather, she was a rare breed capable of delivering a lethal bite when least expected. Adley's background chatter continued incessantly. "After the feast, our house will host its own celebration ball. I hear Professor Slughorn will also be in attendance. Will you join us?" "Why not?" Riddle replied nonchalantly. "Is there another engagement that day?" "Who knows?" Adley muttered. "Aren't you the one who often disappears without a trace?" Riddle remained silent, for Fiona's gaze had finally drifted towards him after surveying everyone on the pitch. Seemingly casually, he turned his head to meet her eyes, smiled, and with a graceful flick of his foot against the grass, soared into the air on his broomstick. A few girls below gasped in hushed tones. Yet after waiting in vain for Fiona's affection to increase, he descended back to the ground, slightly disappointed. Since that day in the chamber when her fondness had surged by 30 points, Fiona's regard for him had stagnated, occasionally fluctuating by 1 or 2 points due to her changing moods. No matter how hard he tried to impress her, he could not surpass 60. This led him to speculate that 60 might serve as a threshold. Surpassing it could lead to a transformative shift in their relationship. Did he need to trigger the system's previously mentioned CG animation? Or perhaps create a new save point? The system remained cryptic regarding matters related to affection, leaving Riddle to navigate this terrain on his own. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with his current progress, believing that prior failures had equipped him to seize this opportunity. Really? The system interjected. I don't believe it. Riddle suddenly asked, if I succeed, you can clock out, but why do you seem reluctant for me to accomplish my task? The system paused, then retorted, overthinking is the hallmark of the self-proclaimed clever. Why not consider the possibility that I simply take issue with you? Riddle was not provoked by the system's taunt. His tone remained calm and laden with meaning. As long as I do not infringe upon your interests. Unless you are a righteous guardian, you have no reason to disdain me. Yet, does one like you even possess a human perspective? This unanticipated sharp probing left the system momentarily at a disadvantage, rendering it silent. However, after a brief interlude, the system returned with a monotone voice, coolly stating, then I advise you to consider another possibility. Without the faade of false means to garner false affection, you are destined to be devoid of genuine regard and fondness from any being. This includes humans and deities alike. Riddle scoffed, ridiculous. What makes you think I require it? Chapter 18. The 18th step of the strategy, conspiracy, creating chaos. Your needs and your attainments are two separate matters, Mr. Riddle, the system replied evenly. When a beggar claims not to need wealth, it is always unconvincing. Riddle, incensed, retorted, are you comparing me to a beggar? I apologize. The system readily expressed its regret. I insulted the beggar, who occasionally receives a few coins from kind-hearted strangers, while you possess nothing. Just as Riddle was about to retort, he heard a chime from the system. The system has now muted you. During this period, your messages will be rejected. Please refrain from speaking until the mute is lifted. Riddle. Why is it only the system that can unilaterally impose silence? Although Riddle was reluctant to label the spirited exchange with the system as an argument, he preferred to regard it as a resounding victory in a counteroffensive campaign, regardless of the system's acknowledgement. In his eyes, the system that remained silent first was the true loser. Moreover, after the system's disappearance, Fiona, whose emotions had stabilized and whose affection remained unchanged, afforded Riddle a long-awaited tranquility. Not only was she acutely attuned to the emotions of animals, but she also possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to human sentiments, and she cast several scrutinizing glances in his direction at the dining table. She privately pondered, could you be possessed by a ghost? Otherwise, why would the approach of Halloween bring you such delight? On some level, this speculation unexpectedly pierced the truth. He indeed resembled a ghost reborn. Riddle managed to suppress his involuntary smile and inquired, will you be attending the ball in the communal lounge this evening? If you are asking whether I will make an appearance, a diligent spectator should not miss any lively occasion, Fiona replied. Simultaneously, an exemplary audience member would not reveal their presence before any curtain, Riddle added, following her line of thought. Fiona tilted her head, the noticeable height difference necessitating that she slightly lift her chin to look at Riddle, while from his perspective, her wide-open, placid gaze resembled that of an owl observing him. In terms of appearance, this owl could be described as strikingly elegant. With your spirits so high, are you planning to present a novel performance for my amusement? She asked softly. Riddle was determined not to disappoint her. Pondering for a moment, his remarkable memory allowed him to unearth a scandalous tidbit from past anecdotes that she might find entertaining. Perhaps you have observed how Abracax is exchanging glances with Lucretia, while neglecting his fiancée, Helena? Lucretia is the elder sister of Orion and a cousin of Walburga. Her demeanor is not frivolous, but Abracax is well versed in the art of charming women, and Lucretia is one of the unfortunate butterflies ensnared in his romantic web. If only they could be more discreet, I could choose to remain oblivious, Fiona responded with a hint of disinterest, and besides, Miss Macmillan is not entirely unaware of the situation. Do you know why Helena is able to tolerate this? Fiona then perked up, curiously asking, is it not to preserve her own dignity? Riddle shook his head and, feigning mystery, leaned closer to Fiona's ear, to which she obligingly turned to listen. The two engaged in a conspiratorial whisper. Riddle shared in a hushed tone the secret he had gleaned from Abracax. She is involved with her own brother. The warm breath brushed against the side of Fiona's face, causing her to instinctively pull back slightly, yet the gravity of Riddle's revelation captured her attention, rendering her oblivious to the minor intimacy. How do you know? She inquired skeptically. Helena's brother is in Ravenclaw, a 7th year on the verge of graduation, busy with his studies. The two hardly intersect at school. Even I, who scrutinizes others with a magnifying glass daily, Have not noticed anything amiss. How did you come by this information? Furthermore, while it may defy ethics, such occurrences are not particularly rare in the wizarding world. The fanatical pureblood families commit even more shocking acts in the name of preserving their so-called blood purity, do they not? Fiona's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, and Riddle quickly grasped the underlying reason. Fiona's parents, the Shoffics, are in fact closely related cousins, while Walburga and Orion are at least third-generation cousins. The father of the Shoffics is a full brother. This might also explain their inability to conceive children. Ironically, the very near relative marriage chosen to produce pureblood offspring nearly resulted in the extinction of their lineage. Mr. Shoffic might be unwilling to accept such an outcome, secretly fathering an illegitimate daughter in an attempt to pass her off as legitimate, only to find himself with a creature more akin to a basilisk than a fish. Riddle cast a glance at Fiona, whose potential for devastation rivaled that of a basilisk. One wonders whether Mr. Shoffic has ever lamented his decision in despair. This alone is certainly not unusual, Riddle suggested meaningfully, but you could certainly make the situation a bit more entertaining. Fiona met Riddle's gaze, which sparkled with mirth, revealing intentions that were anything but benign. She regarded him steadily for 2 seconds before a smile graced her lips. A splendid proposal, she replied. That evening, following a lavish dinner in the Great Hall, the students of Slytherin House returned to their dormitories, changed into their casual attire, and congregated in the communal lounge to commence their own celebratory ball. The ball was not grandiose. Attendees were not dressed formally, but merely sought an opportunity to unwind and foster camaraderie within the house. Although the combined number of 7th years did not exceed 100, many faces remained familiar yet unspoken. As the newly popular figure of the occasion, Riddle found himself inundated with greetings from a stream of acquaintances, leaving Adley, who was tasked with making introductions, quite exhausted. Riddle felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, the same scene replayed multiple times, with the same individuals delivering the same words, expressions, and tones, inevitably engendering a sense of confusion between the authentic and the fabricated. Since his rebirth, he had been contemplating what force could render the world akin to a parchment, repeatedly erased and redrawn. Yet this inquiry delved into the blind spots of Riddle's knowledge. He could neither comprehend nor understand. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to perceive this as an expression of divine omnipotence. If that were the case, what would he be? A mere toy of the gods? The mere thought of such a possibility filled him with profound humiliation. Riddle absently engaged with his future subordinates, his gaze wandering restlessly around the lounge, yet he could not locate Fiona's presence. However, he could surmise what she was currently occupied with. His attention inevitably drifted toward Abracax, who was dancing closely with his fiancée Helena Macmillan in the vacant dance area. His platinum hair gleamed with a polished sheen, and a tender smile adorned his handsome visage as he whispered sweet nothings into Helena's ear, to which she responded with playful reproach. To any observer, they appeared to be an inseparable and charming couple. Yet, if one were to notice Abracax stealing glances at Lucretia, seated on the sofa during their dance, and the fact that Helena's upper body was subconsciously leaning away, it would reveal a more complex story. The door to the lounge swung open, and Riddle instantly spotted Fiona as she silently entered from the outside. She glided through the shadows that filtered through the room's merriment, like a specter, unnoticed by anyone, and settled quietly on the marble bench by the window. Bathed in the lake's ethereal blue light, Riddle glimpsed the faint smile that danced at the corners of Fiona's lips. Reflected in the water, he could not help but recall Fiona from his memories, who at that time was plotting against him, her demeanor and posture almost identical to the present moment. It appeared her scheme was progressing quite successfully. The schadenfreude derived from witnessing others' misfortunes overshadowed any lingering displeasure he felt. Riddle relished the fact that he was not the sole victim, and had now become a conspirator. Moment raté. Lucretia seemed to be irked by Tiffany's incessant gestures, or perhaps was simply unwilling to continue observing the engaged couple openly displaying affection in the dance floor. She rose and wandered towards the refreshment table, absent-mindedly selecting fruits and beverages. At that instant, Fiona, as if seeking a morsel, approached Lucretia, and the two inadvertently collided, causing the drink to spill onto Lucretia's attire. Snapped back to reality, Lucretia furrowed her brow at Fiona and remarked irritably, "Could you be a bit more careful?" Fiona gazed into her eyes, her expression one of meekness as she softly replied, "Apologies, Blake, your face seems a tad flushed. Perhaps the lounge is overly stuffy? A breath of fresh air might do you good." Lucretia's eyes momentarily flickered with distraction, yet her expression remained unchanged, still frowning as she impatiently shook her dampened sleeves. "Perhaps you are right, but rather than advising me, It would be best for you to find a corner to sit quietly and not obstruct others' paths, she said haughtily. Fiona did not raise an eyebrow, continuing with her delicate, kitten-like voice, "Very well, I shall be mindful." This scene caused Riddle to involuntarily furrow his brow, stifling a laugh within. The self-proclaimed noble and pure Blake family had taken their tattered, scorched tapestry as a badge of honor, using it to look down upon others with arrogance. Yet, no matter how ancient their lineage or how numerous their members, it could not prevent the inevitable collapse and demise of their family. The grandiosity at the rise of the curtain was matched only by the tragedy at its fall. Riddle scoffed inwardly, suddenly feeling a sense of discomfort. After pondering for a moment, he realized that if it were any other time, the system would have already berated him. He could almost envision the reprimands. "Your words are as shameless as an arsonist lamenting the carelessness of a homeowner as their house burns to the ground." Such sentiments were typical. No, why was he chastising himself when the system had finally chosen silence? Riddle found himself perplexed by his own peculiar behavior. Nearby, Adley noticed Riddle lost in thought and nudged him with his arm. "Why not invite a girl to dance?" he teased, casting a sly glance at Tiffany. As if sensing something, Tiffany's gaze darted toward them, and upon locking eyes with Riddle, her expression brightened with eager anticipation. Riddle feigned ignorance, casually directing his gaze elsewhere. However, since Tiffany had been placed on Riddle's list of targets, her tenacity and astonishing audacity were not qualities easily matched by others. She approached him with an affected elegance, giggling like a little chick. "Tom, won't you ask me for a dance? Perhaps I would prefer to invite you to a Nevada," Riddle mused with a smile. Yet, in social settings, if a girl humbles herself to utter such words, and the invited boy were to refuse, it would be akin to publicly delivering a slap and forging a bitter enmity. Even if the girl were a universally disliked oddity, the boy would still be criticized for lacking tolerance and gentlemanly decorum. In his youth, Riddle had endured Tiffany's presence with great distaste, simultaneously wishing for swift retribution while baffled by how a girl could so disregard her own dignity. Now he understood that from the very first day of school, she had become Fiona's instrument, both an excellent shield and a rather entertaining diversion, much of her time spent at his expense. Riddle discreetly cast a resigned yet indulgent glance at Fiona, appearing to direct it at Tiffany, as he politely extended his hand. "Might I have the honor of asking you to dance, miss?" he said with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Fiona's lips curl slightly, her gaze drifting towards the window. Meanwhile, Tiffany affected a bashful nod, squeezing her voice to say, "I would be delighted." Just treat her as Fiona, Riddle consoled himself. Chapter 19. Strategy Step 19. Congratulations, you have passed. After Halloween, a small gossip circulated within the school. Dex Macmillan from Ravenclaw and Lucretia Blake from Slytherin were caught by the patrolling Pringle, while on a nocturnal escapade. Considering the festive occasion, the inebriated Pringle generously decreed that both houses would merely lose 10 points each. Initially, this could be seen as an amusing anecdote for couples, yet upon hearing the news, Dex's sister Helena turned crimson with rage, lunging at Lucretia and delivering a slap, accusing her of not only seducing her fiancé, but also daring to lay claim to her brother, which she deemed utterly shameless. Lucretia, momentarily stunned by the slap, covered her face and struggled to find her voice. The other Blake, Walburga, would not allow her cousin to be left at a disadvantage and promptly entered the fray. "Miss Macmillan, shouldn't you reflect on your own shortcomings? Both your fiancé and your brother have taken a liking to the same person, which signifies a certain deficiency in your feminine allure. Perhaps you ought to learn from Lucy." Her words only fueled the flames of Helena's fury, causing her to draw her wand in a fit of rage, ready to escalate the verbal sparring into a duel. Walburga, with her forceful temperament, coldly pointed her wand in retaliation. Abraxas, accustomed to his own charms and the ability to attract affection without commitment, was unwilling to be the subject of ridicule and rushed to intervene. However, unable to mediate the situation, the two furious girls shifted their ire towards him, directing their wands his way. "How dare you speak? Abraxas, do you think your ability to juggle admirers is impressive? Were it not for my parents disregarding my wishes and arranging this betrothal, do you think I would spare you a glance? I've longed to tell you. You ought to use less hair wax. Its scent makes me want to retch. Now you hastily seek to distance yourself? Lucy is only in her second year. How dare you fool her while engaged to someone else? I shall demand an explanation from Mrs. Malfoy." Abraxas, publicly humiliated, left in a huff, his sleeves flailing as he exited. The onlookers, satisfied with the spectacle, withdrew their heads and began to murmur and chuckle amongst themselves. "Oh dear, this is too embarrassing. Slytherin is losing face." Adley struggled to maintain a neutral expression, but his animated tone while speaking with Riddle betrayed his excitement. After all, for someone who typically maintained an air of superiority, suddenly becoming the protagonist of such a farcical scene was bound to elicit a silent hope for a prompt escalation into physical conflict. Slytherin's honor? Such trivial romantic gossip held no bearing, not when even Headmaster Slughorn and the ghost Bloodman Barrow appeared to be enjoying the show. Riddle remained one of the calmest individuals in the room. As Helena slapped Lucretia, some gasped in shock, while others dropped their utensils. Yet he managed to maintain a steady hand as he brought a spoonful of creamy soup to his lips. Throughout the unfolding farce, he observed with an amused expression, even taking the time to meticulously deb-one and peel the chicken wings on his plate. Riddle felt inexplicably that Adley regarded this performance as a mere side dish, having long prepared how to savor it. In good spirits, Riddle began to comprehend Fiona's enthusiasm for orchestrating such subtle manipulations from the shadows. Indeed, the artistry of drama could serve as an effective balm for the soul. He was also curious as to whether the betrothal between Ablaxis and Helena would persist. If this matter were to be annulled, would Lucius then be deprived of his very existence? And what of Lucretia, originally destined to wed the Pruitt family of Hufflepuff? Would the dynamics of the Order of the Phoenix undergo a transformation? To thwart the emergence of its members at the root would be quite a delightful prospect. With a smile, Riddle cast a sidelong glance and noticed Fiona slightly turned her head in observation of something. Following her gaze, his smile faded, and his brow furrowed. It was Alpheus. The two empty chairs beside him indicated that his sisters, unwilling to endure the scrutiny, had already retreated to their dormitory. He sat with his eyes cast down, unaffected by the whispers around him, quietly dining with an inscrutable demeanor. However, Riddle astutely observed the tip of a wand peeking from his waist. Whether it had merely been drawn slightly or improperly returned, either scenario was worthy of contemplation. Riddle's fork delicately pierced the roasted chicken wing, releasing a small trickle of juice. It seemed that Fiona harbored a particular interest in Alpheus. Was it a case of mutual sympathy among the ailing? Your jealousy is far more unbecoming than your impotent rage, Mr. Riddle. The abrupt voice caused Riddle to press his fork too forcefully against the plate, producing an unpleasant screech that attracted several curious glances. Regaining his composure, he retorted coldly, "You ought to enhance your vocabulary. There is no one in this world who inspires my jealousy. Furthermore, your disappearance is evidently more welcome than your presence. Hence I must make my appearance swiftly to prevent you from reveling in happiness for too long." Riddle pondered. Should he ever discover a method to counter the system, he would ensure it endured the utmost agony before its demise. Whether he would possess that capability in the future was uncertain, but he certainly had the means to deal with you now, Mr. Riddle. You may cease your prattling. As the weather grew colder, Fiona's spirits waned in tandem with the plummeting temperature, a pattern that had persisted through their previous encounters. Her frail constitution rendered her vulnerable to the biting winds, which seemed capable of manifesting as tangible blades, leaving crimson marks upon her pallid visage. Especially during potions class in the dungeon, her complexion resembled that of a ghoul, prompting Riddle to doubt whether she might collapse at any moment. It goes without saying that her favorability was adversely affected, occasionally dropping by a point or two. Whether it was a matter of concealing her weaknesses or her mediocre spellcasting skills, she never cast a warming charm or conjured a comforting flame, stubbornly enduring the cold that left her trembling. As before, in an effort to regain her favor, Riddle felt compelled to create various opportunities to draw near to her, occasionally casting subtle spells to warm her chilled body. During their initial foray into such small acts, Fiona had visibly paused, casting an odd glance in his direction. At that time, her favorability remained unchanged, leading him to believe he had again exerted effort in vain. However, midway through the lesson, the system suddenly chimed, announcing a 5-point increase in favorability. Riddle mused. Has her mind frozen to the point of dullness? Does it truly take this long for her to respond? In a subsequent attempt, Fiona's favorability only increased by 3 points, stubbornly remaining at 59, much to Riddle's vexation. While the previous progress had been slow, this time, it felt as though the threshold was tantalizingly close, yet he was consistently thwarted from crossing it, leading to an inevitable sense of agitation. Despite his urgency, he could not forcibly raise Fiona's favorability, and thus he was compelled to suppress his emotions and patiently explore various means to please her. After attending several Quidditch matches, and enduring a few heavy snowfalls, the Christmas holiday finally arrived. This time, Riddle declined Adley's invitation. When asked about his holiday plans, he offered a cryptic smile, responding, a return to familiar grounds. On the eve of the student's departure, Riddle brought the vanishing cabinet he had discovered into the Chamber of Secrets. The memories from his previous life had enlightened him about the cabinet's existence. Although he was unaware of its precise location within the castle, his amicable rapport with the school's ghosts and portraits allowed him to skillfully inquire and swiftly locate the storage site of a certain abandoned black cabinet. Commanding the basilisk to enter the vanishing cabinet the following evening, Riddle boarded the train departing from school. During his last train journey, Fiona had added a touch of favorability. This time, however, she did not. Stealing a glance, he noted that Fiona was still seated in a compartment with Alpheus. Previously, he had feigned casual interest in her opinion of Alpheus. She had pondered for a moment before expressing, "I am somewhat curious to see which path he ultimately chooses." A dead end, Riddle coldly thought. Although he could effortlessly attract the attention and concern of his target without employing any tactics, she need not display such a caustic demeanor that was utterly unbecoming. The system interjected, "You are merely a fleeting interest. Can he truly obtain 100 points of favor from Fiona? How can you be so certain that, prior to your rebirth, no one ever attained such a feat?" The system remarked meaningfully. Riddle was taken aback. It felt as though the wand nestled within his pocket had briefly warmed. Upon the train's arrival, Riddle bid farewell to Adley and exited the station. He spotted Fiona waiting by the designated telephone booth, her father conspicuously absent. "Where is Mr. Shafik?" Riddle inquired casually. Fiona glanced at him lightly. "Am I mistaken in thinking this is an appropriate occasion for him to appear?" Riddle chuckled. "Then we must take the night bus. I hope you do not suffer from motion sickness." Regrettably, she did. Almost as soon as the driver pressed the accelerator, the pallor of Fiona's complexion faded, rendering her as pale as the snow lining the roadside. The night bus lacked seats, instead featuring 6 copper-framed beds on each level. Riddle occupied the bed opposite Fiona's and observed as she clutched the edge of the bed tightly, yet was abruptly flung into his arms as the bus lurched forward. While the embrace of a girl landing in one's arms might typically be a pleasant experience, the inertia of the impact, despite Fiona's diminutive frame, left him momentarily breathless. Additionally, her forehead collided with his chin, causing him to gasp in pain. Riddle found himself reminiscing about the first time they had interacted. When the suitcase had fallen upon his foot, it was challenging to determine which incident had caused more discomfort. One hand gripping the railing, he gently lifted Fiona from his lap and seated her beside him, wrapping his arm securely around her shoulder to prevent her from being tossed about in the tumultuous bus. He glanced down to find her half-closed eyes fluttering, her delicate brows furrowed in discomfort, her teeth biting down on her pale lower lip, her breaths rapid yet shallow. "Just hold on, we'll arrive soon," Riddle spoke softly in reassurance. The system chimed in response, "Ding. Favorability decreased by 2. Current favorability stands at 57. Well, that drop in favorability is certainly understandable." Riddle found it quite remarkable that their bond had deepened to such an extent without any drastic loss of points. Fiona's shoulders were slender and frail, her skin merely a canvas for protruding bones, lacking the sweet fragrance that most girls possessed. Even her hair bore no trace of shampoo's scent, much like her presence, subtle and ephemeral. Her body radiated a coolness, devoid of warmth. However, as they remained close, the points of contact gradually warmed, and that gentle heat began to envelop them both. Not only did Riddle feel a comforting warmth, but Fiona's complexion also improved slightly, her breathing becoming more even. To his surprise, he realized he could provide warmth to another. Riddle's emotions were complex. Ding. Affection level increased by 2, current affection level, 59. Yet, they remained stalled at the threshold. Just as he contemplated this, the system chimed again, ding. Affection level increased by 1, current affection level, 60. Congratulations, Mr. Riddle. You have finally reached a passing level of affection, triggering the achievement of being extraordinary. What does this mean? He suppressed his elation and asked calmly. Since you are now considered extraordinary, her emotional state regarding matters unrelated to you will not affect you, barring exceptional circumstances. Congratulations, Mr. Riddle. You have been granted special treatment by your target. Special treatment? Riddle glanced at Fiona. Her eyes were completely closed, and he could not discern whether she was merely dozing or truly asleep. He savored the term once more, and his spirits lifted unexpectedly. Chapter 20. Step 20 of the strategy: need assistance? The affection level of 60 not only triggered an achievement, leading to a transformative shift in Riddle and Fiona's relationship, but also updated their save point for the second time, lifting the shadows that loomed over him. This moment marked the most exhilarating and relaxed he had felt since his rebirth. Even if he were to fail this time, he would start with a guaranteed 60 points next time. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he chided himself internally. What was he thinking? He was determined to complete this task. There would be no next time. System. You will never comprehend why a man can be so ordinary yet exude such confidence. Riddle dismissed this as the system's bitterness. Before Fiona's endurance reached its limit, the night bus finally came to a halt. Riddle assisted her in disembarking, and he spotted the road sign for Little Hangleton. The path was desolate, apart from the hedges lining either side. There was no barrier to shield them from the biting winter wind. The ground was muddy from the recent snowfall, and patches of icy water had formed, making it easy to slip. Riddle retrieved a wand, not his own, but a second-hand one he had acquired from Ollivander before the term began. It was not particularly comfortable to use, but it sufficed. He cast a spell to summon clear water, dampening a handkerchief before offering it to Fiona to wipe the perspiration from her brow. He conjured a cup, filled it with water, and warmed it for her to drink. She leaned against his arm, obediently sipping a couple of mouthfuls before closing her eyes to steady her breath. After a moment, she exhaled and opened her eyes. Drawing away from Riddle's embrace, Fiona stood upright, glancing around her surroundings without revealing any curiosity or desire to explore. "Let us go," she said calmly. Despite her tone betraying her weakness and fatigue, she gently yet firmly declined Riddle's offer of support, slowly trailing behind him along the narrow path. As they descended the slope, the village below came into view, along with the grand estate on the opposite hillside. Riddle cast a glance, waved his wand to clear the lingering snow and thin ice from the ground, ensuring that Fiona, who insisted on walking unaided despite her faltering steps, would not tumble down the steep incline. Ding. Affection level increased by 1. Current affection level, 61. Riddle pondered this, sensing he had stumbled upon a pattern for increasing Fiona's affection. Ordinary care and consideration seemed insufficient to move her. Only gestures that were subtle and selfless, aimed solely at her well-being, would earn her recognition. Such high standards, he mused. Even at the height of his power as the Dark Lord, he had never demanded such attentive service from his followers. With a sense of unfairness, he resolved to raise his expectations of the Death Eaters. He could not allow himself to be outdone in flattery by a mere girl. The two of them carefully made their way down the slope, not heading straight to the village, but veering into a narrow path that led into the depths of a dense forest. The Gunter house lay hidden amidst the tangled underbrush. The ancient trees overhead blocked out the sunlight, sheltering them from the howling wind, but the shadows cast by the canopy made the air inside the forest bitterly cold. Fiona's frail body could not withstand the temperature shift, and she began to shiver lightly. Riddle, fully convinced of her vulnerability compared to her stubbornness, skillfully cast a warming charm, while also shedding his outer cloak to drape it over her shoulders. "Stand here for a moment, turn around and don't move." Seeing Fiona comply, Riddle retrieved a second shrinking cabinet from his pocket, reverting it to its original size and opening the door. "Come out," he beckoned softly. The cabinet emitted rustling sounds, and the serpent's head slowly emerged. "I smell the scent of earth and leaves. I like it," it exclaimed joyfully. "You will soon find something you like even more," Riddle remarked, casting a glance at the moss-covered, dilapidated cabin, flashing a faint smile at the door nailed with a dead serpent. "What?" The serpent's confused hissing was interrupted as a man wielding a short knife opened the door with a creak, swaying slightly as he stood in the dim light, regarding them coolly. "Who are you?" he asked warily. Before Riddle could respond, the serpent raised its head, its lantern-like eyes fixed upon the man. "He is also a descendant of Salazar," it proclaimed. Riddle frowned. The serpent's words stirred displeasure within him. Though his Slytherin lineage stemmed from the Gunter family, he did not believe they deserved the noble bloodline and status. If Slytherin were aware that his descendants had fallen to such madness and destitution, they would surely feel shame. "Ignore him," Riddle commanded, his gaze unwavering. "Go and kill him." The serpent remained still, seemingly perplexed yet resolute. "No, I cannot kill a descendant of Salazar. He is not." "He is," the serpent insisted, its unexpected disobedience inciting Riddle's irritation. Inside, Mofin had overheard their exchange, but his alcohol-fogged brain took a moment to process. "You speak Parseltongue too? Who are you? Where did this snake come from?" he mumbled. Both Riddle and the serpent communicated in Parseltongue, and Fiona, oblivious to the current predicament, sensed the serpent's agitation and turned her face slightly. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. Riddle, unwilling to lose face before Fiona, softened his tone and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Perhaps it's just a bit hungry and throwing a tantrum." Fiona contemplated briefly before understanding the situation. "Let it leave first," she suggested. Riddle raised an eyebrow and addressed the serpent. "Go, find your own food in the woods, but do not leave this forest." Immediately, the serpent forgot their earlier confrontation, gleefully darting into the underbrush. Fiona chuckled lightly, turned around, and glanced at Mofin before asking Riddle, "Do you need my assistance?" Riddle. This marks the first occasion in his protracted existence when, while committing murder, he was asked if he required assistance. and the inquirer was a girl, trembling in the wind, who appeared on the brink of fainting. His emotions were rather peculiar, neither joyous nor sorrowful, but rather a blend of bemusement and an indescribable anticipation. Riddle elegantly gestured towards Muffin with an open hand, as if inviting her to take a seat at a dining table. Fiona took a couple of steps towards Muffin, but Riddle's robe was excessively long, trailing heavily on the ground. She had to carefully lift it while walking to avoid tripping. Resembling a child who had mischievously donned an adult's attire. Quite amusing, Riddle mused. As she passed by him, she paused, turning to him earnestly. When it's just the two of us, please refrain from this overly theatrical tone and mannerisms. Just speak normally. Riddle. Did she truly perceive his demeanor as excessively pretentious? System, haha. The system's voice was perpetually rigid and monotonous, each of its 3 laughs delivered with unyielding precision, devoid of any tonal variation. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it sounded all the more mocking, conjuring images of a face reveling in schadenfreude. If it were the system speaking, he could retort, but since it was Fiona, he couldn't even dare to furrow his brow, redirecting all his ire towards the system instead. Silence. Do you believe your voice is particularly melodious? The system remained unfazed by Riddle's retort, responding, a melodious voice brings joy, which is not something I wish to witness in you. Riddle felt a sense of frustration, trying to reassure himself that he had made significant progress with Fiona, and should not dwell on her, and the system's slight. System, haha. Another succinct yet profound trio of laughs. Fiona remained oblivious to the tumultuous emotions simmering beneath Riddle's unchanging smile. She appeared quite unwell, her lips pale from the cold, exhaling wisps of white vapor, while her azure eyes deepened in intensity. She firmly locked her gaze onto Muffin, whose already murky eyes swiftly lost their last flicker of vitality, becoming as lifeless as a doll. Muffin Gunter, the weather has turned cold, and too many tiles have fallen from the roof. You feel the draft and intend to go up and repair it, Fiona spoke softly. Indeed, this winter is exceptionally frigid, Muffin replied, his voice tinged with a serpentine lisp. Fiona, not comprehending, continued, you should go now. We are but passers-by, inconsequential, and you do not care. Of course, I am indifferent to Muggle affairs. Observing Fiona employ her abilities on several occasions, Riddle had surmised her power scope and limitations. She likely could not compel someone to act against their will, such as directly taking their own life, as that would likely provoke resistance. However, for minor tasks, she could influence them to comply in a manner consistent with their character. He was now keenly curious about what directive Fiona had imparted to him during her second attempt. Was it to seek trouble with the dark wizard in the alley? Do you wish to know? The system inquired thoughtfully. Riddle firmly declined. No, be quiet. Once the system began to offer goodwill, it was a sure sign of impending misfortune. Muffin, having received the suggestion, blinked and promptly disregarded both Fiona and Riddle, laboriously climbing from the outer wall to the roof with somewhat sluggish movements. The dilapidated wooden house creaked under the strain, emitting a disconcerting cracking sound as Muffin ascended. Fiona glanced at Riddle, who understood her unspoken request and raised his wand, casting a simple transfiguration spell that transformed the tiles beneath Muffin's feet into large stones. The section Muffin stood on immediately collapsed, accompanied by a jarring sound of heavy objects plummeting and a brief, harrowing scream, after which there was silence. Riddle instructed Fiona to wait outside while he assessed the situation. At that moment, Muffin was not yet dead. He lay amidst a wreckage of wood and debris, bloodied, with his arm grotesquely twisted, unconscious. Riddle stood to the side, coldly observing his blood relative uncle. In his previous life, he had not killed Muffin, rather he had brainwashed him into believing he was the murderer of Riddle's family, taking the fall for him in Azkaban. In truth, he could have easily orchestrated Muffin's suicide out of guilt, as no one would suspect him, and the Ministry of Magic, with its inefficiency, would hardly conduct a thorough investigation. Nonetheless, he had hesitated, still harboring a flicker of weakness. He could slay a few Muggles, even if they were his direct kin, but when it came to relatives who had bestowed upon him his wizarding blood, he hesitated before striking. He had once fantasized that had Merope, his frail and pitiful mother, chosen to return to the Gaunt family after being abandoned by his Muggle father and given birth to him there, he might have been accepted and nurtured by them. He had refrained from acting on such an uncertain possibility. Yet now he understood that Merope had named him Marvolo precisely because she did not wish to return to the Gaunt family. She knew that if she did, her father and brothers would promptly kill the child she bore. To them, this child tarnished their proud Slytherin lineage. He was a filthy half-blood. Riddle bent down to pick up the short knife that had fallen beside Muffin. It was exceedingly sharp, and one could easily imagine the malice with which its owner had honed it. In that regard, they were indeed of the same lineage. Riddle grasped the hilt and gently sliced across Muffin's throat. At this moment, he harbored no delusions of expectation. Chapter 21. Step 21 of the strategy. Loud, nave sweetheart. As Fiona entered the room, she beheld Riddle polishing the short knife and Muffin sprawled in a pool of blood, her brow furrowing slightly in distaste as she turned away. Why must it be so unsightly? Her tone carried a hint of displeasure, and her fondness diminished slightly. Riddle presumed she was unaccustomed to such bloody scenes and paid it little mind. He employed several cleaning spells, smiling apologetically. My apologies. I merely thought that dawdling could lead to unpredictable variables. From his pursuit of the savior, Riddle had learned much. The most crucial lesson being that one should speak little and avoid seeking ritualistic significance when intending to kill. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could easily arise. To kill, one must act swiftly and decisively. Once the deed is done, one may mourn as much as desired over the corpse. Fiona remained non-committal. Riddle summoned the basilisk, instructing it to consume Muffin's remains. As a creature, the basilisk's thought process was imbued with primal pragmatism. It had refrained from acting while Muffin was alive. Once he was dead, it cared not how he had met his end, and indulged in the feast with delight. Riddle still harbored resentment for the basilisk's disobedience, maliciously inquiring, "You can feast upon the corpse of a descendant of Salazar Slytherin?" The basilisk paid him no mind as it swallowed Muffin whole, satisfied. It coiled up in a corner to rest. It languidly replied, "My mother's body is one thing. Your human sentiments are quite different." Fiona, intrigued, turned her head. "What are you discussing?" "A trivial discourse regarding ingredients, what of it?" "What emotion might this be? Contempt? Mockery?" "The manifestation of such emotions in animals is quite intriguing." "Riddle, what is so interesting about it? So now even a serpent can mock him?" "He is unable to contend with the system and Fiona. Can he not take revenge on a mere snake monster?" "Well, not until the task is complete. The snake monster, akin to the habits of serpents, can sustain itself for an extended period after a hearty meal. Following today, he will not need to worry about its food source for nearly a month. Riddle has already resolved to ignore it for 2 months. Since old Tom Riddle fled from Mellop to proclaim that the Gaunt family were all monsters, no one has dared to venture into this peculiar and perilous woodland. Wizards remember the scarcity of the Gaunt family, and would not wish to court misfortune. Thus he could safely house the snake monster here. The night had descended completely, and Riddle contemplated that returning in Fiona's body was utterly impossible. He should procure some food for her, and seek a place for her to stay. The old Gaunt residence, being filthy and dilapidated, left him uncertain whether allowing her to reside there would completely diminish her fondness for him. Fiona suddenly inquired, "Is that ring on your finger taken from Morphin Gaunt?" "Indeed. It is a token passed down through generations of the Gaunt family." Riddle raised his hand to glance at the ring adorning his middle finger. He currently harbored no intention of transforming it into a Horcrux. Yet since the ring was a cherished heirloom of the Gaunts, it might be connected to Slytherin as well. In his previous life, he had concealed the ring in the old Gaunt house after creating it into a Horcrux, and now he intended to keep it on him for further study. Fiona cast a cursory glance at the ring, showing little interest, instead fixing her gaze on Riddle with a faint smile. "I find it slightly odd." Riddle's heart skipped a beat. That expression, that tone. What scheme was this fellow concocting now? "What?" he inquired, raising his guard. "Why did you not exhibit any surprise or confusion regarding my knowledge of Morphin Gaunt?" Fiona pondered aloud. "You certainly cannot have overlooked that detail. Yet your demeanor is so nonchalant that it compels me to question myself. Precisely when did I inform you of my awareness of the Gaunt family?" "Riddle, how careless of me." Fiona mentioned that she had spoken of the Gaunt family during his second attempt at wooing her. But this current timeline reverted to the update from his third attempt, and prior to this juncture, Fiona had not demonstrated any comprehension of his identity. Yet he subconsciously failed to separate the occurrences of the second and third attempts. Faced with Fiona's calm, unaccusatory gaze, Riddle's nerves tightened like a drawn bowstring. So, did Fiona mention Morphin's name twice as a test of him? Was she suspecting him? How many hints had he unwittingly revealed? In what aspects did her suspicions lie? He frantically turned over in his mind plausible justifications that could withstand scrutiny, but regarding Fiona, he did not believe any excuse he hastily conjured would be convincing enough for her. Ultimately, he merely offered a cryptic smile, partially veiling his response. "Perhaps it is because my understanding of you runs far deeper than your understanding of me." Since he could not find a reason to persuade her, he resolved to let her speculate. Indeed, Fiona appeared rather easy to placate, nodding without delving further into the matter. However, the system chimed in. Ding. Affection points decreased by 30. Current affection points, 31. Riddle. What is this thunderclap from a clear sky? Wasn't he promised something extraordinary, something special? Did he have to suffer a reduction in affection points over a mere disagreement? The effort he expended to raise those 30 affection points was monumental. Yet with a single unpleasing remark, all his prior goodwill was callously disregarded? Riddle was incensed to the point of nearly spitting blood. I find it rather peculiar as well. The system's unwelcome interruption arrived unexpectedly. You beep? Silence yourself. Riddle seethed internally, losing all semblance of composure. The system, of course, had no intention of adhering to his wishes. Continuing, Mr. Riddle, as the Dark Lord, why do you presume that special treatment is inherently positive? Were you not rather lenient towards Harry Potter? Frankly speaking, when you ruled the wizarding world, it was not the killing curse, but rather your naivete that prevailed, was it? Riddle wished fervently for the snake monster to burrow into his mind and confront the system face to face. Nevertheless, his patience had been significantly tempered through frequent trials. And he inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his urge to explode. So are you implying that after 60 points, while she will no longer adjust my affection based on unrelated matters, she will simultaneously double the adjustments related to me? He analyzed. Certainly not, the system retorted. This time, the system did not evade the topic of affection points, causing Riddle to briefly pause in surprise as it continued. You have always excelled at dreaming, Mr. Riddle, thus your affection will decrease significantly while increasing marginally. Understood. It was all an endeavor to undermine him. Not long ago he had been overjoyed, believing he was on the cusp of victory, only to realize he had celebrated too soon. After 60 points, he was unwittingly stepping into a hellish level of difficulty. Upon reflection, if Fiona were so easily manageable, he would not have found himself in this predicament for the 4th time. The tumult of his emotions was so intense that Fiona, sensitive to the shift, inquired, "What's wrong? I feel like killing someone." Riddle managed to maintain a smile, keeping his tone steady. "Are you hungry? I shall procure some food." Fiona had little appetite, but her current state rendered the desire for food more a matter of survival than indulgence. She nodded slightly, despite the abrupt loss of 30 affection points. Her demeanor showed no signs of alteration. In truth, the distinction between her 60 and 0 points was hardly discernible. "Are you going to the village?" Riddle responded affirmatively. "Will you wait for me here?" After a moment of contemplation, Fiona replied, "I will accompany you. In this weather, are you intent on committing suicide?" At that moment, Riddle could not be bothered with her apparent insanity. He simply nodded. "Very well, let us go. And we shall also find a place to stay in the village for the night." He cast warming charms for both of them and adjusted Fiona's robe, making it slightly smaller to prevent her from tripping, finally employing an ignoring charm to keep muggles oblivious to their presence. Fiona required no further preparation. She donned her hood, tightened the robe around herself, and followed Riddle, who held a glowing wand, as they slowly exited the forest. Descending the slope in the dark proved more challenging. Fiona slipped several times, colliding with Riddle's back, nearly toppling him as well. Riddle sighed in exasperation and crouched down. "The path is treacherous. I shall carry you." At that moment Fiona, without any stubbornness, readily climbed onto Riddle's back. This marked Riddle's first experience of carrying someone in his decades of life. As he stood up, his movements felt awkward and stiff. Fortunately, Fiona was petite and slight, adding no substantial burden to him. He weighed her briefly and seriously doubted she even reached 65 pounds. Even though he himself was merely a 12-year-old child, carrying her felt akin to hefting a doll. Her delicate arms loosely encircled his neck, and a few strands of her cold hair slipped into his collar, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Misinterpreting his reaction, Fiona assumed he was cold and pulled her robe tighter around both of them. Riddle paused. This was his first encounter with Fiona's thoughtful concern. Though it was merely a small gesture, given Fiona's character, such a slight act of kindness was akin to offering a soothing potion to someone after inflicting them with excruciating pain. However, were he in her position, it would undoubtedly be laced with ulterior motives. Fiona, on the other hand, would never stoop to such trickery. Even when she intended to scheme, she did so quietly, without leaving a trace. Riddle felt an odd discomfort. He was reluctant to dwell on this unexpected detail, yet for the sake of fulfilling his mission, he found himself compelled to decipher the psychology behind every word and action of Fiona's. After much contemplation, he was forced to confront a speculation. Could it be that she genuinely cared for him, even if just a little? Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the manor. He set Fiona down and proceeded along the broadest main road. The village offered little in the way of entertainment, and with the cold weather, nearly every household had closed its doors and windows. Only one place resonated with cheerful music and the chatter of voices. It was the village's only tavern, which also served as a restaurant. Riddle and Fiona entered in succession. The warmth and the complex melange of scents enveloped Fiona, prompting her to sneeze twice. Riddle glanced back at her, noticing her flushed cheeks, and thought it would be quite remarkable if she did not fall ill the next day. Under the spell's influence, no one paid heed to the entrance of two unfamiliar children. Riddle circumnavigated the bar and confidently retrieved a basket of fresh bread, a plate of tomato soup, and a bottle of ginger beer from the kitchen, settling into a corner seat. Drink some ginger beer after you finish eating, to stave off a cold tomorrow, though it may not do much good. He nudged the soup toward Fiona, indicating she should partake. This was a fragment of life skill he had acquired during his travels around the world, and he could never have anticipated that one day he would use it to care for another. Ding. Favorability towards the target increased by 2, current favorability at 33. Seeing that Fiona at least understood some propriety, brought a measure of relief to Riddle's heart. Chapter 22. Strategy Step 22. Regrettably, not kindred spirits. Fiona was quite particular about her food. Fortunately, she did not possess the temperament of a spoiled heiress. With a furrowed brow, she soaked her bread in the soup until it became a mushy paste before taking small bites. Riddle found his appetite waning at her unappetizing demeanor, and while absently tearing at his bread he surveyed the tavern's patrons. The small village tavern was filled with a group of coarse, ignorant peasants, drinking inferior malt beer and sharing mundane, crass jokes. A gaudy waitress flitted about, flaunting her charms, but when someone attempted to grope her, she would slam down her tray and berate him, leaving him to awkwardly chuckle in embarrassment. Riddle's gaze drifted away, only to find Fiona engrossed in the scene. Her eyes fixed on the boisterous woman, a glimmer of inexplicable fascination dancing in her gaze. Ding. Favorability towards the target increased by 2, current favorability at 35. Riddle thought. Was his meticulous care on par with that of the waitress? He scrutinized the woman once more. Her makeup was rough to the point of being comical, and while she was fairly attractive, the weariness and commonness etched in her features imbued her beauty with an air of cheapness and frivolity. Her expression oscillated between sycophancy and impatience, revealing a superficiality that was transparent upon a mere glance. Still unable to discern what made her special, he inquired, "Is there something about her?" Fiona withdrew her gaze, mechanically continuing to shove food into her mouth. "Nothing," she replied dismissively. Riddle thought to himself, "I want to hit someone." He smiled and took a hearty bite of his bread. Just then, the tavern door swung open, abruptly altering the atmosphere. Both Riddle and Fiona instinctively lifted their heads towards the entrance. An elderly man, slightly stooped yet endeavoring to stand tall, ambled in. He was attired in a meticulously tailored but somewhat out-of-place evening suit, a pipe clenched between his teeth. His leisurely gait and authoritative demeanor radiated an air of pretentious self-importance. Riddle narrowed his eyes, the smile fading. The old man traversed the room, greeted warmly by several patrons. "Good evening, Lord Riddle." "My lord. Why are you out on such a cold night?" "Lord Riddle. Would you care for a glass of whiskey?" The surname Riddle and the title of my lord set Riddle's nerves on edge. His lips pressed into tight, parallel lines as he coldly observed the old man, who arrogantly disregarded the flattery of those around him, making his way to the bar with the aid of a cane. The tavern owner greeted him with exaggerated enthusiasm. "What will you have, Lord Riddle?" "A gin and tonic." "Gordon's," the old man replied coolly and reservedly. Riddle noticed Fiona's gaze flitting back and forth between the old man and himself, and he knew without a doubt that she was concocting various narratives in her mind. Although he had grown accustomed to her tendencies, in this setting, faced with that man, he was unwilling to be a character in her improvised play. "Aren't you going to eat?" Riddle lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his calm voice carrying an implied suggestion that she should eat before her soup grew cold. Fiona shook her head. "I'm not eating anymore. I'll just have a few sips of ginger beer." Riddle handed her the cup, watching her grimace as she reluctantly forced herself to take a few sips of the liquid, although it was non-alcoholic. The sharp taste of ginger still made her scrunch up her face and stick out her tongue. This childish gesture elicited a smile from Riddle. Fiona shot him an airy glare. Nearby, someone was conversing with the elderly Riddle. "It's quite a challenge to be out in this weather, Mr. Riddle. Don't you have enough wine in your cellar? The wine here cannot compare to what you have in your collection." The speaker, appearing somewhat respectable among the crowd, seemed emboldened to engage the old man in light banter. However, the elder offered no courtesy, merely responding with a dismissive grunt. The conversationalist couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment and annoyance. With a pointed laugh he remarked, "Since you've come out, where's your son, young Master Riddle? I assume you fled the cellar to avoid him?" The old man tapped his pipe and replied coldly, "Your farm's yield this year has been rather dismal, Nelson. Rather than concern yourself with my cellar, perhaps you should focus on whether you can afford next year's feed." The man was thoroughly infuriated, snorting in irritation and retorting, "I have no interest in your cellar. Rather, I am intrigued by your son's marital status. Is Tom planning to remain a lifelong bachelor? I hear he cannot bear to be around any woman. This is quite unfortunate, as the Riddle family is still awaiting its next heir. But perhaps the woman who eloped with him is pregnant? Shouldn't you go look for her? Regardless of her peculiar lineage, at least she would carry the Riddle bloodline." Old Riddle's face flushed crimson with rage. He leapt to his feet, glaring fiercely at the man opposite him, bellowing, "Shut your foul mouth, you foolish, contemptible peasant. My son did not elope with any woman, nor has he fathered any repugnant offspring. He was kidnapped by robbers. He was terrified, which is why he spouted such madness. If you dare to slander my son and tarnish the Riddle family's reputation again, I will have the police lock you up for 3 months, followed by forced labor." As the squire of this small village, he undeniably possessed a certain stature and authority. The man opposite him flinched slightly, realizing that he could not gain the upper hand in this encounter, and thus he ceased to resist, offering a smooth laugh. "I was merely jesting, Lord Riddle. Please do not take offense. Allow me to treat you to this drink, shall I?" "No need, don't deplete the last few coins in your pocket." Old Riddle, in no mood for further libations, shot him an irate glare and, with a warning sweep of his cane, hastily exited the tavern. Moments after the door slammed shut, a raucous laughter erupted within the tavern, enough to lift the roof. Those who had just been flattering him now mocked him with gleeful derision. Did you see his expression? It's akin to the smoked ham I'm currently enjoying. Old Riddle is getting on in years. Let us hope he doesn't succumb to apoplexy. Mr. Nelson, you ought to be wary of the tax hikes he might impose on your farm. Aware that he had offended Old Riddle, the man feigned bravado in front of the crowd, sarcastically retorting, "If he dares to step out of his grand estate, he must be prepared to hear words that do not please him. I am not relishing his misfortune. Tom has turned into a mad, brutish drunkard. If the Riddle family fails to find an heir, all of Old Riddle's lifetime of toil would have been for naught." Laughter echoed once more, with the crowd echoing his sentiments. In the corner, Riddle and Fiona exchanged a silent glance. Riddle began to regret bringing Fiona to this place. He had accepted her awareness of his identity and the unacknowledged influence he had wielded over his student years, which he found deeply frustrating. Yet, he could not bear the thought of being scorned and despised by his own blood, a scene laid bare before her. Uncertain of her thoughts, he felt a profound sense of shame and loathing welling within him. Ding. Affection level increased by 30, current affection level at 65. Riddle, His brewing anger was abruptly interrupted. He looked at Fiona, who regarded him with an unusual intensity, seemingly lost in thought. One could be certain that her gaze was not imbued with naive sympathy. Yet what was she truly contemplating? He found it difficult to fathom. Moreover, did her affection fluctuate too dramatically tonight? Can one's feelings for another truly oscillate so wildly? The brewing emotions took a detour, and Riddle's mood calmed from its previous frenzy and wrath. However, his innate propensity for vengeance lingered. The term wretched spawn had struck a nerve, and such humiliation demanded retribution to restore his inner peace. In truth, he had initially considered allowing the Riddle family to linger a bit longer as potential fodder for the serpent creature. But it seemed that fate deemed them unworthy of continuing their mundane existence. After a moment's contemplation, Riddle addressed Fiona. "Please wait here a moment while I procure a place to stay for the night." Fiona regarded him for a moment, then smiled knowingly. Very well. Riddle cared not whether she discerned his intent. She would neither hinder him nor harbor any aversion, and she would surely find amusement in the unfolding drama. He swiftly returned to the Gunther estate, rousing the reluctant serpent creature, leading it to slither around the village and up the opposite hillside, using the unlocking charm to enter the opulent Riddle residence. As they traversed the garden, the astute gardener sensed the disturbance and emerged from his small cottage to investigate. Before he could utter a sound, he met his demise under the serpent's gaze. Riddle did not spare a glance as he continued into the main building. Old Riddle was easily located, for he was loudly cursing, venting his displeasure from the tavern incident, while Mrs. Riddle dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief beside him. Riddle politely knocked on the door, causing the startled couple to turn. "Good evening," he said with a faint smile, recalling Fiona's pretentious remarks, only to suddenly retract his smile. Adopting a stoic expression, "I have already posed my question. Make haste, and you may perish once more." Old Riddle's eyes widened in shock. Words caught in his throat as he beheld the serpent head emerging from behind Riddle. The Riddle couple collapsed silently, their terrified eyes wide open. One more to go. Riddle mused, recalling his past residency there, allowing him to navigate the layout with ease as he turned towards the second floor. Just before the tavern was set to close, Riddle finally appeared at its entrance, gesturing for the quietly seated Fiona to join him. As she approached, she looked up at him, softly inquiring, "Did you find a place?" Riddle nodded, smiling. "At least in this village, there is no better house than that." Fiona responded with a soft hum, patting Riddle's back. Riddle paused, arching an eyebrow in confusion. "I can't walk anymore. Carry me for a bit." "Certainly," Riddle replied, hoping she wouldn't become addicted to this. Climbing uphill required more effort than descending, and by the time he reached the entrance of the Riddle estate with Fiona on his back, he was slick with a thin sheen of sweat, the cold wind biting through him. He sensed that illness was not far off. The Riddle estate was brightly lit yet eerily silent. Upon entering, Fiona noticed the gardener sprawled in the courtyard, his eyes still open. "What's the matter?" Riddle turned back. Fiona slowly approached the gardener, crouching down to scrutinize him closely. "What peculiar fascination has seized you now?" Riddle asked. "How many have you killed?" Fiona queried, her back still to him. "6, Riddle replied in an even tone. "The Riddle family of 3, the gardener, the maid and the cook." He had only taken 3 lives previously, but this time intending to stay, he could not afford to let anyone interfere. "What do you plan to do?" "Stay for one night, and before we depart in the morning, set fire to the place. Leave nothing behind." This method was far more discreet than his previous lethal curses. Muggles would harbor no suspicions, the Ministry of Magic would not investigate, and no one would suspect him. Fiona remained silent. Riddle sensed something amiss and approached her. "What are you observing?" "This man. I have seen him before," Fiona replied, her voice somber. Riddle moved closer, looking down to see only the gray crown of her hair. His gaze shifted to the man on the ground. A rather ordinary middle-aged man who had appeared as an elder when Riddle had last taken his life. "How could you have seen him?" he inquired. Had she visited the Riddle estate? Fiona chuckled softly, a sound that resonated eerily in the deathly stillness of the night. She lifted her face, playfully remarking, "Did you not say you knew me well? How could you not know how I encountered him?" Riddle was rendered speechless. "Tum. You have spun many lies. I detest deceivers, yet I can tolerate a modicum from you." Fiona attempted to rise, but after crouching for so long, her strength had nearly abandoned her, and she wobbled before collapsing back onto the cold ground. Riddle reached out to assist her, only to have her evade him. His outstretched palm slowly clenched into a fist. He realized that the most dreadful scenario might be impending. "You claimed we are kindred. I nearly believed it too." She sat there on the frigid ground, a shiver coursing through her, yet she continued to smile at Riddle. Perhaps today was the day she had smiled the most, though regrettably. It was not. Not all anomalies are kindred. She sighed wistfully, "Our solitude born of difference." Ding. The target's favorability has decreased by 100, resulting in a current favorability of -35. Negative values are disregarded, thus favorability resets to 0, and the task is deemed a failure. "Pray enlighten me on the differences." As the familiar darkness descended, Riddle's malevolence surged forth. The pent-up frustration compelled him to cast aside his wand, raise his foot, and deliver a forceful kick towards Fiona. Ding. Intent to inflict harm upon the task target has triggered the penalty mechanism. "Mr. Riddle, I implore you to exercise caution." What? Chapter 23 Strategy, Step 23. Forget. And allow anger to rise. Riddle opened his eyes, uncertain if he had even executed this motion. For his vision was engulfed in an abyss as if the sun and moon had fallen into profound darkness, and the other senses of his body had faded into nothingness. This inability to perceive his own form, to see, to hear, to smell, or to speak, imbued him with a profound sense of dread, a primal fear of annihilation that resonated within his very soul. His consciousness lacked a foundation, and seemed to teeter on the brink of dissolution. He was dying. Riddle had never before experienced such a lucid awareness of the gradual approach of death. At this moment, he instinctively grasped a certain cosmic principle. Upon death, ordinary souls transition into a peculiar realm solely inhabited by consciousness, where they reunite with loved ones from their past, free to engage in any pursuits of their choosing without constraint. Conversely, the guilty are ensnared in a mire-like confinement, akin to mummies trapped within coffins, rendered immobile and bereft of release. Yet he belonged to neither category. Should he die, he would dissipate like a wisp of smoke, a speck of dust, or a dewdrop, helplessly drifting and evaporating into the void of existence. From a certain perspective, death does not exist in this world. Rather, it is merely a transition from one state to another, akin to the metamorphosis from the living to the spectral. Only he would truly vanish, extinguished. In his despair over this futile struggle, the system's indifferent voice became his liberation. Ding. Triggering CG animation. The solitary traveler. Would you like to view it? The drowning man finally grasped a piece of driftwood. Riddle was uncertain if he had uttered a sound, yet from the sensation of weightlessness, he felt reborn. Accompanying the solid ground beneath him was a piercing light that cleaved through the darkness, while his ears caught the subtle crunch of his polished shoes upon the gravelly earth. Riddle gasped, savoring the essence of life, before turning to survey his surroundings. He recognized this as the path leading to Little Hangleton, a route he had traversed not long ago. Judging by the daylight, it was likely a summer morning. The sun shone warmly, though not oppressively, and the ground began to radiate heat. Ahead of him was a diminutive, slender girl, appearing no older than 5, clad in a white long-sleeved shirt, a black suspender dress, and long socks, overdressed for the weather. Her pace was slow and steady, accompanied by a household elf that trotted closely at her side. Riddle's gaze lingered on the girl's shoulder-length gray hair. He recalled that Adeline had mentioned Fiona's magical outburst occurred when she was 6. Thus she must be at least that age in this memory. She was rather small. Even the shortest girl in the orphanage was taller than her. He quickened his pace to catch up with Fiona, turning to watch her as she walked ahead. Her skin remained pallid, and her large eyes appeared even more pronounced due to her thinness. Her expression bore no excess of emotion, yet it was not entirely cold or unapproachable. One might describe it as a vacant pallor, akin to a blank parchment yearning to have words inscribed upon it. The household elf beside her frequently glanced up at her, its grotesque face reflecting evident concern and care, almost as tenderly as a mother would for her child. Riddle compared it to the menacing, fierce visage from his memories and found himself questioning whether they were indeed the same household elf. "Miss Fiona," it piped up. "Would you like to take a moment to rest?" The glassy orbs of her eyes shifted, and in an instant, the doll-like girl transformed back into a living being, her expression warming slightly. "I'm fine, I'm not tired," she replied softly in her youthful voice. "Are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" "I'm not thirsty," Fiona said, casting a glance at the household elf, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Gideon, don't worry, I'm quite all right." Riddle found it hard to believe that such gentle words could emerge from Fiona, particularly directed at the very household elf he held in contempt. Why was she more amiable towards non-human entities than to humans? The thought startled him. Thus, it seemed they could not be classified as equals. He was her polar opposite, despising all non-human creatures. He viewed them as foolish, ignorant, ugly and crude, believing they could not be trusted, and even among their own kind, they would engage in conflict. How naive to presume that different species would harbor goodwill towards humanity. The household elf named Gideon continued to murmur. "Miss Fiona only had 3 spoonfuls of porridge for breakfast. She always says I'm fine, but in reality, it's not true." Fiona feigned ignorance, her gaze drifting to the tall shrubs by the roadside, as if vibrant flowers had suddenly bloomed there. Was this not behavior typical of a child, trying to escape their parents' nagging? Riddle momentarily struggled to accept that she could still embody a genuine childlike form. Gideon attempted to speak further, but Fiona softly interrupted. "Quiet, someone is coming." Riddle, having heard the distant sound of hooves and wheels before her, stood alongside Fiona, both peering forward. Before long, a horse-drawn carriage came into view. Riddle immediately recognized the driver as the gardener from the Riddle estate. Was this when she first encountered him? The gardener bore a dark, sullen expression. The furrowed brows and downturned mouth indicated a lack of humor in his demeanor. He was tall and rugged, yet his demeanor did not inspire fear, perhaps due to the calm and harmless nature of his gaze. As he drove the empty carriage past Fiona, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of her, but the household elf likely employed a muggle-repelling charm, for he seemed unaware of her presence. After the carriage had traveled 30 or 40 feet, he pulled the horses to a halt, turning to call out to Fiona. "Where do you come from, little girl? I haven't seen you in the village." His coarse, booming voice would surely startle any other child. Yet Fiona merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning away and continuing her path. The gardener silently observed her retreating figure for a moment, then shook the reins and altered his course to follow. "Are you heading to Little Hangleton? Where are your parents?" Fiona remained unresponsive. The gardener, clearly not adept at conversation, fell silent after asking those few questions, driving alongside her in quietude. They reached the gap in the fence leading to the Gunter Manor, where Fiona paused to gaze towards the distant village before glancing at the forest to her right, seemingly uncertain of her route. She turned to the gardener, inquiring, "How do I get to the Gunter house?" Upon hearing the mention of the Gunter name, the gardener's expression shifted from impassive to one of alarm and trepidation. His eyes involuntarily flicked towards the fence, only to hastily avert them as if burned. Fiona discerned the answer from his reaction. regardless of his internal musings. She resolutely pushed open the fence and stepped inside. The gardener opened his mouth, finally managing to utter, "Be careful, it's dangerous in there." Noticing the gardener's silhouette obscured by the trees behind him, Gideon scoffed, "Foolish muggle, meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Does he think he is here to protect you? With Gideon around, no one shall harm Miss Fiona." Such bravado was ill-advised. Despite her apparent affection for the house elf, Fiona maintained her characteristic independence in conversation. Gideon, seemingly struck by a sensitive nerve, exclaimed, "Gideon cannot defy the commands of his master and mistress. That is not Gideon's intention. Gideon has never wished to harm Miss Fiona. Such torment weighs heavily upon his heart." Observing the elf's tears cascading down his cheeks, Fiona knelt and gently patted his head. "I cannot offer you comfort, Gideon." She gazed deeply into his large eyes, "For in this world, there exists no soul untouched by suffering, not even you, though you may not truly be human. This world is woven from pain." Gideon sniffled, "I'm sorry, Miss Fiona. I do not comprehend your words." Fiona sighed softly, murmuring to herself, "Nor is there anyone who can understand me. Little girl, do not make such sweeping statements." Riddle thought to himself. The master and servant continued onward, and upon sighting the dilapidated wooden cabin, Fiona paused, contemplating the structure. For a child of merely 6 or 7 years, the profound expression she wore was oddly disconcerting. What thoughts occupied her mind? Riddle mused. Could she be lamenting the downfall of her Slytherin lineage? Was she pondering how to confront the occupants of the cabin? What had led her to this place? What had that house elf done to her? As Riddle's thoughts spiraled, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Yet, unable to pinpoint the source of his unease, he temporarily set it aside and followed Fiona into the cabin. Inside, Mofin was snoring loudly, surrounded by empty bottles that reeked of alcohol and the rancid smell of decaying food. Fiona wrinkled her nose slightly and glanced at Gideon. Understanding her cue, Gideon snapped his fingers, conjuring a handful of water that he splashed onto Mofin's face. Startled, Mofin bolted upright, cursing in Parseltongue while instinctively reaching for his ever-present dagger. Fiona locked her gaze onto his eyes, and he froze, his expression blank. "Are you Mofin Gunter?" "Yes, I am," he replied, still in Parseltongue. Fiona, unable to comprehend, continued. "You had a lovely dream today, feeling quite cheerful, and you are about to receive a complimentary bottle of sherry. So you wouldn't mind conversing with the girl before you in English?" "Very well, for the sake of the sherry. I admit I haven't felt this happy in ages," Mofin chuckled, switching to English. "You are Mofin Gunter? Of course, who else would be speaking with you? What of your father?" "Dead, long dead, buried behind the house." Fiona paused before asking, "You have a sister, do you not?" "Merope. Don't mention her." Mofin's expression soured. "Since she eloped with that damned muggle, she is no longer my sister." "Muggle?" Fiona echoed, lowering her gaze. The dim lighting of the room made it difficult to see. But Riddle, closely pressed against her, caught a fleeting glimpse of her disappointment and frustration. If she were not a muggle, with such a visage, which wizard would have chosen to be with her? That pretty boy, what was his name? Tom Riddle? It was said he had fled back to her, that fool. Unable to even keep a muggle man by her side. This was more disgraceful than her elopement for our family. By this point, Fiona had lost interest. Yet she casually inquired, "Where is your sister now? Who knows where she is hiding, frolicking with some wild man?" He spat. "She even stole the Slytherin locket. I hope she never returns, or I shall break her legs." "The Slytherin locket?" Fiona's interest peaked slightly. Mofin boasted, "Yes, a treasure from one of the 4 founders. Salazar Slytherin. Only those of his lineage and pure blood are worthy to possess it. And this." He lifted his hand, showcasing a ring. "This is our family ring. Its history may rival that of Hogwarts itself." Fiona glanced at it, noticing the gem embedded within. "A gem?" Mofin scoffed. "How could it be such a useless thing? What's on it?" He paused, recalling the resurrection stone. "If I'm not mistaken, my father said it was an exceedingly precious item. Even more so than the Slytherin locket. Thank goodness that wretched Merope didn't steal the ring." "The resurrection stone?" Riddle's eyes widened in astonishment. The ring bore the resurrection stone. Having lived in the forest, Mofin was unaware of its significance, but Riddle and Fiona could not possibly be uninformed. Riddle himself held no interest in the resurrection stone, for it could not resurrect oneself but only others. Yet the invisibility cloak, the resurrection stone, and the Elder Wand. Legend spoke of conquering death with the possession of all 3 Deathly Hallows. He recalled Harry Potter's unfathomable death and resurrection during the final battle. Could it have been because he possessed all 3 Hallows? He had thought that only the Elder Wand remained in the world, but to his surprise, the resurrection stone had been right under his nose all along. What of the invisibility cloak? Might it also be within reach? Riddle could not contain his excitement. In contrast, Fiona's interest in the ring dwindled after a fleeting 2 seconds. She dismissed it as an ordinary glass ring. Fixating on Mofin, she stated, "Very well. You appear quite fatigued now. You may return to your previous delightful dream. My presence is but a fragment of that dream, and upon awakening, you shall forget." Mofin yawned and lay back down upon the bed, still damp. Fiona cast another glance at Gadian, who waved his hand, erasing the moisture from Mofin's form. She departed the cabin as though she had never been there. "Miss Fiona, shall I apparate you back now?" Gadian inquired once they emerged. Fiona declined. "I wish to walk for a while." Riddle sensed she needed time to collect her thoughts. Gadian anxiously glanced up at Fiona's expression repeatedly, but her countenance remained blank and distant. He hesitantly spoke, "Miss Fiona, do not be distressed. Is this not better? Your mother must have been a far nobler lady." Fiona did not meet his gaze, replying coolly, "Our definitions of nobility may not align." Gadian, evidently confused, shifted the topic. "Why not simply ask Mr. Shafiq? He undoubtedly knows who your mother is." Riddle too pondered this question. Fiona did not respond immediately. As they neared the edge of the forest, she gently remarked, "Because I am human too." What did she mean? Riddle recalled her definitions of humanity. Ugly, painful? As she stepped beyond the boundary of the forest and the fence, Riddle, alongside her, observed the carriage still waiting outside, where the gardener was limping around it, a frown etched upon his brow. Upon discovering Fiona's figure, he immediately exhaled a sigh of relief, as though he had been harboring concerns for her safety all along. He hesitated, gazing at Fiona, yet ultimately refrained from voicing any inquiries and climbed into the carriage. Fiona looked up at him, remaining silent as well. She did not attempt to restrain him, nor did she resort to any illusions. Instead, she slowly retraced her steps along the path she had come. Behind her, a carriage clattered steadily along. Just before being pulled from this memory, Riddle finally recognized something amiss. Remarkably, he had not yet felt the ire towards Fiona, the very person responsible for his mission's failure. Chapter 24. Strategy, Step 24, Standards PUA. Ejected from Fiona's memories, Riddle felt an overwhelming jolt both mentally and physically, gripping the nearby handrail to prevent himself from being thrown from the night bus, as it took a sharp turn. Ding. No one can return to the past and start anew. Yet everyone has the opportunity to begin again today and forge an entirely new ending. Good morning, Mr. Riddle. This is your third to last chance. We anticipate your unlocking of a fresh approach to failure. Riddle found himself devoid of the confidence to rebut that he would never fail again. Having briefly experienced the transition through 3 scenes, his perception of reality nearly spiraled into confusion. Yet the system's irksome voice strangely provided him with an anchor. Fiona, nestled against his arm, seemed to sense the irregular rhythm of his heartbeat, and opened her eyes to gaze at him. Riddle lowered his head. From this angle, Fiona resembled a petite and docile Persian cat, adorned with rare gray fur, her posture beside him exuding a pitiful charm. However, her azure eyes, clear and penetrating, revealed no trace of tenderness or affection, instead brimming with scrutiny. "It's nothing," he explained, "just some rather unpleasant thoughts." Fiona did not press for further details. Riddle understood that her silence was not born of consideration or trust. Rather, she preferred to believe in what she observed over what was articulated. In this regard, he was no different. Observing her close her eyes once more, he briefly contemplated her. Based on her previous actions, it was evident that she was beginning to harbor doubts about him. How could she manage to develop affection for someone while simultaneously distrusting them? Riddle also shut his eyes, striving to organize his thoughts before the bus reached its destination. He had made a grave error. He had overly simplified his understanding of the system's affinity metrics. He had assumed that as Fiona's fondness for him increased, her defenses would weaken. The reality was far more complex. If he were to project himself into the situation, would developing feelings for someone lead him to unconditionally trust them and allow them into his world? Certainly not. Wait a moment, the system interjected unexpectedly. "Mr. Riddle, how can you speak so assuredly about experiences you have never undergone? Shouldn't the premise of a hypothesis be that it rests on some foundational basis? Who says I haven't?" Now it was the system's turn to be astonished. "You have. For whom do you harbor such feelings? Your orphanage director?" Riddle replied with a calmness that belied his internal amusement. "That person is none other than Fiona." The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly processing this revelation. Riddle feigned surprise. "Can you not see my fondness for her? Your probing is rather elementary, Mr. Riddle. I merely find it curious that you would so readily admit it. Why would I deny an evident truth? So you can have another joke at my expense?" Do you think that acknowledging it would somehow negate its humorousness? The system began recalling past remarks. I remember you once stated that you required neither affection nor favor from others. How amusing it is that the illustrious Dark Lord has developed feelings for someone else. Riddle, unfazed, responded. I also recall that you claimed I was destined to be devoid of others' affection. Despite the ongoing fluctuations, isn't some of Fiona's fondness a reflection of the genuine self that I am? The system fell into silence once more. Even if they were not of the same kind, their similarities were numerous. Was it not entirely natural for him to develop feelings for her? Did he not appreciate the aspects of himself that were mirrored in her? Moreover, if his affection were to have a numerical value, it would surely not exceed 10. Please do not mistake the artistically enhanced portrait for your true likeness. Silence, Riddle retorted. The bus was nearing its destination, and he wished to conserve his precious time rather than squander it in verbal sparring with the system. Even if he triumphed over it, what would it ultimately achieve? It would not augment his affinity. Returning to the matter of fondness, given the system's relentless tendency to ensnare him and Fiona's capricious nature, he reasonably deduced that the difficulty would not only escalate beyond the passing mark of 60, but that critical junctures at 80, 90, or even 99 would present exceedingly formidable challenges. Riddle felt as though he were ascending a snow-capped mountain, where the incline steepened as he neared the summit. The tempest grew fiercer, and avalanches periodically threatened to hurl him back to square one. Most vexing was that each time he believed he had circumvented the treacherous path of a previous misstep and rediscovered a route to success, he would find that every avenue concealed pitfalls and every stone threatened to trip him. At a glance, it appeared impossible to find a stable foothold. Logically, who could have predicted that an utterly ordinary gardener from Riddle Manor could have ties to Fiona, and that she would feel gratitude for the meager kindness of a Muggle passerby? Most crucially, how could a mere acquaintance, a Muggle no less, cost him 100 points of favor? What did a score of -35 imply? Was he truly to sever ties with someone with whom he had a unique relationship, one marked by a fondness of 65? All for the sake of a Muggle? Riddle felt a surge of indignation. Well, he acknowledged that there were indeed oversights on his part. In truth, Fiona had already revealed numerous clues when she indicated her recognition of Morphinkant, yet he had been too preoccupied with her fluctuating fondness to consider them carefully. Had he been more patient and meticulous, he certainly would have deduced this before taking action. No, he could draw lessons from this, but why must he self-reflect? Shouldn't it be Fiona's erratic behavior that bore the blame? Riddle allowed his mind to wander for a moment, temporarily setting aside these minutiae to refocus. Fiona's decline in favor could not solely be attributed to the gardener. Rather, it stemmed from a confluence of factors that culminated in a catastrophic collapse. One significant factor was that she had perceived his deceit and concealment, which contradicted the trust he had attempted to extend by likening her to a kindred spirit. While she might tolerate such discrepancies when her interest in him persisted, viewing them as potential points for exploration, they would become accusations once her feelings turned sour. Upon reflecting on this, Riddle could not help but mutter, "Give a dog a bad name and hang him." As for the second factor, Riddle reviewed the fluctuations in Fiona's fondness during that period, isolating the moment her favor diminished upon encountering Morphinkant. He had initially assumed she was merely unaccustomed to confronting such bloody scenes, but in hindsight, she was someone capable of stitching up house-elf bodies. What could possibly frighten or disgust her? Had it not been for this, the reasons behind her dwindling fondness warrant profound contemplation. Was it due to murder? What a farcical notion! With the preceding instance of the Myrtle and the subsequent case of Pringle, it seems that the latter was merely an ambiguous test of limits. Yet, her demeanor when contemplating sending the keeper to feed the basilisk exhibited a blatant disregard for human life. Could it be that the victims were of her own bloodline? Yet, during the third task, did she not howl in anguish over the death of her father? Was that merely the ramblings of a madwoman? After a moment of reflection, Riddle concluded, despite the absence of direct evidence, that it likely was not so. What could it possibly be? He rapidly replayed Fiona's tone and expressions throughout their conversations, attempting to unearth any clues. Suddenly, several images coalesced in his mind, magnified and frozen in time. One was her poignant exclamation during the failure of the third task. "Humans are truly grotesque." Another was her indifferent remark to the house elf. "Our definitions of nobility do not align." Could it be that she deemed his slaying of Morphingunter and Riddle's family to be an ungraceful display? Upon further reflection, Fiona's actions in taking lives did not stem from personal desire, nor did she exhibit any murderous intent. Rather, she appeared childishly straightforward in her logic. The basilisk was hungry, so it deserved to be fed. When considering the entirety of her perspective, Her notion of nobility likely extended beyond mere humanity, encompassing all creatures, including house elves and basilisks alike. In her view, if humans could consume chickens and ducks, it was only natural for them to be devoured like pigs and cattle. Thus, when she sent someone to feed the basilisk, her demeanor was one of casual indifference, as she was entirely oblivious to the act of murder itself. And what motivated his own killings? Was it the insecurity stemming from his heritage, revenge for sensitive wounds, the greed to seize treasures, or the brutality of fulfilling desires? In comparison, his visage appeared decidedly grotesque beside Fiona's. What a folly! Riddle mused that there might be something amiss with his reasoning. Why should he conform to Fiona's peculiar line of thought to disavow his own? As she remarked, all acts of murder are not created equal. One must discern the nuances of elegance and crudeness. Bah! Perhaps his heart raced anew as Fiona lifted her eyelids to cast a glance at him. Have you been contemplating unpleasant matters? She inquired softly. Riddle failed to muster a feigned smile, his tone rigid as he replied, I am now reflecting on matters that incite my ire. Fiona regarded him steadily for a moment. Ding. Affection level increased by 2, current affection level at 62. Riddle, is there something you wish to discuss? Do you derive pleasure from my anger? Would my fury elevate your fondness to its zenith? Bah, regardless, the matter of affection lay in her hands. Riddle could only remind himself to remain lucid while begrudgingly aligning his actions with Fiona's preferences. Wait a moment. Riddle queried the system. If one cannot indulge in indiscriminate killing, how am I to dominate the magical realm? Should I rely on Dumbledore's preachings of love and peace? That is your dilemma, not mine, the system replied coldly. Why is it that you now seek my counsel not only on matters of the heart, but also concerning your ambitions? Riddle. That standard response has not graced my ears in quite some time. On a brighter note, he resolved to complete the task before pursuing his aspirations, prior to graduation. The system lamented. Congratulations, Mr. Riddle. Due to your belated bout of insecurity, you have successfully evaded my scorn. Riddle. Is that not a form of mockery? Choosing not to respond to the system's provocation, Riddle continued his previous line of thought. He believed he had nearly discerned the primary reason for her diminishing affection. Perhaps, had these matters been addressed earlier, they would not have evoked such a strong reaction from her. However, upon triggering a distinctive effect, she began to regard him with a different lens, thus imposing greater demands and heightened sensitivities. This resulted in the multiplicative consequences the system had described. Grinding his teeth at the term multiplicative, Riddle set aside his reflections on the task's failure and turned his attention to the revelations embedded within Fiona's memories. She was aware of the Gunter family affairs not solely due to the newspaper report she had mentioned, but also because she had personally sought out Moffin Gunter, presumably to verify whether she was the daughter who had eloped. Contemplating that Fiona had once suspected Mellop to possibly be her mother, Riddle felt a peculiar shift in his mood. He could not help but recall his own efforts to trace his paternal lineage, meticulously combing through the wizarding genealogies. In those initial moments, did Fiona, observing his actions, draw parallels to her own situation? At that time, was she not equally at a loss for words as he was now? He ultimately found the Riddle family, but what of her? Had she discovered her mother in the end? Was she a witch or a muggle? Riddle could not suppress a dark thought. If her mother were a muggle, then both of their origins would align as half-bloods. Regrettably, given the Shafik family's inclination to intermarry to preserve blood purity, it seemed unlikely that Fiona's father would choose to seek a lowly muggle to sire offspring. Moreover, why did Fiona not directly inquire of her father? With her abilities, he surely would have been forthright if she asked. Why did she prefer to search and eliminate possibilities rather than seek the most straightforward answer? What did her statement, "Because I am also human," truly signify? Before he could reach a conclusion, the night bus came to a sudden halt. Riddle assisted Fiona in disembarking, once more standing before the signpost of Little Hangleton. Chapter 25. Strategy Step 25. Change the shampoo. Just as before, Riddle attended to Fiona with great care, wiping the sweat from her brow, offering her water, and draping his robe over her smaller frame, ensuring her every need was meticulously attended to before they resumed their journey to the Gunter estate. In his heart, he silently vowed that once this endeavor was concluded, he would never wish to set foot in this quaint village again. The sky was overcast and bleak, the cold wind biting, making it so one could taste the chill upon speaking. Yet this time, Riddle did not remain silent. He initiated a conversation. Given your lack of curiosity or doubt regarding the Gunter estate thus far, Fiona, may I reasonably surmise that you are aware of this place and cognizant of the lineage I have concealed from others? Fiona, her hood drawn tightly, revealed only a small portion of her face as she gazed up at him, her cheeks flushed from the cold, presenting the image of an innocent, youthful girl. I too wished to inquire. Are you speculating or asserting? She retorted in a tone that belied her appearance. Riddle pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Perhaps it is a conjecture bordering on certainty? After his laughter faded, he slowly elaborated under her steady gaze. Adelard, if there exists a person in this world who must remain entirely ignorant, that individual ought to be him. Otherwise, all that he knows will become common knowledge. He hinted at having learned much about her from Adelard. He possessed the most knowledge regarding the rules of Quidditch, yet Fiona was not easily deceived by him. She responded with a subtle retort, acknowledging that he could hardly be deemed intelligent. However, if anyone regarded him as a fool, it would undoubtedly be someone exceptionally skilled in the manipulation of human emotions. Are you speaking of me, or perhaps of yourself? Riddle's tone was light-hearted. Well, you may have long harbored suspicions that my excessive interest and goodwill towards you conceal ulterior motives. I do not deny that, in certain respects. There is indeed some truth to that. Fiona gazed at him with an enigmatic expression. No one's generosity comes without expectations, especially someone as miserly and calculating as I. What I seek is quite simple, your acceptance and trust. Is that all? Fiona echoed the phrase, her eyes widening slightly, a flicker of incredulity crossing her otherwise impassive face. Do you truly believe that is something easily given? Riddle replied, do you think my efforts lack sincerity? He smiled faintly. Then allow me to add a bit more weight to my display of earnestness. My name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. He conjured the letters of his name in the air with his wand, the golden letters shimmering and trembling with his words. Tom and Riddle, both devoid of any magical essence, were bestowed upon me by my Muggle father, while Marvolo derives from my grandfather, Marvolo Gaunt. My mother, Merope Gaunt, seduced the Muggle she loved madly with a love potion, and eloped with him after her father Marvolo and brother Mofin were imprisoned for harming Muggles and ministry officials. After conceiving me, she naively believed that a child could replace the love potion in securing a man's heart. Thus she ceased its use. Riddle spread his hands, clearly indicating her misjudgment regarding a man's steadfastness when confronted with a woman he does not desire, particularly a terrifying and unattractive witch. He abandoned the pregnant woman without a backward glance, leaving my poor mother devastated, unable to return home, and with nowhere else to go. She ultimately gave birth to me in an orphanage, shortly before passing away. Thus I was raised in an orphanage. Fiona raised an eyebrow slightly. Riddle understood her implication. She found it curious that someone raised in a Muggle orphanage could exhibit behaviors and knowledge so incongruous with his background, particularly regarding the magical world and Hogwarts. Fiona did not expect Riddle to answer, but after a moment of contemplation, she confidently suggested, is it memory? Riddle almost believed she had discerned his possession of memories from a past life. Yet he understood what she meant, for it was precisely the perfect rationale he had recently scrutinized. The memories of Merope. Other means would attract the attention and fear of Muggles. Only the direct transmission of memory could convey all information without interference. Reluctantly, Riddle had to concede that in terms of detail capture, logical reasoning and reaction speed, he was somewhat inferior to Fiona. He even sensed that had her interests not lain in overthrowing and domination, and if her physical frailty had not constrained her abilities, the magical realm might have long undergone a transformation. In such a scenario, when the title of Dark Lord was uttered, he could not audaciously claim it referred to himself, especially with the system continuously observing and waiting to mock him. In another context, Riddle felt that he and Fiona would be locked in an eternal conflict. Yet as events had unfolded, his growing understanding of her had led to a recognition and admiration that surpassed his wariness and disdain. Initially, he had hoped the system would shift its target. He could have begrudgingly pursued even someone like Adley, but now, he believed that the enigmatic entity must have carefully deliberated before selecting targets, rather than whimsically choosing a lunatic to belittle him. He did not think anyone was more deserving of his efforts and patience than Fiona. Likewise, his competitive spirit and desire for conquest led him to firmly believe that if such a being existed, aside from himself, no one else was worthy of Fiona's full measure of affection. I have my doubts. Silence. Are you being sarcastic towards Elf Black? The system insisted, unperturbed. No, be quiet. After a cold reprimand within his mind, Riddle seamlessly shifted to a gentle laugh, nodding towards Fiona. Yes, my mother, although she was weak and foolish, clinging to the hope until her last breath that she could win a man's love through her child. It was precisely for this reason that she bequeathed all her memories to me. Fiona inclined her head slightly, seemingly in agreement, without offering her own opinion. However, Riddle, having endured 4 trials, was acutely aware that her silence could be her most formidable weapon. His words contained evident flaws, yet she remained utterly composed, not mentioning them. Akin to a patient hunter awaiting her unsuspecting prey to fall into the trap, ready to extract all his inconsistencies at once. What awaited him then was the system's smug declaration of a reset. Since Fiona did not inquire, Riddle had no choice but to fill in the gaps. Of course, Merope never attended Hogwarts, nor did Mofin. Their bizarre appearances and coarse personalities, a consequence of their inbreeding, rendered them unsuitable for school. Marvolo, confident in the power derived from his Slytherin lineage, forbade them from mingling with other witches and wizards. Yet, unlike Mofin, who wholly embraced Marvolo's beliefs, Merope harbored a rebellious spirit beneath her timid facade, as evidenced by her elopement with a muggle. She yearned for life at Hogwarts, desiring to associate with normal witches and wizards. Furthermore, enamored by her wealthy muggle lover, she was captivated by high society. While Marvolo and Mofin seldom paid her heed, she secretly acquired a wealth of information. Although she never utilized it, fortunately, she passed it all on to me, enabling me to navigate the magical world despite living in a muggle environment. Riddle finally completed his narrative, adding a patch to his earlier statements. These are all the weights I can presently offer. As for other aspects of my past and certain secrets of mine, I trust someone who also possesses undisclosed secrets can comprehend that I am not a reckless gambler, willing to stake everything without reason or caution in an uncertain game. This does not signify my guilt or concealment merely. He met Fiona's gaze, gradually articulating, "You should grasp my intent." Fiona met his gaze unflinchingly. Yet what eluded my understanding was why. Just because of what you termed as kin? She articulated the word with a subtle nuance. Riddle regarded her intently once more before turning his gaze towards the overcast sky at the end of the path, sighing softly. No two shells on the beach bear identical patterns. However, at the very least, we are two souls cast farthest from the shoreline by the tides. Though the chasm between us may be insurmountable, amidst the ebb and flow of the tides, we, unable to be concealed, might find solace in gazing at one another from afar, alleviating our inescapable loneliness. At this juncture, Riddle chuckled self-deprecatingly. I never anticipated that I would utter such words. Until now, others and creatures in this world were mere livestock in my eyes, some to be commanded, others to be tamed for amusement, and some destined for slaughter. The rest were insignificant, unworthy of mention. My demeanor towards everyone was one of indifference or malice, save for you. He paused, contemplating for a moment, as if grappling with the words. Then he gradually exhaled them with careful deliberation. Only you in my world, stand apart. Out of the selfishness and greed inherent in human nature, I naturally wish to be different in your world as well. Fiona remained silent for an extended period. Riddle mused that the words he had painstakingly crafted were both sincere and straightforward, akin to bearing his soul before her, to the point where he nearly convinced himself of their authenticity. If such a confession failed to move her, he would have to contemplate alternative approaches. Fortunately, Fiona was not so cruelly indifferent. Just before they turned into the thicket, she softly uttered Tom. It was the first time she had addressed him by his name. At that moment, Riddle found little concern over whether she was using a name he favored. He halted, turning to face her. Yes, he inquired. You should change your shampoo. She replied. What? Riddle questioned, suspecting either a malfunction in his hearing or a lapse in Fiona's judgment. Without looking at him, Fiona tilted her head and sniffed the lining of her hood, frowning as she earnestly stated, I dislike the scent of iris. Ding. Affection level increased by 8. Current affection level at 70. Was this an awkward yet sincere expression of closeness? Riddle conceded. He sighed in acquiescence. As you wish, Miss Fiona. Chapter 26. Step 26. Thank you, you're welcome. Although Fiona's emotional expressions were rather awkward and peculiar, Riddle found himself subtly delighted. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, akin to the astonishment and joy of witnessing Dumbledore wield dark magic to kill. He opened the gate of the fenced area and extended his hand to Fiona, who this time did not refuse, placing her hand in his palm. Her hand was a full 2 sizes smaller than his, delicate to the point of evoking a desire to protect its fragility, yet soft enough that he could barely discern the hardness of her bones. When he curled his fingers, he enveloped her hand entirely in his grasp, as if cradling a perfectly whipped dollop of cream, the coolness of her touch just right. Resisting the impulse to indulge in a fondling that would surely diminish his affection, Riddle led her into the forest, parting the overlapping branches and vines while casually inquiring, How did you come to know about the relationship between the Gaunts and myself? He wished to see if Fiona's response had changed with the current level of affection. Fiona followed in Riddle's footsteps, her tone remaining soft and detached, unaffected by the slight progression in their relationship. You must have learned from Adley that I am the illegitimate daughter brought back by the Shafik family, with an unknown mother. The information I have about my biological mother is limited to fragments revealed in arguments. An inconsequential family, a child born of deceit, cast away by her family, whereabouts unknown. When Fiona spoke of this, her demeanor mirrored Riddle's earlier recounting of how his mother had drugged a muggle to elope, a tale of shameless violation, with similar indifference. Yet Riddle sensed the faint nausea and shame he bore, uncertain if Fiona truly felt as indifferent as she appeared. I wish to find her, to ascertain whether she is alive or dead, which is why I have been scouring the genealogies of wizards since I can remember, attempting to identify potential matches. Through the amalgamation of various information, I discovered that Mellipott from the Gaunt family matched certain criteria. Thus she became one of my suspects. However, further investigation proved otherwise. Fiona's account was not exhaustive, but Riddle felt satisfied. At least she spoke the truth, without concealment or evasion. He nodded, expressing a modicum of curiosity, yet wisely refraining from probing into how she had conducted her verification. That being said, we share a rather peculiar connection. Have you obtained any results from your investigation into your biological mother? Fiona shook her head. No, and there is no possibility of that happening. Riddle surmised. The conditions you know are actually incorrect? Indeed. The wizarding world is not vast. He had managed to locate the Gaunt family, and given Fiona's determination and resourcefulness, it was implausible she would not have found the person she sought over the years. However, inaccuracies in information could arise from two possibilities. Either her birth mother was indeed a witch but under a different identity, or her biological mother was a muggle. Riddle had initially ruled out the latter possibility, but now found himself wavering in doubt. He deliberated cautiously, ultimately deciding against voicing his inquiry. Yet Fiona preemptively clarified. She is a muggle, her identity unknown. Hence, I cannot search for her. Riddle was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone of her temperament would voluntarily divulge such an intensely personal matter. Nevertheless, what might be a scandalous embarrassment to others seemed of little consequence to her. After a moment of reflection, Riddle considered another possibility, a smile spreading across his face. Could it be that she was responding to the goodwill he had just expressed? Having disclosed his origins, she felt compelled to share her own circumstances in the spirit of fairness. At times he perceived her as cunning and diabolical, while at others, he found her excessively candid and straightforward. Perhaps it was precisely this duality that rendered her intriguing and captivating to him. Riddle smiled and said, "If there is any way I can assist you, do not hesitate to let me know." Fiona glanced at him, shaking her head regretfully. "Thank you. But your current capabilities do not suffice to support your intentions. I shall consider it in 10 or 20 years. Riddle." He wished to be angry but, upon reflection, realized she spoke the truth, which only fueled his irritation further. Was it possible that her increasingly sharp and caustic remarks were a negative effect of rising affection? It was hard to imagine how she would interact with him if their affection reached 100. It did not seem particularly delightful. Upon reaching the old Gaunt manor, Riddle took out the vanishing cabinet and released the basilisk. This time, he refrained from humiliating himself by testing the creature's loyalty and simply waved it away, instructing Fiona to remain outside while he entered to find Morphin Gaunt. Last time, Fiona had volunteered to assist, and Riddle had acquiesced as if merely watching a performance. However, due to his overwhelming pride, he would not permit himself to reveal vulnerability by asking Fiona for help. After all, Morphin was merely a drunken wretch who had never even set foot in Hogwarts. Riddle believed he could easily subdue him, even with the skills of a first-year student. With a flick of his wand, Riddle uttered a spell softly, silently opening the wooden door that would otherwise creak ominously. He tread lightly into the house, immediately spotting Morphin dozing in a chair. Murder was almost an innate talent for him, akin to how an ordinary person might slice a steak, devoid of hesitation or contemplation. He casually levitated a piece of hemp rope from the ground, guiding it to coil around Morphin's neck like a serpent. Morphin, sensing an itch, mumbled and raised a hand to scratch, only to grasp the rope, and before he could react, his hand was bound behind his back by a binding spell. Simultaneously, the previously dormant noose around Morphin's neck sprang to life like a venomous snake, tightening abruptly, while the other end of the rope shot upward, hanging from the wooden beams of the cabin. Morphin, suspended by his neck, had barely opened his bulging eyes before they rolled back in his head, his face turning a shade of deep purple. He emitted a series of short staccato sounds, his legs flailing violently and futilely, akin to a fish tossed onto the shore. Thrashing in its desperate struggle, the beams above groaned under the strain, shedding a considerable amount of dust. The murky air was suffused with a pungent odor, and Riddle cast a dispassionate glance at Muffin, who was damp and fixated on the resurrection stone ring in his grasp, pondering the whereabouts of the invisibility cloak. Since Potter managed to acquire this artifact without any commotion, it must certainly be within his reach, likely not a gift from Dumbledore, but rather a part of the Potter family collection. If it were in Dumbledore's possession, obtaining it would pose quite a challenge. However, he had worn the ring while at school, and Dumbledore had not exhibited any particular interest at that time, presumably unaware that it housed the resurrection stone. Thus, it stands to reason that he may not have yet acquired the invisibility cloak or begun his studies on the Deathly Hallows. Therefore, the invisibility cloak is more likely to be found at the Potter residence. As these thoughts circled in his mind, he returned to the present to find the figure suspended from the beam had gone lifeless, swaying slightly in the drifting dust, his body and shadow casting a gentle dance upon the ground. Riddle removed the ring from Muffin's hand, intending to summon Fiona, but recalling her previous unexpected behavior, he opted to lower Muffin gently, cleaning the grime from his form and covering his grotesque visage with a blanket. Surveying the chaotic and filthy disarray of the room, he clicked his tongue in discontent and, with a flick of his wand, unleashed a flurry of cleaning spells. Fortunately, he was not using his own wand. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by the absurdity of the notion that his wand was more adept at household charms than dark magic. Yet, upon reflection, his own wand was hardly in a better state, having been reciting warmth charms throughout the winter. He dared not dwell on it further, lest he spiral into confusion. Stowing his wand, Riddle gestured for Fiona to enter. Upon seeing her face pale once more, he reluctantly produced his wand and cast a warmth charm for her. Fiona sniffed, her nose reddened by the wind, her gaze sweeping over the legs protruding from beneath the blanket before settling on Riddle's face. "Why did you kill him?" she inquired. Riddle felt a tightening in his chest at her question, fearing yet another heart-pounding interrogation, but as he met her gaze, he discerned no hint of danger in her eyes, only a mild curiosity. He could not fully relax. After a moment of careful contemplation, he cautiously replied, "Initially, I aim to bury those associated with my identity. I detest becoming fodder for gossip. However, as for now, there is no particular reason. After all, I must find sustenance for the basilisk. Selecting someone I find less than agreeable seems fitting, does it not?" Fiona nodded, seemingly in agreement, or perhaps merely offering a polite acknowledgement, before her attention shifted to the ring in his hand, her brow raising in inquiry. This time, she refrained from asking if he had taken it from Muffin, as she had not seen him and should not know its origin. Riddle realized he had never caught her in such minor oversights. Her actions were as precise as a well-oiled machine. Furthermore, she did not feign ignorance. Upon reflection, it seemed she not only abhorred lies but also held a disdain for fabricating them herself, as the truths she articulated were sufficient to achieve her desired misdirection. Riddle smiled as he extended the ring toward Fiona. "The ancestral resurrection stone ring of the Gunter family. Do you desire it?" He understood her lack of interest, yet he sought to present a generous facade to win her favor. Indeed, Fiona glanced at the ring in his palm and replied flatly, "Very well, thank you." "Very well, thank you?" Riddle remained momentarily stunned, his smile frozen. A chuckle erupted from the system within the crumbling confines of his mind. Chapter 27. Strategy Step 27. Here you are as you wished. Despite the inner turmoil akin to the relentless bombardment of Germany upon Britain during World War II, Riddle's resilient rationality, or perhaps a reverence for the 3 remaining opportunities, compelled him to suppress any hesitation. Not a flicker of change appeared at the corners of his mouth as he, with remarkable composure and even a hint of joy, placed the still cool ring into Fiona's palm. He had experienced her keen ability to detect deceit numerous times, and his acting skills had significantly improved amidst the repeated setbacks. He believed that, even if he were to recite a heartfelt passage from 1 Corinthians before Dumbledore, the latter would have no reason to suspect him of being anything but a devoted advocate of love and justice. Though his mealtime prayers at the orphanage had always been a mere pretense of closed eyes and dozing off, "I never anticipated you would find this appealing." Riddle masked his confusion over Fiona's unconventional behavior with feigned curiosity. "What do you intend to do with it?" Fiona raised the ring, examining the mysterious black gem embedded within it against the light. Aesthetically, it was undeniably exquisite and elegant, yet wholly unsuitable for a girl of her age. Moreover, her slender fingers could hardly support it. With an impassive expression, she tucked the ring into her pocket and casually remarked, "It holds no real use. Wasn't it you who intended to gift it to me?" Riddle, "No, I did not." The system gleefully chimed in, "Your intentions are of little consequence. She believes you wish to, hence you do." Riddle found himself at a loss for words to counter. He finally comprehended what Fiona meant by advising him against pretentiousness in their conversations. He resolved to refrain from any semblance of pretense in her presence in the future, for it would only lead to unspoken grievances on his part. Riddle reassured himself that the ring was of no immediate use, and keeping it with Fiona would ensure its safety. He would have the opportunity to retrieve it later. This place is unlikely to be visited by anyone. Let the basilisk conceal itself here for the time being. We should find a place in the village to rest for the night, and return you home tomorrow. He remained mindful of the 30 points Fiona had awarded him after she encountered old Riddle. Although further increments beyond 60 might not be as significant, even a mere 5 or 10 points would suffice to render old Riddle's efforts worthwhile. However, Fiona shook her head, her voice weary. I am tired and wish to return. Riddle was taken aback. But, Fiona softly uttered a name. Gideon. Yes, Miss Fiona. A house elf materialized beside her. Riddle. He gazed at the house elf clutching the invisibility cloak, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, instantly aware of the bittersweet complexity of his emotions. Fiona, oblivious to the potential offense of her actions, nevertheless noticed the smile fade from Riddle's face, and felt compelled to explain. It's only reasonable to take precautions and prepare for self-defense when venturing into unfamiliar and remote areas with a tall, robust male. Riddle, I am genuinely surprised that you can articulate the words reasonable and normal reaction. He feigned displeasure, offering a wry smile. With your abilities, it should be quite easy for you to subdue me, no? He had initially assumed that was the only reason she dared accompany him. Fiona merely curved her lips into a subtle smile, remaining silent. Riddle grasped her unspoken sentiment. Her capabilities were akin to that of the basilisk, relying on the element of surprise when the target is unprepared. If he were truly inclined toward treachery, having discerned her methods, it would not be difficult to orchestrate a targeted scheme. She neither overestimated herself nor underestimated him. Had it not been for the flicker of trust she now harbored towards him, she might have kept the house elf concealed, just as she had done on the previous occasion. Her meticulousness was evident. Riddle let out a soft huff, feigning displeasure, yet inwardly his admiration for her deepened, for had he been in her position, he too would have been reluctant to lower his defenses. Moreover, her calling upon the house elf now signified a certain intimacy and a subtle expression of goodwill. Did it not? Fiona cast him a curious glance. Are you unhappy? Don't tell me you are someone who unconditionally believes in the goodwill of others. Or perhaps, while you are not, you expect me to be? Ding. Affection level decreased by 10, current affection level, 60. Riddle mused. If he pretended to be unhappy, would she truly become so? He dared not employ such tactics to gauge Fiona's tolerance and guilt, for clearly, she possessed neither of those traits, much like her ailment that had no remedy. He swiftly shifted the conversation, attempting to salvage the moment. What I wish to convey is that since you hold a trump card, you ought not to reveal it lightly unless the situation becomes truly critical. Even though your trust brings me genuine joy, I would prefer to see you safeguard yourself. Fiona fell silent for a moment, then nodded in understanding. I see. Riddle. Was he inadvertently complicating matters for himself? The system aptly commented. It seems the great Dark Lord finds the task's challenge insufficient, generously providing equipment and selflessly guiding her in counter-strategy, all to make the process of task completion more engaging. Such a touching spirit of dedication indeed moves one. Before Riddle could vent his pent-up frustration towards the system, Fiona spoke up. So you are actually pleased now? Could Riddle possibly say otherwise? He smiled warmly, his voice gentle. Of course, I am very pleased. After all, losing merely 10 points of affection could hardly dampen his spirits. Fiona responded with a soft that's good. I intended to make you happy. Riddle was taken aback. He found her gaze unwavering, her cerulean eyes so clear they seemed capable of drawing one straight into the depths of her heart. You have brought me a rare joy. And thus, I wish to give you what you desire. Ding. Affection level increased by 5, current affection level, 65. I want to make you happy. I wish to give you what you seek. She offered him her trust, unembellished, a straightforward gift. Riddle suspected the system was quite displeased at the lack of humor in the situation, for he felt an inexplicable agitation within, as though his heart trembled at the cusp of discomfort, unable to define its state. He pressed his lips together. Fiona's direct gaze pierced him, eliciting a slight sting. He felt a desire to avert his eyes, yet found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Perhaps those cornflower-like eyes were simply too exquisite, awakening a dark yearning within him, urging him to claim what he hoped to possess. Regrettably, the person before him was not one to be easily dominated. Riddle blinked lightly, summoning a more gentle smile as he regarded Fiona, softly expressing, "Thank you. I truly am very happy." Chapter 28. The 20th Step of Strategy, to Trust or Not to Trust. Reflecting on it, Riddle's perception of Fiona's endurance had significantly evolved. Despite the house elf being constantly by her side, she had remained silent, enduring the tribulations brought on by the night bus and country roads, nearly fainting, without once requesting the house elf to alleviate her discomfort. Was she truly enduring such hardship merely to ascertain his intentions? Riddle pondered, sensing she treated her physical suffering with an alarming nonchalance. Even at school, despite possessing the ability to enjoy comfort, she never used it to excuse herself from class. Even when shivering on the Quidditch pitch, regardless of how unpalatable the food might be, she never complained or sought to replace it with something more to her liking, instead enduring the discomfort in silence. A flicker of displeasure stirred within Riddle. He found her habitual acceptance of suffering particularly unappealing, especially when reflected in someone so akin to himself. She ought to stand at the pinnacle of the world, reveling in the adoration of others. The mere furrowing of her brow should incite panic and reverence among the masses. Let us not delve into whether it is possible, but I must inquire, Mr. Riddle. Does it not feel cramped at the top with two? Not cramped. Be quiet. Moreover, having tasted the bitter fruits of tyranny, how could he still cast others into the depths of despair? That was rather unethical, was it not? OCxVoldemort. Be quiet. As Riddle chastised himself internally, he maintained a smiling facade while holding Fiona's gaze, until Gideon's shrill voice shattered the delicate atmosphere between them. "Miss Fiona." It glared at Riddle, its expression unfriendly despite its master's proximity. "Are we leaving now?" Riddle sensed its hostility and smirked inwardly. First the basilisk, then the house elf. Had it not been for Fiona, these inferior beings would not dare exhibit such insolence before him. Nonetheless, Riddle's once sensitive nerves had thickened from daily encounters with the system and Fiona, rendering him impervious to the provocations of lesser creatures. Fiona nodded, looking at Riddle. "Will you come along?" Riddle, in truth, wished to linger and eliminate the Riddle family once more, not out of deep-seated hatred, but because the failure to eliminate those who deserved their fate left him feeling unsettled. Yet compared to Fiona, they became inconsequential. He summoned the basilisk, instructing it to dispose of Morphin's remains and to lie in wait within the forest, forbidding it from hunting the muggles in the village. Should the Ministry of Magic catch wind of any disturbances, he would be unable to protect it. The basilisk lazily protested, claiming that such cold weather was ideal for sleeping, and it had no desire to move if ordered outside. After settling the basilisk, Riddle intended to take Fiona's hand when Gideon abruptly interjected, grasping one of their arms. "Miss Fiona, please watch your step." Having issued the gentle reminder, it rudely yanked Riddle, and with a resounding pop, the three vanished from the cabin. The sensation of being transported alongside a servant was far from pleasant. Riddle's only two prior experiences had involved being brought to the Shafik household by a house elf, and he had never entrusted his body to another to be whisked to an unknown destination. Evidently, Fiona was less able to withstand the oppressive feeling of being shoved into a pipe, for upon landing, she coughed and staggered several steps away. Gideon's slight frame struggled to support her, prompting Riddle to discreetly push it aside, wrapping an arm around Fiona to steady her against him. Fiona, having frequently accepted Riddle's embrace and care today, found the prior distance between them dissolved. She no longer resisted such overt intimacy, naturally resting her head against his chest. Her eyes closed as she adjusted her breathing. However, once she felt sufficiently composed, she pushed him away without a trace of hesitation, standing upright. Riddle accepted her abrupt dismissal with composure, remaining unperturbed. He withdrew his hand and gazed at the Shafik estate before him, as dusk began to envelop the surroundings. Streetlights flickered to life along the road, illuminating the three-story gray-white building, which reflected a dismal, cold glow in the light. The pitch-black windows betrayed no hint of warmth within, presenting a rather sinister visage. Fiona turned to Riddle and softly inquired, "Do you need Gideon to accompany you?" Could a rapport of 60 even fail to grant her the courtesy of inviting him in for a cup of tea? Though he had anticipated such a response, Riddle couldn't suppress a silent scoff. "No need, let him stay and look after you," he replied gently. "You should head inside. There's no need to see me off." Fiona, eschewing any further pleasantries, nodded decisively and proceeded towards the grand entrance with her house elf in tow. As they ascended the steps, the magical lantern at the door sensed their presence and illuminated automatically. The light filtered through the intricate mandala patterns on the lantern, casting delicate black flowers upon Fiona's figure. Just as she was about to step inside, Riddle called out to her, "Fiona." She turned back, half of her pale face shrouded in the hood, the other half bathed in the warm yellow glow, A dark mandala flower perched upon her pale lips, spinning gently with the lantern's sway. After a brief pause, Riddle ventured. On Christmas Eve, may I come to see you? He had not forgotten the cascade of affection points lost that fateful night. Although the system stated that affection would not wane due to the actions of others once it surpassed 60, could one truly place unwavering trust in the system? Who knew what hidden traps lay in wait for him? Moreover, even if his affection were to remain intact, he felt compelled to understand what had transpired to plunge Fiona into such profound emotional turmoil. It could not have been a trivial matter. Is there something you wish to discuss? Fiona asked flatly. Riddle couldn't help but glance at the flower that danced with her lips, smiling as he replied. Nothing of great import. I simply did not wish to linger at the orphanage. You could seek out Adley, unless the system has designated him as the target instead. Riddle maintained his smile, continuing, they are hosting a gathering, and I would likely be an unwelcome guest. He then added, with a touch of consideration, but it's no trouble. I merely inquired. If it is inconvenient, I shall not press further. The mandala flower was conspicuous enough that Riddle easily noticed her lips twitch slightly, as if she had discreetly tasted a petal. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, then you may come. Riddle felt the sharper gaze of her house elf upon him, filled with disdain. Nevertheless, he remained in high spirits, dismissing the ugly figure as he cheerfully said, very well, I shall see you then. Fiona nodded slightly before turning to enter the house. Gideon, following closely behind, shot Riddle a venomous glare through the door's crack before forcefully shutting it. The lantern at the entrance extinguished in response. The light and the mandala faded away, leaving the interior devoid of illumination. In the frigid night, the ominous Shafik estate loomed like a monstrous beast, ready to consume Fiona and revealing a cruel, mocking smile. Riddle's smile faded as he furrowed his brow. Compared to the Shafik residence, the orphanage seemed far more lively and welcoming. He cast one last glance at the wolf-headed knocker before summoning the night bus. Upon returning to the orphanage, he was greeted by a young girl with a ponytail and a freckled face. Upon seeing Riddle outside, she gasped and took a couple of steps back. What was her name again? Nasha or Martha? Riddle, indifferent, brushed past her and noticed two children weeping as they passed through the hallway. He casually inquired, what has happened? The young girl sniffled and murmured, Bibelai and Eric have died. She quickly shot a glance at him. Tom, aren't you cold dressed like that? It was only after boarding the night bus that Riddle realized Fiona had not returned his coat. Yet this did not dampen his mood. He disregarded the girl's question, recalling the two vaguely familiar names and the indistinct faces of the boys. Ah, those two unfortunate souls he had once intimidated. He had no desire to dwell on the circumstances of their demise. In the orphanage, death was a commonplace occurrence, devoid of the need for inquiry. Even a simple cold, in the absence of medicine, food and proper care, could escalate into a life-threatening illness. Here, one could always sense that the cessation of life was swifter and more silent than the wilting of petals. Yet, Riddle had always loathed the numbness and resignation that enveloped people toward such realities. Moreover, although they were navigating through an economic downturn, the mortality rate at this time could still be considered low compared to what lay ahead. In 9 months, the Second World War would erupt, and further down the line, with over a year passing, the bombings of England by Germany would bring about a catastrophic collapse of the social supply chain, leading to a sharp decline in donations and resources, a true nightmare for the orphanage. Riddle considered himself fortunate. The 9 months of bombings coincided with the start of the Hogwarts academic year, and he did not have to witness the horrific spectacle of bombs detonating nearby. However, during that summer before school commenced, German planes had already begun bombing British air bases, and the sound of aircraft could be heard thundering overhead day and night. During that time, he had stood sleepless by the window, fixated on the flickering red dots in the night sky, gripping his wand tightly, contemplating what magic he could wield to protect himself should a bomb suddenly fall. Though he was reluctant to admit it, there had been moments of fear and trepidation. Yet, the commencement of that year's Hogwarts term felt akin to finding refuge. Nevertheless, even within the walls of Hogwarts, the Daily Prophet frequently reported on the unfortunate deaths of wizards struck by bombs. There were heated debates in the newspapers, vehemently condemning Grindelwald for his involvement in the war among Muggles, seizing the opportunity to disrupt the magical world's order and expand his influence. It was during this time that his curiosity about Grindelwald blossomed, prompting him to delve into and study his ideologies and actions. When he concluded that semester and returned to the orphanage for the summer, the devastation he witnessed in the city and the plight of those affected within the orphanage left him profoundly shaken. He had subsequently applied to stay at school during the summer, but Dumbledore had denied his request, perhaps fearing he would engage in mischief at Hogwarts. And indeed, he was capable of such things. Seated in his wooden chair in his room, Riddle listened to the muffled cries emanating from next door, continuing to reflect idly on his past. In the year of his graduation, Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore, and the dark wizards who had followed him scattered across the globe. His application to remain as a teacher was denied, prompting him to leave England and embark on a journey to seek out and befriend those dark wizards unwilling to accept defeat, studying obscure and arcane dark magic. During this period, he gained deeper insights into the Muggle world. The smoke of war from the Second World War had not yet fully dissipated. Although the guns had fallen silent, weapons remained poised in vigilance across nations. The standoff between the United States and the Soviet Union left all countries apprehensive, fearing the outbreak of a third war at any moment. He had personally witnessed Germany's division, bearing witness to the flight and blockade of an entire nation, and had heard of the harrowing tug-of-war that occurred in Cuba. The state of the world and the fate of humanity lie precariously in the hands of two Muggles, akin to an egg precariously rolling back and forth. A mere tremor could shatter it upon the ground. Riddle, while feeling humiliated that his life is threatened by Muggles, is irresistibly drawn to the immense influence that could upend the world. Given the fragility and insignificance of human life, why should he not be the one to dominate it? It is only right that he should be. He is utterly convinced of this. When he applied for a teaching position at Hogwarts, Dumbledore asked him if he had found love. Love. After a decade of wandering through numerous countries, all he encountered were war and violence, displacement and famine, fear and numbness. He heard the lies of hypocrites, the shouts of tyrants, the curses of the defeated, and the laments of the despairing. Love might exist, but under the shadow of death. This flicker of light, akin to a firefly, often flickers briefly before extinguishing. And is that extinguishing what Dumbledore extols as love? In comparison to absolute power, it is woefully weak. Dumbledore claimed it was because he had not sought in the right place. Yet when pressed for the location, he fell silent. Riddle suspects that Dumbledore, too, is oblivious to where this love he preaches resides, for he has never witnessed it himself, lacking the evidence to support his theories. Hence he places all his bets on the Savior, who has been shielded by protective charms. Riddle does not believe in such an ethereal concept as love. It is akin to the God and angels of the Bible, mere phantoms conjured by the inept to console themselves. Even if Potter defeated him, it was not through love, but rather due to his own blunders that led to vulnerabilities. And even if the Savior triumphed over him, did that mean Dumbledore had won? No, that was Potter's victory. Dumbledore is dead, and it is the vanquished who have perished. Only the living can inscribe their victories. Mr. Riddle, restless and unwilling to be overlooked, sought to voice his opinion. Riddle gently remarked, regardless of whether you are a sir, a miss, or something else, system, I kindly ask you to exhibit some basic decorum and refrain from asserting your presence while others are engrossed in thought, if you please. The system, unyielding to persuasion, responded with actions that indicated otherwise. Although you are an imp of action and a giant of daydreams, in terms of obstinacy, you far surpass even the basilisk's fangs. Before Riddle could retort, it continued, moreover, if you do not believe in love, what do you suppose happens when the affinity reaches 100? Riddle was taken aback. You previously tested whether I could discern your affinity towards the mission target. Do you care to guess what your current affinity towards her is? Silence. Riddle barked, his voice laced with authority. Oh, very well, do not be agitated or feel guilty, for I cannot see it either. Once again, the Dark Lord was provoked to near eruption, and the system, sensing its victory, ceased its taunts, leaving Riddle alone to quietly contemplate by the window. Yet, after a considerable time, his once orderly thoughts were now entangled with the system's question. What would it be when affinity reached 100? Could it be love? Chapter 29. The 29th Step of Strategy, Empty-Handed, Capturing the Wolf. Upon entering the leaky cauldron, a lang of smoke, the scent of alcohol, and a variety of food wafted towards him. Due to the cold, a fire crackled in the hearth, causing the air to become even more thick and nauseating. Riddle, maintaining an impassive demeanor, wove his way through the tables. Some patrons noticed him, and he recognized several familiar faces among the regulars. During the month leading up to the start of term, he had become acquainted with nearly every shop from the Leaky Cauldron to Diagon Alley, thanks to his striking appearance and exceptional social skills. For instance, Mrs. Crawford, who always clutched a smoking pipe, had remarked more than once to the pub owner, Foster, where did this delightful little angel come from? The little angel. Riddle would always smile, albeit slightly embarrassed, upon hearing such praise. He vaguely recalled that her husband and son had perished in an attack by Death Eaters. However, this time they did not recognize him, for he wore a brown deerstalker hat with the brim pulled low and thick-framed glasses, dressed in a jacket and baggy trousers, his thick knitted scarf concealing half of his face. His slightly increased height since returning to Hogwarts served to further obscure his identity, making him appear as a rough, unruly youth. No one would associate this sullen boy with the refined and elegant Tom Riddle. Passing through the bar and entering the courtyard, Riddle knocked on the passageway leading to Diagon Alley. It was the Christmas holiday, and the street was adorned with festive decorations, cheerful music emanating from the shops, and the cobblestone path thronged with families out shopping. Among them were several of his classmates, eagerly imploring their parents to purchase the latest broomsticks or beautiful lace hairbands. Riddle lowered his head and brushed past them, moving forward, turning into the narrow, filthy alley next to Gringotts. As he took a step or two inside, the jovial atmosphere from outside was abruptly cut off, replaced by an ominous chill creeping up from his feet. Riddle cast a glance at the dilapidated wooden sign overhead that read Nocturne Alley, shoved his hands into his pockets, and strolled leisurely down the winding alley. As he passed through a shadowy archway, a thin, gaunt old man suddenly emerged to block his path, his gray-white beard tangled like the roots of an underground tree. And when he spoke, he revealed a mouthful of crooked, yellowed teeth. "Young man, do you need get lost?" Riddle drew his wand, aiming it at the seemingly solicitous, yet sinister-eyed old man, and coldly intoned, "Do not make me repeat myself." Those who eked out a living in Nocturne Alley were well aware of the need to avoid danger. Seeing that he, though young, exuded an intimidating aura and spoke with venomous intent, the old man wasted no time in retreating back to his previous hiding place. Withdrawing his wand, Riddle continued onward. No one could discern that this composed and unflappable youth could wield the most damaging spells. Yet he could only manage the sleep charm and the cutting charm he had been studying. He walked until he reached what appeared to be the most impressive shop in Nocturne Alley, pushed open the door, and entered, the bell chiming as he did so. The figure at the counter, who had been arranging a bloodied eyeball, turned upon hearing the noise, paused their humming, and smiling, turned to greet the silhouette backlit by the doorway. Their smile faltered for an instant before curving into a more eager arc. "Welcome, Mr. V. It is truly delightful to see you again." The greeting was warm and familiar, just as on their first meeting. There was no hint of curiosity about Riddle's obviously concealed identity. In Nocturne Alley, being of unknown origin was the norm. Riddle nodded slightly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Borgin." He swept his gaze over the counter, chuckling lightly. "It appears you have had quite a successful day?" Borgin, undeterred by Riddle's youth, maintained a cordial demeanor, his oily smile widening. "All thanks to you, Mr. V. The information you provided was remarkably accurate." "Mutual benefit," Riddle replied nonchalantly. Before the start of term, he had visited Borgin and Burke's with the intent of acquiring a vanishing cabinet. At that time he had not contemplated using it to transfer a basilisk. He merely thought such a useful item ought to be kept in his possession. At that time, he lacked sufficient funds and disdainfully refused to resort to the base tactic of robbing muggles of their money in exchange for galleons. Instead, he utilized the knowledge of rare and dangerous artifacts as his currency of trade, in his quest for special magical items suitable for creating Horcruxes. Riddle had once worked at Borgin and Burke's, during which he had amassed a collection of various trinkets imbued with dark magic for both play and study. Now, finding no use for those items, he opted to sell the information to Borgin and Burke in exchange for other desired possessions. This venture, yielding profit without expense, merely required the art of persuasion. After all, the wool must come from the sheep, and Riddle handled it with remarkable ease. Noticing Riddle's gaze wandering over the shop's wares, Borgin inquired eagerly, "What do you need this time? Or have you set your sights on something? I can introduce it to you." He hoped to replicate the previous occasion when he had exchanged a worthless old wooden cabinet for a trove of valuable treasures. Riddle's eyes fell upon a hand mirror, once gifted to Fiona, adorned with a silver-plated surface encircled by inscriptions in Nivern, its handle and the back of the mirror embellished with Egyptian-style reliefs. Though not exquisite, it bore a sense of history and mystery, similar in function to the mirror of Ariste at Hogwarts, which reveals one's deepest desires. This mirror instead conjured the viewer's most cherished memories. Riddle had painstakingly selected it for Fiona, yet he remained uncertain whether it had contributed to her waning affection. Regardless of its impact, he could not risk gifting it again. His intent was to find something else that might captivate Fiona's interest. Riddle possessed little experience in selecting gifts for women, nor did most men, for that matter. However, he recognized that for the vast majority of girls, beautiful flowers, elegant gowns, and precious jewelry would invariably win their favor, even if they were not enamored. Yet Fiona belonged to the rarest of exceptions. He was certain that should he present her with such gifts, she would perceive it as insincere or label him as mundane and tiresome, likely causing her affection to plummet by at least 20 points. "Congratulations, Mr. Riddle. Another excellent insight has been duly noted in the strategy guide," the system remarked mockingly. Riddle chose to ignore it. Through his ongoing struggle with the system, he had gleaned a practical lesson: to disregard its provocations. After all, apart from verbal taunts, it possessed no real power. Succumbing to its irritation would only serve its purpose. Are you certain I possess no other abilities? The system challenged. Oh. You can also conceal critical information, accelerate time during countdowns, secretly set traps for me, and impose penalties, Riddle mused. But would he then seek to placate the system for such trivialities? Not a chance. Like Dumbledore, it had seen through his true nature, and flattery would yield no rewards. Channel that determination toward your task, and perhaps I shall grant you 100 points of affection, the system suggested. Riddle dismissed its words as mere nonsense. As Borgin observed Riddle's prolonged gaze upon the mirror, he promptly retrieved it and presented it to him, eager to boast. However, Riddle waved his hand dismissively, expressing disinterest. Not this one. Do you have something similar, perhaps with a less gruesome appearance and a more peculiar and entertaining function? Regardless of Fiona's uniqueness, a gift adorned with skulls, severed limbs, or gory entrails was hardly appropriate for Christmas. Borgin hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Are you seeking a gift suitable for a woman?" Riddle nodded. Borgin fell silent for a second. Riddle knew he was likely pondering whether such items should be sought in Diagon Alley instead. Did he not wish for that? Exemplifying excellent professional decorum, Borgin quickly donned a smile and said, let me think. These are hot commodities. Many ladies enjoy collecting them." Riddle recognized Borgin's intent to inflate the price and responded coolly, "Rest assured, the compensation I offer will suffice to purchase your entire shelf." Borgin's smile became all the more sincere. "Please wait, I have a fresh arrival in the back that you are sure to adore." As he spoke, he hurriedly retreated into the darkroom behind the counter, soon emerging with a small, golden birdcage. Riddle raised an eyebrow, examining the tiny bird within. No larger than the palm of his hand, it possessed deep black eyes, a golden beak, and shimmering lake blue feathers that sparkled with an unusual luster. It stood silently on the perch, its eyes unblinking. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of its chest, one might have mistaken it for a jewel-encrusted ornament. Borgin waited a moment, but when Riddle did not express his curiosity, he muttered to himself about Riddle's remarkable patience, and took it upon himself to explain. "This bird is called a lush feather, though it is more commonly known as a lovebird." Riddle, unimpressed by the name, maintained his composure and listened on. "This bird does not sing nor require feeding. It feeds on the sorrows and pains of those around it. Once satiated, it emits a melodious song that soothes the listener's heartache, bringing them joy. When it senses true love, it produces a unique call, prompting another lush feather to fly from miles away to respond." "Mr. Borgin," Riddle interrupted his enthusiastic description, "you make it sound as if this bird functions like a protective item that alerts one in times of danger. Yet if I were to face misfortune during such peril, I could not approach you to question why it failed to warn me. Who could ascertain whether this bird truly possessed such miraculous powers? If it remained silent, one could simply claim it was not adequately fed, or that the listener was not sorrowful enough. How was this different from an ordinary bird? Furthermore, gifting it would imply that unless it summoned another bird, it was a reminder that no genuine love existed between the two individuals." Borgin awkwardly rubbed his hands together. "Just as you said, this is precisely why the bird has remained unsold." "Are there no other worthy items?" Riddle inquired. "That depends on what Mr. V considers a worthy item. I possess plenty of items suited for nefarious deeds, but few that serve merely to amuse." Riddle pondered for a moment, recalling Fiona's greater fondness for animals than for people. The bird, at least in appearance, seemed well suited as a decorative pet, and he decided, "I will take it." "This is quite a valuable creature," Borgin remarked, his eyes glinting with anticipation. "I assure you, I will not let you suffer a loss," Riddle replied, a smirk gracing his lips. "Is the Ravenclaw diadem, one of the treasures of the four founders, sufficient to cover this purchase?" "The Ravenclaw diadem? Not only is it sufficient, but it barely represents a fraction of its value." Borgin's eyes gleamed with greed. After exchanging pleasantries with Borgin, Riddle departed with the birdcage in hand, buoyed by Borgin's invitation to return. Next time, he would ensure the Ravenclaw diadem was also retrieved, sparing himself the trouble of venturing to Albania. Riddle thought contentedly. "The system." In a tone that was neither praise nor derision, remarked Mr. Riddle, "Perhaps you should abandon your ambitions of becoming the Dark Lord, and consider a career as a merchant. With your extraordinary talent for turning a profit from nothing, you might just rule the world through capital instead." Riddle initially intended to disregard it, but ultimately could not restrain himself from saying, "Can money buy your silence? Do I appear to be in want of funds? You seem to be lacking a mouth." The system calmly retorted. Likewise, I perceive that you are also deficient in wit. On the afternoon of Christmas Eve, Riddle once again visited the Shafik Manor. It was his first opportunity to clearly behold the entirety of the house in daylight. Nestled between rows of Muggle townhouses, this sizable three-story standalone residence appeared somewhat out of place. However, under the effect of the Muggle-repelling charm, Muggles merely regarded it as an abandoned museum or perhaps a church. The Victorian architectural style suggested that the Shafik Manor was of relatively recent construction. Despite its grandeur compared to the adjacent Muggle homes, one could surmise that the previous two generations of the Shafik family had been unable to maintain their once esteemed estate, leading them to relocate to this gardenless abode. The somewhat weathered exterior, the dimly lit windows, and the soot-stained roof indicated that the house had not received proper care for quite some time. The grayish-white walls appeared almost akin to Fiona's pallid complexion in the muted sunlight, exuding a morbid indifference and a faint sense of weariness. After observing for a spell, Riddle ascended the steps and rang the doorbell. 3 seconds later, the door swung open, revealing the house elf, Gideon, gazing at him with a frosty demeanor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Riddle." It droned, somewhat begrudgingly. "Welcome to your presence." Riddle did not acknowledge it, letting his gaze sweep past to the interior. "Take me to see Fiona." Even in an effort to curry favor with Fiona, he could not afford to surrender his dignity to be trampled by a house elf. Gideon, seemingly more irked by this, snorted and turned to lead the way inside. Riddle followed, taking the opportunity to scrutinize the interior layout. They passed through an arched entrance draped in deep crimson curtains, circumvented a desolate foyer, and this time Gideon did not lead him upstairs. Instead, they traversed a lifeless sitting room, where even the portraits appeared lifeless, and then navigated around a spacious dining room, furnished with a long table and a row of windows, yet as sparse as a cold storage room, before finally arriving at a modest adjoining parlor. This room likely served as a family living area. The walls were adorned with opulent leather wall coverings, and opposite the door stood a curved wall lined with windows, through which a few tall fir trees and clusters of bushes could be seen. A rose-hued curved sofa encircled a round table at its center, upon which rested a steaming mug, while a warm fire crackled in the nearby hearth. Fiona reclined on the crimson sofa, clad in a loose, unadorned gown. A book spread open across her lap, her feet resting on a richly patterned carpet, illuminated by the flickering glow of the fireplace, with the backdrop of clouds torn asunder by the chill wind and swaying branches. She resembled a faded image from an ancient oil painting, quietly observing him. Riddle met her gaze and, for reasons unbeknownst to him, fell silent for a moment before stepping inside and placing the cage draped in black cloth upon the round table. He bent down to her, smiling as he inquired, "What book are you reading?" Fiona closed the book and displayed its cover to him. He caught a glimpse of its dark red cover, inscribed in Italian as Renascita. It appeared to be a collection of Muggle poetry. During his travels, Riddle had also casually acquired knowledge of several languages, including French, German, and Italian, which he found rather effortless to master. However, he had not delved much into Muggle literature, and did not wish to dwell on why she was perusing a Muggle book. He sidestepped the topic, adopting a jesting tone. "Such leisure. Have you completed your holiday assignments?" "If you truly wish to know, I have," Fiona replied. Setting the book aside and noticing Riddle still standing before her, gestured towards the adjacent armchair. "Please have a seat." She then called for the house elf, Gideon, to prepare tea. "Yes, Miss Fiona." Gideon cast a final glance at Riddle before exiting, closing the door behind him. This exchange was impeccably courteous, entirely in accordance with the decorum expected of a lady from a distinguished family. The only distinction from the purebloods of Slytherin was that her tone towards the house elf lacked any hint of condescension. Fiona regarded the items on the table, inquiring, "Is this for me?" "As you surmise, a Christmas gift," Riddle replied as he settled into his seat. "I am uncertain whether you will appreciate it, but perhaps this will better alleviate the monotony of your holiday than poetry." Fiona's gaze lingered on the black cloth, her silence stretching on. Riddle's heart fluttered slightly. "I apologize," she suddenly stated. "I have not prepared a gift for you." The absence of a gift was understandable. It was her apology that took Riddle by surprise. He had intended to mask his astonishment, to soften the moment with smooth words, but paused and spoke candidly. "Your apology alone is, to me, a rather fine Christmas gift." Her gaze shifted from the black cloth to Riddle's face. She regarded him for a moment before a smile graced her lips. "I had originally intended to procure a gift for you, but since you feel this way, perhaps it is best left undone." Was she jesting with him? Riddle found himself astonished once more. "No, that remark was merely to disguise my disappointment. Please do ensure that I receive my Christmas gift." "Once again I apologize, but truly, there is nothing." Their eyes met, and they both smiled. Riddle had anticipated that this visit would require considerable effort to cultivate the atmosphere between them. Yet he was utterly unprepared for how effortlessly they could engage in light-hearted banter. There was no awkward formality or distance, only a natural rapport as if they were old friends. Ding. Affection level increased by 2, current affection level at 67. The system's prompt reassured Riddle that Fiona was indeed in high spirits, which in turn eased his own mood. Shall we not take a look? He suggested. Is it a living creature? Fiona closed her eyes to sense it. How peculiar. The emotional fluctuations are remarkably tranquil, unlike any creature I have encountered. Is it a magical beast? It is quite a challenge to surprise you, Riddle half-jokingly complained. You will see for yourself. Fiona stood and approached the round table. Just as she was about to lift the cloth, Gideon's startled exclamation echoed from outside. Mistress! You, how dare you? Get away! Came the booming crash of porcelain shattering. In an instant, the parlor door was flung open, revealing an elderly man with a wild expression, brandishing his wand aimed directly at Fiona. Avada Kedavra! He bellowed, his voice hoarse with fury. Chapter 30. Step 30 of the strategy. They shall share the same fate. After a long absence from hearing the incantation of the killing curse, Riddle found himself momentarily nostalgic. The last individual to dare utter the curse in his presence had seen their entire family's ashes scattered to the winds. Despite his abilities being restricted to that of a first-year student by the system, Riddle's familiarity with the killing curse was as innate as the act of eating or drinking, and rooted in his very soul was an instinct for slaughter and combat. Almost as soon as Fiona's father uttered the first syllable, he leapt into action. His initial instinct was to dodge, but upon realizing that the wand was not aimed at him, he swiftly altered his trajectory and dove to tackle Fiona behind the round table. The peril inherent in executing such a rescue under the killing curse is immense. After all, the curse does not discriminate based on whether it strikes a vital point, as any contact with the body results in instantaneous death. However, saving Fiona is tantamount to self-preservation. If either of them were to perish, their recently renewed fifth chance would be irrevocably extinguished. He had vowed never to tread the path of little Hagrid again. Fortunately, Shafik was not a dark wizard, and his execution of the killing curse was rather clumsy. It was not until they collapsed onto the carpet that his incantation was completed. A dazzling green light swept above them, shattering the window and allowing a frigid gust to rush into the room. Accompanying the sound of glass exploding and ricocheting onto Riddle, was the ominous crack of branches snapping and falling outside. Riddle's demeanor remained unperturbed. He even had the presence of mind to gauge the curse's lethality by the sound of the shattering glass, silently deriding the duo, father and daughter, for their ability to unleash the killing curse with the speed of an owl and the force of a bludger. It was only Fiona's constitution that necessitated his intervention. Beneath Riddle, as he awkwardly shielded her, Fiona's head struck the ground upon her fall. Whether it was the carpet's ample thickness or her habitual endurance, she merely furrowed her brow reflexively, revealing no sign of pain. Her expression was so serene that Riddle could not help but wonder if she were momentarily dazed. Still processing the unfolding chaos, her gray hair lay disheveled across the vibrant red carpet, dimming the carpet's brilliance. With her eyes half closed and her face devoid of expression, she emanated a profound weariness that even Riddle, typically lacking in empathy, could sense, as though a tide of exhaustion surged from within her. Are you all right? He found himself inquiring. The dull, lifeless pupils shifted slightly within her blue irises as Fiona's gaze gradually focused on Riddle's face. After a brief pause, she raised her hand, her icy fingertips lightly brushing against the contour of his right ear, eliciting a barely perceptible sting. Riddle belatedly realized that it must be a cut from the glass shards. Is it bleeding? She softly asked. Does it hurt? Riddle hesitated, unable to respond, for he heard hurried footsteps approaching and the feeble protests of the house elf. He drew his wand from within his robes, patiently waiting. As Azard reached the round table, Riddle abruptly pivoted and raised his hand, not wasting time to pinpoint his opponent's location, but relying on sound to ascertain it. Stupefy. The incantation was softly spoken, its tone gentle and somewhat nonchalant. Yet the spell that shot forth from his wand was imbued with a lethal intent that far surpassed Azard's killing curse. Shafik, maintaining a look of astonishment, collapsed with closed eyes, falling without anyone to catch him. The house elf, standing by the door, clearly exhaled in relief as he hit the ground with a dull thud. Even upon the carpet. Riddle had no interest in observing him. Instead, he turned to grasp Fiona's arm. Can you get up? He asked with concern. Yes. Riddle deftly helped Fiona to her feet. They stood closely together, gazing at the fallen Azard. His hair was graying, his wrinkles pronounced, appearing frail and elderly, as if he were in his 60s or 70s. Such an elderly man lying motionless would typically evoke pity in most. However, Riddle was not among them. He pondered Fiona's feelings. Logically, having saved her, she ought to harbor some gratitude towards him. Yet he feared that her unreasonable nature might lead her to resent him for witnessing such an embarrassing scene. He recalled that fateful Christmas Eve and speculated whether Fiona had also faced her father's wrath, and how she had managed to evade it in his absence. He remembered her slightly flushed cheeks and her stillness that night. Had she been injured? Riddle furrowed his brow, shifting to contemplate another dilemma. Should Fiona decide to kill Azard? Would he intervene or merely observe? Or should he take the initiative and act on her behalf, disregarding other considerations? He found himself rather eager to witness Fiona take action herself. Merely envisioning that moment stirred an exhilarating anticipation within him. Riddle had never regarded patricide as an inherently heinous crime. However, if Fiona were to share in the unforgivable sin that society imposed upon them, he would relish that bond. He turned his face towards Fiona. She gazed down at her father, deep in thought. She would be complicit in his crime. Fiona sensed Riddle's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. You once said to let me take the stage and try something new. She chuckled lightly, a hint of self-mockery in her tone. So now I have become the actress, presenting you with quite the spectacle. Riddle twirled his wand, gently countering. Is this performance not one we are both starring in? Fiona offered no response, redirecting her attention to the figure on the ground, pondering whether a daughter capable of casting the unforgivable curse upon her father was a rarity in the world. Perhaps it was because most fathers lacked the capability to wield such a curse. Riddle dismissed the notion, remarking that if his own father had not been an inept muggle, incapable of casting the curse, he likely would not have been born, destined to perish within Merlopswomb. Fiona blinked, suddenly bursting into laughter, covering her mouth as her amusement grew louder, as if Riddle's words had struck a humorous chord within her. Shaking with laughter and unable to stop, Riddle stood beside her, his own body vibrating in sync with her mirth. What could possibly be funny? He questioned, feeling both bemused and perplexed. Yet hearing Fiona's genuine laughter for the first time, witnessing the liveliness in her eyes and smile, he found himself unwittingly sharing in her joy. Suddenly, a sigh-like murmur echoed through the room, interrupting Fiona's laughter. Riddle and Fiona exchanged surprised glances before looking down at the source of the sound. The cage draped in black cloth on the round table. As the sigh faded, an ethereal, gentle melody emerged. It was difficult to articulate the nature of the voice and tune. It did not resemble human sound, for no human voice could achieve such an ethereal quality, nor did it resemble any animal's call Riddle had ever heard, as it overflowed with profound and intricate emotions. Even the siren's song seemed somewhat contrived and diminished in comparison to such a pure melody, while the phoenix's call, in contrast, lacked the heart-wrenching poignancy and allure. If one were to attempt to describe it, the term celestial might capture the enchanting beauty of that song. The house elf was already moved to tears, alternating between sorrowful weeping and joyous smiles, while Riddle and Fiona, though equally captivated, managed to retain their composure, resisting complete immersion. The song lasted barely 2 minutes before it ceased, restoring silence to the room, and the house elf sighed deeply forlorn. Fiona's gaze flickered slightly. She raised her hand to gently touch her chest, as if attuning herself to something. Why had the bird sung so suddenly? Could it be that although she had been laughing, she was actually harboring deep sadness? Or was it Azard, lying on the ground, who was the true embodiment of sorrow? Riddle studied Fiona's profile, deep in thought. After a moment, she murmured, to possess the ability to influence others' emotions? What creature have I never heard of? As she curiously gazed at him, Riddle chuckled with a hint of pride. How rare, to finally find something you do not know. There are many things I am unaware of. You needn't find it remarkable, Fiona replied, lifting the cloth to reveal a small blue bird in a golden cage. At that moment, the bird, previously lifeless, was now contentedly preening its feathers, with blue plumage shimmering like sunlight on a lake, appearing far more resplendent than in the shop. Fiona crouched down, her hands gripping the edge of the table as she leaned closer to the cage, intently observing the bird within. Riddle looked down at the small gray, fluffy head, experiencing an illusion that the bird outside the cage was also a bird, the two exchanging glances in silent communication. He mimicked her posture and half-squatted down. Both of them crouched side by side at the table, peering at the bird. What do you discern? It has had its fill, Fiona said, her eyes unblinking. Does it feed on human emotions? Correct, he replied. What is its name? Lucifer, Riddle stated, omitting its alternative name and selectively downplaying Bojan's description, noting it possessed no extraordinary abilities, merely bringing joy through song. If you are feeling well now, it proves I have not been deceived. The notion of lovebirds and true love made him feel slightly nauseated. Fiona pondered for a moment, then turned her face to him. I cannot prove that. Riddle also turned his head. Their eyes met across the cage. Because I cannot discern whether my current good mood is derived from this bird or from you. Riddle was momentarily speechless. He gazed at Fiona, who was looking back at him with eyes reminiscent of Lucifer's feathers. Regardless of the reason, this is the first Christmas gift I have received. Thank you, Tom, she said with a gentle smile, her gaze pure. I am truly happy. Ding. Affection level increased by 10. Current affection level is 77. A wave of profound satisfaction surged within Riddle, though he could not quite grasp why this modest increase in affection brought him greater joy than the previous 30-point spike. For the moment, he set aside other thoughts and softly smiled at Fiona. There is no more perfect return gift than one that fulfills its intended effect. Just as the atmosphere between them was perfect, the sharp voice of a house elf intruded. Miss Fiona, what shall the master do? Gideon asked, looking troubled. Fiona's smile faded. Riddle suddenly recalled the failed assailant, Azard, lying on the floor. He and Fiona both stood. Her gaze fell upon her father, and after a moment of silence, she said coolly, take him back to his room, lock him in, break his wand, and double the dosage of the potion after dinner. Double? Were you already feeding him the potion? Riddle mused to himself, maintaining a facade of calm. Gideon hesitated but ultimately complied, levitating Azard and departing the room. Why not kill him? Riddle inquired, puzzled. Fiona looked at him in surprise. Why would I kill him? He intends to kill you. Is it not entirely reasonable to eliminate those who harbor malicious intent toward oneself? Thank you for the reminder. Fiona's tone grew frosty. Ding. Affection level decreased by 5. Current affection level is 72. Riddle. Your good mood certainly lasts a remarkably short time. Pride often leads to folly. It is an old habit of yours, Mr. Riddle. The system finally seized an opportunity to speak. Riddle's good mood dissipated in an instant. This man and this system had an uncanny ability to ruin his mindset. I once asked you if you knew of Oedipus. Fiona gently softened her tone. Riddle recalled vividly, as she had followed up by inquiring about his mother's fate. He had even searched the library afterward, but found no relevant information on the name. In Muggle mythology, Oedipus kills his father and marries his mother, ultimately leaving in shame. And his descendants turn against one another. Fiona spoke slowly. Similar to him, the sky god imprisoned his children underground, only for his son Kronos to murder him and become the new ruler of the divine realm. Riddle listened in silence, unsure of her intended message. However, upon learning that he too would eventually be overthrown by his son, Kronos made a more ruthless decision than his father. He devoured his own offspring. Yet even so, he ultimately fulfilled the prophecy and was expelled from the divine domain by his own son. Riddle furrowed his brow, striving to keep his tone from sounding overly harsh. Are you implying that patricides are ultimately punished by fate? Fiona cast a sidelong glance at him before extending her finger into the cage to tease the bird. No. I merely wish to say that they commit patricide out of fear, anger, resentment, and rebellion. Emotions I do not possess. The bird inside the cage gently pecked at Fiona's finger, and a smile curled at her lips. On the contrary, my father seeks to kill me precisely because of these emotions. Negative and excessive emotions can lead one to lose reason, becoming blind and mad. Such a state is too ugly and weak. I refuse to become a reflection of what I loathe, Fiona stated calmly. Riddle felt a prick of irritation at a sensitive spot within him. He bit his lip, on the verge of speaking, when suddenly he felt a chill on his face. Reaching up, he found a small droplet of water. Turning around, he discovered that night had fallen, and snow had begun to fall outside. The wind swirling flakes through the broken window. Riddle raised his hand and repaired the window, while Fiona walked around the sofa to peer outside. He paused momentarily before joining her, witnessing pale blue snowflakes fluttering down from the impenetrable darkness, striking the window and transforming into tiny droplets, trailing distorted watermarks as they slid down. It is snowing, Fiona remarked, as the indoor light illuminated her gaze fixed on a broken branch beneath the tree outside. She turned to Riddle and asked, is it the time to say Merry Christmas? Riddle felt indifferent toward any holiday, save for Halloween, which he found irritating. He replied nonchalantly, there is no need. Say what you wish. Fiona contemplated for a moment. It is dinner time. Will you stay for a meal? I hope you are not subtly trying to dismiss me. Trust me, if I wanted to send you away, I would not need to be subtle. He believed her without hesitation. The oppressive feelings gradually subsided, and Riddle observed their reflections in the window, the two figures standing side by side appearing harmonious and intimate. He smiled. Then please allow me to sample the culinary skills of your house elf. Fiona replied candidly, do not hold high expectations. It is not particularly delicious. Certainly better than the black bread from the orphanage. The snow fell heavier, gradually burying the broken branch beneath a blanket of snow. The warmth inside clashed with the cold outside, creating a misty layer of water on the window, thus dividing the cold and warmth into two worlds that did not disturb one another. Chapter 31. The 30th step dinner was not served in the grand dining room Riddle had passed earlier, but rather in a small adjoining chamber connected to the living room. This room was modest, with a small dining table that could only accommodate two people sitting across from each other. It was adorned with a simple white tablecloth, a candlestick, and a slender glass vase holding a lily moistened with water. Riddle surmised that Fiona must have dined alone here for quite some time, rendering the grand dining hall so eerily silent and desolate. Today being Christmas Eve, even the orphanage would distribute an extra slice of bread and a bowl of hearty soup to each child. However, the Shafiq household had not prepared any lavish festive fare. The evening's menu consisted merely of simple roast beef, baked potatoes, and stewed bread. This was still a special arrangement for Riddle, while Fiona's meal was even more modest, comprising only a bowl of creamed corn soup and a portion of lemon cod, each barely touched. At least it was a tad more than what she consumed at school. As Fiona had remarked, Gideon's culinary skills were not particularly remarkable, and throughout their meal, he lurked in the shadows, observing them with a furtive gaze. Though Riddle maintained a composed exterior, his disdain for the house elf deepened. Lacking both humility and the requisite skills, it had utterly forfeited the significance of its existence. Fortuitously, it was currently serving Fiona. Had it been in the employ of the Malfoy or Black families, it would have long since met its end, its head mounted on the wall as a trophy. Riddle suspected that it was indeed Fiona's indulgence that had fostered its presumptuousness and laziness, resulting in such a lackadaisical demeanor. Yet he could not reprimand Fiona on its behalf. He could only resolve within himself to seize an opportunity to impart a lesson in due course. The dining table was adorned with 5 candlesticks, each holding a flickering candle. Peering through the wavering candlelight at Fiona, Riddle noted how the soft glow enveloped her, lending her brows and eyes a gentle and serene appearance, creating an illusion of tranquility. However, when she lifted her gaze to speak, that illusion was ruthlessly shattered. Does my visage remind you of the orphanage's dark bread? There is no need for such self-deprecation. You need not use my face as your meal's accompaniment. Riddle rolled his eyes inwardly. Her pallid complexion resembled that of a ghost, devoid of flavor. Did he truly find it appealing? Do not curse me in your heart, he said, his knife pausing mid-air. Fiona regarded him with a half-smile. Oh, it seems you truly are cursing me. Riddle, maintaining his composure, replied with a hint of challenge. You may curse back in your heart. I would not mind. Fiona chuckled softly. Your sense of humor is far more refined than your acting. A baseless compliment. Riddle responded with a nod and a smile. His approval rating remained unchanged, and he felt a sense of relief, knowing she did not reject such light-hearted banter. After dinner, Riddle shamelessly requested a cup of tea under the pretense of the cold weather and the earlier missed tea. Fiona shot him a glance before rising with a semblance of acquiescence to return to the sitting room. The sitting room was warm, the cherry wood in the fireplace crackling and exuding a faint fruity aroma that filled the space. Gideon's tea further confirmed its lackluster skill. Yet Riddle had long since relinquished any expectations. Fiona abstained from tea, cradling a cup of warm water in one hand while flipping through a book with the other. Riddle settled into a nearby armchair with her silent permission, casually selecting a book from the shelf to peruse. The title, Divine Comedy, was penned in Italian, depicting the Muggle-imagined realms of hell and heaven. To escape this desolate place, one must choose another path, for no one has ever escaped its grasp alive. The beast is inherently cruel, its insatiable greed ever hungry. The more it consumes, the hungrier it becomes. Worse still, countless beasts have mated with it, augmenting its power. Riddle flipped through a few pages before finding it absurdly tedious, and glanced up at Fiona. She was engrossed, her delicate fingers gliding across the pages with the rhythm of her reading, a stray strand of gray hair cascading from her shoulder, swaying gently as she turned the page. The crackling of the burning wood drew Riddle into a reverie within the serene atmosphere. It was only when Fiona called his name that he realized he had been lost in thought. Would you like a refill of tea? If not, you may take your leave. As she had stated, she was unreserved in her dismissal. Perhaps fearing that Riddle might stubbornly insist on a refill, Fiona promptly summoned Gideon to fetch his discarded outer robe, standing beside him, ready to escort him out. The only hint of consideration was the umbrella she had prepared for him. Riddle felt no embarrassment at being ushered out. He smiled and said, "See you at school," as he exited the Shafiq residence, accompanied by Gideon's silent presence. Just before the door closed, he halted on the steps, looking down at the house elf from his elevated position. He spoke softly, "You cannot adequately care for her health nor protect her from harm. without even considering your worthiness as a house elf. Do you truly deserve the kindness she bestows upon you? Gideon's gloomy expression contorted in an instant, and as it opened its mouth to shout, Riddle raised a finger to his lips, gently shushing it. I have no desire to teach a house elf how to remember its identity and maintain the hierarchy, but at the very least, you should recall not to disturb your mistress. With that, he smiled mockingly. Of course. Perhaps the master in your heart is not the same as the one I refer to. Before Gideon could retort, Riddle unfurled the umbrella and strolled down the steps leisurely. The silence lingered for 2 seconds before the door slammed shut behind him. Riddle scoffed inwardly. Are you advocating for the mission objective? The system inquired. Riddle denied without hesitation. Of course not. Are you not aware of my stance towards house elves? From my rudimentary understanding, it is one of disdainful disengagement. Riddle was momentarily taken aback. He paused under a street lamp, turning to look up at a window on the second floor, where warm yellow light spilled out, illuminating a slender figure standing behind the glass. This window seemed to be the same one from which Fiona had observed him during his first visit to the Shafik residence. The snow fell heavily, the swirling flakes tinted a soft gold by the light, resembling a cascade of gilded powder, rendering the silhouette behind the glass ethereal and dreamlike. The entire world was enveloped in tranquility, with only the gentle sound of snow landing on the umbrella breaking the silence. For a fleeting moment, Riddle felt as though she was not bidding him farewell, but rather waiting for him to step inside. He wondered what expression adorned her face at that moment. As he contemplated, he raised his hand in a subtle wave. Fiona stood silently for a moment, imperceptibly nodding her head before turning and disappearing from view. Unconsciously, Riddle smiled faintly, retracting his hand, just as he was about to call for the night bus when the system's voice chimed in. Ding. CG animation triggered. A bloodstained Christmas Eve. Would you like to view it? Riddle raised an eyebrow. Triggered now? Shouldn't this occur during the Azard attack? I never claimed that the trigger would prompt at the same time. The system retorted with a haughty tone. I simply wish to enjoy the spectacle without interruption. Is there a problem with that? His greatest concern was how to dispose of the system. Riddle feigned indifference, replying view. The familiar sensation of falling engulfed him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in the very sitting room he had just departed. Fiona sat on the sofa, unchanged, quietly reading. Seizing the opportunity that she could not see him, Riddle approached and sat beside her, leaning over to glimpse the book in her hands. It was still that same Italian text, New Birth. The Callous Reaper. You are the beloved's adversary, the mother of all woes since time immemorial, the final arbiter of this mortal realm. Harsh and merciless, for you have incited within me a profound sorrow and indignation, filling my heart with enmity towards you. Riddle possesses an extraordinary aptitude for arming himself and inflicting harm upon others, mastering various skills without formal training. Yet, when it comes to the ambiguous realm of literary poetry, he is entirely at a loss. Perhaps it is more accurate to say he harbors no interest in understanding what he deems unnecessary. At this moment, he gazes at the line of poetry, and though its meaning eludes him, an inexplicable discomfort washes over him, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily. Just as Fiona turned the page of her book, a gentle knock resounded at the door, and the voice of Gideon emerged from beyond. Miss Fiona, dinner is ready, Riddle observed as Fiona's fingers momentarily paused, maintaining her position as if entranced, before she slowly closed the book. With an impassive expression, she rose and exited the sitting room. To Riddle's surprise, instead of making her way to the dining room they typically used, she headed towards the dining hall he presumed had long been abandoned. The path was dimly lit, and as he walked silently beside her, she too moved almost soundlessly, as if they were both mere phantoms not belonging to this place. Upon entering the dining hall, Riddle was suddenly greeted by a blinding brightness, causing him to squint. Dozens of candles flickered atop a three-tiered chandelier, while several magically sustained wall sconces illuminated the walls. The 10-foot-long dining table was adorned with gilded platters, silver cutlery, and transparent crystal goblets, all shimmering magnificently under the radiant light. This opulence starkly contrasted with the desolate exterior. Had this scene unfolded within the Lestrange household, Riddle would have understood. For those ancient families would, even when unable to afford a meal, insist on using bone china to brew their moldy old tea. Yet he found it perplexing that Fiona, evidently the mistress of the Shafik household, would indulge in such ostentatious displays, given her character. Gideon pulled out the first chair on the left side of the table, and Fiona seated herself, softly instructing, "Please fetch my father and mother." "Yes, Miss Fiona," Gideon replied before departing. They were to dine as a family of 3? Celebrating a peaceful Christmas Eve? Riddle found himself increasingly baffled by Fiona's intentions. Before long, shuffling footsteps approached lazily. Riddle turned his gaze towards the entrance and beheld Ezariad, clad in formal attire, entering with a wooden expression, followed closely by an appallingly hideous old crone. If Riddle's visage during the reign of the Dark Lord had been a frightful sight to behold, this elderly woman, with her white hair, bore a countenance that elicited immediate revulsion. Her entire face was a deep crimson, one eye twisted into a constricted centipede, wrinkled like cracked parched earth, while her skin from forehead to neck was dotted with numerous black-red swellings, resembling the warts of a toad or clusters of insect eggs, provoking nausea at a mere glance. Recalling what Adley had said, that Lady Shafiq's face had been nearly scalded by boiling water during Fiona's magical outburst, Riddle confirmed her identity as Fiona's nominal mother, Cordelia Shafiq. As Cordelia staggered forward, a cacophony of clanking metal accompanied her, and Riddle noticed that her limbs were bound in chains, her wrists tightly shackled together. This state must have persisted for some time, leading to a slight atrophy and deformation of her hands. For a moment, Riddle was at a loss for words, observing the quietly seated girl, and realizing he had underestimated her. Her capacity for torment was not inferior to his own. However, he soon recognized that this was likely not intended to torture Cordelia, but rather to prevent her from self-harm. Fiona stood, greeting politely, "Father, Mother." Ezariad, upon meeting her gaze, momentarily appeared disoriented, breaking into a tender smile as he gently spoke, "Dear Fiona, Merry Christmas." Cordelia, seemingly unaffected, glared at Fiona with disdain, muttering neurotically, "Bastard, filthy wretch devil." Fiona, as if oblivious to the insult, calmly replied, "Let us dine." Ezariad, ignoring his wife's peculiar behavior, cheerfully took his seat at the head of the table, while Cordelia, dragged to the right side by Gideon, grumbled incessantly. Thus, the three of them sat at the table in an atmosphere of eerie tension, one beaming, another cursing, and the last remaining silent and indifferent, resembling a surreal, satirical oil painting. Riddle felt an insatiable urge to draw his wand and shatter the table, obliterating this bizarre scene before him. Gideon, employing household magic, began to levitate the prepared dishes, placing them before each person. Compared to Riddle's earlier meal, this feast was undeniably sumptuous. Slices of smoked meat, honey-drizzled apple pie, and roasted piglet and turkey, filling the table to the brim. Why was he not worthy of such treatment? Riddle grumbled inwardly. Ezariad, appearing to still hold the position of head of the household, waved his hand with a smile, proclaiming, "All right. Let us commence our meal and enjoy this splendid evening." Fiona unfolded her napkin, grasped a spoon, and had just scooped a spoonful of creamy corn chowder when Cordelia spat at Gideon, who was attempting to feed her. "Keep away from me, traitorous beast," she bellowed, and then, raising her bound arms, she violently swept across the table, sending her plates and goblets crashing to the floor, creating a scene of utter chaos. Ezariad's smile froze, as if a dynamic portrait of a wizard had transformed into a mere muggle photograph. Fiona regarded her deranged mother with an unperturbed demeanor, her tone devoid of emotion. "Does mother not favor that position? Gideon, please change her seat." Gideon, nervously wringing his hands, responded, "Miss Fiona." Gideon inhaled deeply, adeptly yanking Cordelia out of her chair and thrusting her to the ground, forcing her into a prone position with her front pressed against the floor, before spilling the overturned dish of stew before her on the ground. "Please dine, madam." It trembled, its voice quaking. Cordelia struggled to rise, but her shackled limbs rendered her efforts futile, leaving her to roll helplessly on the ground, as pitiful as a dog that had been kicked, a creature too grotesque to elicit sympathy. Fiona steadily delivered the spoonful of corn chowder to her mouth, then stated, "Gideon, do not let mother go hungry." Gideon glanced between Fiona and the shrieking Cordelia, its expression gradually shifting from trepidation to excitement. It seemed to have recognized the pitiable plight of its master as fallen slave, and in a tone laced with concealed glee, it said, "Madam, do not sulk. Come, let us eat." With that, it seized Cordelia by the hair, pressing her face into the slop of stew on the floor. Amidst Cordelia's muffled whimpers, Fiona methodically continued to consume her corn chowder, her expression neither one of delight nor resentment, as tranquil as if she had merely instructed her house elf to ensure her mother dined well. Riddle gazed closely at Fiona, feeling an indescribable shiver crawling up his spine, a sensation that left his tongue tingling slightly. He could not resist the urge to lick his lips, his gaze fixed intensely upon the young girl before him, his heartbeat quickening ever so slightly. At that moment, Essard, who had been staring blankly at Cordelia from the main seat, suddenly dropped his knife and fork. Clutching his head and trembling, his face contorted in agony, Fiona raised her eyes to him, a fleeting emotion flashing in her gaze. In a barely audible whisper, she breathed, Are you unable to endure it at this moment? Just as she spoke to herself, Essert abruptly stood, his wand slipping from his sleeve, trembling as he pointed it at her. His eyes, once filled with hatred, now stammered, I should never have brought you back, Avada Kedavra. A green light shot forth, and Riddle instinctively reached to push Fiona aside, but his hand grasped nothingness. The green light passed through his intangible form, and although he knew Fiona would not be harmed, he hurriedly turned to look, only to see the curse inaccurately strike the plate before her. The plate shattered with a resounding crash, soup splattering everywhere, half of it drenching Fiona's hair and face, while the broken porcelain grazed the back of her hand resting on the table, leaving a deep bone-revealing gash. Blood gushed forth, and she bit her lip in restraint, not uttering a single cry of pain. Miss Fiona, Gideon exclaimed in panic, yet he made no move to stop Essert. Fiona exhaled, disregarding the drenching liquid cascading from her hair. Her gaze locked onto Essert as she raised her voice, enunciating each word. I command you, sleep at once. The moment her words, imbued with peculiar magic, fell from her lips, Essert, in the midst of casting a second killing curse, collapsed, his head striking the ground with a thud. The dining hall had no carpet, and a pool of blood gradually spread from the back of Essert's head. A strange flush appeared on Fiona's cheeks as she clutched her chest, breathing heavily, before tilting her head and beginning to vomit blood. Cordelia, witnessing this scene from the floor, let out a sharp wail. Monster! Madman! You've killed your father. You shall surely descend into hell. Fiona coughed out a laugh. I look forward to it. Chapter 32, The 32nd Step to Conquest. A surprise with a return gift. Even after returning to the orphanage and sitting on that hard wooden chair, Riddle's thoughts remained immersed in the recent memories. It was not the harrowing scene he had witnessed that had left him shaken. To him, their playful scuffle felt akin to child's play, utterly insignificant. Nor was it sympathy for Fiona. His body harbored no such inherently humane emotions. To him, sympathy was merely the charity of the strong, something only the weak required. He did not perceive Fiona as weak. Instead, he pondered several questions. First, in the events that had transpired, did Essert truly die? Initially, influenced by Cordelia's words, he believed Fiona had killed Essert, but from the recollection, it appeared she had merely rendered him unconscious. However, the impact of Essert hitting the ground seemed severe, and the blood was copious. Could this have resulted in an accidental death? Second, though Fiona had not exhibited intense emotions, her cold treatment of Cordelia, coupled with Adley's remarks, indicated she had undoubtedly endured excessive mistreatment. What then was her current attitude towards Cordelia? She claimed to harbor neither hatred nor anger, thus no murderous intent. So what was her motive in confining Cordelia at home? To relish her misfortune? To torment? To seek revenge? Riddle mused, feeling that none of these reasons aligned with Fiona's typical behavior. Third, in the memory, Essert had broken free from Fiona's control due to provocation. What had suddenly awakened him today? Fourth, Riddle ran his hand through his hair, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. He had previously advised Fiona to keep her trump cards hidden. Yet he had not anticipated she indeed possessed a lethal ace yet to be revealed. In retrospect, it was no wonder her response had been so subtle. From the scene in his memory, her ability to control not only compelled unconscious compliance through inducement, but could also enforce obedience through commands. It seemed, however, that the latter had a backlash effect on her own body. Contemplating this, Riddle found himself questioning whether this was truly her only card. Did she possess even more hidden depths yet to be unveiled? As he spiraled through a whirlwind of questions in his mind, a gentle tapping sound suddenly broke the silence from the window before him. Riddle snapped back to reality. The room was dimly lit, and he cautiously peered outside with a flickering glow, astonished to discover an owl perched outside, impatiently pecking at the glass. Beside its talons rested a small box. Owls in the wizarding world possessed an innate magical ability, requiring no address for delivery. They only needed to know a name, automatically determining the recipient's identity and location based on the owner's social connections. No witch or wizard, not even the trainers of these owls, could decipher how this ability functioned. Yet magical creatures each possessed their own wondrous talents, much like the Lucifer Riddle had gifted to Fiona. Thus, wizards accepted this phenomenon without question, requiring no further study. Of course, should they wish to avoid being tracked by owls or disturbed by unsolicited correspondence. Wizards could employ spells such as the disillusionment charm, repelling charm, or concealment charm to obscure their location, or only receive owls from specific contacts. Just as Riddle had done during his time as the Dark Lord. Yet he could not utilize such spells now, so it was unsurprising that the owl had found him. But as it neared dawn, who would send him a parcel at this hour? Adley and those few individuals he had cultivated amicable relations with at school. had already sent their Christmas gifts the previous morning, which he had yet to muster the interest to unwrap, planning to peruse them the day before classes resumed. With a shift in thought, a smile crept upon Riddle's face. He rose to open the window, grasping the lightweight box and weighing it in his hand, casually offering the stale black bread from the orphanage that he had yet to eat to the owl. The owl, displaying a rather human-like disdain, glanced at the black bread, flicked it away with its wing, then shook off the thin layer of snow that had accumulated on it, calling out before soaring into the air, gradually disappearing into the white flurry. Riddle. No need for confirmation. Just observing the owl's insufferable temperament reveals its master's identity. He lowered his gaze, examining the small box in the greenish light. The wrapping was pure black, devoid of any patterns. Rather than being simple, it felt more like a harbinger of grave tidings than a Christmas present. A white ribbon encircled it, holding a small paper tag where his name was written in elegant, delicate Italian script, Tom Riddle. Riddle stared at the name. He had never favored the name Tom, Dick, and Harry. He had always resented being just an ordinary person among the masses since birth. Upon discovering that his Muggle father bore the same name, his disdain for this mundane moniker deepened, prompting him to concoct a substitute alias. When he discovered that the savior who had inflicted such profound wounds upon him was named Harry, a sense of nausea overcame him. Despite having deliberately forgotten his true name for quite some time, this ironic twist of fate, as if inscribed by destiny, repulsed him to the core. Yet now, gazing at the letter that lay between Tom and Riddle, an alternate thought suddenly dawned upon him. Perhaps he should not alter his name. If he were to achieve greatness, even the name Tom could transcend its association with mediocrity and evolve into a symbol of legend, a transformation that he ought to pursue. Remarkably, the system chimed in with surprise, exclaiming how you have finally come to recognize the folly of your renaming behavior, akin to a Muggle celebrity adopting the name Angela before their debut. Of course, this does not imply that your new objective is any more rational or enlightened. While Riddle's mental barriers remained intact, he had nonetheless perfected the art of isolating the system's incessant banter, much like a breeze that brushes past without stirring the waters. With a smile, he unwrapped the gift that lay in his palm. His curiosity about the present sent by Fiona overshadowed any irritation he harbored towards the system. Inside the box was a glass vial filled with liquid. The vial, as unremarkable as the packaging, glimmered with a pale green light, rendering the contents indistinguishable. Rooted in suspicion that ran deep within his bones, Riddle hesitated for a moment, but upon reflection he deemed that Fiona had no reason to poison him. If her intention were to witness family disgrace, she could have acted directly at the Shafik residence. Surely, she would not rise in the middle of the night, contemplating the merits of poisoning him. Riddle shook his head with a smirk and removed the wooden cork from the glass vial, without needing to lean closer to smell it. The scent that wafted out immediately revealed the nature of the liquid within. A healing potion. He instinctively touched his right earlobe. The minuscule wound had long since scabbed over, yielding no pain even when pinched, its severity akin to a mere paper cut. Was this what she had sent him in the dead of night? Was this to be considered a Christmas gift? Riddle found himself at a loss for words for a moment before ultimately tipping back the vial and consuming its contents in one gulp. The potion's taste was hardly pleasant. Despite its watery appearance, it felt viscous in his mouth, a cacophony of sour, bitter, and spicy flavors that intertwined yet remained distinct, an indescribable challenge to swallow. However, the effect was immediate, and the last remnants of the mark on his earlobe vanished. Riddle clicked his tongue, tossed the vial back into the box, and carelessly tucked it beneath his pillow. Finally, he cast a glance at the swirling snow outside before closing his eyes to sleep. Behind another snow-laden window, Fiona sat beneath the lamp in her white nightgown and morning robe, her head bowed as she threaded a needle with a small piece of fabric. Her movements were deliberate yet meticulous, the stitched edges nearly invisible. A knock sounded at the door, and without lifting her gaze she called, "Come in." Gideon pushed the door open and approached her. Upon seeing what she held, he broke into a wide grin. "Miss Fiona, is this a garment for me?" His bulbous eyes sparkled with excitement. House elves were forbidden from wearing clothes. Receiving a garment from their master signified their expulsion from the household, a fate no house elf would willingly endure. However, if she were merely mending a tea towel, it could cleverly circumvent the rule, allowing it to be deemed merely a decorative tea towel, rather than a piece of clothing from her. Yet apart from Fiona, no one would expend such effort for a house elf. The attire Gideon currently wore had been hand-stitched by Fiona, neat and tidy, unlike other house elves who were often scarcely clothed. It bore a slight stain from tea spilled during Ezread's arrival. Fiona replied softly. "Thank you, Miss Fiona," Gideon exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in excitement. But perhaps you should rest early. We can continue another day. Fiona still did not lift her head, focusing intently on her sewing as she gently inquired. Has the owl returned? Gideon's expression faltered. It has returned. That little rascal, all slick and flattering, is clearly no good. At least he truly protected me. Fiona retrieved a small pair of scissors from the sewing basket, snipped the thread, and shook the small garment resembling a sleeping bag before offering it to Gideon. For a moment he hesitated to argue, joyfully accepting his new attire. He looked up, ready to express his gratitude once more, only to find Fiona gazing at him intently. His heart raced. Miss Fiona? And what about you? She asked calmly. Gideon, I can't. I'm sorry, Miss Fiona, my instincts, my nature. I cannot harm my master. I mean, why did you release your father? Fiona's tone remained steady. A silence enveloped the room. I didn't. Gideon instinctively sought to argue. But upon meeting Fiona's clear eyes, he understood that no amount of eloquence would deceive her. She was already aware of the truth. Tears welled up in an instant. And Gideon knelt at Fiona's feet, weeping uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Miss Fiona. I just wanted my master to send that wretched boy away. I never imagined my master would act so crazily. Please believe me, I truly am not. I believe you, Fiona interrupted his lament. Gideon looked at her in surprise. She pulled out a handkerchief, bending down to gently wipe away the snot and tears from his crumpled face, softly saying, I believe you only didn't consider that I would be hurt. Gideon gazed at her stunned. She smiled and affectionately patted his bald head. Her tone light yet tinged with gravity. Because you have grown accustomed to seeing me hurt. In chapter 33, the night steed was unseen. Hello, Tom, Adley said, stepping into the carriage. How was your Christmas break? Riddle closed his book and looked up with a smile. Quite pleasant. And yourself? Adley plopped down across from him, lethargically responding, utterly uninspired. My family hosted a series of banquets, with others doing the same, taking turns socializing, comparing themselves to the children of other households. And if I fell short, I do return home to a scolding. Riddle nodded slightly, expressing sympathy, then waited for this loquacious friend to continue. Indeed. Adley had much more to vent. Some gatherings I couldn't attend because children weren't allowed, so they made house elves watch over me, forbidding me from going out. I begged to be taken to France for a bit of fun, and was met with scorn, told that the outside world was chaotic, and that I should stay home and not seek to find trouble. Last night, they even checked my holiday homework and scolded me again. Gently stroking the cover of his book, Riddle pondered. At this time, Grindelwald was at the height of his power, with the magical world across Europe, save for Britain, under his control, and even North America felt his influence. The Lestrange family had lost a member to Grindelwald's hands a decade prior, so their vigilance was understandable. After Adley finished ranting about his dismal holiday, he caught sight of the book before him. What are you reading? Planning to become a healer someday? He refrained from asking Riddle if he could comprehend such an advanced and specialized text, lest he embarrass himself. Boredom, just browsing, Riddle replied nonchalantly. Adley shrugged, making no attempt to comprehend the realm of the academic prodigy, and leaned to peer out of the train window at the platform. Had Fiona boarded? He mischievously winked at Riddle, contemplating whether they should invite her into their compartment this time. I don't know. Up to you, Riddle replied, having settled into the train early. His attention diverted to the platform, well aware that Fiona had yet to arrive. He feigned disinterest, flipping open his book once more. With the current affinity exceeding 70, he felt no need to contrive opportunities for interaction as he had previously. Adley regarded Riddle with curiosity. Had he finally recognized Fiona's dullness, losing the novelty of her eccentricity? For some reason, Adley felt a sense of relief. He had always sensed that it was better for Riddle and Fiona to remain apart. If he were to articulate it, it felt akin to combining two discordant ingredients while brewing a potion, a combination that could potentially lead to an explosion at any moment. Noticing Riddle engrossed in his book, Adley continued to observe the people on the platform. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Why isn't Alfred getting on the train?" The mention of the name caused Riddle's gaze to falter on the pages, and he lifted his eyelids to glance outside. There stood the handsome Alfred, evading the bustling crowd. His gaze fixed on the platform's partition, where individuals were hastily emerging, exuding an air of elegance and affluence, even shrouded in shadows. He could easily be spotted by those rushing from the other side. Is he waiting for someone? I saw both his sisters on the train just now, Adley murmured, his self-talk abruptly pausing as Riddle's eyes narrowed slightly. They both observed Fiona stumbling out from behind the partition, and Alfred immediately moved towards her. Witnessing Fiona accept Alfred's assistance with her luggage, the two conversed as they approached the train. A wave of displeasure washed over Riddle. I never noticed at school. They are actually friends? he remarked in surprise. Adelie casually responded, "It's quite unexpected. By the way, my uncle used to work with Mr. Blake at the Ministry of Magic before resigning, so our families were quite close. They might have played together often as children. Childhood companions?" Riddle scoffed inwardly. As Fiona and Alfred drew closer, passing their compartment, Adelie leaned out to greet them. "Alfred, Fiona." Adelie called out. "Hello, Adelie." Alfred paused, offering a polite smile to Riddle. "Hello, Tom." Riddle returned the courteous smile. "Hello, Alfred, and you too, Fiona." Their gazes met briefly. Fiona donned a deep purple satin cloak. A white woolen scarf wrapped around her neck. Her delicate chin nestled within it, lending her porcelain complexion an almost ethereal quality. She nodded gracefully, akin to a butterfly fluttering its wings, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickering before she shyly lowered her eyelids. Riddle's irritation dissipated, transforming into a clandestine delight. Oblivious, Adelie leaned against the window, chatting with Alfred. "Would you like to join us in our compartment?" he inquired. Alfred hesitated, instinctively glancing at Fiona. Noting her lowered head in silence, he smoothly replied, "I'll see if there's a seat available in your compartment. You know how unpleasant it is to squeeze in the aisle with a suitcase." Adelie nodded in understanding. "Then you should hurry, it's freezing outside." He watched as Alfred and Fiona moved away from their window before retreating back into the compartment, turning to Riddle. As he began to speak, he was suddenly chilled by Riddle's dark, brooding gaze. Riddle blinked and raised an eyebrow. "What?" Adelie focused again, noting Riddle's serene expression. His eyes merely filled with curiosity and encouragement for him to continue. "I forgot what I was going to say," Adelie admitted, awkwardly scratching his head. Riddle shot him a disapproving glance and returned to his book. "System," he silently queried. "Can one maintain 100 points of affinity with multiple individuals simultaneously? As an adult, it seemed fairer to inquire directly. You wish to know if the task's objective could still be accomplished if Alfred's affinity reached 100 before yours, correct?" Riddle had mentally prepared himself for the system's barbs and, maintaining a placid demeanor, asked, "So can it?" "Yes." Riddle was somewhat taken aback by the response. The system continued. "It allows me to finish work early. Thank you. You may now cease your commentary." Outside, the sky transitioned from a pale gray to an inky black, and the train finally came to a languid stop at Hogsmeade Station. Riddle waited until most of the passengers had disembarked before descending the train with Adelie. He quickly scanned the platform, amidst the bustling crowd, and swiftly located Fiona. Feigning nonchalance, he approached her vicinity. This time, instead of crossing the lake as they had at the start of term, they followed the keeper of keys to a narrow path where over 100 carriages awaited. The keeper called for students to board in groups of 4, and as Riddle observed Alfred assisting Fiona, he climbed aboard behind them. "What a coincidence. We're in the same compartment now." Adelie waved to Alfred, who was seated beside Fiona. Riddle discreetly watched Fiona. The frigid temperature outside made her shiver slightly as she stepped down from the warm train, the stark contrast causing her to tremble. With others present, he had no opportunity to secretly cast a warming charm for her. Serves her right, he thought, chiding her for feigning unfamiliarity. The next moment, a chime echoed. Target affinity decreased by 5, current affinity at 67. Riddle mused, she couldn't possibly know he was internally berating her. The system had indicated that with an affinity above 60, she would no longer lose points due to misplaced anger, so what had he done wrong now? After a moment's contemplation, Riddle turned to Adelie and asked, "I'm a bit cold. Are you cold?" "Huh." Adelie was taken aback. "Of course, it's freezing." Riddle waved his wand, casting a warming charm on Adelie. As warmth enveloped him, Adelie was both surprised and uncertain by Riddle's thoughtfulness. Although Riddle was generally amiable and understanding, he had never been this considerate before. After casting the charm on himself, Riddle instinctively turned to Alfred and Fiona. "You must be cold too." Without awaiting their response, he waved his wand at each of them. Alfred paused, smiling in gratitude. "We haven't covered that spell yet. You're quite adept at it." Adelie immediately took pride in his friend, exclaiming, "He knows so much. He just loves to keep it hidden." A chime sounded. Target affinity increased by 3. Current affinity at 70. Indeed, it was due to this. Riddle was almost amused to the point of exasperation. Striving to maintain distance in public while enjoying his covert care, she became displeased over minor oversights. Was there anyone more difficult to please than her? The carriage began to move forward slowly. Adelie, filled with curiosity, wiped the fog from the window, gazing at the emptiness in front of the carriage. Why was the carriage moving on its own? Was it enchanted with some magic? Or were there invisible horses pulling it? Riddle was about to respond when Alfred gently interjected. "It is likely a nightmare." The texts mention that this is a magical creature visible only to those who have witnessed death firsthand. Fiona turned her head towards the window, clearly fixated on something outside. She could evidently see the nightmare, a fact that did not surprise Riddle in the least. Suddenly, she turned her head back to glance at him. Riddle was taken aback, a suspicion flitting through his mind. Could it be that she had seen him slay Mofingant? Before that moment, had she never witnessed death? Meanwhile, Adley continued his conversation with Alfred, sounding rather frightened. Can you see it? No, I cannot, Alfred replied. What about you, Tom? Riddle glanced out at the terrifying black-winged horse and smiled faintly. Of course not. Chapter 34. Strategy. Step 34. 3 years, and then 3 more. To elevate Fiona's favor from 0 to 60, accounting for the time spent in restarting the process, Riddle invested nearly 10 months. However, the subsequent endeavor to advance from 60 to 80, more precisely from 70 to 80, extended until the end of his first year, the transition to second year, the conclusion of second year, and the commencement of third year. After 20 months, his progress remained incomplete. The favor was stubbornly stuck at 79. As if Fiona were the most miserly and unyielding of guardians, impervious to his sycophantic overtures, no matter how obsequious he became, she remained indifferent, unwilling to part with even the smallest token of goodwill. Riddle had believed that the stagnation at 59 had tested his patience, yet over these 2 years, he truly realized that compared to the endeavor of winning Fiona's favor, the decade spent lurking in the Albanian forest was mere trifling. At least then, he did not have to conceal his fangs or suppress his true nature. He could unleash the resentment and fury within him. Now, he had to endure the system's scornful mockery while meticulously maintaining 3 FA aides, carefully ensuring that Fiona remained oblivious to his true intentions. One FA aide was that of an exemplary student, faultless in demeanor, courteous and polite in the presence of classmates and teachers. To subtly care for Fiona without raising suspicion, he was compelled to cultivate an image of helpfulness. Beneath this mask, however, lay an ambitious schemer, cloaked in eloquence, secretly gathering allies, and gradually establishing his underground organization from a small group of 3 to 5 individuals. Yet, with each action he took, he had to gauge Fiona's reactions, assessing whether she would recoil, and preparing his justifications accordingly. The most hidden FAAD was, of course, tailored specifically for Fiona, a mask that was the most arduous to don. He needed her to perceive that beneath the layers of deception, the self he revealed was his authentic self. To her, he was unique, and in his eyes, she was unparalleled. Throughout these 2 years, he constantly insinuated through words and actions, attempting to persuade her that in this world, they were the only two who could truly understand, trust, and support one another. He was nearly on the verge of brainwashing himself, while Fiona's favor, still shy of 80 points, seemed far more genuine than her benign smile. Truth be told, had he dedicated this effort towards Dumbledore instead, he could have secured a professorship, perhaps even the position of headmaster. During this time, Riddle had devoted a considerable period to discerning the reasons behind his lack of progress. He meticulously reviewed his initial attempts at winning her favor, and ultimately discovered that the root cause lay within himself. His eagerness to elevate Fiona's affection had resulted in excessive attention during their initial interactions, raising her standards to the utmost heights. Consequently, not only was she unmoved by his considerate gestures, but she would also be disheartened by any minor oversight on his part. For instance, if she had missed breakfast due to her poor appetite, and he were to procure a melt-in-your-mouth sweet cake from the house elf and discreetly present it to her, she would express superficial gratitude while remaining utterly unmoved. Conversely, if he were to feign ignorance or truly not see her, he would find his favor plummeting. Moreover, he would then need to exert double, or even triple the effort to restore the dwindled favor. The more often he faltered, the more arduous the recovery became. Riddle realized that whenever he pondered whether Fiona could possibly be more unreasonable, she would demonstrate through her actions that indeed, she could. Having acknowledged this established truth, Riddle spent several nights venting his fury in the dense woods surrounding the Gunter estate, nearly incinerating the entire forest with his spells. The basilisk, whose peaceful slumber was disturbed, grumbled. Salazar and Godric must have argued fiercely to express such rage. Yet during the day, when confronted with Fiona, he had to suppress all negative emotions, forcing a smile, meticulously affixing that third facade to his face. From the moment he opened his eyes in the morning until he closed them at night, he needed to focus entirely on her, dividing his attention to ensure that he responded promptly to her needs, whether she felt cold, hot, hungry, tired, or bored. At times, he couldn't help but wonder if the Death Eaters had felt as precarious in his presence as he did now with Fiona. As for Snape, the traitor he only discovered in the end, He must have found maintaining his dual identity no less taxing than Riddle's struggle to juggle 3 personas. Such is the notion that suffering is not a punishment, but a consequence, Mr. Riddle. The system has objectively assessed that you possess a remarkable talent for digging your own pit. Here's a piece of advice. Do not forget your original intention, or you shall not meet a good end. Riddle. Upon entering his 3rd year, he unlocked the brain-blocking charm. Regrettably, he still could not silence the system's voice, nor could he prevent it from prying into his thoughts. He could merely use it to force himself to maintain a calm demeanor amidst the system's taunts. Albeit he could achieve the same without the charm now. Don't ask how, just think Fiona. What's wrong? Adley noticed the cold smile that escaped Riddle's lips, and leaned over to glimpse the newspaper in his hand, exclaiming in surprise. Germany has begun bombing London? He stared at the images of shattered buildings and terrified passers-by on the page, intrigued. What are bombs? A Muggle weapon? They seem quite powerful. However, why was the Daily Prophet covering Muggle affairs? Riddle cursed under his breath at the fool. Of course. Even if a wizard cast a Muggle confundus charm while a bomb was dropped, the damage would not spare the wizard. Just then, Adley noticed the subsequent content and exclaimed, "A wizard has tragically lost his life? How could this be? A Muggle weapon killed a wizard?" His limited understanding rendered him utterly incapable of grasping the rationale behind this event. Hearing Adley's words, some nearby quickly bowed their heads to examine their newspapers, while others leaned towards Riddle. Filch, with his arm draped over Adley's shoulder, turned to Riddle, inquiring, "What has transpired?" Avery was a tall, slender boy with a long face, his eyes notably wide, giving him an air of a brooding demeanor. He was a year above Riddle and currently the one closest to Tom, apart from Adley. Riddle handed him the newspaper, gesturing for Adley to explain it to him. Adley felt no sense of being assigned a task, as he pointed to the central section of the newspaper and began conversing with Avery. Both young scions of pureblood families found themselves utterly perplexed, unable to reach a conclusion after a considerable time. It was only then that Riddle casually wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "Treat the bomb as if it were the killing curse, capable of simultaneously targeting multiple areas. Oh, the caster can release it from several thousand feet in the air, making it impossible for those below to gauge the landing point, thus making evasion exceedingly difficult." Adley and Avery gasped in shock at this vivid analogy. Adley stuttered, filled with fear and doubt. "Are Muggles really that formidable?" Riddle chuckled softly. His laughter bore no overt mockery, yet the airy glance he cast in Adley's direction made Adley instinctively utter a foolish remark, retreating slightly in embarrassment. "No matter how sharp the knife, if wielded by an infant, there is no need to fear it severing your fingers," Riddle remarked calmly. Adley responded with a somewhat confused "oh," while Avery chuckled, finding it rather amusing. The table was crowded, and Riddle preferred not to elaborate further, shifting the conversation. "Are there any promising first years for Quidditch this year? With Malfoy gone, there's an opening for a beater." Riddle had joined the Quidditch team in his 2nd year. Not out of passion, but due to a long-standing tradition at the school. No matter how academically accomplished one was, if they were not a Quidditch player, they were merely a bookish nerd, not truly exceptional. He certainly could not allow such a label to be affixed to himself. Moreover, although he had no interest in the team sport, witnessing how effortlessly he could lead the team to victory against other houses with just half his effort provided a sense of superiority that transformed tedium into a different kind of intrigue, especially when he heard others say it was not Slytherin that won, but Riddle. However, he still did not intend to squander time on Quidditch. This year, Abracadabra was advancing to his 7th year, and had quit the team to prepare for his NEWT exams, leaving the captaincy to Riddle without question. Once he secured another championship for the house as captain this term, he could find an excuse to withdraw from the team, taking the glory and prestige while leaving behind nostalgia and legend. A flawless conclusion beyond reproach. Of course, if he could lead Slytherin to 6 consecutive championships, it would etch an even more brilliant mark in Hogwarts history, but that seemed unnecessary. The effort expended did not equate to the satisfaction gained. Thus, it was not worth it. His time was far more precious than the fleeting applause from the spectators. In fact, there was another hidden decisive reason. Fiona had no interest in Quidditch either. She had never attended a single one of his practices or matches. After the afternoon classes concluded, Riddle led the team in training on the pitch. He hardly moved, lazily floating on his broomstick while directing the others in their drills. Apart from him, the team was mostly composed of upperclassmen, yet no one voiced any objections. On the pitch, prowess spoke for itself, and his abilities had earned the respect of all from the moment he joined. Riddle hovered high in the air, not paying much attention to the team practicing the newly established tactics, his peripheral vision sweeping across the distant castle. Then, almost instinctively, before his mind could catch up. His gaze automatically shifted back, honing in on a slender figure behind a window on the 8th floor of the castle. From this distance, the person's features blurred into a haze, the only distinguishing mark being a faint ash-gray hue that nearly blended into the shadows. Fiona? Riddle raised an eyebrow, quickly deducing that she must have just finished her divination class, which was located on the 8th floor, and she might have been gazing out the window. Of course. It was also possible that she had paused to observe him as he flew by. This possibility brought a pleasant lift to Riddle's mood. The next moment, he noticed her move, and another figure appeared beside her. That person was also slender, yet their tall stature did not belong to a girl. The smile that had just begun to curve Riddle's lips flattened into a straight line. The system's concerned voice chimed in unison, "It's getting windy. You should put on your school robe, Riddle." "I merely thought that at this moment, the colors of Slytherin's robes suit you particularly well," the system replied earnestly. Chapter 35. Step 35 of the strategy, Death or Rebirth. Riddle pondered for a second or two before decisively adjusting the angle of his broom, flying around to the other side of the castle, circling along the outer wall, and gradually approaching the window where Fiona stood. He brought his broom to a hover directly beneath the window, lifting one hand to gently tap on the glass twice. After pausing for a moment, he rose on his broom with a deliberately mischievous expression. As Riddle's figure appeared outside the window, locking eyes with Fiona, he waved, wearing a playful grin that seemed to ask, "Did I scare you?" However, upon noticing the person standing beside Fiona, his familiar, intimate smile faltered, quickly retracting. He glanced at Fiona, who raised an eyebrow with a knowing smirk, and swiftly shrugged an apology to the startled Alfred. "What a blunder. I mistook you for someone else," he called through the window. "I hope we didn't frighten you?" Alfred blinked slowly, his gaze shifting from Fiona's silent profile to Riddle's inscrutable smile. "It's fine." He shook his head, his slightly darker lips pressing together, appearing somewhat striking against his excessively pale complexion. "Excellent Quidditch skills, but alas a failed prank." Saying this, Riddle displayed no hint of embarrassment as he calmly waved again. "Time's up. I must return to training. Farewell you two." With that, he supported himself on the broom, performing a graceful sharp turn followed by a stunning dive, soaring away like a nimble black swallow, his form sleek and elegant. Once turned away, Riddle's smile vanished. "I feel as if I have witnessed a peacock in its courtship display," the system commented on his actions. Riddle responded dismissively, Yet. It felt more like a small dog running over to mark its territory. Riddle coldly scoffed, "Humph." That evening, Riddle and Fiona engaged in Parseltongue lessons in the room of requirement, the only means he had devised to increase their time together and cultivate their relationship. He feigned concern, asking during the day, "The distance was too great. I saw you but not Alfred." Did he become suspicious? "What do you mean?" Fiona did not look up. She was intently focused on the greenish serpent Lilith that Riddle had brought with him upon his enrollment, coiling in her palm. 3 years had passed, and under her careful nurturing, it had grown significantly, barely able to stretch out in her hand. Riddle spoke in Parseltongue, instructing it to come down, observing as Lilith sluggishly descended from Fiona's hand. "I thought you were reluctant to let others know of our relationship." Alfred? He doesn't mind. He'll be back." Fiona spoke in Parseltongue, guiding Lilith back to her palm. How could he not mind? Riddle lowered his gaze, spreading his palm flat against Fiona's hand, hissing softly, "Come here." Lilith shook her head, just about to approach, when Fiona interjected, "Don't move." Lilith froze in place. Fiona let out a soft chuckle, extending her finger to scratch beneath its jaw. "A little one, are you angry?" Riddle looked down at Fiona. Over the past 2 years, she had grown a little taller, just a smidgen, not exceeding 3 inches, which he had secretly arranged by having a house elf provide her with extra nourishment. Meanwhile, he himself had grown nearly 6 or 7 inches. She used to be able to reach his chin, but now she could only meet his chest level. Her face remained small, but her features had subtly expanded, gradually shedding the remnants of childhood, becoming more profound. This transformation lent her somewhat pallid, and one appearance an undercurrent of alluring danger. Her pale, slender finger rested at the edge of the green serpent's mouth, its crimson tongue flicking across her fingertip. She smiled brightly, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility that the venomous fangs might pierce her skin at any moment. Curiously, despite her evident affection for the little snake, she had yet to take it home as a pet. Riddle placed his open palm over Fiona's hand and, without hesitation, flicked Lilith on the head with his finger. "You've spoiled it," he remarked, observing her growing temper. Lilith swayed slightly from the flick, her tail swishing as she burrowed into Fiona's sleeve, disappearing from sight. Riddle instinctively reached to tug her out, but Fiona lightly slapped his hand away. "Don't scare it." she chided with a smile, casting a glance at him. Riddle withdrew his hand with a resigned shrug. You see? Fiona adjusted her sleeve and returned to her previous topic. Do you know what Alf said to me? Riddle raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He mentioned that you have issues and suggested I keep my distance. Fiona tilted her face upwards, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Riddle. Interestingly, that is something Gideon often tells me as well. Riddle was not surprised that Alf could sense something amiss with him. His clandestine gatherings in Slytherin had not escaped Walburga's notice. He held no interest in Alf, yet the black name carried significant weight. However, he hadn't anticipated that before he could take any action against Alf, he would be reported first. It seemed that those who were bothersome needed to be dealt with sooner rather than later. Anger surged within him, but he merely raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity. Oh, and what do you think? Riddle's FAAD was impeccable, yet Fiona understood his nature well enough to preemptively mend the situation. You needn't concern yourself with him. He is quite clever and won't meddle in your affairs. After delivering this subtly cautionary statement, she let a smile curve her lips and continued. If you have no issues, then I should keep my distance from you. Riddle's mood, initially soured by her first remark, was uplifted by the latter. He feigned innocence, asking, What issues do I have? Fiona did not indulge his playful tone, but instead regarded him with a steady gaze. Her irises were a pure, unblemished blue, yet Riddle felt as though he glimpsed a fissure silently splitting open within her depths. A mere brush of consciousness sent him teetering towards an abyss of darkness. He blinked, suddenly awakening to the realization that he saw himself reflected in her eyes. The silence thickened as their gazes intertwined, both acutely aware that the ensuing conversation would delve into the undercurrents concealed beneath the tranquil surface. Life, whether in humans or other beings, shares a commonality. It is perpetually in a state of flux. Fiona slowly began to speak, her soft voice often evoking an illusion of fragility, yet her tone, imbued with a hint of cold intrigue, compelled Riddle to instinctively tense his muscles, triggering a defensive response. I enjoy observing humans. To me, they resemble flames dancing in the night. Each individual is a unique combustible material, resulting in varying shapes and colors of sparks when ignited. However, regardless of the type of flame, any subtle shift in the wind will impact its intensity, thus altering its form. The wind represents all the experiences they encounter in life, while the flame signifies their innate responses. This is where my fascination lies. At this juncture, Fiona paused momentarily, gazing deeply into Riddle's eyes. You are different, Tom. You are a ghostly flame that ignites from the shell of death without any breeze. In your existence, I see nothing that could fuel your fire. Riddle felt as if invisible. Icy hands were caressing his face, attempting to tear away the third mask that had adhered to him, provoking a slight, unpleasant sting. Strangely, he did not feel anger at this intrusion. Rather, an inexplicable anticipation welled within him. Perhaps it was due to the novelty of someone endeavoring to intricately dissect his thoughts and analyze his psyche through every word and action. He despised being defined. Much like Dumbledore, whose condescending attitude invariably riled him to fury. Yet, he found he did not mind someone standing on equal footing to understand and interpret him. Thus, he calmly nodded and softly replied, Interesting, please continue. A flame cannot exist without the necessary fuel, and it only ceases to change once it is extinguished. Yet, every breeze that brushes against you is compelled to stillness. You reject it, or rather, it seems you are fundamentally impervious to external influences. Your life has solidified into a peculiar flame that does not flicker. It is strange, for I cannot sense any vitality emanating from you. Fiona wrinkled her nose, displaying a look of confusion, akin to a child slightly discontented by not understanding why the sun and moon alternate in the sky. Riddle's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart jolted. Fiona's words, though abstract in imagery, conveyed a meaning he comprehended all too well. Fiona pursed her lips and continued, Even in the power structure you are painstakingly assembling, though you passionately articulate the grand ideal of allowing wizards to walk openly in the sunlight, and establishing a new societal order with absolute strength, I feel no trace of enthusiasm from you. It feels less like a goal and more like a task you have assigned to yourself. You give me the impression that you are not driven by ambition or a need to prove yourself, but rather by some incomprehensible reason compelling you to act. Tom, when I look at you, it sometimes feels like observing a portrait. Your thoughts have died, and only the memories trapped within the frame remain alive. When thoughts lose their vitality, they become like a wind-up toy train, doomed to circle endlessly on the tracks of memory. He would no longer have new and uncharted paths to explore. A chilling sensation gripped Riddle's heart. He instinctively sought to counter her assertion, yet amidst the sudden awakening, he realized that Fiona had articulated the very truth he had long avoided confronting. He had been reborn, possessing a complete soul and a sound body. Yet, what truly governed this body? Tom Marvolo Riddle, or the indignant will solidified at the moment of Voldemort's demise? Chapter 36. The 36 Step-Pawns Manipulated. This question was too piercing. Riddle instinctively yearned to respond in a manner that would not tarnish his dignity or self-esteem. However, when Riddle approached Fiona with a demeanor devoid of any mockery or derision, driven purely by a desire for exploration, an emotion that starkly contradicted his nature suddenly overwhelmed him, compelling him to suppress his habitual self-defense mechanisms. For a moment, Riddle found it difficult to articulate this unfamiliar feeling, so he sought a rationale to explain this aberrant behavior. He could don a false mask to deceive others, derisively mocking the foolishness of those who fell victim to his charade, but if behind that mask was a jester, and he became the object of his own folly, he would also become the subject of Fiona's disdainful laughter. He would not permit himself to become a joke. With a slow exhalation of the pent-up frustration lodged within his chest, Riddle forced himself to strip away all emotions that might cloud his judgment, for the first time truly reflecting on the entirety of his life with a scrutinizing gaze. After Mellop died giving birth to him at the Wooten orphanage, the caretaker, whether out of sympathy, a mere sense of duty, or perhaps motivated by Mellop's last whispered words that sparked their calculations, awaited the arrival of his affluent father, hoping he would take Riddle away and perhaps bestow upon them some token of gratitude. Fortuitously, the Wooten orphanage operated genuinely for charitable purposes. Unlike certain other institutions that treated children with cruelty and neglect, or engaged in sordid dealings with the wealthy and powerful, had he been placed in a more ruthless orphanage, it was conceivable that, to spare the hassle of caring for a newborn, he might have been cast into the snow to perish after Mellop's death. Yet, Riddle's reflections halted abruptly at the outset. Was this truly luck? Riddle never believed in coincidences, especially after his experiences with Fiona. He was more convinced than ever that every seemingly random event in his life had an inherent cause that rendered it inevitable. Doubting this notion required no deep contemplation. A cursory thought yielded a crystal-clear conclusion. Mellop did not stumble into this orphanage like a headless fly. She must have scouted various welfare institutions in London, before ultimately choosing the reputable Wooten. This conclusion was so rational that Riddle struggled to find a more tenable argument to refute it. Once he could no longer dismiss this reality, he could not view Mellop as a foolish, love-stricken simpleton. Even the most naive individuals possess wisdom when faced with the instinct for survival. After old Tom Riddle's departure, how did Mellop manage to sustain herself for 9 months in the Muggle world with only the 10 galleons from selling the Slytherin locket? Riddle lacked the capacity for empathy, unable to immerse himself in Mellop's emotional state. He merely analyzed rationally that if Mellop had indeed scoured various places before selecting Wooten, the effort expended in that process could very well have contributed to her postpartum demise. He did not know whether Mellop had foreseen her own death, or if she had simply intended not to raise the child after giving birth, thus diligently seeking a reliable place for him. Regardless of her intentions, this could be regarded as the most logical and commendable plan in her otherwise tumultuous life. With that thought, Riddle had no desire to delve further into Mellop's narrative. However, before he could transition to the next phase of his contemplation, he was reluctant to conclude this meticulous review with a hasty end, so he forced himself to confront that vague notion once more. Mellop was not the foolish woman he had once scorned, consumed only by thoughts of old Tom Riddle. She had, for the sake of her unborn child, endeavored to employ her limited intellect to seek a path of survival amid adversity. His existence was not merely a product of Merlin's compassion or the whims of fate, but rather a manifestation of the meager maternal love he had presumed to lack. Amidst the jarring sound of his chair scraping against the floor, Riddle abruptly rose, pacing around the room as if he had stepped into a pile of dog waste. Fiona sat quietly, observing Riddle's visibly agitated demeanor. "Have you ever harbored fantasies about your mother?" Riddle inquired, turning his head. The sudden question momentarily startled Fiona, yet she did not resist, contemplating before responding. "Rather than fantasies, I prefer to analyze her. Based on the information I possess, I endeavor to deduce her identity and experiences. If your inquiry pertains to whether I have ever imagined her character, or what it might be like to interact with her, seeking a gentle and benevolent mother as a source of solace, the answer is no." Her tone was calm, carrying an air of detachment devoid of the emotions one might expect from a typical individual. Riddle found this puzzling. "Then why do you seek her?" This time, Fiona remained silent for a moment before answering. "I merely wish to ascertain whether my father killed her." Riddle nodded to himself. If Fiona's mother's identity posed a threat to the Shafik family, or if she continued to linger, Mrs. Shafik might indeed insist on pursuing the matter. Forgive my impertinence. But why not simply ask Mr. Shafik directly? Riddle finally voiced a question that had long weighed on his mind. Fiona regarded him, and the prolonged silence made Riddle regretful. He feared this might indeed touch a nerve for her. Just as he was about to find a way to shift the conversation, she spoke slowly. If the answer is dreadful, I would likely kill him. But I do not wish to kill him. Fiona noticed the subtle shift in Riddle's expression, and tilted her head to study him. Are you surprised? Riddle found it difficult to comprehend. Was her reluctance to kill Mr. Shafik due to lingering paternal affection? He could not fathom it, and was unwilling to accept that Fiona could possess a softer, more tender side. Fiona smiled. And the moment she did, Riddle felt a jolt of realization. He had unwittingly crossed too many boundaries with his questions. Fortunately, Fiona seemed in good spirits, not angered. Merely smiling as she remarked, "Once you have resolved my queries, I shall respond to yours." Riddle nodded, feeling a sense of calm wash over him during their conversation, and resumed the train of thought he had previously interrupted. Returning to the Wooten orphanage, its integrity resulted in its dependence on affluent benefactors with excess compassion and factory owners seeking to bolster their reputations. In an era rife with poverty, the resources acquired through social fundraising were dismally scarce. During the initial period, Riddle received relatively good care. According to Mrs. Cole, who had indulged in drink, he was born exceptionally beautiful compared to other children, rarely cried, and was quite endearing. The limited milk and formula available in the orphanage were prioritized for him, allowing him to grow plump and healthy. However, as unusual occurrences began to multiply around him, such as blankets that inexplicably shifted to cover him or flickering lights that seemed to respond to his cries, the caregivers grew increasingly apprehensive. What had once been endearing behavior was now seen as evidence of his oddity. Though there was no concrete evidence, the orphanage refrained from expelling him or handing him over to the church. Nevertheless, their attitude shifted to one of indifference and aversion. The other children in the orphanage soon detected this change and, accustomed to competing for resources, immediately began to ostracize him. The bread, clothing, and donated books and toys that belonged to him were all seized. However, this behavior was short-lived. It was not long before maggots appeared in the bread they had stolen. Buttons fell from their clothes, and toys and books, despite being kept close at hand, lay in tatters. It was then that they comprehended that the indifference of the adults towards him stemmed not from disdain, but from fear. At that time, Riddle could barely utter complete sentences, nor did he grasp the implications of the expressions cast upon him. Yet, the instinct for survival inherent in humanity requires no instruction. As he discerned certain emotions flickering in others' eyes, he found himself somewhat better off, and thus, in pursuit of further improvement, he instinctively sought to amplify those emotions. The aura of dread had, from the moment he became conscious, taken root in his very marrow as a means of survival. Concealing his intentions and feigning innocence became as second nature to him as eating and drinking, serving as his adept methods of evasion. Subsequently, the arrival of Dumbledore injected a spark of surprise and hope into Riddle's monotonous existence, while simultaneously introducing him to the taste of his first defeat. He discovered that his uniqueness was merely relative to ordinary individuals. In another realm, the petty tactics he employed to intimidate others were wielded by everyone, often with greater skill. There, he would relinquish the dominance he had long held. Would he dissolve into the crowd in this new world? Would he once again become the target of others' bullying? When Dumbledore coldly demanded the return of what was not rightfully his, and warned him that he would be aware of his compliance, a flame more ferocious than a burning wardrobe ignited within Riddle's heart. Dumbledore was more powerful, his status loftier, thus he was compelled to yield to Dumbledore's threats. Yet, if he were to surpass Dumbledore in strength, if he could ascend to the pinnacle above all, would it then be others who bowed before him? At that moment, there would be no possessions in the world that would not belong to him. Everything he desired would ultimately be his. With this thought, a wry smile flitted across Riddle's face. Dumbledore could be considered a pivotal influence in his life. Though even in Dumbledore's absence, Riddle's nature would not acquiesce to mediocrity. Initially, he harbored more thoughts of rebellion, revenge, and self-affirmation against Dumbledore. Until the very end, he never regarded the savior with any seriousness. His thoughts were solely centered on how to vanquish Dumbledore. It was during his intense yearning for power, his desire to eclipse Dumbledore, that he learned of Horcruxes. Wait. It couldn't possibly be that even the discovery of Horcruxes was not a mere coincidence, could it? Riddle's gaze went blank as he queried the system. Earlier, you asked me if I wished to know what other deeds Fiona had performed. Was it Horcruxes? The system sighed wistfully. Do you have any idea how long I have awaited your inquiry? Do you comprehend the torment of harboring a secret within? You are correct. The answer is precisely as you surmised. Riddle fought to keep his head down, restraining the grotesque expression threatening to surface, as he internally roared in anguish. Why? Why does she fixate on me? What have I done to offend her? Calm down, Mr. Riddle. Reflect carefully. Who is it that you have not offended? Riddle inhaled deeply, attempting to extinguish the raging inferno of fury within him with an abundance of air. Yet he failed. His thoughts were consumed with the desire to reduce the entire world, along with this room, to ashes. Boredom etched across Fiona's face as she rested her chin on her arms, her tousled gray hair cascading around her as she tilted her head, watching him with curiosity. It seems that whenever you fall into contemplation, your emotions fluctuate quite dramatically. Whose fault is that? Riddle replied with a smile. The past always tugs at the heartstrings. Fiona pondered. It appears you are not entirely devoid of wins. Are your wins all wrapped in memories? Riddle regarded her for a moment and slowly nodded. Perhaps it could be articulated that way. After discovering the existence of Horcruxes, his life veered towards a monumental turning point. From the moment he crafted his first Horcrux, his thoughts spiraled out of control. In Fiona's words, he severed ties with his past, the flame symbolizing his life lacking the fuel necessary to sustain its burn. Horcruxes did not alter his character, but they eroded his rationality, dulled his shrewdness and caution, while amplifying all his desires, obsessions, hatred, and fears. Particularly in Albania, after enduring a decade of torment in the form of a fragmented soul, his mind indeed twisted and warped, succumbing to madness. The winds that once influenced him had come to a standstill. He no longer chased desires but was instead ruled by them. He had become a puppet. Riddle gazed at the seemingly disinterested Fiona, extracting Lilith from his sleeve, manipulating the serpent's tail like a puppeteer. She had controlled him. Chapter 37. Step 37 here. Do you want it? 2 butterbeers, please. I'll have a red currant rum instead. Adley glanced at Riddle before instructing the bar's server, 1 butterbeer, 1 red currant rum, and a plate of fried purple spiral shells. The server noted the order while remarking, what you choose is your own affair, but I must remind you, adding red currant to rum does not change its essence. If you get drunk, we are not responsible for escorting you back to school. Adley couldn't help but glance at Riddle again. Seated in a corner of the bar, Riddle reclined against the plush purple upholstery, one hand resting on the armrest while his head hung low, his gaze vacantly fixed on the drink coasters on the table, exuding an aura of discontent that seemed to declare, do not speak to me until the world has crumbled. Adley had no choice but to tell the server, thank you. My friend might prefer a rum without red currant. As long as you remember to pay, anything goes. After the server departed, Adley scrutinized Riddle's expression and leaned forward, lowering his voice to probe. What troubles you? Just moments before entering the bar, he had been jovial. Yet now seated he appeared ensnared in a mire, the atmosphere suddenly chilling as though a Dementa sat opposite him. Riddle did not even lift his eyelids, replying, nothing, I just need some peace. Adley, then don't bring him over. It was a rare weekend, he had a date planned. To prioritize a romantic interest over friendship was evidently lacking in brotherly loyalty, and at this age, being insufficiently brotherly was more scorned than being an inadequate boyfriend. Adley suppressed his complaints and forced a gentle smile. Fear not, I am quite tight-lipped. If you have any worries, feel free to share them with me. Perhaps I can help you find clarity, even if I cannot provide assistance. Simply voicing your troubles may lighten your heart. Finally, Riddle raised his gaze. He glanced at the expectant Adley and slightly parted his lips. Sure, Adley. He sulkily gulped half of the butterbeer the server had delivered. Riddle paid no heed to Adley's disgruntled feelings. Truth be told, even if Hogwarts were to vanish before him, it would not stir a ripple within his heart. He might even find it amusing. The first life he took was no accident. Discovering the method to create Horcruxes was not a coincidence. The pivotal turning points that influenced his existence were all orchestrated by someone's design. Even Riddle, as resolute as iron, could not help but feel somewhat melted and warped beneath such malevolent flames, despondent. Conquering the world had grown tedious. The prospect of annihilating it seemed far more intriguing. Perhaps the foremost reason was his inability to exact vengeance upon the detestable perpetrator, leaving him to seek solace in a secluded corner, grappling with an overwhelming tide of fury and despair. Riddle, exhibiting remarkable self-control, or rather, a primal instinct for survival, managed to coexist with Fiona for several days, seemingly unperturbed. Were it not for the impending collapse of his rationality under the relentless onslaught of emotions, he would not have sought refuge under the pretext of Adley, merely to catch a breath. A sardonic chuckle bubbled within him. How utterly pitiful it was that he, the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, could only cower in this modest corner. Akin to a dog kicked aside, too fearful to howl, merely licking his wounds in despondency. The system interjected at an opportune moment, offering solace. Look on the bright side. Have you not encountered me? Riddle's thoughts darkened. The very notion of the system's existence exacerbated his simmering resentment. You still fail to grasp gratitude, Mr. Riddle. Remember, many end their lives in regret. Yet they do not possess the opportunity for a second chance, let alone 7. The system lamented, exuding a sense of discontent in the face of fortune unrecognized. Riddle retorted coldly, would you desire such fortune? I would crave it, the system replied. Riddle raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. What do you mean? The system remained silent. It could silence itself whenever Riddle attempted to engage, yet vanish as effortlessly as if it had never existed when it chose not to speak. Irritated, Riddle lifted his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, only to realize Adley was staring at him wide-eyed, a mix of astonishment and admiration. It took him a moment to register that the glass contained pure rum, not the sweetened red currant variety. The fiery liquid seared his throat, and having seldom indulged in spirits since his rebirth, he found himself choking slightly. He suppressed it, rolled his tongue against the roof of his mouth, clicked his tongue, and hurled the glass back onto the table. Adley, munching away at his fries, observed Riddle, cloaked in a palpable gloom, hesitating to provoke him with idle chatter. He had no desire to validate whether his friend's apparent amiability was genuine or mere facade. As he watched the other order another drink, Adley gazed out the window in a daze. The weekend bustle of Hogsmeade outshone the preterm excitement of Diagon Alley, with throngs of students milling about in groups. He sighed, pondering whether Kriana would be upset by his absence. Just then, he noticed someone exiting the bookstore across the street, and turned to Riddle, excitement bubbling within him. By the way, do you remember? The year we enrolled, Alpheus just happened to gain a younger brother, and the Black family hosted a 3rd birthday party for him before school started. Riddle's gaze fell upon Alpheus, who was walking by, clutching a book, and he emitted a non-committal sound. Adley, blissfully ignorant of Riddle's ominous aura, eagerly divulged gossip. I heard Alpheus fell ill the night before, so severe that he was sent to St. Mungo's. Yet the birthday celebration went on as planned the following day. This was a subtle signal, perceptible to those with a keen sense of awareness. Riddle smirked inwardly. The Blacks had not publicly disclosed Alpheus's health status, though he had gleaned some details from Orin later. Born with a severe cardiac defect, Alpheus was fortunate to have been born into the wizarding world, where potions could stabilize his condition. Alas, even magic could not entirely cure this congenital ailment. The wealth of the Black family had led them to believe he could rely on potions for a lifetime, but as he aged his body's burden grew heavier, and the potions began to lose their efficacy. It was likely this recent bout of illness that prompted the healers at St. Mungo's to deliver a grim prognosis. He would not survive past 20. The Black family, valuing lineage above all, would not gamble all their resources on a fragile egg. Faced with the undeniable reality of their eldest son's plight, they promptly shifted their focus to nurturing the healthier younger son. Alpheus had been forsaken. Riddle felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, witnessing the misfortunes of an annoying rival brought forth a profound sense of satisfaction. After languishing in the tavern for an afternoon, slightly intoxicated, Riddle's mood lightened as he and Adley returned to Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering the common room, he caught sight of Tiffany, red-faced, and engaged in a heated argument with Kriana. Spotting Adley at the entrance, Kriana shot him a furious glare before giving Tiffany a venomous look and storming off, throwing aside the curtain of the girls' dormitory with force. Adley cast a reproachful glance at Riddle, who ignored his seemingly vexed yet boastful demeanor, scanning the room with a raised eyebrow. Tiffany was present, but where was Fiona? It seemed she had lost her earlier enthusiasm for inciting and observing the trivial disputes among her peers since their arrival at Hogwarts. Was that why she had taken to meddling with him so frequently? Riddle comprehended Fiona's mindset. After all, who else among the tedious children could capture her interest? This thought brought him a modicum of comfort. At that moment, Tiffany noticed Riddle and swiftly adjusted her hair, flashing him a sweet smile as she approached. Tom. Have you been drinking? I actually wanted to say, you need not be so shy. If you were to invite me, I wouldn't mind joining you for a drink in Hogsmeade. Riddle replied, his tone a blend of warmth and aloofness. If I find myself without company one day, I shall consider it. Hector Wilfred, Tiffany's father, had stepped down from his position as Minister of Magic. While the Wilfred name still held some prestige in the wizarding community, students no longer felt compelled to tolerate her pretentiousness and foolishness, due to her father's influence, granting her less favorable treatment. In contrast, Riddle maintained an impeccable distance, which garnered him higher regard among those who observed him discreetly. Tiffany's face flushed crimson, And before she could utter another word, Riddle interjected, "Dinner is approaching. Perhaps you should join your roommates in the Great Hall. She was just summoned by the headmaster." "I thought we could." Tiffany began to murmur. "The headmaster summoned her?" Riddle inquired, intrigued. What could it be about? The effects of the alcohol began to cloud his mind, and he hesitated between returning to his dormitory to recline, or seeking out Fiona to inquire about the matter. Ultimately, he concocted a random excuse to exit the common room, making his way to the headmaster's office. As he ascended to the 5th floor, he encountered Fiona descending, accompanied by Professor Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore," Riddle nodded in greeting. Dumbledore acknowledged him with a brief nod before turning to speak gently with Fiona. "Do not worry, my dear. Everything will be all right." Walking beside the towering Dumbledore, Fiona appeared diminutive, her frail form reminiscent of a branch stripped bare of leaves, her gray hair cascading over her shoulders, framing a face that mirrored the pallor of her hair. Her gaze flitted past Riddle's face as if he were a stranger, devoid of any familiar, conspiratorial glances, her eyes vacant like a still lake bereft of wind. Beneath the surface, a chilling aura of death lingered ominously. As Riddle momentarily faltered, they had already brushed past one another on the staircase. Perhaps it was the numbing effects of alcohol, but his body instinctively turned to pursue them before his thoughts could catch up. "Fiona," he called softly as he approached within a few steps, peering past Dumbledore to gaze at the indifferent Fiona. "Could you enlighten me on what transpired?" Dumbledore, taken aback, appeared surprised that these two seemingly unrelated individuals shared any connection. Nevertheless, he kindly stepped back, allowing them some space. Fiona regarded Riddle in silence, while passers-by were drawn to this peculiar tableau on the staircase, casting furtive glances and whispering among themselves. At that moment, Riddle and Fiona were oblivious to the attention of others, their gazes locked in a profound exchange, as if they were the only two souls present. After what felt like an eternity, Fiona's voice, light and ethereal like wisps of smoke, floated into the air, seemingly infiltrating Riddle's very lungs. "The bomb dropped by the Germans landed in my home." He was taken aback. She looked at him, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. "Mrs. Shafik, along with the house, was reduced to rubble. Her husband lost both legs and lies unconscious in St. Mungo's. Gideon was fortunate, losing only an ear." Riddle instinctively stepped forward. At that moment, Fiona's smile struck him as delicate as a snowflake spiraling in the wind, and inexplicably, he felt an urge to reach out and catch it. However, Fiona averted her gaze, lowering her head with a gentle sigh, her self-talk fading into whispers on her lips. Chapter 38. The 38th Step. "Tom, do not deceive me." The trio fell into a brief silence before Riddle turned to Dumbledore, inquiring, "What is your intended course of action, Professor?" Dumbledore had initially planned to use the fireplace to escort Miss Shafik to St. Mungo's, but upon glancing at Fiona, who was looking downcast, he gently remarked, "She would prefer to visit the Shafik residence first. Thus, we must exit the castle to facilitate her apparition." Dumbledore's demeanor was composed, yet Riddle sensed an undercurrent of doubt in his mind. A rational individual would have hastened to comfort their parents upon receiving such distressing news, who remained so unperturbed as to express a desire to return home for a mere inspection. What was there to inspect? Whether the house could still be salvaged? Riddle rubbed his temples, attempting to rein in his unruly thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he stated, "Professor Dumbledore, if you trust my abilities, allow me to take her." Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly behind his glasses. "Tom, you have mastered apparition?" The art of apparition was not typically taught until the 3rd year, and for someone of his age to have acquired such a skill through self-study was nothing short of remarkable. "Yes, Professor," Riddle replied with a calm demeanor. According to his plan, he was to maintain an air of competent, yet unremarkable magical talent before Dumbledore, yet he found himself unhesitatingly revealing this newfound skill. The gravity of the situation for Fiona was undeniably significant. He could not afford to squander this potentially pivotal moment that might enhance her regard for him. Moreover, her current state of mind was uncertain. Should he let this danger slip away, who could predict the turmoil she might conjure in his absence, potentially erasing the goodwill he had accrued over the past 8 years? The prospect of regressing to 2 years prior was unbearable. He could scarcely imagine himself on the night bus bound for Little Hangleton. Any responsible instructor would have promptly denied such an unreasonable request from a minor, but Dumbledore, as a genius, possessed a distinctly unconventional perspective. After a brief contemplation, he addressed Fiona. "Is this your wish as well, Miss Shafik?" Fiona lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Riddle for a brief moment. A tightness gripped Riddle's heart as he pondered whether this unpredictable individual would decline, and he contemplated how he might plead his case should she do so. While he was lost in thought, Fiona took a step toward him, bridging the distance she had long maintained. She stood before him, tilting her head slightly upward to meet his gaze. Yes, I wish to, she affirmed. Riddle exhaled in relief, a wave of joy blossoming within him, though it seemed to be tinged with an indefinable complexity beyond mere seizing of opportunity. Without further contemplation, he reached for Fiona's hand. Feeling the coolness of her skin beneath his fingertips, he instinctively brushed his thumb across the back of her hand and smiled down at her. Let us go. As they emerged from the contorted confines of space into the street where the Shafik residence stood, twilight enveloped the world, the horizon still adorned with a faint hue of violet. The sun had set, yet the moon remained absent, the empty, ethereal blue sky only dotted with a few scattered stars. The streetlights that should have illuminated the path were dark, several lying broken, while a nearby bulb flickered erratically in the discordant hum of electricity. Riddle steadied Fiona by the shoulder, ensuring she was secure as he surveyed the once familiar street, now a chaotic ruin. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke, dust, and mingled blood. The bombs had rained down from the sky, not every building suffering the same fate. Amidst the intact structures, the collapsed remnants of others appeared even more tragic in contrast. A throng of muggles milled about, oblivious to the sudden appearance of the two young wizards among them. Most were futilely attempting to salvage remnants of their lives, sifting through rubble for vestiges of their past serenity, while some wept quietly, their sobs echoing the despair of a profound loss. Silence reigned, punctuated only by the occasional muffled weeping that broke the stillness of the street. As Riddle gazed at the Shafik residence, nestled between two surviving Muggle homes, he was struck by the irony of the scene. Yet, amidst the misfortune, there lay a sliver of luck. The elongated structure of the Shafik house had borne the brunt of the destruction at its western end, while the northern section had miraculously escaped unscathed. Half of it lay in ruins, while the other half retained a semblance of its former grandeur, creating a tableau reminiscent of a darkly humorous silent film. Riddle tilted his head slightly, observing Fiona as she silently contemplated the scene before her, her expression tranquil, as if she were admiring a painting. Noticing his gaze, she turned to him with a fleeting smile. That was my mother's room, she said, raising a hand to point delicately at the wreckage, then shifted slightly, and that was my father's. She then gestured to the standing wall. That is my room. Withdrawing her hand, she gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. The deepening violet at the end of the road framed her face, resembling a ribbon cascading from her hair. She lowered her hand and continued, I never believed in fate. Yet there are moments when life's drama compels you to wonder if there exists something greater than ourselves, orchestrating coincidences as a form of destiny. So you see, this is rather cruel, I assent it. Riddle nearly succumbed to the impulse to voice his curiosity. I must admit, it is indeed an intriguing little pastime. But what drives you to derive such amusement from manipulating the lives of others? He delicately posed a question that had long weighed upon his heart. You are questioning me again. You have yet to answer my previous inquiry, Fiona remarked, a half-smile playing on her lips as she glanced at him. How could he respond? To confess that he was but a wisp of a departed soul residing within a vessel that depended on her for sustenance? Riddle merely shrugged and smiled. He presumed Fiona would refrain from answering, yet he was surprised to hear her speak once more. Tom, you once claimed that we are kindred spirits. Have you not realized? What do you mean? Riddle was perplexed by her insinuation. Fiona regarded him with amusement, as though mocking the insincerity of his own excuses. You are a flame that has long since extinguished, and so am I, she said slowly, meeting Riddle's gaze. When you previously asked me why I was reluctant to eliminate the Shafik couple, it is because they are the last remnants that can still evoke some semblance of feeling within me. Humanity is ugly, mad, and fragile. Regrettably, I too am human, sharing in its weaknesses, and I cannot afford to lose my anchor. Thus, although the Shafik couple symbolizes torment and despair to her, she must retain them merely to affirm that her existence is not in vain. She paused for a moment before continuing. Even so, I find myself unable to burn any longer. The only thing left for me to do is to become a gentle breeze, feeling a faint warmth of life as I pass by the flames of others. Riddle pressed his lips together. To him, she was no mere breeze. She was a tempest that had distorted his entire world. Moreover, in that previous existence, when she had brushed against the flames that had yet to extinguish, what had she felt? The unconsumed remnants of alcohol seared his empty stomach, a subtle sting prompting him to exhale softly. With a smile, he feigned jest and casually inquired, is there a particular flame that piques your interest? One that would compel you to blow upon it repeatedly? Fiona tilted her head in contemplation. There are some rather unique ones, such as Alpheus. Riddle struggled to maintain a composed expression, suppressing any sinister contortions. I find myself intrigued. He replied gently. You are, of course, aware that his health is failing. Indeed, he is not long for this world. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that he possesses the strongest will to survive of anyone I have encountered. Why not share the method for creating a Horcrux with him, then? However, to say that I have encountered someone I particularly admire, that has yet to happen. At least your discerning eye is not entirely lacking. If I were to meet such an individual, it would likely bode ill. Riddle questioned, perplexed. Fiona smiled softly. If I were to become too fond of it, I might be unable to resist the urge to extinguish it. Riddle. The final vestiges of purple had completely sunk below the horizon, and a full moon quietly ascended from the opposite side. A cool evening breeze swept through, bringing with it a hint of chill, yet Riddle found himself cloaked in a thin sheen of perspiration, as though the alcohol coursing through his veins had ignited under the moonlight, flames erupting from his heart, and sending his mind into a fevered boil. He felt an overwhelming impulse to laugh heartily. The realization of delight, satisfaction, and joy proved more intoxicating than the strongest spirits. However, he merely exchanged a deep glance with Fiona, nodding with a smile. Fiona remained unaware of the emotional tumult Riddle had experienced in that fleeting moment. She said nothing further, and walked toward the Shafiq residence. Riddle raised his wand, casting a glow, and followed her closely, watching as she produced her wand and addressed the cracked wall. "Come forth, birdcage." In the next instant, a golden light burst forth from the crumbling structure, landing directly in Fiona's hands. It was a familiar golden birdcage, housing a beautiful little bird adorned with azure feathers, perched quietly like a delicate ornament. It was the same Luxfer that Riddle had previously gifted to Fiona. Riddle observed her reach out to scratch the bird's neck and blurted out, "Are you here to ascertain whether it still lives?" "One of my purposes," Fiona replied, "was also to pay my respects." She handed the birdcage to Riddle, allowing him to hold it while she ventured to the opposite side of the ruins, bending down to sift through the debris. "Just as I do not wish to kill the Shafiq couple, although I harbor no fondness for this house filled with unpleasant memories, I also do not wish to lose it." She picked up a half-burned picture frame and gently blew on it. Riddle brought the glowing tip of his wand closer, revealing a photograph of the Shafiq and Lestrange families, the scorched top half rendering all the adults in the background headless, leaving only young Fiona and young Adley gazing into the camera. Fiona gazed at it quietly for a moment, then pressed her wand against the photo, casting a spell of blazing flames. The picture curled and burned to ash. Indeed, that which is elusive remained so. Fiona sighed as she let the ashes fall gently into the wind. However, before the smoke could be whisked away, Riddle waved his wand. Tiny black specks of dust began to coalesce under the moonlight, the ethereal white light flickering at the gap, slowly reconstructing into a complete photograph within his palm. Riddle grasped Fiona's hand, placing the photo into her grasp. He smiled at her, his voice low and gentle. "That which you cannot hold on to, I shall retrieve for you. That which you desire, I shall provide." From the moment of his birth, Riddle had only learned to plunder. Yet now, for the first time, he sought to extract something from his barren soul, and offer it to the girl before him. Fiona glanced down at the photograph, then lifted her gaze to meet Riddle's. His complexion was pale, yet an unusual flush adorned his face, and his deep black irises mirrored the moon's reflection, flowing with a contradictory blend of sharpness and softness. After a lengthy pause, she slowly clasped his slightly warm hand in return. "Do not deceive me, Tom," she murmured. Ding. Affection level increased by 5. Current affection level is 83. Congratulations, Mr. Riddle, you have surpassed an affection level of 80, triggering the achievement Heart Flutter. Chapter 39. The third step of the strategy. Disgusting. I feel like vomiting. Heart flutter. Palpitate with excitement. Riddle savored this phrase repeatedly. Fiona had liked him before his rebirth. Fiona now also harbored feelings for him. The joy stemming from these revelations seemed far more potent than merely surpassing the affection level, enveloping Riddle in a euphoric daze akin to walking on clouds. So, Fiona's myriad of schemes surrounding him were born from affection. Riddle mused with a mixture of resignation and understanding. This clarified her behavior. After all, she was an eccentric, awkward individual with a penchant for poor expression. Up to this point, all of Riddle's grievances, resentment, and animosity toward Fiona had been washed away in a tide of burgeoning satisfaction. And he even found her innocent and earnest plea of "do not deceive me" to be endearingly pitiable. System, I truly did not wish to rain on your parade, but your self-satisfied demeanor is simply nauseating. Why are you so certain that the mission objective once held feelings for you? Is it not merely your unfounded speculation? Are you suggesting that she never liked me at all? Indeed. Riddle responded to the system's deceit with a scornful smile. Do you think I would believe you? The system replied, as long as you are happy. Riddle, of course, was in high spirits. He enjoyed a pleasant breeze with Fiona amidst the ruins. Before they proceeded to St. Mungo's to visit the now legless and still unconscious Assaret Shafiq, coincidentally encountering Mrs. Lestrange, who was guarding the patient's room. The elegantly adorned woman maintained her refined demeanor, yet her haggard complexion and slightly smudged makeup betrayed her anguish. The grievously injured was her own brother. While her cousin and sister-in-law had perished, victims of the Muggle War's collateral damage, a harsh and absurd reality she found exceedingly difficult to accept. Upon seeing Fiona, Mrs. Lestrange summoned her strength, intending to grasp her hand in a show of concern, only to suddenly realize that Fiona's eyes were devoid of redness, appearing even more composed than the attending healer, which incited a sudden fury within her. Your parents have suffered such a tragic fate, and you are not the least bit sorrowful? How can a child be so cold-hearted? I can hardly believe you bear the Shafiq name. Even the offspring of a wild dog would possess more compassion. Should it not be you who perished? Mrs. Lestrange spat venomously. A hand sliced through the air, dislodging Mrs. Lestrange's tightening grip on Fiona's wrist. Riddle pulled Fiona behind him, his demeanor still courteous despite his inner displeasure. Mrs. Lestrange, please calm yourself. Do not disturb Mr. Shafiq's rest, he said gently. Mrs. Lestrange recognized Riddle, a frequent visitor to her home over the past 2 years, and her tone softened involuntarily. Tom, is that you? What brings you here? Just as Riddle was about to respond, Fiona chuckled softly behind him. Madam, what is it that you fear? The corners of Mrs. Lestrange's mouth twitched slightly, her face paling. What do you mean? Fiona, with a hint of a smile and a voice as soft as a whisper, replied. I believe you are afraid. Nonsense, Mrs. Lestrange retorted. Ignoring her reaction, Fiona continued, what a pity it is that they encountered such misfortune. Could it be retribution? Crash. A chair fell to the ground. Mrs. Lestrange sprang to her feet, her lips trembling with fear, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Her wide eyes filled with disgust as they rested on the girl before her, who wore a subtle smile. Fiona composed herself with a slight bow. Since my father has not yet awakened, I must see my mother. It would be a great regret not to have said my final goodbyes. I have much to discuss with her. Farewell, Aunt Mandora. Oh, please inform me once the date of the funeral is set. Rest assured, I shall attend. As Mrs. Lestrange teetered on the brink of fainting at her brother's bedside, Fiona and Riddle exited the room. They walked side by side down the corridor for a while. Fiona turned to Riddle. What is amusing you? Riddle raised a hand to cover his lips. Did I smile? Indeed, she replied. Well, Riddle lowered his hand, admitting. It might be because you are simply too endearing. Fiona halted, her expression serious. We are at St. Mungo's. Would you like me to call for an emergency? Thank you. But that won't be necessary, Riddle replied, his smile fading. As if alerted by the term emergency, a hurried healer passing by glanced at them, his steps faltering as his gaze fell upon Fiona. You are Fiona, are you not? Fiona Shafiq? He asked, somewhat hesitantly. Fiona regarded him and nodded. I am Mr. Creevy. The healer's eyes widened in surprise. You remember me? Seeing Fiona nod again, he smiled, but after scrutinizing her, his expression turned grave. How is your health? Quite well, she replied. Creevy clearly found this hard to believe. Riddle thought that any observant individual would recognize Fiona's frail figure and pallid visage as indicators of her poor health. Was this man the healer who had treated Fiona during the magical upheaval? He pondered. What else do you wish to say, Creevy? A head protruded from a nearby room. Interrupting him. Mr. Creevy, hurry. The patient has coughed up blood again. I'm coming. Creevy called out, then turned back to Fiona, speaking rapidly. If you feel unwell or sense something amiss, do come to St. Mungo's for another examination. Without waiting for her reply, he hurried into the room. What was that about? Riddle inquired, glancing at Fiona, who remained composed, seemingly unaffected by Creevy's words, and continued walking at her previous pace. Arriving at the morgue, Fiona reached for the door, but Riddle caught her hand, pushing up his sleeve slightly to reveal the unmistakable red, swollen imprints encircling her pale, slender wrist. Riddle's fingertips gently brushed against her protruding wrist bone, and Fiona, who had not shown any signs of discomfort, curled her fingers into her palm, exerting a slight force to free herself from his gentle grasp. They exchanged a brief glance. Riddle took her hand once more, lowering his head to wave his wand, swiftly mending her injury. The red marks on her wrist gradually faded. Fiona watched the scene in a trance, then suddenly smiled. Do you know why Mrs. Lestrange was so frightened just now? Why? Riddle asked casually, as he tucked his wand back into his clothing, yet he did not loosen his grip. Instead, he adjusted his hold to clasp her palm more securely. He found himself rather fond of the coolness and softness of her touch. A small bundle that perfectly filled his hand, even resonating with a weighty fullness in some corner of his being. Because the spell my mother used most frequently on me is this one, Fiona replied, before pushing the door open and stepping into the cold morgue. She walked step by step to the bed draped in white cloth, lifting the covering that outlined the human form, revealing an ugly, shattered corpse, pale and grotesque, lying on the bed like a sinister wax figure. Her expression remained unchanged as she quietly regarded the twisted features of the deceased, seemingly lost in a reverie. What was she contemplating? Riddle often considered using legilimency on Fiona. However, he refrained, partly because Fiona possessed a remarkable aptitude for manipulating hearts, and would likely resist such an intrusion, and partly because he feared the system might classify the act as an assault on his target. He desired to conquer her. That was an objective he must fulfill. He yearned to understand her, an increasingly fervent desire within him. After a long silence, Fiona finally emerged from her thoughts. She bent down and softly addressed the corpse. "We share a common end, Mother. We shall meet again." Upon hearing those words, Riddle felt a pang of discomfort. The shared end Fiona spoke of was not a direction he intended to take. His path inevitably led to immortality. Perhaps when that time came, he could invite Fiona to join him. The two returned to Hogwarts in the dead of night. Riddle accompanied Fiona to the draped entrance of the girls' dormitory, gently bidding her good night. "Good night, Tom," Fiona responded with a nod before lifting the curtain. Just as she was about to step inside, she paused and turned back. Riddle smiled at her, eagerly anticipating some sweet words. Fiona extended her index finger and playfully poked the corner of Riddle's upturned mouth. "You should tone it down. It's been a long night, and it's a bit foolish." Riddle replied, "I almost thought it was the system speaking." As Fiona withdrew her hand, she seemed to recall something, bringing her finger to her nose to sniff. "Rum." She tilted her head in confirmation. Riddle felt a flutter in his heart at her action. However, Fiona had no intention of being suggestive. Once she had confirmed, she turned without a backward glance, her silhouette swiftly disappearing behind the curtain. Riddle brushed his thumb against the spot where Fiona had just touched, chuckling to himself as he briskly returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found Adley seated by the coffee table, nodding off. At the sound of the door creaking, he instantly sprang up, his gaze unfocused as he unleashed a barrage of questions that had been pent up all night. "Where have you been? I heard you left with Fiona. Why were you two together? What happened that required you to leave the castle? Why have you returned so late? What is the nature of your relationship?" By the time the last question was asked, Riddle had already closed the bathroom door, the sound of running water echoing from within. Adley, undeterred, moved his chair to the bathroom door, sitting upright and vowing not to relent until he received a clear answer. Meanwhile, Riddle, standing under the showerhead, suddenly recalled something important. "Has the checkpoint been updated? It should have updated when I surpass 60. It ought to do the same when I reach 80. The system, however, remained silent. Riddle called out to it several times but received no response. Uncertain of the system's erratic behavior, he decided to wash up first. As he exited the bathroom, he inadvertently kicked the chair blocking the door aside, causing Adley to nearly tumble off. After regaining his balance, Adley pursued Riddle, relentlessly pressing, "Are we still brothers? I've waited all night. Fiona is my cousin. At least give me an explanation." Riddle sat on the edge of his bed, towel in hand, wiping his hair. Adley's reminder elicited a scrutinizing glance from him, leading him to think that being related to such a fool was utterly embarrassing. "It's nothing," he feigned sympathy. "Your uncle and aunt have tragically passed away. Please accept my condolences." Adley jumped up in shock. "What? Why? Air raid." Riddle briefly explained the situation. But Adley remained in a daze. He could hardly fathom that something he had read about in newspapers as a joke had truly befallen his family. After some time to process, Adley finally asked, "So why were you and Fiona at St. Mungo's together?" "By all accounts, it should have been me, her cousin, accompanying her." Riddle countered, "Is it true that the news of my departure with Fiona has spread throughout the school?" "You left hand in hand," Adley meticulously corrected him. After a moment's contemplation, Riddle recalled Fiona's deliberate approach and couldn't he help but smile. "Just as you surmise, we are lovers," he said cheerfully. Adley was once again taken aback. "Et lovers?" he stammered, unable to believe it. Ignoring his roommate's turmoil, Riddle smiled as he lay back on his bed, drifting into sleep contentedly. In the dead of night, a chime startled Riddle awake, his eyes snapping open. The scene had updated, the checkpoint overwritten. Ding. CG animation triggered. The Twisted Executioner. "Would you like to view it?" Riddle took a moment to steady his racing heart, gritting his teeth as he articulated, "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" The system replied, "Apologies, I forgot." Chapter 40. Step 40 of the strategy. Come here. It's time to go home. The spacious living room had a lofty ceiling and elongated design, its walls adorned with olive green wallpaper richly patterned. A flat woven tapestry hung, showcasing a vibrant oil painting, while the plush wool carpet beneath felt as soft as melted butter. Riddle quickly recognized the setting. His gaze drifted to the far end of the room, where a tapestry covered an entire wall, intricately embroidered with a family tree in shimmering gold thread. The dense leaves and the charred holes that resembled insect damage created a dizzying effect upon first glance. At the top of the tapestry, a bold inscription glimmered with an ancient and heavy aura. The noble and most ancient house of Black, forever pure. Riddle smirked derisively. He sauntered to the center of the living room, where several velvet sofas and armchairs were arranged. 2 women and 3 children sat in a circle, engaged in lively conversation. I wonder if we'll have the chance to travel to Brazil together this year, Cordelia. Has Essard mentioned his vacation plans to you? The speaker was none other than Irma Black. Her face was beaming, holding the well-behaved Alfred in her embrace, while a distracted Walburga sat beside her. Opposite them sat an older woman, not conventionally beautiful, but enhanced by her exquisite makeup and elegant attire, exuding a unique charm. Her posture was graceful, her smile gentle, and her tone refined. My dear Irma, you know that while men often claim women are fickle, they are the ones who change their minds like children, she mused. Essard recently mentioned wanting to visit the pyramids in Egypt, and just a couple of days later, he expressed a desire to go fishing in the Aegean Sea. She shook her head lightly, her round pearls swaying gently from her earlobes. I wager these are merely odd ideas birthed from their idle chatter in the office. Your husband has a knack for turning mine into a childish prankster. Is this Cordelia Shafiq? Riddle raised an eyebrow, stepping closer for a better look. Unlike the grotesque image Fiona had always screamed about, this woman appeared composed, and her conversation and demeanor were marked by sophistication and a hint of witty humor. Her subtle compliments brought forth a cascade of laughter from Mrs. Black. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Walburga began to fidget impatiently on the sofa. Be quiet, Mrs. Black admonished, glancing at Fiona. She is the same age as your brother, yet she is far more considerate and charming than you. Riddle had been observing Fiona, who sat quietly beside Cordelia. She appeared to be around 5 years old, though she was likely older. Dressed in a long-sleeved, pale yellow dress adorned with daisy patterns. Her golden hair, as radiant as sunlight, was curled and cascaded over her shoulders. Her small hands were neatly clasped on her lap, her slender legs encased in white stockings dangling down, with her black shoes just barely grazing the floor. At this moment, her figure, when compared to her peers, appeared somewhat slender, yet she exuded a semblance of health, with her pale cheeks showcasing a hint of soft, plump flesh. Upon hearing Mrs. Blake mention her name, her cerulean eyes, reminiscent of cornflowers, blinked twice, and she smiled with a graceful yet bashful press of her lips. Is this the Fiona from before the magical upheaval? Riddle found it difficult to accept at first. He recalled the fleeting glance he had caught of a doll displayed in a toy shop window during his childhood. Under the incandescent lights, every strand of the doll's hair shimmered, exquisite and beautiful. Fiona's expression mirrored that of the doll, frozen in a perfect smile. It was a peculiar beauty that, upon closer inspection, appeared somewhat strange and devoid of the warmth of life, an inorganic charm. Cordelia chuckled softly as she stroked Fiona's hair, seemingly delighted by the praise directed at her daughter. However, she diplomatically remarked, with Walburga having Alfred as a brother, what does it matter if she is indulged a little? After all, it was no easy feat for Ezreid and me to have Fiona as our child, so we must be strict with her. The Shafiq family will rely on her in the future. Mrs. Blake, tickled by the sentiment, laughed heartily. In the midst of her laughter, a thought seemed to strike her. She cast a lingering gaze over Fiona, her eyes flickering, before glancing down at the baby Alfred cradled in her arms. It is worth noting that Fiona and Alfred would be entering the same school year, perhaps even spending the next 7 years together in the same academy. The hand that had been caressing the golden hair paused momentarily before falling naturally to her side. Cordelia appeared oblivious to the fact that a few strands of golden hair had wrapped around her ring, while Fiona's expression remained unchanged as the hair was tugged away. Indeed, Alfred will have to look after dear Fiona in the future. Cordelia smiled in agreement. Mrs. Blake leaned forward, jokingly suggesting in the future, it may well be that dear Fiona is the one to look after him. Riddle noticed a fleeting exchange of glances between Fiona and Alfred. He narrowed his eyes, surprised to discover this unexpected development between the two. A cold smirk escaped him. No wonder it was particularly curious. Cordelia chuckled lightly, her gaze darting among the 3 children. Mrs. Blake, catching on, patted Alfred's shoulder, setting him down. Walburga, Alfred, take Fiona to play for a while. If you are to play with the broom, make sure to have Cleesh supervise. while Berga joyfully leapt from the sofa, scampering out of the parlor with a light patter. Alfred approached Fiona, extending his hand. Fiona placed her hand in his, and the two of them bowed to their mothers before heading out together. Just before the door closed, Mrs. Blake's teasing voice could still be heard. Look, these two little ones are quite the match. A cold gaze fixated on their clasped hands. As Riddle silently plotted how to eliminate Alfred without revealing any hint of his intentions. However, once the door was shut, Fiona withdrew her hand, alleviating his expression slightly. The impatient Walburga, having lost interest in the two children, had already vanished from sight. Alfred glanced around before quietly asking, "Shall we go to my room to read, Fiona?" Fiona nodded, a smile blooming on her lips that differed from the subtle one she had worn in the parlor. "All right." It was as if a puppet had come to life. Riddle followed them into the room with a cold gaze, watching as they each selected a book and settled in together, reading quietly while occasionally exchanging hushed words, his inner fury intensifying. Childhood friends? Innocent companions? What a delightful relationship. After a short while, Fiona closed her book and stood up. "I should go back to find my mother," she said softly. Alfred nodded, "Okay." They returned the books to the shelf, and Alfred gazed at Fiona for a moment before suddenly asking, "Has your wound healed from last time?" Instinctively touching her forearm. Fiona paused for a moment before replying yes. She lifted her head, meeting Alfred's concerned gaze, and rolled up her sleeve to show him. A smooth, flawless white arm. It's truly healed. However, Alfred hesitated. "But I saw that on Cleesh. Those were whip marks, weren't they?" Fiona looked down at her arm. After a moment, she gently shook her head. "No, you saw wrong." Before Alfred could respond, the study door suddenly swung open, and both of them looked up to find Cordelia standing in the doorway with an impassive expression. The light in the room cast her silhouette long against the wall behind her, resembling a sinister specter lurking in the shadows. She fixed her fierce, icy gaze on Fiona, her eyes gleaming with the predatory glint of a hungry wolf. "Fiona," her tone was frigid, exuding a chilling aura capable of freezing one in place. "What are you doing?" Fiona quickly pulled down her sleeve and with a submissive demeanor, replied, "I wasn't doing anything, mother." After a brief silence, Cordelia suddenly broke into a smile, beckoning her gently. "Come here, your father is waiting for us. We are going home." "Yes, mother." Like a sheep responding to a whistle, Fiona obediently approached her. "Fiona." Alfred suddenly called out to her, unable to mask his anxiety as he glanced nervously at Cordelia, forcing a semblance of calm. "Can I come over to play tomorrow?" Riddle scoffed derisively. He interpreted this as a hint for Cordelia not to punish Fiona. How naive. Cordelia had already grasped Fiona's hand, and from Riddle's perspective, it was clear to see her long nails digging into Fiona's flesh, nearly piercing her tender skin. "You are most welcome, but that would require your mother's consent," she said with a benign smile. Fiona remained silent, her head bowed. They reached the door, where Ezreid awaited them. He scooped Fiona up, affectionately kissing her forehead and placing her lace cap atop her head. "Oh, my sweet little princess, you have kept me waiting for quite some time." Fiona, perched in Ezreid's arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, her smile radiant. "I'm sorry, father." Ezreid beamed at the Blakes, who stood at the door to bid them farewell, jovially exclaiming, "Goodbye, Palex, Ilma. Looking forward to a splendid holiday in Brazil together." Cordelia shook her head with a wry smile directed at Mrs. Blake. The Shafik family used apparition to return home. After the world spun and righted itself, Riddle followed the trio back to the Shafik estate. Gideon opened the door, bowing respectfully as he welcomed his master's home. Once they entered, the imposing black door, adorned with the Shafik family crest, slowly closed behind them. Chapter 41. The Strategy, Step 41. Magic has erupted. In the foyer, Cordelia, while removing her gloves and hat to hand to Gideon, accepted a silver collar from his hands. Beside her, Fiona had already knelt on the ground with practiced calmness. Under Riddle's slightly widened gaze, Cordelia fastened the collar around Fiona's neck, tethering her like a dog, and with a swift motion she struck her, sending her sprawling to the floor. Fiona made not a sound, silently rising back to her feet. Ezreid strode inside, seemingly oblivious to the scene, as he ascended the stairs. Cordelia let out a disdainful snort and commanded, "Go kneel in the cellar." "Yes, mother," Fiona replied softly, as the crisp sound of clinking chains resonated. She crawled on all fours like an animal, her soft golden hair trailing on the floor, gathering dust. Riddle's hand slowly clenched into a fist. Peering cautiously, Gideon noticed Cordelia ascending the stairs and hurriedly closed the cellar door, casting a sympathetic glance at Fiona. "The mistress has left, Miss Fiona. Please sit for a moment. I will keep watch for you and remind you when the mistress descends." The cellar floor was composed of hard, coarse stone, and the temperature was frigid. Clad in a thin dress, Fiona's lips had already turned pale. Her forehead beaded with cold sweat after only a short while. She subtly shook her head. Her mother would inspect the wounds. Gideon, shivering, touched his ear, seemingly recalling his own punishments, twisting his fingers nervously. I will go prepare dinner, he stammered. Fiona watched the house elf disappear from the cellar, lowering her head, her face obscured in the shadow of her hair, rendering her expression unclear. Riddle initially stood beside her. But as she began to tremble uncontrollably, he could not help but kneel on one knee, crouching beside her. Drops of water shattered on the ground, presumably sweat. For in the silence of the cellar, not even a whisper could be heard. His outstretched hand was passed through by the droplets. Riddle could not reach her. After a moment of stillness, he slowly withdrew his hand, clenching it tightly at his side. Time became an indeterminate blur, until Gideon finally reappeared in the cellar. Miss Fiona. Dinner is ready. The mistress wants you in the dining room. Fiona remained silent, seemingly too weary to respond. She rested her forehead against the ground, breathing rapidly for a moment, before forcing herself to rise. Slowly, she began the arduous ascent up the stairs, each step feeling like traversing a mountain of blades, until she finally entered the dining room. The dining room was even more opulent than Riddle had recalled. At the head of the table, Azard and Cordelia were already dining, neither casting a glance at Fiona as she entered. Fiona silently crawled to kneel beside Cordelia's seat. Esteemed mistress, where shall Miss Fiona dine today? Gideon inquired respectfully. Cordelia ignored him, and Gideon dared not ask again. Fiona knelt there for a while, until the two had nearly finished their meal. When Cordelia discarded her leftover plate of food in front of Fiona, "Eat," she said maliciously. Fiona did not move. Cordelia laughed coldly, yanking her hair. "What? Do you still have a temper?" Fiona's face became visible, matted with hair drenched in sweat, her lower lip already bleeding from being bitten. This scene brought Riddle back to a memory he had previously witnessed. At that time, it was Cordelia who had been restrained and pinned to the ground. He thought to himself that Fiona had quite a knack for humiliating others, not realizing that compared to the indignities she had endured, this was merely a form of privilege. Azard, unable to bear the sight any longer, frowned and said, "Do not go too far." Cordelia released her grip, pushing Fiona aside, and coldly mocked Azard. "What? Are you feeling sorry for her? We still have to visit the Black family in Brazil in a few days. Do not ruin your appearance. Is that really what this is about? Enough. My daughter. What does it matter if I feel sympathy?" At that moment, Cordelia seemed a far cry from the elegant and dignified lady she appeared at the Black household. She retorted sharply, "Are you feeling sorry for your daughter or for someone else? Her face bears no resemblance to yours. It must resemble her mother's, a beautiful whore. Why did you not bring her back? Status can be denied, but a bed can still be offered to her." Azard's body twitched, as if stung by such crude and harsh words. He ripped the napkin from the table, throwing it down in frustration, and shouted, "You are becoming more unreasonable. You insist on bringing up the past repeatedly. Do you not wish to live in peace? Live in peace? For you it may be a good life, but for me? It is not." Cordelia bent down and seized Fiona by her hair, pulling her to her feet and shouting, "Every day, every single day. The mere sight of this face brings me such humiliation and disgust that it is unbearable. My good life was utterly destroyed the day you brought her back 6 years ago." Azard impatiently retorted, "Who do you blame for being unable to bear children?" As if wounded by his words, Cordelia screeched in rage, hurling a plate towards Azard. He dodged hastily, the shattered contents splattering onto his trousers. Azard stomped his foot in disgust, muttering, "Madwoman, I can no longer converse with you." Seeing him rise to leave, Cordelia relentlessly pursued him, nearly tripping over Fiona beside her. Her face contorted in rage to a terrifying extent. She seized the chain attached to Fiona's collar and stormed out. Fiona had knelt for far too long, unable to keep pace with her speed, and was dragged along the ground, her face turning a deep purple from suffocation and pain. Riddle followed in her wake, his wand slipping and tightening within his sleeve. Cordelia dragged Fiona all the way to the kitchen before finally releasing her. Just before losing consciousness, Fiona gasped for air, coughing weakly like a dying kitten. Before Fiona could recover from her dizziness, Cordelia hung her from a meat hook in the kitchen, wielding a metal fire poker retrieved from the hearth, striking her back with brutal force. Fiona emitted a muffled groan, her body instinctively curling up like a boiled shrimp. However, as her feet could not touch the ground, the collar would constrict her neck. Thus she had to endure the pain, tightening her body, barely managing to balance her weight on her toes. Cordelia relentlessly whipped the young girl, her mouth spewing insults. "You filthy bastard born of a whore! What did you do in Alf's room today? Rolling up your sleeves in front of a boy, shameless like your lewd mother. At such a tender age, already enticing men. Indeed, the filth runs in your blood, a disgrace to the Shafik name. Ilma still wishes to betroth Alf to you. Ha, do you deserve it? A wretched child born of infidelity, unworthy of tarnishing the pure bloodline of the Black family? Initially enduring in silence, Fiona suddenly lifted her head, her face smeared and disheveled, breathing heavily, yet smiling. Mother, what exactly do you envy? Is it the sacrifice of your marriage for the sake of nurturing the pure bloodline of the Shafik family? Only for your unloved husband to return with a child that does not belong to you? Or is it that this loathsome wretch you despise has the chance to become the mistress of the Black family, whom you so envy? Riddle nearly covered Fiona's mouth in alarm. Why did she intentionally provoke Cordelia under such circumstances? Indeed, Cordelia shrieked, "You dare?" She descended into utter madness, swinging the fire poker mercilessly, venting her resentment and hatred with each strike. The pale yellow dress and white stockings gradually became stained with mottled blood. At first, Fiona would occasionally emit pained whimpers, but soon she seemed to lose consciousness, her once taut legs now limp, swaying only when the fire poker fell. She resembled a daisy wilting in the merciless onslaught of adversity, quietly succumbing to the mire of the swamp, gradually engulfed, slowly devoured. Riddle had witnessed a multitude of bloody scenes, many far more brutal than this, and reality indicated that Fiona would not perish. Thus, he ought to have regarded this scene with a heart as tranquil as still water. Yet he turned away, glaring fiercely at the terrified Gideon cowering behind the door. This cowardly house elf, unable to alter the events of the past, he could only vent his ire in this manner. Suddenly, the dull thud of the fire tongs striking the ground ceased abruptly, and simultaneously, all the cups, plates, bowls, and furniture in the kitchen began to rattle and clatter with a slight tremor. Riddle turned around to see Cordelia retreating a few steps in alarm, while Fiona, suspended from the hook, floated like a cloud, blood cascading from her shattered body like rain. Her eyes were shut, her complexion more pallid than milk spilled upon the table, and her radiant golden hair appeared to ignite, gradually fading to a pale gray from the tips. Riddle comprehended that this was the moment of Fiona's magical upheaval. He silently observed as the last trace of gold vanished from her roots, and in that instant, the very space of the kitchen seemed to be grasped and twisted by invisible hands. Amidst Cordelia's shrieks, the glass windows shattered explosively, cupboard doors splintered. The kitchenware within was ejected, the chandelier overhead swayed violently, candles toppled and extinguished, and the burning logs in the fireplace rolled out onto the floor. Darkness enveloped the kitchen. In that obscurity, Cordelia's terrified cries morphed into a brief, harrowing wail, succeeded by a series of strange and eerie sounds, snorts and gurgles that sent shivers down one's spine. Moments later, a silvery light flickered through the kitchen, and Riddle beheld a vague, indistinct orb of light drifting out the window, vanishing from sight. The kitchen fell into a profound silence. It felt as though a century had passed before Gideon at the door finally managed to timidly snap his fingers. The kitchen illuminated. Gideon gasped. Fiona lay on the ground, immersed in a pool of blood. Cordelia was sprawled not far off, her head inexplicably shoved into the kettle that had been roasting over the fireplace, emitting a faint, nauseating scent of cooked flesh. Darkness surged once more, and Riddle closed his eyes. Chapter 42. The 42nd Step Towards Desire, to Possess Her. Adley endured a night filled with nightmares. At one moment, Fiona was stitching Riddle's eerily smiling head, and at another, Riddle stood behind Fiona, grasping her hand, both of them coldly pointing their wands at him, chanting the killing curse. He could not fathom why he felt they both sought his demise. Awakening groggily to the blaring alarm, Adley was startled to see Riddle sitting on the opposite bed, leisurely caressing his wand against the headboard, nearly causing him to tumble off his bed in fright. Confirming that the wand's tip was not aimed at him, he cautiously ventured, "Did you break up last night? How come you were almost humming a tune before sleeping? And you wake up with a face like that of a vengeful spirit?" The dark, brooding eyes swept over him with a sudden intensity. It was uncertain if the pronounced shadows beneath his pale skin lent an unnerving edge to his piercing gaze. Adley sprang from the bed like a startled cat. "I'm going to be late. I need to freshen up." He scurried into the bathroom. Riddle lowered his gaze impassively. After receiving that memory in the dead of night, he suddenly recalled a long-buried incident. It was a frigid winter night during his travels, when he casually entered a Muggle tavern in Russia, contentedly sipping a drink while perusing the dark magic manuscripts he had recently acquired. Surrounded by a cacophony of drunken revelers engaging in raucous banter, he found the noise bothersome and cast a silencing charm. Just as he became engrossed in his reading, a figure suddenly lunged towards him. Alert! He tightened his grip on his wand, turning cautiously to see a girl of perhaps 11 or 12 years. Her features were a blur, but he vaguely remembered a sweet face marred by tears. He discreetly dispelled the silencing charm and watched as she knelt at his feet, pleading for his assistance. It turned out her father had been gambling nearby, incurring a significant debt he could not repay, and the unscrupulous creditor had demanded that he offer his comely daughter as collateral. Her father had acquiesced. Riddle glanced over to see several burly men grinning and watching him. Seemingly eager to gauge the reaction of the scrawny youth they did not deem capable of confronting them. He sneered inwardly. If that girl fell into the hands of those men, her fate would undoubtedly be tragic. And he fortuitously possessed the means to effortlessly deal with those who disrespected him. So, should he save her? He rose and exited the tavern amidst the jeering laughter of those men and the girl's desperate sobs. Then he waved his wand, sealing all the doors and windows, igniting flames. The fierce glow illuminated a corner of the night, and the swirling snowflakes melted before they could touch the ground. Riddle departed, delighting in the chilling cries for help echoing behind him, making his way to the next destination. This was the solution that suited him best, a perfect resolution. His heart had always heeded only the whispers of his own desires, deaf to the anguished cries of others. He was resolute in this belief. Riddle opened his palm, staring at his own hand. Why then, did he feel agitated and furious all night for failing to catch that droplet of water? After freshening up, Riddle emerged from his dormitory. Upon entering the common room, he keenly sensed numerous furtive glances directed his way. Being a prominent figure in the school came with the drawback of having any gossip or scandal spread like wildfire, and everyone seemed keenly interested. He met those gazes with poise, smiling to ward them off, and they merely chuckled awkwardly before looking away. A few close acquaintances, like Avery, playfully tugged at Adley's neck, dragging him aside for interrogation. Riddle cast a glance at the entrance to the girls' dormitory, uncertain if Fiona had departed, and slowed his pace, waiting a moment longer. As time dragged on with no sign of her, he was about to exit the common room when the curtain was pushed aside, and Tiffany emerged. He immediately halted, waiting once more but still did not see Fiona, who typically followed closely behind her. Tiffany spotted Riddle. Unlike before, when her eyes would light up and she would rush over, she shot him an angry glare, clearly incensed, huffed and shoved past him. Riddle thought, what has Fiona gotten into now? He settled back onto the sofa, waiting until most of the people had dispersed from the common room, finally catching sight of Fiona's figure appearing from behind the curtain. Her expression was as usual, her eyes half-lidded, exuding an air of lethargy. Her petite face nestled within her dull gray hair, her countenance marked by a weariness that seemed to stem from either her body or her mood. Without Tiffany's haughty strut to obscure her presence, her faint existence became strikingly pronounced. When his gaze fell upon her, it felt as though he had plunged deeply into a thick fog. The faint dampness clinging to his skin, the subtle chill infiltrating his breath, rendered everything hazy and indistinct. Yet it only intensified his desire to see her clearly. Riddle regarded her with a sudden, profound sense of relief. In such a harsh and twisted environment, she had neither succumbed to cowardice and weakness, becoming a mere shell, nor had she devolved into the madness and venom of Bellatrix, who had been incarcerated in Azkaban for over a decade. He had once admired that kind of chaotic fervor that sought to disrupt the world. Fiona was utterly unique. She was aloof, lucid, calm and profound, meandering through the most boisterous crowds while treading the darkest alleys of existence, deftly manipulating the life trajectories of others, an outsider observing with a detached gaze. Simultaneously, she astonishingly retained a touch of childlike innocence, appreciating even the smallest acts of kindness from others, qualities she neither possessed nor particularly valued. Yet as a fragment of Fiona, their existence felt strikingly appropriate. This world was mundane, tedious and grotesque, devoid of anything that could captivate him. Yet Fiona was extraordinarily intriguing, complex yet pure. Riddle unconsciously revealed a hint of a smile. She seemed to him like a mandrake emerging from the morass of sin and bloodshed, igniting within him, a creature that trampled through the filth and reveled in dragging others into the mire. A flicker of unbelievable tenderness, a desire to transplant that flower into a soft, nurturing garden, providing it ample light and rain, cultivating it with care. Then to possess her exclusively. Her beauty, known only to him, should not be unveiled to anyone else. Riddle stood, waved at Fiona, and when she looked over he offered a gentle smile. He finally discerned the cacophony of desires within him clamoring desperately. He yearned to possess her. Fiona glanced at the few remaining individuals in the lounge, including Adley, who was awkwardly shrinking away under Avery's influence. She seemed to anticipate this scene, and walked toward him with little reaction. Class is about to start, she stated flatly. That's what I wanted to say, Riddle replied, lowering his gaze to her, softly asking, why are you out so late? I overslept, she replied. Didn't he sleep well? A bit, she admitted. Watching Riddle converse with Fiona, as if in a gentle spring breeze, Adley and Avery exchanged incredulous glances, though Riddle maintained a facade of amiability in public. His followers had witnessed him smiling while methodically crushing the fingers of provocateurs, only to restore them one by one with chilling detachment. How could they still believe in his perfect mask? Riddle continued his meticulous concern. Do you want to go back and rest? I can help you request an absence from the professor. Fiona declined. No, let us go. Riddle did not press the issue, smiling as he acquiesced. All right. Avery, trailing behind, wore an expression of disbelief, silently mouthing to Adley, did I hear that right? Her tone sounded like a command. Tom actually obeyed her? Adley, looking lost, shook his head. Don't ask me, I don't know. The conversation between the two ahead continued. What did you say to Wilkes? Riddle inquired, curious about how Fiona had managed to alter her stance. Could it have been a declaration of sovereignty? He smugly speculated. Fiona nonchalantly replied, when I returned last night. She was a bit out of control, so I told her your orientation is same-sex. Riddle's smile froze. Fiona glanced at him sideways. What's wrong? Riddle inhaled deeply. I'm not particularly fond of that phrasing. What phrasing do you prefer? You could simply tell her about our relationship. Our relationship? Fiona echoed, bewildered. What relationship? Our romantic relationship, Riddle stated without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A romantic relationship? Fiona abruptly halted, blinking slowly as her expression morphed into confusion. We are lovers? She asked again incredulously. Riddle could no longer maintain his smile, his voice rising. Are we not lovers? Adley and Avery widened their eyes, while the portraits in the corridor, previously slumbering, perked up their ears, eagerly eavesdropping on the youthful couple's debate. Fiona rarely displayed such bewilderment, earnestly probing, since when? Riddle, nearly exasperated, gritted his teeth. Last night. Fiona fell silent. The corridor became eerily quiet, the atmosphere turning peculiar. An affable old man in one of the portraits discreetly removed his hat to shield his face, lest his smile embarrassed the seemingly infatuated boy. After a lengthy contemplation, Fiona finally seemed to grasp something, pursing her lips before suddenly stating, extend your hand. Riddle, perplexed by her intent, found his hand instinctively reaching out. He then felt Fiona gently grasp his hand, akin to a kitten extending its paw. Unbeknownst to him, Adley was audaciously murmuring to Avery, is this the master training the dog? His entire focus was on the smile Fiona directed at him, which resembled the softness of a fledgling bird. This is genuine consent. Mr. Riddle, she said, her tone light, now we are lovers. His heart, gripped by an invisible hand, finally found respite. The tempestuous fury that had nearly overwhelmed him seemed to release its pressure, gradually dissipating. Riddle softened his expression, preparing to utter something more sentimental to salvage his dignity, when the sudden clang of the class bell reverberated throughout the castle. They exchanged glances. We're late, Fiona declared, stating the obvious. Riddle intertwined his fingers with hers, meticulously fitting each one between his own, casually remarking, we can make it to class before it ends. Adley and Avery lacked their leisurely demeanor, hastily rushing past them. As they ran, Adley turned back to shout, you two don't need to go, I'll cover for you. Avery burst into laughter. Chapter 43. The Strategy. Step 43. The Truth, the Mudseed. Rumors are birds that require no wings. As the morning classes concluded, the news of Riddle having a girlfriend wafted through the forehouse tables along with the aroma of roasted steak. Many turned their heads frequently, straining to catch sight of the newly minted couple, whispers converging into an unmistakable hum that could not be overlooked. That's her. Is there such a person in Slytherin? It seems rather incongruous. I heard from welfare that Riddle has an inclination towards men, and that girl is merely a fade. Let us not jest. If he truly preferred males, wouldn't he half of the boys be inclined to say, I could do that, and need a cover? Does that include you among those boys? Yet, they didn't engage in excessive gossip, for the Daily Prophet had published the unfortunate news regarding the Fanfic family, which rendered Fiona's cold and weary demeanor a reflection of her parents' grief. Conforming to the universal moral standards, most individuals, despite harboring numerous judgments, restrained their gossiping inclinations and politely expressed sympathy towards the girl who had suffered immense loss. Fiona was absent-mindedly prodding a muffin on her plate with her fork. Was her poor appetite due to physical reasons, or had her previously humiliating manner of eating left a psychological impact? Speculating silently, Riddle unobtrusively shifted the baked pumpkin closer to her. The sudden change in the food on her plate did not prompt Fiona to glance up. She naturally exchanged her spoon and silently took a small bite. When leaving the dining table, Riddle was satisfied to see that she had consumed a substantial portion of the baked pumpkin. Before afternoon classes, Dumbledore sought Fiona again, informing her of Ethelred's awakening. His condition, however, was not particularly favorable, he delicately noted. This time, Fiona did not request Riddle's company. She followed Dumbledore alone to the headmaster's office and traveled to St. Mungo's via the fireplace. This visit extended until midnight. Riddle waited in the common room. A book spread before him, though his attention wandered as he occasionally stole glances. His emotions fluctuated inexplicably, akin to the surface of a lake before a storm, brewing with anticipation. It seemed that something was destined to occur tonight. An uncanny premonition subtly reminded him. Regardless, he hoped it would not be akin to that Christmas Eve incident, which had left him with no time to react, resetting his feelings towards her. He recognized that his expectations for Fiona were quite minimal. Where once he wished for her to embody her true self, he now found himself indifferent to her humanity, merely desiring her to exhibit a semblance of reason. It would be best if she did not set unattainable standards for others based on her own unachieved limits, Mr. Riddle, the system remarked. And you should not impose virtues you do not possess upon others, ever the meddlesome system, Riddle retorted. I certainly wouldn't impose upon others. I merely critique you. Should I be astonished by such affection? You ought to be grateful. At times like this, exchanging banter with the system serves to pass the time. Riddle mused idly. The sound of the slate door moving was particularly jarring in the empty common room, and Riddle turned to see a small figure wrapped in a cloak slowly entering from outside. It appeared that the worst outcome had not materialized. Breathing a silent sigh of relief, Riddle closed his book and approached. Fiona? He called, expertly taking her hand, which felt cold, almost devoid of warmth. She replied softly. Fiona looked up, her hood slipping down to reveal her pale face. She gazed at Riddle, her expression and tone remarkably calm. Were you waiting for me? Aside from that, do you think there exists any other possibility? Riddle responded lightly. He wasn't certain if anything had transpired at St. Mungo's, but he aimed to ease the atmosphere. Surely cheering her up could only be beneficial. A faint smile flickered at the corners of Fiona's mouth. A brief glimmer of joy before it vanished. Ding. Affection level increased by 2, now at 85. Riddle's heart lightened a little more. He led Fiona towards the sofa while inquiring, how is Mr. Shafik? Fiona did not answer immediately. The shimmering light from outside danced through the glass, resembling a translucent butterfly flitting across her face. He is doing well, she replied faintly. He has gone mad. Riddle paused. He calmly contemplated, realizing that the internal logic of her statements held no inconsistencies. For a man who had lost his home, his wife, and his leg, and had been mentally dominated by his daughter for many years, madness seemed a fitting conclusion. Riddle guided Fiona to sit upon the sofa, gently kneading her fingers in an attempt to warm them. Did anything unpleasant occur? He observed her expression closely. Fiona allowed him to manipulate her hand, her gaze fixed on their intertwined fingers. Did you encounter Mrs. Lestrange again? She asked. That was indeed unpleasant. What about Professor Dumbledore's subtle probing? I can't think of anything more irksome than that. Fiona raised her gaze, and their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them as they both smiled. The sensation of conversing disdainfully about disliked individuals with someone of the same faction was rather delightful, Riddle thought happily. The chill in his fingertips began to dissipate, and Fiona withdrew her hand. I'm going to rest now. Riddle nodded and, as he had the previous night, escorted her to the door. Good night, he said softly. Fiona hesitated before entering, gazing deeply at Riddle. The shimmering reflections of the lake danced across her face again, and the butterfly, formed of water light, seemed to flutter its wings gently in her eyes. Tom, she spoke. At your service, miss, Riddle replied with a smile. Hug me. Riddle froze. He looked at Fiona, who was gazing back at him with earnest attention. Her tone was neither commanding nor demanding, but rather a request for affirmation or reassurance. With no reason to refuse and no inclination to do so, Riddle opened his arms, as if to catch a moon drifting down from the sky, gently enveloping her within his embrace. Fiona's face nestled against his chest, her arms initially hanging by her sides before encircling his waist with a grip that was slightly tighter than his. Though this embrace originated from Fiona's request, Riddle suddenly felt that it was he who had been fulfilled. The long-buried, inexplicable longing that had lingered in the depths of his parched heart, the void within his soul that had not been entirely filled even after his rebirth, and the sense of weightlessness that had perpetually left him suspended in midair seemed to dissipate in the warmth of her breath, pressing against his heart in that fleeting moment. Akin to a crescent moon finally becoming whole again, replaced by an indescribable sensation of fulfillment. Riddle's hand moved gently through Fiona's hair, from her crown to the tips, and he exhaled deeply and slowly. After a brief moment, the initiator of the embrace was the first to withdraw. Fiona released herself from Riddle's arms, taking a step back, smiling as she said good night, tucking his lingering hand into his pocket. Riddle returned her smile without revealing his emotions. Good night. Once her footsteps had completely faded behind the curtain, Riddle slowly let his smile fade. Something felt amiss. He gazed pensively at the lake outside. Something had definitely transpired tonight. For Fiona, who was not one to concoct lies, her answers were typically clear-cut. Yet just now, she had deflected a question, evidently concealing something of significance. Moreover, that embrace could not have been merely a fleeting whim. Riddle felt a twinge of displeasure at the sense of being kept in the dark. After pondering for a while, he resolved not to let this matter slip away in confusion, and decided to uncover the truth. Without a moment's hesitation, Riddle decisively cast the disillusionment charm, departing from the common room to the Slytherin chamber. Upon arriving, he opened the vanishing cabinet stored within, and after traversing to the gaunt ancestral home, he immediately apparat to St. Mungo's, seeking the ward where Ezeraid lay. Patiently waiting for the healer attending Ezeraid to leave, Riddle quietly opened the door and slipped inside, casting a silencing charm, a confundus charm, and an obliviate charm to ensure he would not be disturbed. Inside the ward, the frail and weakened elder lay in a deep slumber. Riddle, of course, felt not an ounce of sympathy. With a flick of his wand, a chilling deluge of water cascaded upon Ezeraid's head. He found himself contemplating that Fiona had similarly awakened Morphin Gaunt in such a manner. Now, it was his turn to rouse her father using the same technique. Was this a cosmic echo of sorts? Upon awakening, Ezeraid immediately looked about nervously, attempting to rise. But his severed legs only allowed him a futile writhing on the bed. He murmured to himself, "The devil is not here. Where is she? She is watching me." It appeared he had indeed lost his sanity. Riddle dispelled his invisibility charm, standing at the bedside and looking down upon him with a cold demeanor, inquiring, "Who is the devil?" Ezeraid, startled, raised the covers above his head, but Riddle impatiently yanked them away, tossing him to the floor and stepping upon his head, repeating his question. In pain and terror, Ezeraid wept like a child. "I was wrong. Spare me." Seizing the opportunity, Riddle employed the legilimency spell. Yet the deranged mind of Ezeraid revealed only a series of inconsequential images, devoid of any pertinent information regarding that night. Was he to leave empty-handed? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. If it were Fiona, upon learning of her father's madness, what would she do? She had spared Ezeraid's life for a reason. Suddenly enlightened, Riddle leaned closer to the writhing Ezeraid, fixing his gaze upon his murky eyes, and quietly asked, "Who is Fiona's mother?" This question struck like thunder. Ezeraid's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling violently. He screamed frantically, "I was wrong. I should not have brought her back. It is retribution. Pure retribution." In that instant, a cascade of images surged through Ezeraid's mind, transmitted through their connected gazes into Riddle's eyes. Near 40, Ezeraid smiled at a young ministry employee, saying, "I heard your second child was born. Congratulations." The next moment, he found himself in St. Mungo's, where a healer gently informed him, "It is likely not due to your wife." Following this, he wandered aimlessly through Muggle streets, when suddenly, the sound of a child's cries captured his attention. Turning, he saw a couple emerging from a house, cradling a child, while a nearby woman gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you for your generous donation. May God bless your child with health and happiness." Was this the Woosley orphanage? Riddle momentarily lost his focus on the familiar building. The well-dressed young couple in the vision nodded with smiles. Ezeraid's eyes widened. He saw the infant in the swaddling blanket squirm uncomfortably, the overly tight wrappings seemingly adjusted by an invisible hand, loosening slightly. This child was a little wizard. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Ezeraid trailed behind the carriage. Upon entering a secluded alley, he resolved to act. The horse, ensnared by conjured serpents, reared in fright, causing the driver to tumble and be knocked unconscious into a corner. While screams and the wailing of the infant echoed from the carriage, he masked his face, leaped into the carriage, and cast a sleep charm on the couple, desperately protecting the child, snatching the infant and apparating away. He strode into the Shafiq residence, declaring to the incredulous Cordelia, "This is my daughter. Her name is..." He glanced at the name embroidered on the swaddle, Fiona. The vision abruptly ceased. Riddle unconsciously released his foot from Ezeraid's face, stepping back in shock. How could this be possible? He was astounded to the point of nearly losing grip on his wand. How could Fiona possibly be a mudblood? A soft, delicate voice unexpectedly echoed, reiterating his unguarded utterance. Riddle abruptly turned. Fiona, who had appeared unbeknownst to him, stood smiling at the door of the ward. Beside her, a house elf missing an ear glared at him with palpable disdain. Mudblood, she enunciated slowly and clearly, stepping inside Tom. Are you speaking of me? As Fiona approached, Riddle felt his throat tighten, and he hoarsely replied, No, I'm merely taken aback. Fiona halted before him, scrutinizing him for a moment before breaking into laughter. Is that so? But your complexion looks dreadful. She raised her hand, seemingly intent on touching his cheek. Mudblood. Riddle instinctively turned his head away. Her pale, slender fingers lingered at the side of his face. This was disastrous. Riddle quickly forced a smile, grasping her hand and feigned, Forgive my awkwardness. All that has transpired with you is so overwhelming that I scarcely know how to console you. Fiona regarded him, letting out a soft sigh. Tom. Do you know? This nauseating pretense of affection, the hypocritical sweet words, are all too familiar to me. He knew. This was how Cordelia treated her. Riddle felt her hand gradually slipping away from his grasp. I told you, Tom, do not deceive me. For a fleeting moment, Fiona's expression seemed to betray an unbearable sorrow. Yet it swiftly transformed into a tranquil indifference. I believed in you, she stated, causing his heart to constrict. Taking a step forward, Riddle wished to speak. Yet he understood all too well that he had once more stepped into an inescapable deadlock. Nothing he could say would matter now. He could not help but ask irritably. If you believed in me, why did you plot against me? She truly had lost her humanity. Who would contemplate ensnaring their lover, while being so tender? Why? Fiona tilted her head, pondering for a moment, then offered a self-deprecating smile. Because I do not trust myself. I do not believe anyone could love me. She gazed at Riddle. Nor do I believe I could love another. Ding. Affection level decreased by 100. Current affection level is -15. Negative values are not calculated. Affection level resets to 0, mission failed. The system unemotionally pronounced its verdict. Riddle felt darkness envelop him, and the next moment, he sensed a gentle breeze tousling his hair as a soft, cool hand clasped his palm. He steadied himself. Under the moonlight, Fiona was gazing up at him, her eyes shimmering. Do not deceive me, she said slowly and earnestly. Cad. The system interjected. Chapter 44. The 44th step of the strategy. Enough. I am done. Were it not for the constraints of objective circumstances, Riddle would undoubtedly have shown the system what a true cad would do at this moment. However, at this instant, the situation was urgent and perilous. Concealing the disarray of his emotions in the presence of a human-shaped truth serum was a far greater challenge than hiding each of his horcruxes from the damned Potter. Yet, even though scaling such heights is akin to an insurmountable challenge, the thought that this is but the penultimate chance, with the dire consequence of facing a third repetition looming large if he fails to navigate it properly, spurred Riddle into decisive action, driven by an instinct for survival. Gripping her hand gently, he drew Fiona into his embrace, holding her tightly. For a moment, Fiona's body stiffened, neither resisting nor reciprocating. Riddle's chin rested upon her crown. Her face nestled against his chest. Concealing his emotions and regulating his breath, he silently held her, much like a valiant hero fortifying his resolve before a noble sacrifice. Repeatedly persuading himself, Fiona was his target, an object of conquest, a wielding executioner, with the blade poised perilously close to his throat. A mere tremor of her hand could spell his demise. Thus, regardless of her being of Muggle heritage, or even half-giant like Hagrid, her stature, arguably akin to that of a fairy, demanded that he treat her with the utmost regard, as if she were Salazar Slytherin himself. Having long since resolved to pursue his mission by any means necessary, casting aside shame and relinquishing pride, he saw no reason to further lower his standards. Moreover, the doctrine of blood purity was merely a tool he had honed for the purpose of dominion. In his eyes, humanity existed solely as livestock to be enslaved and exploited. Muggles, mudbloods, half-bloods, purebloods, merely categories he devised to rank his slaves. Fiona, however, was not a slave and thus should not be subjected to such blood-based judgments. Perhaps her being a mudblood only served to underscore a profound truth: that truly great individuals are inherently distinct. Both had been rejected by the two families from which their bloodlines descended. He, a misfit growing up in a Muggle orphanage, and she, snatched from her Muggle parents by cruel, selfish villains, subjected to unendurable abuse and humiliation. Yet both ultimately emerged as individuals who could command others. This seemed to illustrate that shackles only bind the mediocre. Their bloodlines and experiences were merely the crucibles that forged their exceptionalism. Your heartbeat seems a bit rapid, Fiona murmured softly. Perhaps it is due to your presence, Riddle replied, softening his tone. In the time before his resurrection, during his tenure at Hogwarts, she had known well his lineage and status, had seen through the facades, lies, bullying, murder, and all manner of vile deeds he had committed. Yet she had still embraced the essence of Tom Marvolo Riddle, whose name alone was true. Why then could he not accept Fiona, who apart from her bloodline, aligned perfectly with his desires? Clap, clap, clap. The system simulated applause. Marvelous, Mr. Riddle. It is evident that you truly wish to persist. Silence. I have a query. No response. Given that you believe your target once harbored different feelings towards you, why did you do nothing back then? She was drawn to you, yet now, despite your cunning, you find yourself repeatedly thwarted. Have you regressed? What an intriguing question. Riddle was momentarily taken aback. He certainly did not believe that he was inferior to his younger self. Back then, his abilities had not matched his fervent ambitions, and he had harbored excessive expectations and delusions. His methods and schemes were immature and far from flawless, with many flaws to scrutinize. Yet, Fiona appeared to hold a different perspective. Did she perceive the boy he once was as superior to the man he had become? In what regard? Riddle could not discern, and had no time to ponder further. He had to first fill the pit he had dug for Fiona. Releasing her, he gazed at her with sincerity, having successfully brainwashed himself, and said, Fiona, you must understand that I am not a person of the virtues esteemed by society. I have never believed that I should possess those traits that I view merely as disguises to avoid being deemed an outcast, to cater to others' preferences, and to survive through conformity. Fiona looked at him unwaveringly. Deception and calculation are my instincts. Selfishness and arrogance are my nature. I am a tainted amalgamation, half rooted in the indifference of Muggle blood, half steeped in the malevolence passed down from my wizarding lineage. Before meeting you, I never believed in the existence of love in this world, perhaps because I did not wish to acknowledge its existence, nor that it was beautiful and yet unattainable, leaving me feeling excessively wretched and humiliated. Yet now I long for its tangible reality. Riddle lifted their still intertwined hands to his lips, gently pressing a kiss upon the back of Fiona's hand. He gazed at her tenderly, almost reverently, and whispered as if swearing an oath. I do not know if I can achieve this, for I am as clumsy and inexperienced as a child in this regard. But I am willing to defy my instincts, betray my nature, and abandon my long-held convictions to love you. The hand that had been kissed recoiled as if scalded, and Riddle observed Fiona's thick lashes fluttering like reeds by the lakeside, trembling in the breeze. Why? She asked, why love me? I do not wish to treat this as a transaction, yet it is the only thing I possess to offer in exchange for your affection. I yearn for your love. Why seek my love? It will grant me rebirth, Riddle earnestly replied. Fiona's gaze fell upon the restored photograph, transformed from ashes to clarity, and she remained silent for a prolonged moment. After an interminable pause, she finally spoke. If that day ever comes, I would be willing to grant you rebirth. Ding. Favorability increased by 5. Current favorability stands at 88. The dormitory door swung open, and a startled Adley, just awakening, was about to unleash a barrage of questions when he was met with the brooding expression of his newly entered roommate, which silenced him completely. What's wrong? He inquired. A mix of trepidation and curiosity. Riddle, devoid of energy to engage him, nor in the mood for hygiene, simply collapsed onto his bed, observing him with closed eyes. Resembling one at peace with the grave, Adley felt a pang of anxiety and hesitated before approaching, whispering, What on earth happened? Your family blew up, Riddle replied succinctly, without opening his eyes. Ha. Literally. Ha. Adley was thoroughly perplexed, and Riddle could not muster the energy to explain. He was exhausted, both mentally and spiritually drained. The deep introspection and the seemingly pretentious emotional confessions left him feeling as if he had been doused in a viscous slime, unable to cleanse himself of the discomfort. This crisis appeared to have been weathered safely, yet the thought of the fiery trials awaiting him the following night, along with the unforeseen challenges that might strike without warning, filled Riddle with an unprecedented weariness. If he were to be guilty, he would rather endure the soul-wrenching torment of his pre-rebirth existence than allow Fiona to inflict upon him a mental dismemberment. Forget it, I'm done. A thought flickered through Riddle's mind, but he forcefully suppressed it. To rally his spirits, he compelled himself to awaken from the desire to simply sleep, and pondered for a moment before asking the system. If Fiona's parents are indeed Muggles, how could she have been sorted into Slytherin? He had never considered this possibility before. As far as he knew, Slytherin had never produced a wizard born to Muggle parents. Given Salazar Slytherin's insistence on blood purity, how could the Sorting Hat possibly place a Muggle-born wizard into Slytherin? If one were to adhere strictly to Slytherin's demands for the purest bloodlines, forgive me for saying so, Mr. Riddle, but you too would not qualify for Slytherin. Were you perhaps granted entry through the back door, courtesy of your half-Slytherin lineage? The system retorted with a hint of mockery. Riddle calmly remarked, "If only purebloods are permitted to enter Slytherin, the 28 pureblood families cannot possibly produce enough offspring to populate it. Pureblood families are not akin to sows that can bear young annually. If pureblood lineage is stifled, it could very well lead to a situation where Slytherin has no new entrants one year, which would be quite embarrassing." Thus, he had never genuinely contemplated the implementation of pureblood ideology within the magical community. It was merely a facade he employed to entice. Once the boundaries are relaxed, the inevitable consequence is their dissolution. The system interjected, "And if the target of the task does not join Slytherin, where could the Sorting Hat possibly place her? Azkaban or New Mongert? Even you lack the honor of being assigned there." Riddle replied, "Can you refrain from being contrarian while I am trying to communicate with you?" The system retorted that it was not feasible, as belittling him brought far more amusement than engaging in normal discourse. Riddle dismissed the thought of quitting once again. He took a moment of silence, covered himself with the quilt, and fell asleep. The following morning, he muttered several times in front of the mirror, "I love Fiona," before taking a deep breath and exiting the dormitory to wait for Fiona in the common room. Tiffany appeared first, but this time she did not glare at Riddle. Instead, she passed by him as if he were invisible, as though her previous infatuation had evaporated overnight. Riddle mused, "I wonder what excuse has changed this time." When Fiona emerged, he casually inquired on their way to class what happened. Fiona replied nonchalantly, "I grew weary of the game. Thank Merlin at last." Riddle displayed an exaggerated expression of relief. Fiona smiled slightly and remarked leisurely, "If I walk beside you, there is no space left for her." Riddle was momentarily taken aback. "What do you think?" She turned her head to look at him. Riddle cleared his throat, nodded, and chuckled, completely in agreement. Chapter 45. Strategy Step 45 confirmed. "You are unwell." Exiting the fireplace, Riddle neglected to adjust his appearance, turning to wait for Fiona, who soon emerged. She was slightly choked by the ash from the fireplace, coughing softly, and Riddle waved his wand to clear the soot from her clothing and tidied her somewhat disheveled hair. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dumbledore watching him with a smile. At this moment, Dumbledore appeared relatively youthful, his smile lacking the tiresome pity that would later characterize him. Instead resembling someone who had encountered something intriguing and was enjoying the spectacle. However, being perceived as a wayward youth or a mere spectacle did not sit well with him. He politely acknowledged Dumbledore. "Professor?" The young Dumbledore still cared somewhat about maintaining his image as a professor, and St. Mungo's was hardly the place for frivolous jokes. He nodded to the young couple before him. "Are you ready? Then let us proceed to Mr. Shafik's ward." Riddle and Fiona followed behind him. On this occasion, Dumbledore's visit was not intended for Fiona to bring him along. Thus at the classroom door, in front of students from both houses and the preparing Slughorn, Riddle grasped her wrist and implored, "Allow me to accompany you." Amidst mild jeers and whistles, Fiona blinked and consented. Riddle reassured himself that once the task was completed, he would establish a fearsome authority, and no one would dare bring up this history of humbling himself before a girl. The system also comforted him, saying, "Do not worry. As long as you possess sufficient shamelessness, you shall have no dark past. You will continuously create new histories." Riddle ignored the system's crude provocation, still lamenting that perhaps it would have been a better choice to eliminate Azard while Fiona was still oblivious last night. Resolving issues was troublesome, and it would be far simpler to eliminate the source of the problem. However, yesterday his mood had soured, and his mind had failed him, causing him to miss the opportunity. Today, his mind was functioning again, and after weighing the pros and cons, he resolved that he must follow her. He had concluded that he could not passively wait for Fiona to make her move. Although he hesitated to admit it, he had yet to successfully engage her without reverting to earlier states. He needed to proactively create opportunities and seize the initiative. Arriving at Azard's ward, Dumbledore gently knocked on the door. The somewhat haggard yet impeccably groomed Mrs. Lestrange opened it. Her gaze swept over the three of them, and upon seeing Fiona, the muscles around her nose tightened momentarily before she quickly redirected her attention to Dumbledore. "Good day, Mrs. Lestrange." "Good day, Mr. Dumbledore. How is Mr. Shafik's condition?" Mrs. Lestrange displayed a sorrowful expression and lamented, "He has been quite agitated since regaining consciousness. The healers have just administered a calming potion, and while he has settled down, he has lost all other reactions, merely staring at the ceiling and ignoring everyone. The healers say he may be suffering from severe shock, and is not fully aware." Her eyes reddened as she turned away to cover her mouth. "My poor brother." Dumbledore hastily offered some comforting words. Maintaining her dignified composure, she carefully wiped her tears without smudging her makeup, suggesting that her brother was not quite as pitiable as she portrayed. Riddle thought absently, Unfortunately, the three spectators before her were precisely those most adept at discerning the human heart within the magical world, and even Dumbledore, strictly speaking, could not be considered a normal person. None would genuinely appreciate her masterful performance. After a few seconds of forced cooperation, Fiona moved to open the door, but Mrs. Lestrange raised her hand to stop her. Realizing Dumbledore was still present, she awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Your father is emotionally unstable," she explained to Fiona while her gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore. "It would be best if you did not enter for now, to avoid agitating him and causing you distress." Before Fiona could speak, Riddle smiled and remarked, "Even if Mr. Shafik has lost his sanity, what could he possibly do to his only beloved daughter? Perhaps he might even be touched and return to normal." Mrs. Lestrange found it difficult to assert that Azard harbored no love for this daughter, and managed a forced smile. Noticing Fiona glancing at him before pushing the door open, Riddle cooperatively held back Mrs. Lestrange to speak outside. Adley was deeply saddened upon hearing the news, perhaps mourning for a couple of minutes before he began to curiously inquire about his relationship with Fiona. Mrs. Lestrange immediately dabbed at the corner of her eye. "That child loves his uncle and aunt dearly. Azard and Cordelia have always cherished him as their own son. Oh, my dear Adley, how heartbroken he must be." As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Dumbledore. Own son? Was she eyeing the inheritance left by the Shafiks? Riddle anticipated that the Lestrange family might make some move, thereby creating an opportunity for him to act. Inside the ward, an eerie silence reigned, with not a sound escaping. Mrs. Lestrange, distracted, stole several glances at the door before finally succumbing to the urge to check inside. Riddle, seizing the moment, knocked twice more on the door and turned to explain to her and Dumbledore, "I fear Fiona may be in tears. She has a stubborn and proud disposition. And even if she is deeply saddened, she is reluctant to let others see her vulnerability." He shook his head helplessly with a sigh. "Thus, many misunderstand her, perceiving her as cold, when in truth, her heart is as soft as can be." Mrs. Lestrange twitched her mouth, seemingly struggling to suppress the impulse to roll her eyes. Dumbledore nodded gently, remarking, "I did not anticipate your profound understanding of her, Tom. Perhaps I have been somewhat inattentive, as it seems I have seldom witnessed you two in each other's company before. She is timid and shy, averse to excessive attention." Riddle shrugged indulgently. "I have always been reluctant to put her in an uncomfortable position. Stubborn, defiant, tender, timid, and bashful." Although Lady Lestrange was not particularly well acquainted with her niece, she could not suppress her astonishment upon hearing such bewildering labels applied to her. Previously, she had regarded this young man as mature and intelligent, contrasting him unfavorably with her own son. Could it be that he was merely a fool? Or was it that the formidable girl possessed an extraordinary ability to bewitch young men, rendering them utterly infatuated and devoid of reason? Dumbledore mused. "The love of youth invariably stirs a poignant ache within those of us who have aged." Lady Lestrange furrowed her brow fiercely, unable to endure their conversation any longer, and promptly opened the door. Inside the hospital room, Fiona stood by the window with her back to them, while Azard lay peacefully asleep on the bed, the sheets meticulously arranged, his expression serene. Lady Lestrange approached the bedside for a brief inspection, her expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor displeasure. Riddle sensed her regret for lacking an excuse to inform Dumbledore about Fiona's condition. Checking the time, Dumbledore indicated that he needed to return to the school for his lessons and took his leave. At that moment, Fiona turned, revealing her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Had she employed her powers of compulsion? Riddle approached her discreetly, taking her hand. Indeed, Fiona immediately leaned against him, seeking his support, her fingers twitching slightly within his grasp. He positioned himself protectively beside her, and once Dumbledore departed, Lady Lestrange could no longer bear their intimacy and left. Only then did he cautiously assist her into a chair. "What troubles you?" Riddle inquired softly, bending slightly to press his hand upon Fiona's shoulder, feeling her tremble almost imperceptibly. It appeared that she too had been affected by the revelation. A corner of his heart softened slightly, but upon realizing that she had managed to regain her composure in mere hours, and still had the mental energy to scheme against him, Riddle promptly regained his rationality, silently admonishing himself not to be beguiled by her momentary vulnerability. Who could say whether her current demeanor was merely an act to deceive him? Riddle thought coldly. Fiona remained silent, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. Riddle then knelt before her, looking up into her face. The unusual flush on her cheeks gradually faded, leaving her pallor restored as her gaze settled on him, though her focus appeared unfocused and distant. He enveloped her trembling hands within his own, gently rubbing them, and softly called out, "Fiona?" Her gaze finally sharpened, and she stared at Riddle for a moment before, without warning, A single tear fell from her striking blue eyes. For an instant, Riddle feared that the droplet would pass through him as it had in his memories. However, it landed firmly on his hand, trickling down his wrist into his sleeve. That small, crystalline droplet felt like a searing flame, nearly prompting him to release her. Instinctively tightening his grip, Riddle sought to steady his wavering heart, yet he astutely recognized that embracing this turmoil might serve him better in confronting the present situation. Thus he indulged it, nurturing and amplifying the twinge of pain in his heart into boundless affection for Fiona. In a tone imbued with an unprecedented gentleness, he reassured her, "It is all right. No matter what transpires, I am here." Gazing deeply into Riddle's watery eyes, Fiona slowly blinked, dispelling the faint moisture within them. She inhaled softly and said, "Azard Shafiq. He is not my father." "What?" Riddle replied, his brow arching in measured astonishment. "My parents are Muggles." Riddle's astonishment deepened as she continued, "He took me from my parents, pretending I was his illegitimate daughter to conceal his own infertility." Fiona smirked slightly. "The reality is far more dramatic than the script I had devised." At this juncture, she paused, her expression subtly scrutinizing Riddle. "Interestingly, the moment you discovered me coincided with my parents' charitable visit to the Wooten orphanage." Riddle had previously mentioned his own origins from Wooten orphanage. He had briefly been surprised by this coincidence while examining Azard's memories, but had subsequently become engrossed in Fiona's background and the developments that followed, neglecting to ponder further. Now as Fiona spoke, he realized that their lives had seemingly been intertwined, like roots buried beneath the earth, obliviously entangled from the very beginning. Might there exist a hidden connection between them that he was unaware of? Riddle chuckled silently to himself. He raised a hand to tuck a lock of Fiona's hair behind her ear, his fingers gently brushing her exposed cheek. "You see," Riddle remarked, caressing the edge of her brow with his thumb, gazing intently at her, his voice soft yet undeniably resolute, "We are destined to be together, Fiona." Fiona fell silent for a moment. "Tom, do you know what is the only thing that is truly destined in this world? I am curious to hear your thoughts." "It is death," she whispered softly. His hand, resting against her cheek, hesitated momentarily as Riddle replied solemnly, "What if I were to say that I would transcend death and attain immortality? You are destined for immortality, while I am fated to perish. Thus a paradox arises." Fiona lowered her gaze. "Ultimately, we are not meant to be together." "There is no paradox," Riddle emphasized, his tone firm. "Death cannot conquer me, nor can it ever sever you from my grasp." Fiona seemed to have an epiphany, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You grant me rebirth, and in return, you offer me immortality?" Riddle declared proudly. "One could say that." Fiona smiled again. Riddle found it challenging to decipher the meaning behind her smile. Before he could ponder further, she turned her head, her pale lips brushing lightly against the intricately patterned depths of his palm. "Perhaps, meeting you is indeed a stroke of fortune," she said with a smile. "I am beginning to look forward to that day." Ding. Affection level increased by 2. Current affection level, 90. Achievement deeply entranced unlocked. Save point overridden. Before Riddle could revel in his joy, the system chimed once more. Ding. Affection level decreased by 1. Current affection level, 89. Riddle. Ding. Affection level increased by 1. Current affection level, 90. Riddle. Amidst the incessant notifications, Riddle slowly formed a question mark in his mind. System. Is it you who is unwell, or is it she? The system confidently replied, "It is undoubtedly you who is unwell." Chapter 46. Step 46 of the Strategy Funeral. Do not speak. Since entering Hogwarts, Riddle had been the center of attention among faculty and students alike. Tall and handsome, with an air of sophistication. Even the self-assured Abraxas Malfoy, who prided himself on his looks, avoided walking beside this younger student, lest he be overshadowed. Observing him, one would hardly perceive the effort he expended in his studies. Yet he excelled in every subject to such a degree that professors would wish to create a grade even beyond an O, perhaps an FF for flawless, perfect, immaculate, and beyond reproach. Rather than simply possessing exceptional Quidditch skills, he was known for his flamboyant prowess in matches, reportedly receiving invitations from both the Welsh and English Quidditch teams to join their ranks. In whatever he undertook, he exuded a confidence and composure as if he had rehearsed every scenario in his mind beforehand. Even when entangled with Tiffany Welford, he maintained decorum, never once revealing a hint of disarray. Such an impeccable individual garnered admiration that transcended house, gender, and age. Nearly everyone who laid eyes upon him felt an innate fondness, with many fervently aspiring to be near him, idolizing him with unabashed devotion. A common lament often overheard in hushed conversations was a wish to share a night with him before graduation. However, to everyone's astonishment, Without any warning or indication, Riddle, who had always maintained a respectful distance from all girls, suddenly found himself in a relationship with a girl named Fiona Shafiq. Who? Such a person existed in Slytherin? Whispers circulated as everyone scrutinized her through metaphorical magnifying glasses. Upon closer inspection, she was passably attractive, yet her pallor, sparse expressions and rather lackluster demeanor, coupled with her peculiar hair color and petite stature, created a stark contrast when compared to the tall and imposing Riddle. Academically average, her Quidditch skills were dismal, and her personality was described as gloomy and eccentric, leaving little room for engaging conversation with her peers. Even the most benevolent souls might not voice their thoughts, yet in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel she was simply mismatched with him. Had they even exchanged words prior to this? Who had witnessed them in solitary company? As Riddle's roommate and Fiona's cousin, Adley recently found himself bearing immense pressure and indignation. With the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the girl in question, it felt inappropriate to disturb her, leading all inquiries to pivot towards him. Despite his repeated assertions of ignorance, no one, including his girlfriend, believed him. Kriana had vented her frustrations, accusing him of distrust and lamenting that she was left out of the loop, leaving her in an embarrassing position when others inquired about Fiona. At the Slytherin table, Adley and Avery shared their grievances. If I truly knew anything, wouldn't I be obliged to share it with you? Avery nodded, acknowledging she clearly doesn't understand you. Even if you were merely speculating, the entire house would likely be aware by now. Adley replied, thank you for believing in me. Avery dismissed the gratitude, stating, rather than believing you, I trust that when your roommate wishes to conceal something, no one can pry it from him. Unlike the boisterous Adley, Avery, being a year senior, possessed a more profound depth of thought. The current dilemma was not how they had come together. He observed Riddle meticulously picking out the bitter lettuce and arugula from his salad, clearly indicating that the girl beside him did not enjoy those ingredients. Instead, the pressing questions were why they had kept their relationship so tightly under wraps before this sudden revelation. Tom remarked, it is Fiona who dislikes being the center of attention. To which Adley responded, hesitanto? I'm not entirely convinced. Do you believe that is her character? He pondered, that seems plausible. She has always shunned interaction with others. Isn't that the reason she remained inconspicuous? Avery seized the opportunity to delve deeper, but then, the new question arises. How did such an ordinary girl captivate Tom and compel him to submit entirely to her will? After a moment of silence, Adley whispered, what do you mean? If you are suggesting a love potion, numerous individuals have attempted to slip an antidote into his food, all of which he has discovered. Seemingly aware of Avery's scrutiny, Fiona turned her head, accurately locating the source of his gaze. They locked eyes for 2 seconds before she shyly smiled and lowered her head. Raising an eyebrow, Avery redirected his attention, contemplating if he could be swayed by a potion. Welford could have taken his arm during her first year. He found himself more inclined to believe that this Shafiq possessed some extraordinary and undisclosed qualities. Is it particularly alarming? Adley blinked, remaining silent. He sensed that Avery's probing into this matter was becoming somewhat peculiar. Noticing his reticence, Avery shot him a knowing glance, as if to say, you are not to be trusted. The murmurs of a select few could not deter the majority from being moved by Riddle's tenderness and affection towards his beloved. Even his slightly haggard appearance recently was interpreted as a testament to his concern for her, proving he was utterly besotted. Regarding the truth, it could not be dismissed. Indeed, Riddle had been preoccupied with thoughts of Fiona day and night. Ding. Target affinity decreased by 1, current affinity at 89. Ding. Target affinity increased by 1, current affinity at 90. Ding. Since that day, the system's notifications had become a constant presence in his mind. The capacity for human adaptation, or rather, Riddle's remarkable resilience, was astonishing. Having endured the initial tumult of agitation and fury, frequently awakened by the system's incessant chimes, he had once felt an overwhelming urge to confront Fiona in a fit of despair. Now he could calmly dismiss that haunting voice, treating it as nothing more than the rhythmic ticking of a pendulum. He had inquired of the system how to silence the incessant notifications, which had casually responded that Fiona was currently in a state of indecision, and only when she clarified her feelings would the fluctuations in affinity cease. Riddle found himself perplexed. What precisely was she wavering about? Seemingly reveling in his recent torment, the system kindly noted, once the affinity reaches 90, it enters the realm of love. Do you realize how many individuals go their entire lives without reaching such a profound level of affection? Riddle retorted slowly. Are you suggesting she is hesitating over whether to love me? The system chuckled derisively. Mr. Riddle, if love could be hesitant, there would be far fewer individuals willing to choose it. Why? Riddle could not help but inquire. Wouldn't it be better to ask yourself? Riddle fell silent. He refrained from probing further. He was not particularly interested in the question, and did not desire any answers from within himself. Before Halloween, Riddle accompanied Fiona to Cordelia's funeral. The service took place in the church at Godric's Hollow, and Esme Riddle had succumbed to madness. Naturally, the ceremony was presided over by the Lestrange couple. Regardless of whether it was due to the Lestranges or the Shafik name, one of the 28 pureblood families, there was still a modicum of status, and many pureblood families attended the funeral. The iconic platinum-haired Malfoys, the wand-wielding Potters, the obliterated Opaltons, and the numerous members of the Black family all gathered, casting a glance at Alpheus, who was approaching to speak with Fiona only to be halted by Mrs. Black's cough. Riddle internally scoffed coldly. He then glanced back at Fiona, who remained unperturbed, and felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. During the funeral, although Mrs. Lestrange did not wail in despair, her silent tears and restrained sobs evoked deep sympathy from those present. Adley, too, reddened as he tossed roses onto the coffin, stifling his sniffles. Compared to them, Fiona, who remained perpetually expressionless and shed not a single tear, appeared chillingly indifferent. With her exceptional acting skills, she could easily feign her way through the moment. Yet Riddle understood that her usual facade was merely a means of seeking amusement, rather than a tactic to achieve any particular end or avoid controversy. She embraced the stage, adorned with makeup and theatrics, to perform for others. In many respects, she embodied a stubborn pridefulness, which from another perspective, translated to a naive childishness. Feeling disinclined to pretend, Riddle found himself compelled to compensate for the veiled glances cast upon Fiona by those who flitted about her. There was no need for such hypocrisy. Did she not long to assert herself against someone? The system mercilessly exposed this truth. Naturally, Riddle paid it no heed. He draped his arm around Fiona's shoulders, drawing her into his embrace, shielding her from the prying eyes surrounding her, and softly reassured her in a volume audible to those nearby. It's all right. No need to hold back. With her face buried in his chest, Fiona murmured, "Are you advising me not to stifle my laughter?" Riddle leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "I am suggesting you behave and cooperate." Fiona obediently fell silent. The two nestled together, watching as the earth gradually covered the black coffin, entombing a once-living body now rendered cold. Would she find solace in this? Riddle pondered Fiona's emotional state at that moment. It seemed unlikely. Hatred was a too intense emotion. Fiona resembled a fragile vessel, incapable of withstanding such violent collisions. Or perhaps Cordelia was simply too repugnant, and Fiona was reluctant to squander her meager emotions on her. She even hesitated to take the life of Azard. Madness did not always dwell in a state of chaotic ignorance. When Riddle inquired, she calmly stated that even a fleeting moment of clarity would subject him to a torment more excruciating than death. Yet killing was sometimes not about plunging someone into despair, but rather a means of venting one's own anger and loathing. Riddle could not help but liken Fiona to a shaken bottle of beer. Knowing that no amount of vigorous shaking would cause her to erupt in a frothy spray upon being opened. Logically, Fiona suddenly remarked, "When I die, my gravestone will stand here." Riddle frowned. He was aware of her truth. Most wizards in the magical world, particularly those of pure bloodlines, were buried in this cemetery, with gravestones of the same family clustered together. "If I die, you can feed me to the basilisk. It would surely relish the meal," Fiona whispered. Was this truly a matter for celebration? An unsettling discomfort stirred within Riddle. "I have promised you immortality. If there are no ifs." Fiona smiled softly. "Tom, you seem like an innocent child, convinced that your supply of sweets will never diminish." Innocent? Childish? Who among them truly fit those descriptions? Riddle rolled his eyes internally and, in a moment of playful defiance, tugged at her hair, murmuring, "Miss Candy, if you wish to avoid hearing rumors of our flirtation at the funeral once we return to school, it would be wise to remain silent." If it were true, he would not necessarily object. Chapter 47. Strategy Step 47. Caution, or I shall kill you. Quidditch was undeniably a sport that provided neither physical pleasure nor emotional respite. And above all, it was a tedious exercise that wasted time. After Halloween, on a frigid night, Riddle found himself on his broomstick training with his teammates on the Quidditch pitch, contemplating this thought countless times. Simultaneously, he could not help but question the wisdom of the headmaster who scheduled the Quidditch season in winter. Had their mind been clouded by a kick from Buckbeak? Or were they, like Dumbledore, simply eccentric enough to enjoy observing a group of young children contorted by the howling northern winds, their hair in disarray? "I must withdraw from the Quidditch team this semester," Riddle resolved. He had grown weary of allowing unpleasant activities to occupy his free time. He would far prefer to accompany Fiona to the Gaunt Manor. Listening to her engage the basilisk in mundane chatter about the state of her emotions over the past few days, such as "it's too cold," "I've been sleeping all day," or "are there enough food?" "The rabbits in the woods are rather plump." Yet, why did she never inquire about his feelings? Was he cold during Quidditch training? Riddle huffed in dissatisfaction at the thought. "You are quite suited for Quidditch," the system remarked. "As you wish to soar through the skies without a broom." "I need no broom to ascend," Riddle retorted, his tone cold yet tinged with pride. Then he cast a glance and raised his voice. "Sears, if you wish to avoid staying behind tonight to strike 1,000 times at the bludgers, refrain from attempting to sneak in lazy gestures that you think I cannot see." The tall boy, caught off guard while warming his hands, immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and then promptly grasped his broom, diligently practicing sudden stops and aerial rolls. Under the brilliant illumination of the Quidditch pitch, he appeared akin to a chicken leg being skewered. Having imparted his authoritative lesson to the upperclassmen, Riddle justifiably cast a warming charm upon himself, and leisurely circled the perimeter of the pitch. The castle across the way radiated warm light from its rows of large windows, shimmering like a diamond intricately carved by master artisans amidst the dark night. His thoughts meandered, occasionally fixating on the fluctuating affection levels, which inadvertently drew his mind back to Fiona. What was she doing now? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he spotted something flying towards him. The wind howled, causing the object to wobble and appear to struggle in its flight. Riddle raised an eyebrow as he reached out, catching a delicate paper crane that pecked at his thumb, quietly folding its wings against his palm. A sense of foreboding stirred within him. Upon unfolding it, he indeed found the familiar elegant Italian script. A smile graced Riddle's lips, but it faded as he read the message. "What is the current position of the constellation Fly?" He glanced up at the starry sky, then transformed the paper crane back into its original form, gently blowing on it so that it would return along the same path from whence it came. He followed it on his broom, eventually hovering outside a stained glass window on the second floor of the castle. This was the library. The temperature difference between the indoors and outdoors had coated the glass with a fine layer of mist, and the warm yellow light streamed through, illuminating a slender silhouette perched on the windowsill, engrossed in a book. Seemingly sensing something, she slightly turned her head. Their gazes could not meet. Yet there was something more profound, akin to a snail extending its antennae, brushing lightly in the void. They resembled two planets in the cosmos, gazing at one another across a vast and silent river of stars. Riddle inhaled the cold air deeply, the slight sting in his lungs bringing him back to reality. He tapped lightly on the window twice with his fingertips, and the signal was perfectly understood. The figure inside opened the window, a wave of warmth cascading over him like a gentle embrace. His eyes narrowed slightly at the heat, and he saw Fiona leaning against the windowsill, smiling at him. Riddle returned her smile. "Good evening." He hovered outside the window, lightly tapping the head of the guiding origami crane before returning it to her. "Good evening," Fiona said, reaching out to accept it. Glancing at the celestial chart in Fiona's hands, Riddle inquired, "Are you working on an astronomy assignment?" "As you can see," Fiona replied. Her voice lowered even further to avoid attracting the attention of the librarian. "The library is quite tranquil, and it's far too cold outside." The implication was clear. She had no desire to venture out to personally observe the celestial body's trajectories. "I thought you were mocking me, saying I flitted around the Quidditch pitch like a fly." "I cannot deny it. That is hardly the attitude one should exhibit when asking for assistance." Fiona tilted her head, earnestly asking? Riddle replied, "I truly wish the system would open its eyes to see who can ascend without a broom." "Give it to me." Riddle extended his hand, elongating his tone. Fiona placed the paper and quill into his palm. With a few swift strokes, Riddle sketched something on the paper, but then as an afterthought he pulled it back. One must offer some form of reward. He wore a benign expression that naturally inspired trust and affection, though his tone carried a hint of cunning. Fiona regarded him in silence for a brief moment before nodding slightly and stepping closer. As she spoke, she reached into the pocket of her robe's lining. Did she truly have something to give him? Unbeknownst to Riddle, who had merely made the remark casually, he placed the paper and quill on the windowsill, unable to contain his curiosity as he leaned to peer inside. At that moment, Fiona suddenly raised her other hand, pushing forcefully against his chest. Without grasping the broomstick, and with his center of gravity disrupted, Riddle was caught off guard and toppled backward, falling from the broom. Fortunately, his body's instinctive reaction was swift. He immediately reached out to grasp the windowsill. The broom beneath him lost control, and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Riddle hung precariously against the rough wall beneath the window, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, chilled by the brisk wind that rendered even his warming charm ineffective, leaving him shivering. This was the second floor of the castle. Even a fall would not result in serious harm, yet Fiona's actions were both shocking and incomprehensible. She was not merely lingering on the threshold of love. She had ventured further down the path of hatred, it seemed. The system gleefully chimed in. The time has come to test whether you can ascend without a broom, Mr. Riddle. Riddle glared upward in indignation, while Fiona remained perched on the windowsill, looking down at him with an air of amusement. She seemed genuinely pleased, her voice soft as she asked, "Are you satisfied with my gift?" Riddle, both furious and incredulous, replied emphatically, "Extremely satisfied." "Really? Guess." Fiona chuckled lightly, her fingers gliding delicately over the taut, pale knuckles of Riddle's hand, which was pressed against the windowsill, as if she were playing a piano. He had no idea when she might suddenly strike a discordant note. "I warned you, didn't I?" Fiona said nonchalantly. "My affections are not to be trifled with." Riddle recalled their earlier conversation. "So be cautious." Fiona leaned against the window frame beside him, bending closer to Riddle, the wind scattering her long hair and brushing coolly against his face, compelling him to shut his eyes. He felt her breath against his ear as she whispered, "Every moment, I cannot help but feel the urge to kill you." Her breath, laden with the dampness of rain, slithered into his ear, coiling tightly around his throat. A sense of crisis blared in his mind, yet more than wariness, the blood coursing through him, quickened by his racing heart, seemed to be overflowing with eager excitement. His throat tightened, and Riddle managed to hold his breath until Fiona withdrew her distance, allowing him to exhale sharply. Upon opening his eyes, he found the figure on the windowsill had vanished. With his arm muscles tensed, he pushed himself up, shifting to occupy the spot Fiona had just vacated. Fiona stood between two rows of bookshelves, carefully returning a book to its place, then adjusting the paper and quill in her hands as she turned to face Riddle. In a seemingly indifferent tone, she remarked, "The library is closing. I must return." Riddle fought the impulse to cast a binding spell on her to keep her there, managing a smile that felt more like a grimace. "I apologize, but there will be no good night today." Fiona blinked slowly, strolling leisurely to stand before him, extending her hand once more. "Coming back for more?" Riddle tightened his grip on the windowsill, eyeing her warily. Her pale hand grasped the dark green tie hanging from his chest, and with a gentle tug, she compelled Riddle to lower his head. Rising slightly on her toes, Fiona tilted her face upward, pressing her lips against his. She did not close her eyes, allowing Riddle to clearly see the astonished black eyes reflected in her vivid blue irises. Such a reaction was utterly foolish. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Fiona nimbly stepped back, leaving Riddle's arms empty as he reached out to embrace her. "Perhaps this is the reward you desire," she said, pursing her lips, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Now can we say goodnight?" At this moment, he truly wished to cast a binding spell on her. Riddle licked his lips, his voice low and hoarse as he replied, "Good night, sweet dreams." "A lovely gift," Fiona smiled, turning to leave. As he watched her figure vanish between the bookshelves, Riddle loosened the tie that had been pulled tight against his neck and exhaled slowly. He retrieved his wand, preparing to summon the fallen broom back to him, but turned to see, in the misty corner of the window, letters that had been etched there at some unknown time. "Kill love." The droplets of water streamed down, blurring the letters, which also bore a resemblance to another phrase. "Kiss love." Riddle wiped his lips and took hold of the broom, leaping down from the windowsill. Chapter 48. Strategy Step 48. Victory belongs to you. The first match of the Quidditch season traditionally opened with a clash between Slytherin and Gryffindor. At this time, the atmosphere between the two houses remained relatively normal, devoid of any irreconcilable conflicts, neither overly cordial nor hostile. Perhaps due to the historical grievances between Salazar and Godric, or perhaps because both houses possessed distinctly strong yet subtly conflicting temperaments, the tension between Slytherin and Gryffindor was palpably more intense compared to the rivalry between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. As the opening match, it was only fitting that the competition would be fierce enough to ignite the atmosphere. However, on the day of the match, the weather was unkind. The morning sky was overcast, and by the time the players from both houses stood on the pitch, dark clouds had thickly gathered, churning in the wind and occupying half the sky, pressing low enough to create an oppressive feeling, as if they might crash down at any moment. Quidditch matches are seldom rescheduled due to inclement weather, as it seems everyone has accepted that the more adverse the conditions, the more worthy the arduous match becomes. Therefore, even with the wind slicing across their faces like knives, the spectators seated high in the stands were filled with excitement, the atmosphere electric. It was likely that witnessing such a tumultuous spectacle, from which they could gain no benefit, constituted one of the most memorable moments of their lives. Listening attentively to the referee's pre-match instructions, Riddle felt a cold, sarcastic detachment within. "Pray, Mr. Riddle, do share with us the pinnacle of your existence," the system suggests. "And I presume it was not the moment you met your demise at the hands of Potter," Riddle replied before delving into that. "I must assert that the utmost joy of my life undeniably occurred at the instant you vacated my being. It marks the first occasion where we resonated upon the same matter. However, as I departed, one might ponder whether you were merely a corporeal entity or a lifeless shell. It is indeed uncertain. In the former case we liberated each other, a mutual delight, whereas in the latter, I alone would savor the joy, though I would invariably profit. Your fate remains questionable. It surely seeks to sway my mood, hoping I falter and lose the match, only to mock me." Riddle, resolutely focused, contemplated this while fixating on the referee's whistle, determined not to be distracted. A sharp blast pierced the arena, and with a powerful push, Riddle ascended into the sky quicker than all others. The crowd erupted in cheers, a cacophony that could shatter the clouds above. "Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to this year's match, narrated by yours truly, Victor Finch of Hufflepuff. The first to seize the quaffle is Slytherin's chaser, Sears, whose agility appears to have improved since last year, likely due to the rigorous training imposed by the new captain. It is a well-known fact that the team that first captures the quaffle claims victory. Thus the outcome of this match seems to be glaringly evident. Finch. Of course. The reason it is termed mystical is due to its lack of theoretical foundation. Thus we shall judge based on the player's prowess. For instance, Slytherin's seeker and captain Tom Riddle defies the conventional notion that seekers are typically slender for enhanced agility. He evidently does not require such a sacrifice, as he soared 5 inches higher than the second player to leave the ground. I must question if this is due to his notably long legs. Finch. Do not compel me to replace you. Apologies, Professor. Let us return to the match. Just then, Sears passed the quaffle to Dieter, executing a feint that successfully deceived Gryffindor's keeper, Hodge, scoring the first 10 points for Slytherin. Now Gryffindor has possession, with their chaser and captain, Munsa Gaultier, a figure of grace and charisma, who unfortunately will graduate next year. She deftly maneuvered past the encircling Sears and Dieter, aided by her fellow beater, who knocked away the pursuing bludger. It seems she intends to charge towards Slytherin's goal. But suddenly, Riddle intercepted her. It is common knowledge that a seeker rarely assumes the role of captain, for their focus is often on the golden snitch rather than the game's broader dynamics. Yet, Riddle, an exemplary player who became captain in his 3rd year, adeptly balances the interference of the bludgers while maintaining his quest for the snitch. Observe how he perfectly shadowed Gaultier. Regardless of her attempts to evade him, whether by advancing, retreating, or circling back, Riddle consistently obstructed her path. His gentlemanly demeanor seemed to vanish on the field, and Gaultier's expression suggested she wished to kick him aside. I dare say, she is the sole female who might entertain such thoughts towards Riddle. Apologies, Professor. Please do not glare at me. Ultimately, the quaffle was seized by Sears, and both teams began their chase towards Slytherin's goal. Meanwhile, I caught a glimpse of the audience. I believe I heard someone exclaim, "Wow, Shafiq is also watching the match." My apologies, Shafiq. Forget that teasing remark about your boyfriend. Riddle has halted. Has he spotted the golden snitch? No, not at all. He is gazing at the audience. Has he heard his girlfriend's name, and is seeking her out? Wow. Riddle, does that expression on your face convey surprise? Do you truly believe Shafiq would not attend your match? Ouch. Professor, I stand corrected. Gryffindor has scored. Congratulations to Gryffindor for securing 10 points. The mere thought that Fiona might watch his match was enough to leave Riddle astounded. She had not attended last year's game, and he had not considered this possibility. Hence he had not even glanced towards the stands prior to the match. Ascending to a higher altitude, Riddle's gaze swiftly scanned the surrounding bleachers until he spotted Fiona in the far corner of the last row. Given her stature, he should not have been able to see her, yet those before her had tactfully stepped aside, as if to ensure he would not miss her, energetically waving flags. Here, Riddle, look over here, your girlfriend is present. Fiona sat motionless, akin to an antique vase on display, as if the binoculars aimed at the players were inadvertently trained upon her. If this were a different venue, she might have even warranted a spotlight. From such a distance, her expression was indiscernible, yet Riddle could envision her maintaining a facade of composure. Whether her feelings were genuinely tranquil, however, remained uncertain. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. The thought of her being slightly exasperated or perhaps even frustrated filled him with a peculiar joy, distinct from the vindictive desire to see her discomfort. He could not articulate the specific emotion. The sheer desire to relax the muscles of his mouth felt unfamiliar, making it difficult for him to define based on his usual perceptions. It seemed that Riddle had located his girlfriend. Good heavens! Riddle smiled. Enough already. Go find the golden snitch, Riddle. It has already turned cold enough today. Do not subject us pitiful, lonely, and envy-ridden single souls to further torment. Victor Finch. You shall vacate this space. Professor, grant me one final opportunity. The professor and student at the commentary booth grappled for the microphone, resulting in a crash that reverberated through the loudspeakers with a thunderous roar. Everyone paused, momentarily stunned, before realizing it was merely thunder rumbling above. As they looked up, a drop of rain landed on Riddle's face, seemingly a signal, followed swiftly by a deluge of raindrops pelting down. Within mere seconds, this torrential downpour had soaked him completely. Winter rain differs greatly from that of summer. Once drenched, one feels as though plunged into an icy abyss, and the wind sends involuntary shivers coursing through the body. Wiping the rain from his face, Riddle surveyed the stands. The audience had anticipated this, promptly unfurling their umbrellas, while some raised their wands to conjure transparent barriers. The crowd in their rain gear coalesced, rendering the small cluster of gray indistinct in his view. Riddle maneuvered his broom across the pitch, searching for the elusive golden snitch. The rain fell heavily, obscuring his vision and making it arduous to keep his eyes open. Once airborne, even breathing became a challenge. The sky darkened, visibility reduced to a mere 3 feet. Under such harsh conditions, spotting the egg-sized golden ball seemed an exercise in futility. Even with his prodigious abilities, Riddle had to concede that he was still human. His vision capped at a mere 2.5, and without magical assistance, the invisible remained unseen. As he flew past Fiona's section, he couldn't resist casting another glance at that obscured corner. Had she departed? Was she still watching? The rain and wind were fierce. Even with an umbrella, it offered scant protection. If she remained, could her fragile frame withstand such conditions? A Quidditch match can only be deemed concluded when the golden snitch is captured, or through the mutual consent of the captains of both teams. Currently, the score stands at 70-40, with Slytherin leading by 3 goals. With the proud and tenacious nature of Gryffindor's captain, it is inconceivable that she would consent to surrender so easily. What must be done to bring the match to a swift conclusion? Naturally, victory must be the primary consideration. Riddle cast a heavy gaze over the blurred outlines of the stands, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Gautier, the Gryffindor captain, turned to see Riddle hovering beside her, his hair damp and clinging to his forehead, rainwater cascading down his handsome face. Yet, when his deep, dark eyes locked onto hers, she felt an undeniable sense of intimidation. It must be said that even in his drenched state, with water dripping from his pale chin and his dark green uniform accentuating his lithe form, he possessed an allure greater than most. What do you want? Gautier asked, her defenses at the ready, not swayed by his charm. Riddle smiled. What if you concede? Gautier flatly refused, stating, unless one of us captures the golden snitch, or you concede, I shall not agree to end this match, even if it lasts until tomorrow. Riddle seemed unperturbed by her response, nodding slightly as he softly remarked, then, we shall meet again shortly. As Riddle turned to depart, Gautier felt a sense of bewilderment wash over her. However, she dismissed it and focused intently on the game. Before long, she heard Truffus shouting from afar, Munsa. Lauren has collided with a post and has fallen. Gautier furrowed her brow. Losing Lauren, their seeker, was undoubtedly a significant blow to their team's strength, and she worried about the severity of his injuries. At that moment, she noticed Riddle reappearing beside her. What now? Ready to concede? He asked casually. Gautier, growing impatient, replied, I've already told you no way. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she confronted him. Did you deliberately cause Lauren to fall? Riddle chuckled lightly. Such a serious accusation. Do you truly wish for me to confess? A chill colder than the rain surged through Gautier. I will never concede. She ground out through clenched teeth. Riddle nodded once more then, we shall meet again. Upon hearing those familiar words again, Gautier felt as though her very bones had frozen. She opened her mouth, watching Riddle's figure vanish into the rain, instinctively reassuring herself. It's nothing. Riddle has always been gentle and amicable. He is merely threatening with words. He would never stoop to such vile actions. Drifting in confusion for a moment, Gautier soon spotted Truffus ahead, besieged by 2 Slytherin chasers and a beater. Just as she prepared to assist, she witnessed him sidestep, only to have his wet gloves slip, sending him tumbling headfirst from his broom. Truffus! Gautier cried out, but no response came. The heavy rain hammered against the grass, rising in a mist that obscured her view of her teammate's condition. Riddle glided slowly before her, speaking softly. Are you ready to concede now, Captain Gautier? Gautier wanted to scold him for his treacherous tactics, but upon opening her mouth, she found her teeth uncontrollably chattering, her grip on the broom trembling slightly. What coursed through her was not anger, but fear. Captain Gautier, Riddle continued, you must understand, fatalities are exceedingly rare in Quidditch, but they do occur. He exhaled a breath that turned to mist in the rain, lamenting, today's rain is truly torrential. It washes away much of the filth. What could be more terrifying than the appearance of a demon? Gautier now understood. It was witnessing a pure angel, smiling with compassion, revealing its cruel fangs. I concede. The match is over. Though the ensuing scene was indistinct even through binoculars, the outcome ignited a frenzy of celebration among the crowd. Umbrellas cast aside as they cheered and danced in the downpour, indifferent to the implications of the result. Riddle soared on his broom to the stands where Fiona sat, the students cheering and jostling to clear a path for the triumphant victor as he made his way towards his beloved. However, when the final corner of the last row came into view, an odd silence fell over the crowd, a peculiar stillness enveloping them. Had Fiona left? No. She still sat there, but beside her was another, holding an umbrella for her. Riddle's expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes dimmed. It was Alpheus Black from Slytherin. A murmur of whispers passed between the onlookers, laden with meaning, as glances darted through the rain. Everyone watched eagerly, their anticipation more fervent than during the match itself. Unperturbed, Riddle approached Fiona, a gentle smile still gracing his rain-soaked visage. He stepped through the puddles, moving leisurely until he stood before her. Even in such circumstances, her demeanor was as he had imagined, calm and composed, like a nymph in a painting, oblivious to the gaze and commentary of the mundane world. Beside her, Alpheus's umbrella leaned over her head, shielding her from the wind, while Fiona remained almost dry, in stark contrast to Alpheus, from whom water dripped down his half-soaked body. His lips, tightly pressed, revealed a dark purplish hue. Riddle's gaze flicked between the two of them. Then, without acknowledging Alpheus, he raised his wand to conjure a transparent umbrella. Extending his hand toward Fiona. Come, he beckoned, his voice soft enough to be nearly drowned by the rain. Fiona blinked. Was this a command? Please. Riddle added with a gentle breath, smiling as he did so. At last, Fiona slowly placed her hand in his. With a gentle pull, Riddle drew her beneath his umbrella, as though he were plucking a nymph from the canvas and holding her tightly. Only then did he finally turn to Alpheus, lazily glancing at his tightly grasped umbrella handle, and courteously said, Thank you, Alpheus. Perhaps you should head to the common room to celebrate our victory. Alpheus stood, silently regarding Riddle for 2 seconds before replying warmly. Of course, victories are always worthy of celebration. Their gazes met in silence, drenched and cold, yet they exchanged friendly smiles. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Goodbye. As Riddle, hand in hand with Fiona, descended the steps, the entire stands, and even those observing through binoculars, watched in rapt attention under Alpheus's gaze. Your clothes are soaking mine, Fiona gently reminded him. Glancing at their closely entwined arms, Riddle replied with satisfaction. I am sharing my victory with you. Do you require my applause? Certainly not. It belongs to you, she retorted. Riddle tilted his head to look at her as she brushed the water from his eyelashes. I adore the expression you wore when you dismounted your broom. Fiona gazed deeply at him and softly uttered, I particularly enjoy it. The image of Gautier's horrified expression flashed through her mind as Riddle pressed a gentle kiss to her damp fingertips. That phrase was precisely the trophy I sought, he remarked with a smile. Chapter 49. Strategy Step 49. Intersection How many? As December approached, even with Christmas at the month's end, all students began to stir with excitement at the start of the month. Discussions of holiday plans filled the air, and Riddle contemplated the same, pondering where Fiona might choose to go. Thanks to the devoted efforts of several enthusiastic professors, led by Dumbledore and supported by the Ministry of Magic, Suffolk Manor had largely regained its former appearance. Although the irreparable damage to magical items remained, the house was now habitable. This situation left Riddle feeling quite discontented. He knew that despite Fiona's outward demeanor, she must harbor a degree of gratitude towards Dumbledore's helping hand, much like her sentiments for the limping gardener of Riddle Manor. Had it not been for the restrictions on his spellcasting abilities, he could have restored Suffolk Manor that very night, rendering Dumbledore's benevolence unnecessary. Did I hear that correctly? The system suggests your competitive spirit has escalated to the point of wishing to rival Dumbledore for the title of Good Samaritan? Riddle initially intended to correct the system's misinterpretation, but ultimately found it too tedious to respond, knowing it was indifferent to his words and merely sought to deride him at every opportunity. No, I do care. It has been far too long since I heard your exasperated silence. I do miss it, came the system's mocking retort. Suffolk Manor had been repaired. Yet it remained uncertain whether Fiona would wish to return. After discovering the truth of her lineage, would she still yearn to inhabit a house fraught with painful memories? If she chose not to return to Suffolk Manor, she could opt to remain at school during Christmas, but what of the summer? Where could she possibly go? Riddle was involuntarily reminded of his own experience during school when he had applied to stay but was denied, ultimately forced to return to the orphanage. Confronting the disdainful and fearful gazes of Muggles, listening to the whispers of prayer amidst the terror of starvation and dwindling supplies, inching toward a death laden with dread. And where was Fiona during that time? Her character was such that she would never think to approach the headmaster for permission. And besides Suffolk Manor and Hogwarts, where else could she go? A sudden thought surged into Riddle's mind. Had she perhaps visited the Wooten orphanage? Upon learning that she had been snatched from its doorstep, would she not wish to return there in search of information about her biological parents? Surely she would. After all, she was the child who had, as early as 6 or 7, taken her house elf to Little Hangleton. Thus, when he sat by the window, engrossed in his studies of dark magic, she might have been cloaked, silently traversing the courtyard beneath his window. Perhaps, during his moments of impatience when he plugged his ears, she had walked past his door, indifferent to the sounds of anguish and despair. Or perhaps, she had concealed herself in the shadows around the corridor's corner, silently observing him ascend the stairs, nonchalantly tossing a small piece of dry black bread. In truth, how many unnoticed, spiderweb-like intersections had they shared in places he had never considered? Riddle pinched his slightly tingling fingertips, inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. In the dead of night, Mrs. Cole tightened her robe, which had begun to shed its stuffing, and trudged wearily toward her office. She intended to indulge in a sip of gin before bed. However, the bottle was nearly empty. Since the onset of the air raids, she had not had the luxury to purchase even subpar liquor, and she had been reluctant to finish the last remnants of that bottle. Yet tonight, fatigue engulfed her, and she desired a taste of alcohol to lull herself into a restful slumber. Upon opening the door, she stepped inside sluggishly, only to realize, in the flickering candlelight, that the orphanage had been without power for quite some time. They were now relying on candles for illumination, and she could not possibly leave the office without extinguishing them first. Suddenly, she whipped around to glare at the shadow sitting at her desk, nearly screaming in fright. The figure in the shadows lifted their head, revealing a pale face that gleamed faintly in the dim candlelight, their dark eyes flickering with the candle's flame. Yet their gaze remained chillingly cold. A desperate thief would hardly consider robbing a plague-ridden orphanage, Mrs. Cole, he said with a mocking tone. Who else could possess such a familiar and jarring inflection but Riddle? Gathering her composure, Mrs. Cole felt a mix of irritation and trepidation as she took 2 cautious steps back toward the door. Although the person before her was not a thief, she found him more daunting than any criminal. Summoning her courage, she demanded, "We locked the door. How did you get in? Shouldn't you be at your so-called school? Have you been expelled? Locked the door?" Riddle raised a hand, and with a resounding bang, the door behind Mrs. Cole slammed shut, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of it locking. He nodded slightly, satisfied, and remarked, "Now it is locked." Mrs. Cole's nearly instinctive scream was stifled by her ragged breaths as she pressed her back against the door, trembling as she struggled to pull the handle. The wooden door felt as though it were bound by chains, utterly unyielding. She looked at Riddle with a mix of revulsion and fear, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "What do you want?" Riddle scoffed dismissively and languidly replied, "Do not worry. You are not worth my malice. I merely wish to inquire about a trivial matter." Rising from the creaking chair, he strolled over to a nearby cabinet, lightly tapping his wand against the door. "I just searched through here. The records of those who have donated to the orphanage only span the past decade?" he inquired. Mrs. Cole hesitated momentarily before replying, "Yes. The cabinet cannot accommodate such an abundance of files, nor is it necessary to retain records from so long ago. Many of the documents have been eaten by insects or decayed." Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Why do you want to know this?" Riddle clicked his tongue, ignoring her question as he pressed on. In the winter of 1926 or early 1927, a young couple brought a child to the orphanage to make a donation. On their way back, the child was abducted. "Do you recall this event?" "Ah," Mrs. Cole replied without a moment's hesitation, "Of course, I remember. It was just over a month after you visited the orphanage. It was reported in the newspapers for several days. The police searched the area multiple times. That kind-hearted gentleman and lady were utterly distraught." She sighed, crossing herself. "May God bless them. Those wretched thieves. Even if they were extorting, they could at least have returned the child." After a brief silence, Riddle asked softly, "What was the couple's last name? Where did they reside?" Mrs. Cole regarded him warily. her mind racing with questions about his sudden interest in this matter. But she could tell from his demeanor that he would not divulge any answers. If I recall correctly, it was the Jiggles, Mr. and Mrs. Jiggle, I believe. As for where they lived, who could possibly remember that? Riddle stepped closer to Mrs. Cole, casually pointing his wand at the nearly extinguished candle on the desk. The dying flame suddenly blazed brightly. He watched her expression of fear sharpen, and with an almost unbearable patience he gently said, "Given the magnitude of such an event, how could it possibly escape your memory? Do take a moment to ponder, Mrs. Culf, this holds great significance for me." "My God," Mrs. Culf sighed, her legs trembling so that she could scarcely stand. The deep black pupils that fixed upon her imparted a sensation as though her very soul were being stripped away, as if the demon before her would, in the next heartbeat, extract her essence with the wicked stick in hand, dragging her into the abyss of hell. Struggling to support her descending body against the doorframe, Mrs. Culf racked her brain in recollection. "Wait, I have indeed heard of it. It should be Wimpole Street. Yes, that is the place. I recall Mr. Jigger is a physician. Doctors are fond of residing there. As for the exact address, I truly do not know. Even if the records remained, I would not have memorized it." Upon acquiring the desired information, Riddle revealed a pleased smile. "Thank you, Mrs. Culf," he said, stepping back with courteous aplomb. "I apologize for the intrusion. Farewell." No sooner had he spoken than the flickering candlelight extinguished with a soft puff, accompanied by the sharp sound of a snap, as an overwhelming darkness engulfed the entire room. In the oppressive silence that followed, Mrs. Culf held her breath, motionless for a moment, until her frantically blinking eyes gradually acclimated to the sudden gloom. She was alone in the room now. With a sudden release of breath, she collapsed onto the floor. As the Christmas holidays commenced, students returning home boarded trains, leaving the school enveloped in a profound stillness, devoid of the youthful vibrancy. The ancient castle finally revealed its weighty, weathered essence, especially when traversing the corridors alone, where one could almost sense the taste of accumulated dust in the air. Entering the common room from outside, Riddle immediately spotted Fiona seated before the fireplace. A cashmere blanket draped over her legs, she cradled a mug filled with hot water, her gray hair cascading freely as she leaned back in her chair, resembling a venerable matron, quietly warming herself by the fire. With a swift motion, he retrieved the cup from her hands, placing a batch of freshly roasted chestnuts, procured from the kitchen, into her palm, then turning to face her directly. Fiona exhibited no surprise. She had likely caught the scent of the roasted chestnuts upon his entrance. Setting the platter of roasted chestnuts upon her lap, she plucked one, examining it closely, her fingers caressing the partially cracked shell before glancing up at Riddle. Meeting her gaze, Riddle raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you ever tried them?" Fiona nodded nonchalantly. Riddle drew a chair beside her, took the chestnut from her hand, and with dexterous fingers swiftly peeled away the shell, presenting the warm, whole chestnut into her palm. Fiona took a small bite. "How is it?" Riddle inquired, beginning to peel another. "Quite good," Fiona replied, taking a second bite. By the time she finished one entire chestnut, the platter was devoid of shells, revealing their round, golden forms, enticingly appetizing. She reached for another. However, after consuming two, she ceased, passing the platter back to Riddle while lifting her cup to sip the water. Continuing to warm her hands, Riddle took a chestnut for himself and quite unexpectedly remarked, "I have found your biological parents." Her drinking motion faltered momentarily, maintaining that pose for 2 seconds. Fiona set down her cup, fixing her gaze upon Riddle, and said earnestly, "Was that intentional?" Feigning ignorance, Riddle replied, "What do you mean?" "Quite the exaggeration," she retorted. Riddle chuckled softly. He had indeed harbored a mischievous desire to witness her astonishment, yet the absence of the anticipated reaction left him feeling somewhat disappointed. "I suspected you might have such thoughts. I feared you would once again face disappointment. So I took the liberty to inquire in advance," Riddle said, gazing at Fiona with a gentle demeanor. "The outcome is not particularly favorable, nor can it be deemed adverse. However, I believe you should be somewhat prepared." Fiona's gaze fell upon the roaring flames in the fireplace. After a prolonged silence, she softly declared, "Rest assured, there could not be a situation worse than what I have envisioned." Chapter 50, The Strategy. Step 50. A monster lost. Since the latter part of the Victorian era, Wimpole Street in London, alongside nearby Harley Street, became a haven for numerous renowned medical practitioners, where they resided, practiced, and opened private clinics. Mrs. Culf had erred slightly. The Jiggers did not reside there, but rather Mr. Jigger's clinic was established in that location. Originally founded by the elder Jigger, the clinic was now under the stewardship of Mr. Jigger, who inherited it after his father's passing. Both the father and son were esteemed for their medical skills and character, charging reasonable fees, resulting in a considerable influx of patients. Recently, the number of visitors had surged. As bombs continued to rain over London, the wounded from air raids found themselves unable to enter hospitals, many lacking the funds for medical care. Their wealth had perished along with their homes. As for the free volunteer hospitals established by the church, they were simultaneously overwhelmed and incapable of treating the severely afflicted. During this tumultuous time, the Jigger Clinic, having reduced its consultation and medication fees, became the sole beacon of hope for many in despair. With the aid of a muffling charm and an evasion spell, Riddle guided Fiona into the Jigger Clinic. The modest establishment was brimming with patients. The ground floor had transformed into a makeshift emergency room, where all patients were crammed together. The majority bore missing limbs, while others suffered varying degrees of burns. With the most grievously injured wrapped in bandages, their exposed nostrils barely breathing. The air was thick with the sounds of sorrowful weeping, painful groans, and the soothing words of accompanying relatives, while the scents of blood, decay, and potent antiseptics permeated the atmosphere. This place was undoubtedly a hellish realm. Yet it prompted an unavoidable contemplation. What truly distinguishes heaven from hell? Riddle had borne witness to the horrors wrought by war countless times. This scene registered as merely commonplace, stirring no emotional upheaval within him. He glanced at Fiona, who was intently watching a middle-aged man navigating through the throng of patients. Though his hair had prematurely grayed, it was evident that he had once possessed a head of golden locks. Dressed in a coarse tweed suit and a white coat, with a stethoscope draped around his neck, he skillfully applied a splint to the arm of a fractured patient while instructing a nearby nurse to change the dressings of a festering wound. Without needing Riddle's clarification, Fiona instantly recognized the identity of this man, her biological father. Blood ties are indeed a formidable force, Riddle mused. Much like himself, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Muggle father he despised. Yet upon seeing this man, it became immediately apparent from whom Fiona inherited her forehead and chin contours, the shape of her eyes, and her original hair color. If these two were to stand side by side, no one would doubt their familial connection. After casting a silencing charm, Riddle quietly informed Fiona, his name is Bernhard Jigger. He attended the University College London Medical School, and, prior to inheriting this clinic, served as a physician at St. Bartholomew's Hospital. After your incident, he devoted a considerable amount of time searching for you, resigning from his hospital position in the process. Aside from the meager earnings from the clinic, Mr. Jigger's primary income stemmed from ancestral land, farms, and other properties, all of which were leased out. Thus, the Jigger family's financial standing was neither opulent nor destitute, but rather comfortably affluent, affording them the means to engage in charitable endeavors. Fiona remained silent. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the staircase, and a woman with short, red hair peered over the banister. "Burn, Mr. Thustons is convulsing," she exclaimed, her expression fraught with urgency. If Fiona bore a resemblance to Mr. Jigger, then this woman's features were nearly a perfect replica of hers. With azure eyes, a refined nose, and slender lips, she retained an exquisite beauty, even as age-etched fine lines at the corners of her eyes, enhancing her allure. In contrast to the pale and weary Fiona, this woman exuded health and vitality, her chic short hairstyle imparting an air of resolute competence. A mere glance was enough to convey that she was a woman brimming with charisma. Would Fiona, should she nurture her health, eventually blossom into a figure akin to this? Riddle found himself lost in contemplation. He subconsciously compared the woman's gaze to Fiona's, only to be abruptly jarred by the dissonance that shattered his musings. After uttering her words, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. Mr. Jigger swiftly knotted a bandage, and promptly rose to ascend the stairs himself. Her name was Elisa Jigger. Riddle had intended to elaborate on her background when he was interrupted by a hushed conversation nearby. "That nurse is truly beautiful," an elderly woman remarked as she received a dressing change. The nurse attending her cleared her throat. Mrs. Jigger was once a highly esteemed opera singer, so she was the wife of Dr. Jigger, indeed a most fitting pair. Who could argue otherwise? You won't find a kinder couple than them. Indeed, when I volunteered at the church hospital, the attitude of those monks was simply appalling. The nurse cast a furtive glance at the empty staircase and lowered her voice. "Let us not speak of the church here." Why not?" After a moment's hesitation, the nurse spoke in hushed tones. "The Jigger couple's daughter was abducted while on her way to be baptized in the church." "What?" The elderly woman gasped in shock. The nurse shook her head with a sigh. "They passed an orphanage on their way to the church. Mrs. Jigger, with her maternal instincts, got out to make a donation. And shortly after, it's presumed the criminal was lurking, fixated on the children at the orphanage. Following the incident, they donated a substantial amount to the church. praying daily for the return of their lost daughter. However, now they no longer attend church services. The elderly woman thought of her own child and couldn't help but dab at her eyes. Why must the virtuous endure so much suffering, while the wicked face so little judgment? She lamented. The nurse replied with a tone of resignation. What can we do? We must simply accept our fate. Accept fate? Riddle scoffed inwardly. Since fate favors the wicked and punishes the good, one should not expect that humble submission will elicit mercy. Only by defying it, trampling it underfoot, and becoming the epitome of malevolence can one compel it to retreat in fear, transforming into a docile sheep. Bah, the system chimed in. Riddle remained silent. He pondered. If Fiona had not been taken by Shafik but had instead thrived in the Jigger household, what would she have become? He observed Fiona's expression from the corner of his eye. She stared down, her countenance vague and vacant. Would she have been kind, generous, upright, and gentle like that couple? He found no fondness for any of those descriptors. If she were such a person, the system would likely not have deemed her a target worthy of pursuit, utterly devoid of challenge. Wouldn't that be better for you? The system queried. To accomplish your task with ease. Wouldn't that be preferable to being unable to witness the misfortunes of others? It's not that simple. What is it then? After a moment of reflection, Riddle could not clarify what exactly he found dissatisfactory. The system spoke meaningfully. Could it be that you can only accept this current target and not others? Silence. The consultation continued into the depths of night. And once all urgent cases had been treated, Mr. and Mrs. Jigger instructed the nurse remaining at the clinic to attend to their vigil, before stepping into a black T-model car parked outside. Such means of transportation had become commonplace in the Muggle world. Having already determined their destination, Riddle swiftly transported himself and Fiona to a serene street via apparition. A signpost not far off read Mr. Road. Before them stood a detached villa enclosed by a neatly trimmed fence, its doorplate marked with the number 3. The red brick walls, accented with white window frames, exuded an air of elegance. The courtyard was adorned with a lawn and various flowers, though now blanketed in snow. The meticulously pruned shrubs hinted at careful maintenance. As his gaze swept over a gently swaying swing hanging from an oak tree in the yard, Fiona declared with certainty, "They have had another child." "No, they haven't," Riddle contradicted. It was rare to witness such a look of astonishment and confusion on Fiona's face, as if she could not comprehend why her deduction had gone awry. Riddle chose not to explain. After a moment, Mr. Jigger drove the car into the yard, and upon hearing the commotion, the maid opened the door. The Jigger couple entered, casually handing their discarded garments to her. The maid busied herself hanging up the clothes, leaving the door ajar. Thus, Riddle and Fiona silently followed them into the house. The exhausted couple sank into the sofa, and dismissively waved off the maid, who offered to make them tea, signaling that they should continue to rest. Once the maid departed, Mrs. Jigger nestled her head against Mr. Jigger's shoulder, who instinctively wrapped his arm around her, both closing their eyes in a tender embrace. "The painkillers and anti-inflammatories are nearly depleted," Mrs. Jigger murmured. Mr. Jigger, heavy with drowsiness, replied with a non-committal hum. "I'll check the pharmacy tomorrow to see if we can procure more. The soiled bedding must be sent for cleaning and disinfection. There's simply no time for that. We must make do for now." The couple fell into silence, enveloping the living room in a hush. Riddle and Fiona, standing opposite them, felt a twinge of awkwardness. The atmosphere was imbued with such warmth and tenderness that, even devoid of any ambiguous words or gestures, it surpassed the sweetness of lovers' declarations, resonating with profound affection and intimacy. And yet, those two were Fiona's parents. Riddle had never possessed much of a moral compass, but in this scenario, it felt peculiar to stare unabashedly at Fiona's parents. He hesitated to reach out for Fiona's hand. A sidelong glance at Fiona revealed her gazing at the couple, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Fortunately, the moment did not linger for long, as Mrs. Jigger gently pushed her husband away. "It's getting late. We should wash up and go to bed. We have to rise early tomorrow." "All right." Mr. Jigger reached to take his wife's arm, only to hear her say, "I'll check on Fiona. She tends to kick off her blankets while sleeping. We must make sure she doesn't catch a cold at this hour." Mr. Jigger's smile faltered. Fiona's eyes widened slightly as she turned to look at Riddle. He spoke softly, "Mrs. Jigger, your mother, after a year of anguish over your loss, suddenly succumbed to a delusional state. She believes her daughter was not taken but remains by her side." It was difficult to articulate the expression that crossed Fiona's face in the next instant. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and her nose crinkled slightly, as if she were on the verge of tears. Yet, a glimmer of light danced in her eyes, curving them upward as if she were laughing. She gazed at the Jiggle couple with a look of insatiable desire and longing that Riddle had never witnessed before. as if she were about to reveal herself from invisibility and approach them. However, she ultimately remained still. Mr. Jiggle, after a brief moment of rigidity, took his wife's arm and spoke gently, "I am with you." Mrs. Jiggle, revealing a knowing expression to her husband, exhibited a youthful playfulness in the corners of her eyes. Hand in hand, the couple ascended the stairs with the caution of thieves, while Riddle and Fiona followed closely behind, watching as they gently opened a door to a room and stealthily entered. This was a chamber infused with the essence of girlhood, adorned with lavender floral wallpaper, embellished with exquisite landscape paintings. On the delicate vanity lay scattered combs, hair accessories, and an array of necklaces and bracelets. At the foot of the bed, a white mourning robe hung from the corners of a changing stool, and before the four-poster bed, draped with white curtains, rested a pair of lace-trimmed white mourning slippers. It seemed as though a vibrant and charming 13 or 14-year-old girl truly existed in this room. "Look at her. She certainly does not sleep soundly, Mrs. Jiggle whispered with a smile toward the empty four-poster bed. She twisted the corner of the blanket, as if tucking in an outstretched arm, and waved her hand in the air, as though caressing someone's hair. "By tomorrow morning, if she awakens and finds us gone, she will surely be upset." Mrs. Jiggle mused softly to herself, contemplating how to make amends with a special gift, perhaps purchasing the music box she most desired. Mr. Jiggle regarded her with a complex expression, a blend of helplessness, sorrow, and a familiar indulgence. "All right," he said softly, "let's not wake Fiona. We should go." At that moment Mrs. Jiggle, who had consistently presented herself as ordinary, finally revealed a hint of peculiarity. Reluctantly, she turned back to gaze at the four-poster bed, murmuring, "Tomorrow morning. I must personally toast her 2 slices of bread before we leave. With school closed, how lonely she must be at home. But I must tell Shauna to ensure she doesn't go outside. It's far too chaotic out there. The pastry shop she loves has closed, so I shall take a moment to explore another store tomorrow. I wonder if she will enjoy the cookies from somewhere else." All right, Mr. Jiggle patiently affirmed, echoing her words. The door to the room gently closed amidst her ramblings, and the carefully arranged girl's bedroom was instantly enveloped in darkness. The 2 individuals remaining in the room exchanged no words. Only the faint sound of their breaths could be heard. After a while, Riddle cast a soft glow from his wand, illuminating the room. In that fleeting moment, he perceived what seemed to be a reflection of light in Fiona's eyes. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found only a pair of relaxed, content, and joyful features. She approached the vanity, fiddling with the ornate accessories for a time before moving to the wardrobe, opening the doors to glimpse the vibrant dresses within. Finally, she walked to the bedside, slowly settling onto the plush mattress, carefully cradling the stuffed bunny positioned by her pillow, gently squeezing its long, drooping ears. With her head bowed, she appeared to be that little girl, endlessly aggrieved for not having waited for her parents to return home. For a fleeting instant, Riddle found himself contemplating the notion that even if Fiona were to truly become this way, perhaps it would not be so unacceptable. As he pondered what words might touch her heart, Fiona returned the stuffed bunny to its original place. She stood up, her expression returning to its usual aloofness, and spoke in a steady tone, "Take me to the yard." Riddle, uncertain of her intentions, nonetheless complied, taking her hand and transporting them to the garden. Crunching through the snow, Fiona made her way to the oak tree, settling onto the wooden swing. Grasping the hemp ropes on either side, she began to sway gently. With her movements, the snow from the oak tree cascaded down, and Riddle conjured an umbrella, positioning himself behind her to shield her from the falling snow. Fiona gazed up at the only lit room in the house, occasionally observing shadows pass behind the drawn curtains. After a while, the light extinguished, plunging the entire house into darkness. Fiona ceased her swaying, fixating on that window as if she intended to keep her gaze fixed upon it until dawn. "Tum." She spoke softly. "I am here," Riddle replied, folding the umbrella and bending slightly. "Do me a favor." How curious she could still be so polite. Riddle responded gently. "What is it?" After a brief pause, Fiona continued, "Let it all be forgotten." In the darkness, a silent smile crept across Riddle's face as he stood behind Fiona. This was a decision that did not surprise him, one that aligned perfectly with his own desires. Prior to their meeting, Riddle had contemplated the potential reactions Fiona might have. Compared to Malapaganth and that muggle, this couple was the epitome of ideal parents. They were affluent, benevolent, and possessed remarkable knowledge and refinement. While he had always regarded muggles with disdain, he had to concede that they were among the few who still held some semblance of value in his eyes. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that, after all these years, they still cherished memories of their daughter. Even if Fiona was now a witch and they no longer attended church, it was unlikely that they would mind this detail. They would treasure their reclaimed daughter, treating her like a princess, just as they had imagined. After experiencing the Shafik couple, any normal individual would be more than willing to acknowledge such parents. Yet, was Fiona a normal person? No, she was an anomaly just like him. Of course. He was also taken aback. He had not anticipated her desire to erase the Jiggle couple's memories of her. May I ask why? He inquired with curiosity. They are doing well now, are they not? Fiona replied calmly. Without the painful memories that torment them, they will thrive. If you return, they would surely be happier. Riddle feigned sympathy, saying, I had envisioned the worst-case scenario, where they would suffer illness or even death due to my absence. As for the rest, they might emerge from the shadows to lead new lives, perhaps forgetting me and forming a happy, perfect family. Or they might simply be ordinary people, leading mundane lives, struggling in the trivialities of existence. I can understand and accept all of this. Fiona chuckled softly before sighing. I never imagined I would encounter the best-case scenario. They are both healthy, have steadfast goals, and a direction for their efforts. They think of me, yet do not dwell in sorrow, instead remaining free and strong. They are truly wonderful people. Her voice gradually lowered as she gazed longingly at the darkened window, remaining silent for a long while before speaking again. They are too good. So good that I cannot accept it. They might become unhappy because of me, and I cannot accept that, not even a little. The current me does not align with the disappointment they expect. Fiona tilted her head back, staring up at Riddle, who loomed above her. She exhaled, and the breath, crystallizing in the cold air, dispersed as it reached Riddle. Yet Riddle sensed that, through her breath, a trace of warmth had somehow found its way into him, causing a subtle tingling sensation in some corner of his being. Certainly, there exists a far more significant reason. She smiled, gazing directly into his eyes with a light-hearted tone. Are you not aware of it as well? Monsters can only thrive amidst calamity, unable to mingle with humanity. After a moment of silent contemplation upon the pallid visage, suspended below in his view, Riddle gently nudged her back. The swing responded to the force, propelling Fiona slightly higher before descending once more, perfectly colliding her into Riddle's outstretched arms. Riddle enveloped her in his embrace, encircling the petite and delicate body that referred to herself as a monster. I am truly delighted, he whispered softly into her ear, placing a tender kiss upon her earlobe, that you can remain in my world. There was a sentiment left unspoken in his heart. The true monsters are those who have never feared bringing calamity upon humanity. Thus, Fiona is not a monster. She is merely an unfortunate soul who has lost her way. Yet Riddle did not wish to return her to the realm of mortals.